Volume 4. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, An Ancient Starry Sky. The Western Desert. Meng Hao frowned. On this side of the Milky Way Sea was the Western Desert and the Southern Domain. In the middle of the two were the Black Lands, which weren't very large. The Black Lands were the only passageway between the Southern Domain and the Western Desert. Other places had long since been sealed by patriarch cultivators from either of the two major powers, creating two continents or territories. Throughout history, there had been two great, world-shaking wars between the two continents. During those two great wars, all of the sects of both the Western Desert and the Southern Domain had participated. Such wars were not the type between two sects or clans. They were major wars between both of the enormous powers. The aggressor in both wars was the Western Desert. The Western Desert's cultivation resources were extremely limited. Furthermore, the climate was abominable and the spiritual energy scarce. Despite all that, it produced many outstanding individuals. Thus, in the midst of all the hardships, the Western Desert's power grew greater and greater. In the Western Desert, cultivation was not the focal point, the most important thing was survival. There, the law of the jungle was even more brutal, many times more so than in the Southern Domain. Under such circumstances, cultivators with talent, who stood out like all sticking out through a bag, were generally much more powerful than their Southern Domain counterparts of the same level. They envied the Southern Domain's riches and fertility. Thus, they went to war. The two wars were what had given shape to the enormous sealed demarcation between the West and the South. Meng Hao lifted his hand, a flame sea surged out, completely burning the Western Desert cultivator's body into ash. Eyes flashing, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light and proceeded onward, even more vigilantly than before. Time slowly passed by. Within this maze were not just cultivators from the Western Desert, but also locals from the Southern Domain. When they ran into each other, sometimes they would help each other, other times fighting would erupt. Everything was quite chaotic. In the outside world, the patriarchs from the various sects had returned to their pillars of light. By now, anxiety could be seen on their faces. A month had already passed, and not one person had returned. A phenomenon such as this had never occurred in the past. Previously, upon touching the corpse, people would be teleported away, but at the most, they would be gone for half a month, and then would be teleported back. Either that or, they died. Another change from before was that a month ago, a shield had sprung up around the corpse that prevented anyone from nearing it. No one could get past the shield, not even spirit-severing patriarchs. However, they could sense that the shield was some type of aura which was emanating from the corpse. It was easy to speculate that this aura was life force. This supposed immortal was not dead. He still had one breath left. The Southern Domain was shaken to the core. Even more patriarchs arrived, but none of them were able to do a single thing. The only other option for the short term was to use some precious treasures to burst open the shield. However, it was obvious to them that even without the use of precious treasures, the shield would naturally dissipate within another month. Also, the sects could not help but notice that the majority of the life slips of their various disciples were still intact, and had not been shattered. Obviously, most of the disciples were alive, although in danger. For the moment, the best thing to do was to wait. After all, even though no one spoke it out loud, how could the patriarchs not see that the shield was less of an obstruction, and more of a protection? The mass disappearance of all the disciples was dangerous, but could also be viewed as a stroke of good fortune. This was obviously a legacy. Within the maze, the chosen and Dao children were using a variety of methods to attempt to find exits. None had succeeded so far. However, more than a few had acquired various bits of good fortune. For example, at the moment, Chu Yuyan was breathing heavily. She had just reached the end of a fork in the road. Up ahead was a huge wall covered with pill formulas. Each and every one sent her mind reeling. Li Shiqi reached an area filled with buildings. She stared out at them for a while before realizing that she was surrounded by phantom figures that were walking to and fro. It was as if she had discovered some strange world in which she was simply an observer. The young man from the Ji clan, the quasi-array cultivator, stood proudly with hands clasped behind his back as he looked out over a huge battlefield. The endless wreckage surrounding him didn't cause his expression to change in the slightest. He strolled aimlessly for a while until a coffin appeared in front of him. As for the young woman from the Fang clan of the Eastern Lands, her expression was cool as she walked through a celestial land. White cranes flew overhead and the surroundings were incredibly beautiful. Li Daoyi, Wang Yukai, Han Shandao, Chen Fan as well as Su Qing and Han Bei, were all in various regions of the maze. As it turned out, the scenes they were witnessing were the very same scenes that had been seen by others who had entered the maze previously. After traveling for many days, Meng Hao's path finally reached an end, as he emerged into a new world. More accurately, it was a vast field of stars. Endless, uncountable stars, emitting glorious starlight. Everything was quiet, not the slightest sound could be heard. Meng Hao walked amongst the stars, looking around. As he did, he sensed the power of time. He could feel the vestiges of archaic ancientness in this place. The ancientness felt like the decay of more than 100,000 years. It was filled with an incomparable exhaustion, as if it were struggling to find a single breath within which pulsed the will to live. This field of stars felt unfamiliar to Meng Hao. The starry sky that he normally saw when he looked up at night was completely different. There didn't seem to be even a single star that was the same. These heavenly bodies emanated ancientness. After gazing upon them, it was clear that this was not the night sky of the southern domain. Meng Hao felt a tiny sensation, as if he were somehow melding together with these stars. When the feeling rose up, a profound sense of confidence and hope suddenly floated in his heart. It was a strange feeling. Meng Hao knew that every person who was teleported from the corpse into this place, and then returned, all saw something different. However, all of the places that people had seen before, were now being revisited by the people currently inside. Except for the starry sky. From beginning to end no one, neither those who had lived, nor those who had died, had laid eyes on this scene. Meng Hao was the only one. As he contemplated matters, Meng Hao suddenly looked down toward his feet. He could sense that far beneath him was a particular heavenly body that was emitting some sort of beckoning power. He felt himself being rapidly pulled toward it. The speed was hard to describe. He saw the heavenly body growing larger and larger, until it filled his entire field of view. He saw clouds, and then a sea, and then land. The land stretched out limitlessly. Meng Hao could see mountain peaks and rivers, and then, suddenly a particular mountain appeared in front of him. It was nighttime, and overhead, the stars were visible. Without thinking about it, Meng Hao compared the sky to that of the southern domain. His heart trembled. It was true. This starry sky was absolutely different. The stars were clearer, as if there were nothing obscuring their glory. Their ancientness, their archaicness, was clearly visible. It was impossible to tell how long they had hung there in the sky. All of the stars were strange. Not a single one was a star that existed in the sky of the southern domain. "These are the ancient stars which exist in my memory," said a calm voice from behind Meng Hao. Meng Hao slowly turned. He wasn't sure when, but at some point a middle-aged man had appeared there, sitting on top of a boulder. The man wore a simple but elegant robe. His long, black hair flowed over his body. He was handsome, with a bit of a heretical aura in his face. He looked different than the corpse Meng Hao had seen back from the Tower of Tang. However, if you looked closely, you could see that it was the same person. Surprisingly, a small campfire burned in front of the man. Above the flames, he was roasting, a snake-like creature. "Sit," said the man coolly. Meng Hao stood there thoughtfully for a moment, then approached and sat down. He looked at the bizarre snake roasting over the fire. It had claws, and despite being charred, it wasn't completely dead yet, it was still struggling. Even more shocking to Meng Hao was that the snake had horns like that of a deer. He stared at it even closer. Its body was almost as black as a piece of coal, but even still, he could pick up some clues. He suddenly gasped. "This is a white dragon, that's all," said the man casually. "It has a limitless cultivation base that brings it close to the first level of the immortal realm. I ran into it on the 8th mountain. It was hungry and wanted to eat me. However, I was also hungry." Meng Hao wasn't sure how powerful the first level of the immortal realm was, nor exactly what the 8th mountain was. However, he was able to sense that this white dragon was shockingly powerful. "Want to have a bite?" asked the man, looking at Meng Hao. He lifted up the white dragon, which was about the length of an arm, and then quickly chopped it into 2 pieces. "Do you like the head more, or the tail?" he asked. Meng Hao hesitated, causing the man to laugh scoffingly. I'll have the head," Meng Hao said finally. "You sure know how to eat, kid," replied the man, handing over the front half of the white dragon. Meng Hao took it, feeling somewhat trepidatious. He looked over as the man took a large bite from the tail part of the white dragon. After the first bite, he took another, then another, crunching the creature into pieces as he did. Meng Hao took a deep breath, eyeing the front half of the white dragon. Telling himself that this was just an illusion, he placed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, he began to eat it. The head was very crispy, and the flavor was actually quite delicious. His eyes lit up and he quickly consumed the entire thing. Soon, the whole front half of the white dragon was in his belly. "Good?" asked the man with a laugh, looking at Meng Hao. "I used to eat one every year." "It doesn't taste bad at all," said Meng Hao, looking a bit embarrassed. Actually, you know what tastes even better than white dragons? Flying rain dragons, just like the one you have inside of you. Boil them into a soup, and the flavor is amazing. Unfortunately, flying rain dragons are quite rare. Once they grow up, tangling with them is very difficult. If I'm lucky, I might pursue one for 30,000 years before being able to have some of that soup. The man licked his lips and looked down toward Meng Hao's dantian. The look in the man's eyes caused Meng Hao to take a deep breath. This was because he had suddenly noticed that his first Dao pillar, the one with the flying rain dragon core inside of it, was suddenly trembling in intense fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 301. Chapter 301, Immortal Shows the Way. Meng Hao quickly decided to change the topic. Senior, sir, I'm sure you didn't just call me here to eat some white dragon. The way the man had looked at him just now made him feel like food, and had caused his scalp to go numb. Only at this point did the man reluctantly look back up. From the look of it, it took quite a bit of willpower to do so. He tilted his head back to look up at the stars. These stars come from my memories of ancient times, said the man softly, sounding a bit melancholy. Unfortunately, I'd been asleep for far too long. When I woke up, I was here, in this land. I couldn't tell if the starry sky was the same or not, or whether there were more stars or fewer. Listen up, kid. My surname is Chomen. I was born outside the 7th mountain, on planet Tiger Cage. My full name is Chomen Tai. The man looked back down from the stars and stared at Meng Hao with a solemn expression. Because I was on good terms with an old friend from the 8th mountain, I took part in the Dao War between the 8th and 9th mountains. During the course of the war, I was seriously injured. I should have perished, but I had one breath left that has kept me going until now. I may die, but I will not allow my legacy to end with me. As for you, the moment you saw me way back then, I acquired the coordinates to this planet, allowing me to fall here too. You have a special bloodline. If you're lucky, you should be able to leave this tiny planet South Heaven, travel to my home and return the legacy. That is my hope. If you're able to do it, well and good. If not, I still won't have any regrets. He studied Meng Hao for a moment. I have 3 boons to bestow upon you, as way of repayment. The first boon is a mark that I created after I achieved enlightenment and gained immortality. Its name is Immortal Shows the Way. Only someone who has ascended to immortality in the 9 mountains and seas, and who is willing to sacrifice some cultivation base, can create something like this. It was supposed to be given to my descendants as a treasure. When you are of the great circle of Tao seeking, you can use it to step from that peak toward immortal ascension. Someone will show you the way, and your chances of succeeding in immortal ascension will increase by 30%, but by the way, after achieving immortal ascension, you won't just attract the powerhouses of this planet, you'll be catching the interest of all the heavenly bodies. He lifted his hand up and pressed down on his forehead. A resplendent ball of light immediately appeared. The glowing ball of light emanated an aura which did not belong to this world. As soon as Meng Hao sensed it, his mind began buzzing. He had the powerful feeling that this light contained a fearsome power. Were it to detonate, it could turn the entire southern domain into ash. Meng Hao began to pant as he stared at the glowing ball of light in the man's hand. Meng Hao could also sense that when the aura emerged, the man instantly grew weaker by almost half. The stars and the land around them seemed to grow more unstable, even blurry. Immortal ascension is difficult, but with this Immortal Shows the Way, that difficulty will be reduced by quite a lot. All you have to do is continue to grow until you reach that point. When that time comes, you will most likely be able to make the final step. This item is the first boon I shall bestow upon you. The man's face was pale and his body was becoming less distinct. However, he gave a hearty laugh and, without hesitation, pressed the glowing Immortal Shows the Way into Meng Hao's forehead. Such an object could cause countless experts among the stars to engage in ruthless struggle, but the man handed it directly over. The glow of it fused into Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao trembled and closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them, he felt completely different than before. However, he couldn't quite tell what was different. The only thing he was sure of was that his head felt much clearer. The second boon I will bestow upon you is something you've likely heard of before, one of the 3 classic scriptures, the Tao Divinity Scripture. Sublime Spirit, Tao Divinity, Heaven Severing. These 3 scriptures aren't just passed down on this planet where you reside. These 3 classic scriptures are handed down throughout all the 9 mountains and seas. Unfortunately, what most people possess are mere fragments of the full scriptures. Up till now, only 2 people have ever been able to collect the full text of any one of them, and been able to acquire the Tao Realm title. One of those was the Tao divinity of the first mountain. The other was sublime spirit from your ninth mountain. Only these two powerful experts were able to collect the complete sublime spirit scripture and Tao divinity scripture respectively. Everyone else only possesses fragments. As for the most mysterious of all, the heaven-severing scripture, for countless ages no one has ever been able to collect it in its entirety, nor cultivated the great circle of that realm to acquire the designation heaven-severing. As for my Tao divinity scripture, I only have one manual, which is actually far more valuable than the rest. Mine is the Divine Sense Manual. One of the main reasons why I didn't die in the Tao War was because of this manual. My divine sense is about 3 times more powerful than anyone in the same stage as me. This is the superiority which comes from cultivating this manual of the Tao divinity scripture. Triple is the limit, however, if you acquire other Tao divinity fragments, then you can increase that number. This art, I pass to you. The man raised his right hand and pushed down onto Meng Hao's forehead. Immediately, a scriptural text began to float in Meng Hao's mind. Each magical symbol radiated a black glow as it branded itself onto Meng Hao's mind. Immediately, his body trembled as his spiritual sense experienced frenzied growth. After the space of a few breaths passed, he found that his spiritual sense had increased by about double. As of this moment, he could easily send it out to cover everything around. The stronger one's spiritual sense is, the stronger the core chi will be. With core chi powering magical techniques, the result will be even more shocking. Similarly, Meng Hao's ability to deduce the ultimate form of his techniques far surpassed others. At the moment, it was only a simple branding, and Meng Hao had only received a doubling of spiritual sense. Through continued cultivation, that increase would be even greater. Even this seemed like a huge stroke of good fortune to Meng Hao, though, and left him breathing heavily. What do you think? Laughed the man. Just having it branded to you increased your spiritual sense by double. That's because of the half-dragon you ate. The power of white dragons stems from divine sense. Your cultivation base isn't capable of completely assimilating it, though. That will take some time. When that happens, your divine sense will become vastly more stable. White dragon, said Meng Hao without thinking. You mean that wasn't an illusion? Feeling the increase in his spiritual sense caused him to be vastly more confident in being able to reach core formation. Who said it was an illusion? Said the man as he glared, reached up and smacked Meng Hao's head. You gluttonous little punk. That was the last dried white dragon that I had saved up. Its efficacy was rather low, but I still had planned to save it for my last meal before I died. Unfortunately, I gave you an entire half. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The man seemed to be a bit jealous at the level of Meng Hao's good fortune. He sighed and then reached into his robe. Alright, I didn't finish what I was saying. You have the first and second boons. Now, I'll give the last boon. Kid, I want you to remember something. If you aren't able to deliver my legacy back to Planet Tiger Cage, then even if I'm dead I will definitely curse you. From within his body, he dragged out a glowing white globule. The glow carried with it a faint, delicate fragrance. Meng Hao gaped when he saw it. The glow contained something that looked like a slice of a water chestnut. This is my legacy, he said with a whisper, contained in a breath of my immortal chi. This is what you must take to Planet Tiger Cage. Dissolve the immortal chi, and you will be able to see the legacy. Only you. If you wish to study it, you may. Just get it to Planet Tiger Cage. To be honest, though, according to my calculations, it would be difficult for you to fully assimilate it within several hundred years. Looking pained, he took the white water chestnut and pushed it into Meng Hao's chest. Meng Hao's body spasmed. The white water chestnut suddenly appeared amidst his 10 Tao pillars. The white glow emanated out, connecting with his Tao pillars. At the same time, a boundless roar filled his cultivation base, exploding outward throughout his body. His 10 Tao pillars shook and radiated massive amounts of violet chi, which then interlocked over the white water chestnut. Meng Hao's mind spun. He suddenly sensed a feeling that was similar to when he had consumed the 3 mortalities pill in his attempt to reach core formation. I'm approaching core formation, Meng Hao said, panting. The man's body began to fade, causing him to speak in a rush. You've reached the critical point leading to core formation. Dissipate some of my immortal chi, and it will help you to form your core. Look out for yourself. I'm placing all of my hope in you. Be careful of the Black Civ sect. Be careful of the ancient power which comes from the east in this planet. The Lord who controls that power has already reached the pinnacle of this planet. The uniqueness of your bloodline and my speculations regarding your past are contained in that breath of immortal chi. Some years from now, after you completely dissolve my immortal chi, you will be able to see. However, I can't guarantee that all of it will be true. The world around them began to crack and break. I'm gonna make one last bet by entering your planet's rebirth cave. According to my analysis, the mysteries within have something to do with the Tao Sea beneath the ninth mountain. Look out. Yourself. Mental realm is collapsing. When everyone inside will be teleported out. The voice came and went in spurts, and then finally disappeared. An intense rumbling filled the area around Meng Hao, and then, everything collapsed. He was once again surrounded by walls. However, this time, the walls were filled with fissures. Cracking sounds filled the air. Meng Hao looked around and took a deep breath. Everything had happened too quickly just now. As he thought back to it, it seemed like a dream. And yet, the Tao Divinity scripture was there in his mind, and within his body was the immortal qi in the shape of a water chestnut. It was all real. Furthermore, his 10 Tao pillars were rapidly beginning to melt, releasing an unprecedentedly dense violet qi. The qi wrapped around the water chestnut, and was slowly beginning to take the shape of a core. Meng Hao knew that he was now entering core formation. The process would normally take a very long time, however, because of the assistance of the immortal qi, the process would be sped up. Right now, he had reached a critical juncture. It was at this exact moment that a boom filled the air. The sound came from a nearby wall, which suddenly exploded. A potent aura suddenly poured through. Finally found it, said a voice. This is the place the patriarch spoke of. That person's immortal will is slumbering in this, eh? The young man surnamed Ji suddenly appeared, a look of surprise on his face. He wore a long, azure robe. His eyes flickered as they fell upon Meng Hao. A mysterious light glowed therein. His expression suddenly turned grim. Did you steal it? He asked. This chapter was sponsored by Lok Fam and Gary. 1. Chouman-Tai's name in Chinese is Chouman-Tai. This is a bit of a strange name. Chouman is a made-up surname. As for the meaning of this name, each of these characters has multiple definitions. Instead of listing them here, I will just put links so that you can research it yourself if you wish. Chou-Men-Tai. 2. This happened back in chapter 59. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Crisis. The Ji youth's expression was one of unyielding pride, his words aloof and remote. He didn't seem to think Meng Hao was even worth looking at, and spoke to him as he might a servant. Meng Hao frowned. However, he thought of the fearsomeness of the clan, as well as the fear Zai had shown. He thought about everything he had experienced, and all the stories regarding Ji. Then, he immediately suppressed any feelings of displeasure he felt. Now was not the appropriate time to attack. His cultivation base had reached a critical juncture, the time when the important transformation would occur. Meng Hao knew that to attack now would affect the growth of his cultivation base. Furthermore, the Ji youth's cultivation base was at the peak of the early core formation stage, even higher than the azure-masked cultivator from the Black Lands he had fought. Your Excellency, I'm not quite sure what you mean, said Meng Hao, looking surprised. I just arrived here myself, and haven't been able to find anything. Don't tell me there's some sort of treasure here? The glow of greed shone in his eyes as he spoke. The Ji youth's eyes glittered as he glanced at Meng Hao, and an expression of utter disdain covering his face. He looked around, heart still filled with suspicion. This guy's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment level, he thought. No matter how weak the immortal is, there's no way this guy could penetrate his immortal sense. Plus, he's slumbering. Even I couldn't forcibly break into the immortal sense, not even with the device given to me by the patriarch. So, could it have been taken earlier by someone else? Within the Ji youth's mind appeared the image of the girl surnamed Feng. He glanced over at Meng Hao. Did you encounter anyone on your way here? Whatever it is you saw, tell me immediately, he demanded. If you leave out anything, I will wipe you and your sect and clan. He made no attempt to cover over his disdain and superciliousness. Meng Hao hesitated, then lowered his voice. Someone else? Yes, I did see someone, actually, wearing a green robe. I couldn't really see clearly which fellow Taoist it was. This place. Before he could finish, the Ji youth seemed to have made his mind up. He flicked his sleeve impatiently. Screw off, he said. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with an imperceptible coldness. However, a cowardly look appeared on his face, and he immediately backed up, then turned to leave. It was at this exact moment that suddenly, the wall next to him exploded outward, and a person in green emerged. Along with this person came an incredibly potent aura, which immediately enveloped the entire area. Not only did it contain power, but also feeling of extreme conceit. As the aura roiled out, the figure emerged slowly, a young woman. This was none other than the girl surnamed Fawn, who was also from the eastern lands. As soon as she appeared, her eyes fell onto the Ji youth. Meng Hao was standing right next to her, but she completely ignored him. The arrogance which emanated from her was virtually palpable. "Ji Hongdong, give the immortal scripture to me," said the young woman coolly. She was beautiful, and emanated icy arrogance. 1. When he saw the girl appear, Meng Hao's heart began to thump, and he backed up a few paces. Before he could get very far, the Ji youth's eyes narrowed. "Feng Yu, it turns out you took the immortal scripture, and still." He only finished half of his thought when his heart suddenly trembled. He abruptly looked at Meng Hao, and as he did, he blinked his right eye 7 times in rapid succession. Suddenly, 2 pupils could be seen within his eye. They seemed to possess some power of psychic sight. As he looked at Meng Hao, he immediately was able to see the white water chestnut in Meng Hao's dantian. 2. In addition to the water chestnut, there was a blurriness. Even the water chestnut by itself was enough to cause killing intent to spring out from the Ji youth's eyes. However, just as soon as it appeared, it then vanished. The speed with which all of this happened was such that if you blinked, you wouldn't be able to pick up even the slightest clue that something was happening. "Preposterous," said the Ji youth with a cold laugh. Ignoring Meng Hao, he immediately shot toward Feng Yu. As he neared, he waved his right hand, causing a field of stars to appear behind him. Feng Yu gave a cold snort and also advanced. She lifted her hand, forming a fist and punching out into the air. A huge boom resonated out in all directions. Meng Hao immediately tumbled backward, then picked a random direction and sped off. His face was grim. He could see that Ji Hongdong had seen through him. He didn't point it out and immediately pursue Meng Hao because of the Feng girl. Instead of saying something, he planned to come after Meng Hao later, alone. The walls continued to fill with cracks, although Meng wasn't sure how long it would take until they completely crumbled. He slapped his bag of holding to retrieve the good luck charm. He pressed down on it, after which a frustrated look appeared on his face. For the first time ever, the good luck charm was powerless to teleport him away. "I can't place all of my hope on the collapse of this place," thought Meng Hao. He knew full well that before the place fell to pieces, he had somewhat of a chance to flee. However, once the collapse was complete, if Ji Hongdong came after him, he would be in a very bad position. Ji Hongdong's status, his place in the fearsome Ji clan, made it such that if he were killed, it would be equivalent to deliberately invoking monolithic disaster. Meng Hao wasn't sure if the Violet Faith sect would even be able to fight back. The two powers weren't even on the same level. His face grim, Meng Hao continued on for a bit less time than it takes half an incense stick to burn. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stopped, sitting down cross-legged on the ground. Ignoring the crumbling of the walls around him, he began to meditate, rotating his cultivation base and pushing as fast as possible toward core formation. Regardless of anything, I will only be able to seize the initiative after I reach core formation. A bright glow appeared in his eyes. This was a moment of crisis, leaving him little time to think things through. He closed his eyes and spit out a mouthful of mist, which immediately crackled with lightning as it surrounded him. At the same time, a halo the color of blood emerged from Meng Hao, and a blood clone materialized and began to guard over him. Meng Hao's 10 Dao pillars emitted a roaring sound that only he could hear. Massive amounts of violet chi poured forth, causing the Dao pillars to begin to melt and then merge together. After the Dao pillars fully melted, he would be able to form his core. Thanks to the immortal chi, this process would happen much more quickly. Once Meng Hao reached core formation, he would set the record as the fastest person to do so since ancient times. Time passed by. Meng Hao wasn't sure when Ji Hongdong would come for him. However, it would happen quickly, he was sure of that. Ji Hongdong had picked up on the clues. Once he shook off the young Feng woman, he would be coming for Meng Hao. Must go faster, thought Meng Hao, circulating all the power within his cultivation base. Suddenly, a shocking roar filled his mind. His 10th Dao pillar was now melting. As the Dao pillar melted, vast quantities of violet chi poured out, wrapping around and around the collection of violet mist which already existed around the immortal chi. The globule of violet mist rotated rapidly, emitting countless strands of violet chi throughout Meng Hao's body. A brutally powerful aura appeared within Meng Hao, his physical body grew more powerful, his spiritual sense expanded, and most obviously, the blood clone and the blood death world he was within slowly began to grow stronger. As the true self grew stronger, so did they. Meng Hao wasn't satisfied, though. The speed was too slow. Veins bulged on his face as he pushed everything into rotating his cultivation base. Amidst the roaring, his 9th Dao pillar began to melt. More violet chi poured out. The violet mist globule rotated even more rapidly, it was now showing signs of condensing into a core. Next, his 8th Tao pillar, then his 7th. They melted one after another, filling him with rumbling booms. Boundless spiritual energy exploded out, causing the violet mist to roil at even greater speed. It sucked in violet chi. As of this moment, Meng Hao's body was emitting a bright violet glow. The globule of violet mist spun at high speed. All signs pointed to it forming into a violet core at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Hao quickly consumed a large amount of 3 mortalities pills. It still wasn't enough. Meng Hao could clearly sense that he was immeasurably close to core formation. Even faster, thought Meng Hao with an inward growl. A thunderous noise could be heard as his 6th Dao pillar, 5th Dao pillar and 4th Dao pill all melted. It was at this time that off in the distance, Meng Hao could hear a loud noise. Someone was using a magical technique. It's not Ji Hongdong, thought Meng Hao. He was focused on rotating his Dao pillars, but he had long since sent his spiritual sense out into the area. He immediately caught sight of a figure making its way toward him at high speed. Meng Hao sighed inwardly and opened his eyes. Off in the distance was Li Daoi, wearing a thoughtful smile. Catching sight of Meng Hao, he gave a slight smile and said, "I was wondering who it was that fellow Taoist Ji wanted me to pursue and delay. So, it turns out it's Grandmaster Feng Mu." He slowly approached. As he neared, he suddenly stopped and gaped at Meng Hao. "Core formation aura? You picked this moment to form your core?" He laughed, his expression filled with a sneer. "You really live up to your reputation, Grandmaster Feng Mu," he said. "Very audacious. However, you took something that belongs to fellow Taoist Ji. That's a no-no. The mere sight of you fills me with the desire to kill. Make a move against me and you'll cause a war between the Li clan and the Violet Fate sect," said Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever. He was in a race against time, his cultivation base was rotating rapidly, causing his remaining 3 Dao pillars to begin to melt away. "I would of course never attack you," said Li Daoi with a hypocritical smile. "I'll just block your way, make sure you stay behind and don't leave. Your life does not belong to me, but rather, fellow Taoist Ji. The clan patriarchs will be more than happy to allow something like this to happen." He lifted his hand, extending it toward Meng Hao's forehead. Meng Hao sighed. It seemed he would not be able to make his breakthrough at the moment. Killing intent glittered in his eyes, and he was just about to make a move, when suddenly, his face flickered. At the same time, Li Daoi's face also changed. He spun, and then dodged to the side. Just as he did, a clear, melodious snort rang out, filling the air. A band of white light flashed through the spot where Li Daoi had just stood, then shot after him. Next, a prismatic beam shot toward them, coming to a stop next to Meng Hao. There, wearing a white robe, facial expression icy cold, was Su Cheng. She glared at Li Daoi. "Make your breakthrough," she said calmly to Meng Hao. "I'll take care of him." Her voice was cold, but as her words made their way into Meng Hao's heart, they transformed into gentle warmth. 1. Ji Hongdong's name in Chinese is Ji Hongdong. Ji is a family name. Hong means great and also goose. Dong means east. 2. Feng Yu's name in Chinese is Feng Yu. Feng is a family name. Yu means beauty or jade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, The Bloodline of the Ji Clan. Su Qing. Li Daoi's eyes glowed brightly. He was not unfamiliar with Su Qing. Back in the western region of the southern domain, he had fought against her. During that fight, he had suffered a great defeat. Later, he was able to make a breakthrough and enter the core formation stage, but the loss that day had been extremely irritating. Seeing Su Qing again now caused his eyes to fill with coldness. Killing intent flickered inside of him, and he lifted his hand. Power of core formation emanated out. Su Qing's expression never changed from being cold. Her eyes glittered as a white-colored chi emanated out from her body, transforming into threads which shot toward Li Daoi. A boom echoed out immediately. Meng Hao's eyes were closed, and he was completely focused on rotating his cultivation base. His 3rd Dao pillar began to melt, sending violet chi surging through his body, permeating it. Meng Hao's entire body was now violet-colored. Su Qing and Li Daoi were locked in a magical battle. Su Qing obviously had the upper hand. In reality, in terms of cultivation base, she had fused with Matriarch Phoenix, making it impossible for Li Daoi to even compare to her. She was essentially at the level of a sect patriarch. However, even if Su Qing actively attempted to meld, she would be unable to do so in a short period of time. Currently, she was only able to wield about 1% of the full power. Even that small amount still placed her above Li Daoi. No matter what methods Li Daoyi employed as they fought, Su Qing's expression was the same as ever. Were she able to leave Meng Hao's side, to pursue Li Daoyi and use all the magical techniques she possessed, then she would easily be able to defeat him. However, she didn't want to take such a risk. She was worried that if she fully engaged in the battle, Li Daoyi would use some trick or another to affect Meng Hao's cultivation base. As the two of them fought, Meng Hao's second Dao pillar began to melt, and after it disappeared, the first. In the space of 10 breaths, the flying rain dragon core was visible in his core C. It immediately moved into the violet mist. The demonic core was already small. After merging into the violet mist, the mist globule began to rotate even faster. It was very obviously congealing into a core at this point. It was at this very moment that Ji Hongdong appeared off in the distance, flying in their general direction at high speed. His eyes were actually closed, as if he were following the trail of an ira. His face was pale, obviously he had been injured while battling with the young Fong woman. Having shaken her off, here he was now, an intense light glittering underneath his eyelids. I'm not sure how that lowbrow cultivator managed to pierce the immortal sense and acquire the immortal chi that the patriarch talked about. Well, it doesn't matter. With his cultivation base, he won't be able to absorb it very quickly. As long as I'm able to kill him, then I can take the immortal chi and absorb it myself. Once I do, then I'll definitely be able to be promoted out of the quasi-array. Then I can be a true member of the clan array. As he reached this point in his train of thought, he opened his eyes. They gleamed with intense anticipation. He suddenly turned his head and looked toward Meng Hao. "Found you," he said, flying directly toward him. As for Meng Hao, cracking sounds could be heard within his body. The violet mist globule within his corsi was shrinking. As it did, it began to grow more solid. It emanated a brilliant violet light as a thick exterior began to form. Once it was completely solid, the violet core formed, then Meng Hao's cultivation base would rocket up. He would leave foundation establishment and enter core formation, and the ranks of the truly powerful experts. 10%, 20%, 30%. The rotation of the violet mist globule inside of him began to slow, and looked more and more solid. It was shrinking also. All that remained was about the size of a fist. It didn't take long before the violet core truly began to emerge. As of now, Meng Hao could feel a throbbing power pulsing through him, far, far greater than anything he had felt before. This was not a normal violet core, but one formed from the 10 Dao pillars of a perfect foundation. The moment it appeared, it became the most powerful violet core ever seen in the tens of thousands of years that made up the history of the Violet Fate sect. This level of power was unheard of. Furthermore, after merging with the demonic core of the flying rain dragon, the violet core was even more brutally powerful. No one in the Violet Fate sect had even come close to touching such a level of power. Even Reverend Violet East, when he was in the core formation stage, had never reached this astonishing level. In addition to all that, Meng Hao's violet core was formed with the assistance of the breath of immortal chi. This core was something that had never been seen in the Violet Fate sect, the southern domain, the western desert, the northern desert, or the eastern lands. 40%, 50%, 60%. Meng Hao could sense the aura of the violet mist within him growing stronger. His heart began to beat faster, his body grew stronger, the range of the spiritual sense grew greater. He could sense all these constant changes. It was at this moment that Meng Hao suddenly caught sight of Ji Hongdong with his spiritual sense. He approached rapidly. In one breath, he was far off in the distance. A moment later he was upon Meng Hao and the others. At the same time that Ji Hongdong appeared, a boom filled the air. Li Daoyi coughed up some blood as he staggered back several paces to stand next to Ji Hongdong. He glared at Su Qing, his eyes full of murder. Su Qing's face was a bit pale, but her expression was cold as she stared at Ji Hongdong. "Excellent job, Li Daoyi," said Ji Hongdong coolly. "I will notify my clan regarding this matter, and tell them that your Li clan performed a meritorious deed. Please don't be so polite, young Master Ji. It is my honor to be able to assist the Ji clan. Young Master Ji, please allow me to take this woman away. She has attacked me twice so far, and today I plan to help her understand what it means to live a life worse than death." A vile, licentious look shone in his eyes. He liked cold women like this. "Do as you wish," replied Ji Hongdong coolly. He glanced at Su Qing, then looked at Meng Hao, who was still sitting there cross-legged, meditating. Looking at his cultivation base, and seeing that he was forming his core, caused a look of derision to appear in his eyes. "If Fang Yu hadn't appeared, I might have been fooled by you. Since you have the immortal chi in your body, then I have no choice but to slay you and refine it out of your corpse." With that, he took a step forward. A massive power emerged from his body. An image appeared behind him, that of mountains and rivers and a great land. It was a strange scene. It made it seem as if he were an emperor, and that the land he stepped on was part of his empire. As he proceeded forward, the violet mist within Meng Hao reached 80% completion and headed toward 90%. The powerful aura within him didn't emanate out from him at all. Instead, it surged throughout his body, filling him. Su Qing set her gaze and then stepped in front of Meng Hao to block Ji Hongdong's way. "You overestimate yourself," said Ji Hongdong with a cold snort. He took another step, and the massive image behind him of the mountains and rivers suddenly expanded, exerting pressure down into Su Qing. This was the manifestation of Ji Hongdong's core qi. The mountains and rivers made him seem like an emperor exuding a royal aura. Su Qing's face went pale under the pressure, her eyes suddenly shined with a blackness that completely covered over the whites of her eyes. Anyone who looked at her eyes now would see only dark emptiness. Suddenly, the aura emanating from her body was no longer white, but black. Strands of blackness emerged, transforming into a host of vicious, demonic faces. The faces congealed together above her face to form into a black phoenix. It immediately charged directly toward the royal will embodied by the mountains and rivers. Ji Hongdong's eyes narrowed, shocked by what had just happened. A boom rattled out, and blood sprayed from Su Qing's mouth. She staggered backward, then grabbed Meng Hao. It was the same way she had grabbed him all those years ago when she took him from Mount Dacheng. One holding him at her side, she shot off into the distance. Her face was pale, and blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. Just now, she had used the power of Matriarch Phoenix, a power which did not fully belong to her. As a result, she had significantly injured herself. She was willing to take the risk, but in truth, she could not employ too much of the power, only a bit of it. At the same time as she sped away with Meng Hao, Ji Hongdong, his face pale white, looked down and pulled a damaged jade pendant out from near his chest. His face was unsightly, his eyes filled with killing intent as well as astonishment. Just now, she erupted with power similar to that of a nascent soul cultivation base. She even crushed my life-saving jade. This girl's aura is interesting. It must be the power of a discarnate soul. Now I just have to see which discarnate soul of the southern domain dares to take shape before me, Ji Hongdong of the Ji clan. Who is it exactly that dares to attack me? A cruel smile twisted his face as he shot forward in pursuit. Li Daoi followed him, sighing inwardly. Now he knew that Su Qing hadn't been using her full power during their fight. If she had, he would without a doubt be dead already. Obviously, she didn't use her full power when she attacked just now. That would cost her too much. Meng Hao couldn't physically see what was happening, but because of his spiritual sense, he was aware of all the changes in the situation. In fact, things were even clearer than if he had seen it with the naked eye. He saw Su Qing's blood, saw her risking her life. He felt a stab of pain in his heart, and waves of anger surged up in his heart. By the time she coughed up blood for the third time, the violet mist inside of Meng Hao was 90% complete and closing in on 100%. "Elder sister," he said, opening his eyes. "Put me down, okay?" Su Qing didn't say anything. She ignored him, speeding forward as quickly as possible. He looked at her, warmth filling his eyes. Suddenly, a whistling sound could be heard as Ji Hongdong appeared, flying through the air. By now, the walls in the area were more than half crumbled to pieces. It wouldn't be long before they completely disintegrated. When Ji Hongdong appeared, a look of determination appeared in Su Qing's eyes. She waved her left hand, and her body trembled as massive amounts of black aura shot out, forming into the shape of a black phoenix, filled with countless discarnate souls. Shrill screams filled the air as it shot toward Ji Hongdong. "Are you blind?" said Ji Hongdong with a cold snort. "Do you really dare to offend the bloodline of the Ji clan?" He continued forward without hesitation. This chapter was sponsored by Bornamissa Peter, Justice Saman Zokai, Dennis Anderson, Joshin Chen, Alex Faklam, and Extreme GTP. 1. This, of course, happened in Chapter 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, Core Formation. By the time the words left Ji Hongdong's mouth, the phoenix, formed from the black aura as well as countless discarnate souls, was around 20 to 25 meters away from him. Suddenly, it began to tremble. The previously vicious faces of the discarnate souls were suddenly filled with dread and shock, as if they had suddenly encountered something they found terrifying. The black phoenix emitted a shrill scream, as if it didn't want to proceed any further forward. It lowered its head, almost like it was bowing to Ji Hongdong. The expression on Su Qing's face immediately changed. She began to tremble, and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could she possibly have predicted that the discarnate souls of the Black Civ sect, who were as powerful as the sun at high noon, would prostrate before a core formation cultivator? Your bloodline. Her heart thumped as she suddenly considered the words Ji Hongdong had just spoken. Ji Hongdong gave a cold harumph, and once again spoke, trifling discarnate souls. In front of the bloodline of the Ji clan, they don't even count as wild dogs. They're nothing but insects. When they died under the heavens of the Ji clan. His words were cool, his countenance proud. He never stopped moving forward. As he did, the discarnate souls shrieked. They retreated backward, prostrating, their faces filled with looks of entreaty. The black phoenix trembled violently as Ji Hongdong approached, and suddenly, a face appeared on its surface. It was the face of a woman. This was not Su Qing's face, but rather the sealed matriarch phoenix. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was one of terror, and even more so, imploring. She wanted to offer an explanation, but it seemed she had lost her power to speak or even open her eyes. Slowly, a bright red sealing mark appeared on her face. When Ji Hongdong saw the face, he blinked 7 times. A bizarre light shone out as he studied her. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then he laughed. Interesting, he said, with a meaningful smile. I've heard of discarnate souls possessing people, but I've never heard of a host taking control of the discarnate soul. He looked at Li Daoyi. What is her name and sect? Black Civ sect, Su Qing. Replied Li Daoyi immediately. Su Qing. Interesting, he said, a wicked smile on his face. I'm not sure how you did it. You fooled the Black Civ sect, as well as the other discarnate souls. You fooled everyone into thinking that you are the discarnate soul. Tell me, if word of this gets out, what would happen to you? He proceeded forward, laughing loudly. He waved his right hand, and all the discarnate souls retreated, even the Black Phoenix. Trembling, they didn't dare to proceed any further forward. They weren't necessarily afraid of the young man in particular, but rather the fearsome bloodline of the Ji clan inside of him. Su Qing's face changed even more, becoming even paler. She well knew that if word spread, she wouldn't be able to flee far enough. She would be dead without doubt. It wouldn't just be the Black Civ sect that was chasing her, but all the fearsome discarnate souls. Whether it be the cultivators who lived on the surface of the Black Civ sect, or the discarnate souls beneath, not a single one would let her go free. There would be nowhere to flee to in the entire southern domain. All of her resources in the sect would be purged. No shelter would be found anywhere in the southern domain. Besides, even if she fled, she couldn't physically stay away for very long. The process of fusing with Matriarch Phoenix could only happen within the Black Civ sect. It was only there that she could continue the process. Until Matriarch Phoenix was completely swallowed up, if she stayed away from the sect for too long at one time, then her cultivation base would begin to deteriorate. This matter had suddenly turned into a great disaster for her. Seeing Su Qing's change of expression caused Ji Hongdong to laugh. His eyes filled with derision. He loved seeing people like this. It gave him a feeling of power, as if he were a great lord. And then there's this seal, he said. It's very interesting. It can help you control the discarnate soul. I think the sect patriarchs will be very interested in this. He laughed as he approached, his face filled with derision, as if everything was under his control. Su Qing's face was pale. Having temporarily lost control of the discarnate souls, and without the power of Matriarch Phoenix, she was just an ordinary cultivator. Even the power of core formation could only be wielded by her with difficulty. Furthermore, she couldn't retreat. She suddenly felt a binding around her, holding her in place as if she were being sealed. She couldn't move even an inch. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, said Ji Hongdong. He neared, lifting his hand toward Meng Hao to grab him. Even as his hand closed in, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. A frightening power surged out from his cultivation base. It ripped through the area like an invisible cyclone, causing Ji Hongdong's face to twist. He retreated backward immediately, nearly 30 meters. His face was dark, and his pupils had constricted. Next to him, Li Daoyi's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief, and alarm. Body trembling, he stared at Meng Hao's figure within the cyclone, and a look of venom and shock filled his eyes. He suddenly said, You're not Feng Mu. You're Meng Hao. His voice was shrill, and his breath came in pants. How could he ever have imagined that the person he had searched in vain for throughout all these years was actually right in front of him? As the words left his mouth, thunderous roars filled the air, and the violent winds surged outward. Meng Hao's figure seemed to surge upward. He was the nucleus of the cyclone. The terrifying winds were coming out from his body. Meng Hao's face suddenly changed. No longer was it Feng Mu's, but rather, his own face, his original face. An intensely terrifying aura suddenly shot up from within him. Li Daoyi's face went pale. His mind was reeling, he just couldn't believe what was happening. However, how could he not understand that Feng Mu was Meng Hao, and Meng Hao was Feng Mu? Violet Fate Sect Legacy Apprentice, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Fong Mu, Meng Hao. He retreated backward, thinking about the pain he had experienced when he lost his arm. It had been restored, but the enmity created in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament was something he considered to be the greatest humiliation in his entire life. Surrounding by a violet glow, a profound look filled Meng Hao's eyes. Other than him, no one could know the reason for why he had just switched to his original appearance. His eyes glowed with coldness. Within him was a violet core, about the size of a child's fist. It rested in the position once occupied by his core C, floating there, rotating. Every time it spun in a full circle, vast quantities of violet-colored strands surged out like lightning to every corner of his body. The violet-colored strands flickered as they surged through his chi passageways, filled with a boundless cultivation base power that far exceeded foundation establishment. This was core formation chi, from a core formation cultivation base. In fact, this core formation chi was not the type of chi that would be emitted by a cultivation base that had just entered the core formation stage. This was the explosive power of the pinnacle of the early core formation stage. The violet wind screamed as it spun throughout the area. Even Meng Hao's long hair was now violet as it whipped around his head. Next to him, Su Qing sighed. It seemed she had thought of something. Her face changed, and she was about to speak when Meng Hao suddenly interrupted. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he said, his voice light. He turned, his eyes glowing with a violet light as he looked at Ji Hongdong. Ji Hongdong's expression was the same as usual. "Fong Mu? Meng Hao? It seems you have quite a few identities. Considering how quickly you entered core formation, it also seems that the breath of immortal chi really is incredibly valuable. That makes me happy." He smiled, lifting up his arm and then flicking his sleeve. Suddenly, a field of stars appeared behind him. The starfield was large, filling the air. It rushed toward Meng Hao, exerting a suppressive force. It was clear that this field of stars was that which shined above the southern domain, including the western desert and the eastern lands. It was vast and mighty. As it approached, it enveloped everything, making it impossible for anyone to avoid it. Meng Hao lifted his head, his expression a bit blank. He was silent, almost as if he didn't notice the starfield approaching him. As it descended, the blankness on his face disappeared, replaced instead with determination. As of now, a decision had been made. He lifted his hand, forming a fist. A red glow suddenly shot out. This was the Blood Death World. It slammed into the starfield. An explosion filled the air, and Meng Hao tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. "Fool! You," said Ji Hongdong with a cold laugh, his voice filled with contempt. However, before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao's tumbling body suddenly changed direction. It was with indescribable speed, before anyone could react, that he suddenly appeared directly in front of Li Daoyi. Li Daoyi had been on guard the entire time, but he was still incapable of evading. Actually, Meng Hao's initial goal this entire time had been Li Daoyi. After all, he would be the easiest to exterminate, no matter how prepared he was. Li Daoyi's pupils constricted. He was about to shoot backward when Meng Hao lifted his right hand and pushed it down onto Li Daoyi's forehead. A boom filled the air, and an exterminating power poured into Li Daoyi's body, filling him, crushing him, mangling him. He was dead instantly. "Did you pay attention to the face of the person who killed you?" he asked softly, looking at Li Daoyi's bloody corpse. He turned to look at Ji Hongdong. Meng Hao sighed, then slapped his bag of holding to retrieve his East Pill Division identification medallion. He looked down at it for a long moment, his eyes filled with a complicated, disconsolate look. Finally, determination filled his eyes and he crushed it. The instant he crushed the medallion, his Violet Furnace Lord's robe began to disintegrate. A green robe now covered his body. As of this moment, he was no longer Fong Mu, legacy apprentice of the East Pill Division. Now, he was Meng Hao from Mount Daqing in the state of Zhao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, Do You Dare to Kill Me? The instant Meng Hao crushed the Violet Furnace Lord medallion, the moment his Violet Furnace Lord robe began to fade away, something happened in the state of Eastern Emergence, Violet Fate Sect, East Pill Division, on Grandmaster Pill Demon's Low Mountain. In one particular building were 3 racks of jade slips. On the third rack were 9 jade slips. Upon each slip was written a name, and if you looked closely, you would see that they belonged to the 9 great furnace lords, and Zihai, Yifeimu, and the others. These were all of Pill Demon's novitiates. There was only 1 jade slip on the second rack. This one belonged to Chu Yuyen, his personal apprentice. The first rack also contained 1 jade slip, upon which was written 2 characters. Fong Mu. His position was the highest. Legacy Apprentice. This jade slip represented the importance of Meng Hao's place in the East Pill division of the Violet Fate sect. Suddenly, Fong Mu's jade slip began to tremble. Cracking sounds rang out, and fissures sprang out from the middle of the slip. In an instant, it exploded, transforming into flying ash. The moment the jade slip collapsed, white-robed pill demon was sitting cross-legged on the mountain's peak, looking off into the distance. A tremor ran through his body. He turned his head, looking down into the room with the jade slips. He held his gaze for a long time. His ancient face suddenly seemed to grow older, more wrinkles appeared. Meanwhile, in the center of the southern domain, in the middle of the territory of the Li clan, was a location that appeared to be just like the dwelling place of immortals. Suddenly, a roar filled the air. Along with the roar appeared a figure bristling with rage. As the figure charged out, 7 or 8 others appeared behind him. The man held a shattered jade slip in his hand. It emitted a bright glow, in the middle of which was a face. It was none other than that of Meng Hao, but this was the reflection stored in Li Daoi's pupils the moment before he died. Meng Hao's face. Daoi! Howled the old man, lifting his head to the sky and letting out a howl. A Dao child of the clan had been slain. Such a thing was said to have occurred to the Wang clan years ago, but it turned out to only be a rumor. Even still, it had shocked the southern domain. Now, it really had happened to the Li clan. This time, it was no falsehood, this Dao child really had met his death. I don't care who you are, the old man raged, you killed a Dao child of my Li clan. No matter which sect you belong to, you shall die. He and the 8 figures shot off into the distance. Behind them, even more cultivators of the Li clan followed, dozens. They transformed into prismatic beams of light that shot toward the rebirth cave at such speed it seemed possible they would tear a hole into the sky. At the same time, in the Wang clan of the southern domain, deep within that endless chain of mountains, was the lava cave of the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Suddenly, the lid of his coffin shattered into pieces, and the 10th Wang clan patriarch slowly rose to his feet. He walked into the lava, and as he did, it slowly cooled and grew dark, as did the cave. As one of the legendary Wang clan patriarchs once said, all living things sow karma. Therefore, karma must be reaped. With life, comes death. Today, I will help you. Yes, it's sowing karma, but in the future, I will consume you, and that is the reaping of karma that you must pay. Today, you will not die. However, that merely indicates that in the future, you will belong completely to me. The 10th Wang clan patriarch laughed hoarsely as a red glow surrounded his body. I haven't been out in so long, he muttered lightly, then disappeared. Near the rebirth cave, within the mental realm of the immortal's corpse, in the depths of the maze, Meng Hao stood next to Li Daoi's corpse, breathing heavily. From the moment he had revealed his true features, Meng Hao had been in constant deep thought. Li Daoi had to die. The instant Meng Hao had heard Ji Hongdong's words, Li Daoi's fate had been sealed, he must be killed. Only dead men can truly keep secrets. 1. Su Qing had her secret, as did Meng Hao. Were word to get out, Su Qing would face unspeakable danger to her life. In fact, her death would be certain. Therefore, Li Daoi had to die. However, there was a polar difference between dying beneath Fang Mu's hand and dying beneath Meng Hao's. Meng Hao was no longer the ignorant youth he had been when he first entered the cultivation world. In his years practicing cultivation in the Violet Fate sect, his understanding of things had grown exponentially. How could he not understand that the death of a Dao child of any sect would instantly be made known to that sect? Furthermore, they had techniques to be able to reveal the appearance and aura of whoever did the slaying. Even determining the exact location where it had happened would not be difficult. It might be possible for the meat jelly to help him cover up the truth from the Li clan. However, Meng Hao wasn't confident enough to take that risk. Meng Hao was well aware of the situations and the ramifications. Therefore, he could not kill Li Daoi while wearing the face of Fong Mu. As such, he had no choice but to discard that identity. As for Ji Hongdong, quasi-array member of the number 1 clan in the entire Nanshan continent, well, if he died, Meng Hao could only imagine what the reaction of the Ji clan would be. Any powerful and fearsome clan would take serious action to handle the slaying of one of their clan members. That was a necessary reaction to maintain the dignity and power of the clan. Killing Ji Hongdong would be like killing the prince of an empire. An empire might have many princes, but such a thing would provoke severe catastrophe and endless problems. The Violet Fate sect would really have no way to fight back against the Ji clan. Based on Nzihai's description and Meng Hao's personal understanding, although the Violet Fate sect was a great clan in the southern domain, compared to the Ji clan, it was like a tiny mayfly. If a Violet Fate sect disciple killed a member of the Ji clan, the death wouldn't just involve whichever trifling disciple did the killing. Most likely, the entire sect would collapse because of it. As Meng Hao's fingers crushed down onto his Violet Furnace Lord medallion, what he was thinking about was his master. He also thought about the other Violet Furnace Lords. He thought about the green mountains and clear blue waters of the East Pill Division. He thought about all his experiences through the years there. Despite all that, Ji Hongdong had to die. If he didn't, Su Qing would be in incredible danger. Furthermore, if the Ji clan knew of the existence of a demon sealer, well, the mere thought of it caused Meng Hao's scalp to prickle with danger. Therefore, Ji Hongdong was doomed to perish. Only his death could ensure Su Qing's safety, and allow her to stay in the Black Civ sect and completely fuse with Matriarch Phoenix, without anyone suspecting her. And so, Meng Hao crushed the Violet Furnace Lord medallion. It represented him casting off all ties with the Violet Fate sect. He had nothing to do with them now. He was Meng Hao. Feng Mu was merely an alias. Once that information was revealed, the Violet Fate sect would be able to offer a clear explanation. Most importantly, destroying the medallion indicated that he was forsaking the sect. It might even offer implication that Feng Mu was dead. The only frustrating factor was that when he left this place, the Li clan would be after his head. There would be nowhere in the vast southern domain where he could hide. He would be forced to leave, to truly disappear from the southern domain. Furthermore, before disappearing, he must prepare for what would surely be a vast series of storm-like upheavals. All of this had been rushing through his mind the moment Su Qing's identity was revealed to Ji Hongdong. Despite Meng Hao's breakthrough in cultivation base, he was still hesitant at first. In the end, though, he was filled with resolve. Master, he thought, slowly looking off in the direction of the Violet Fate sect. I've been unfilial. Please view Feng Mu as dead. His eyes flashed as he looked back at Ji Hongdong. For the first time, they flickered with killing intent. It takes some time to analyze all of the thoughts that went through Meng Hao's head, but in actuality, they flashed through his head in an instant. As they did, they transformed into intense killing intent. This killing intent caused Ji Hongdong's mind to tremble. This was the first time he had ever seen someone staring at him in such a way. In the past, it didn't matter where he went or which enemy he fought, people would attack him, but never with the desire to exterminate him. That was because his surname was Ji. The bloodline of the Ji clan pumped through his veins. In the southern domain, in the Nanshan continent, few people would ever dare to provoke the Ji clan. You want to kill me? Do you dare? His eyes glittered coldly as he lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately Core Chi blossomed above his head. Again, the starfield appeared. This time, there were clearly far more blinking stars than there had been before. They covered everything above them, filling the area, then rushing down toward Meng Hao. As the bright starlight descended upon him, Meng Hao's killing intent continued to flicker just as before. The stars approached, and he lifted his right hand, striking forward. As he did, his blood-covered fingers caused everything to shake. Suddenly, a massive blood-colored palm appeared beneath him. The bloody palm grew larger, expanding. Next the Blood Death World came to being, within which Meng Hao's blood clones could be seen. They faced the incoming starlight and starfield, and immediately moved to defend against it. The blood palm shot upward like the hand of a giant, slamming into the starfield. A boom filled the air. Meng Hao's entire body trembled, and blood oozed from his mouth. The starfield began to collapse, and the starlight dissipated. However, Meng Hao's Blood Death World also began to disintegrate. At the moment, Meng Hao hadn't yet cultivated Core Chi. Right now, he was now facing up against a cultivator who had, however, Meng Hao was vastly different than the last time he had done so, against the Azure-masked Black Lands cultivator. He would not flee, no, he was much more evenly matched now. Ji Hongdong's expression changed, blood sprayed from his mouth and he staggered backward. A fierce expression washed over his face, and he waved his right hand out. Other than that damned crazy lunatic from the Fong clan, you're the first person to ever injure me. Damn you! Dungeon of Heaven, incarnate prison. As he cried out, his hand flashed an incantation gesture and then waved toward the air above Meng Hao. Immediately, a blue glow appeared, spreading out to cover everything. It transformed into a blue sky complete with white clouds, its own heaven. Even stranger, this sky covered Meng Hao only, everywhere else looked just as it had before. Let ring the bell of the east. 9 exterminations, use the will of the heavens to destroy the body, use the gaze of the firmament to punish the spirit, use the bloodline of the Ji clan to punish this person with heavenly tribulation. Veins of blood filled Ji Hongdong's eyes. He lowered his finger, and the blue swath of heaven above Meng Hao filled with roiling black clouds. Thunder crackled, and even more shockingly, it seemed lightning would soon fall. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Ji Hongdong slapped his bag of holding, and a silver bell appeared in his hand. Immediately, a clear ring sounded out. Use the bloodline of the Ji clan and the guidance of the Bell of the East to call forth the judgment of the will of the heavens against this Meng Hao. Die. His face distorted with rage as he let out a roar. This chapter was sponsored by Eric Mathias, Henri Vertanen, Wei Chun and Joshua, Matthew Suzy, and Jeffrey Smith. 1. I really wanted to translate this as Dead Men Tell No Tales, but it would have been a bit too much of a stretch from the original, huh? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306. Chapter 306, Slaying Ji. As Ji Handong's words resonated out, the sky above Meng Hao's head began to crackle with lightning. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot down with incredible speed, heading directly toward Meng Hao. The violet core within him rotated rapidly, bursting forth with boundless cultivation base power. As it surrounded Meng Hao, his right hand shot upward. Massive amounts of violet chi appeared above him, transforming into a curved shield. A boom filled the air as the lightning slammed into the shield, causing it to shatter to pieces. Immediately following, a third, fourth, fifth lightning shield, a seemingly endless numbers of shields popped into place to resist the lightning. Soon the lightning bolt was as thin as a finger. Meng Hao then spit something out of his mouth, and the lightning mist appeared. It immediately swallowed up the lightning. Time to finish things, said Ji Handong with a cold laugh. He waved the bell again, causing a chiming sound to ring out. Immediately, within the black clouds in the sky above Meng Hao, 3 lightning bolts intertwined with each other, seemingly on the verge of exploding down. A gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He had already reached a good estimation of his true battle power. He had no core chi, but he was definitely capable of fighting someone at the peak of the early core formation stage who did. However, he would not be able to secure victory, he would only be able to match blows. Meng Hao would have had the upper hand if he was fighting anyone other than Ji Handong, who possessed the bloodline of the Ji clan. If he were at this moment to once again encounter the azure-masked Black Lands cultivator, defeating him would be a simple matter. Realization flickered within him. Were I to cultivate core chi, he thought, or acquire a perfect core, then exterminating the early core formation stage would be as simple as turning over my hand. He calmly looked at Ji Handong and said, "You're right. It's time to finish things." He slapped his bag of holding, and the blood-colored mask appeared in his hand. The mask of the Blood Immortal Legacy. The minimum criteria to wear this mask was to have cultivation base at the core formation stage. Above Meng Hao, the 3 lightning bolts were condensing, preparing to descend upon him. Meng Hao slid the mask onto his face. As soon as it touched his skin, a tremor ran through his body. He instantly felt indescribable pain on his face, as if the mask were adhering permanently to his skin. At the same time, everything in his field of vision began to turn blood red. An evil viciousness suddenly appeared in his mind, replacing his intellect. A billowing killing intent shot up, as if he had been bedeviled. One word echoed in his mind: kill. 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 It seemed as if it were being spoken by an innumerable host of people, some men, some women, some old, some young. There even seemed to be the voices of animals and plants. It was as if all living things were speaking that one word directly into his ears. The world in front of him grew even more deeply crimson. Within the space of a single breath, everything was completely red. Within this world of redness, he felt his cultivation base suddenly explode. He was still of the early core formation stage, but in this instant, he was able to form a crimson core chi, but the core chi was incredibly dense as it appeared above Meng Hao's head. If you studied it closely, you would be able to see that this core chi did not belong to Meng Hao, but rather to the Blood Immortal Legacy mask. With the mask on his face, Meng Hao looked utterly bizarre. There was even a sinister demonic aura about him. Ji Handong looked at the mask. There were no facial features on it, only 2 eye holes, where Meng Hao's bright red eyes could be seen. The redness of his eyes was the same color as the core chi hovering above him. His green robe was now stained with redness. It fluttered about him, making him look like some sort of blood devil. "What magical item is this?" said Ji Handong, his expression flickering. An intense feeling of danger appeared inside him as soon as Meng Hao donned the mask. He actually had not experienced many things in life, so this feeling caused his entire body to tremble. Without thinking, he rang the bell in his hand once more. Above Meng Hao, the 3 lightning bolts shot down. Meng Hao laughed. The smile produced by his laugh was obscured by the mask, but the laughter itself was grating. He began to raise his right hand up toward the 3 incoming lightning bolts. His hand clenched into a fist, and as he did, the crimson core chi above him transformed into a massive fist. A rumbling roar filled the air as it shot toward the 3 lightning bolts. The resulting boom shook heaven and earth. The 3 lightning bolts collapsed into pieces. The sky above even trembled. Ji Hongdong's face fell, and his eyes were filled with veins of blood. The bell in his hand suddenly rang, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. His expression grew fierce, and let out a shrill howl. Let the will of the heavens descend. Trial by tribulation. As his words rang out, the clouds in the sky above Meng Hao suddenly redoubled, layer after layer. Within the thick blackness, 9 lightning bolts appeared, seemingly congealing the will of the heavens as they prepared to strike. An aura which seemed powerful enough to destroy all living things suddenly spread out. A look of consternation appeared on the face of Su Qing, who stood off in the distance. It was at this exact moment, however, that Meng Hao spoke. His voice was hoarse, and bizarrely mesmerizing. Without a face. Meng Hao only spoke 3 words of the blood immortal legacy's divine ability. Without a face, a single word, the flames of war unify, sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky, capture the gods, advance the troops, fire consumes the towers, forge all spirits and bloodlines into the 9 killing powers. These words actually contain 9 blood immortal divine abilities, only by wearing the mask could they be utilized. Right now, a shocking magical technique of the ancient Doom clan, not seen for tens of thousands of years, suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's outstretched hand. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the massive amounts of core chi above his head suddenly began to spread out, transforming into a massive face. The face had no features whatsoever, except for 2 eyes. It was nothing but a sea of red. The left eye was also completely red, shockingly, though, within the position of the right, was Meng Hao. As soon as the massive face appeared, it shot toward the 9 descending lightning bolts. Everything shook. Even though this place was not real, it could still be rocked by frantic insanity. The 9 lightning bolts immediately shattered into pieces. The black clouds in the sky began to disintegrate, and as the face collided with the spirit punishing heaven, it too thoroughly collapsed. This magic of facelessness transformed into a gigantic face, with an abstruse left eye and Meng Hao in the right, with no other features. It caused Ji Hongdong's scalp to go numb, and filled him with the intense sensation of death that inundated his body. You? Ji Hongdong was about to continue speaking, but his words caught in his throat. This was because at this moment, the magic of facelessness, transformed into the enormous face, suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Meng Hao, standing in the position of the right eye, lifted his hand up and seized Ji Hongdong's neck. His grip cut off Ji Hongdong's words, causing the young man's expression to twist. He wanted to struggle, but he suddenly found that his cultivation base was suppressed. He had no way to fight back. His eyes filled with terror and intense dread. He could sense Meng Hao's killing intent. Its ferocity was without equal, and yet, he just couldn't believe that in the Nanshan continent, someone would dare to slay someone of the bloodline of the Ji clan. This concept was deeply rooted in his heart. It was something that had existed within him since he was very small. At the moment, he was in a crisis, but his fear quickly disappeared, only to be replaced with grimness. He glared at Meng Hao, and a snide smile appeared on his face. He couldn't speak, but his eyes spoke the words, "Do you dare to kill me?" The message was immediately transmitted into Meng Hao's heart. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he speak any ingratiating words. In this moment of life and death, he could not forget about the dignity and nobility of the bloodline of the Ji clan. He lifted his chin and stared coldly at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was quiet for a moment, then hoarsely said, "I really don't want to kill you." The redness in his eyes began to fade, replaced instead with that which was Meng Hao. Hearing this, a cold smile twisted Ji Hongdong's lips. Suddenly, Meng Hao's right hand tightened. A popping sound could be heard, and Ji Hongdong's eyes went wide. His neck was smashed into nothing. The power of the blood immortal which coursed through Meng Hao's hand, suddenly poured into Ji Hongdong's body. He trembled, and his body immediately began to wither. All the blood in his body congealed into his forehead. A mark of blood appeared, congealing into a collection of the bloodline of the Ji clan, which suddenly flew out into the air. The blood merged into the forehead of the mask that Meng Hao wore. The mask rippled, as if it were excited. Meng Hao loosened his grip, dropping Ji Hongdong's remains. He closed his eyes, then lifted his right hand to remove the mask. When it came off, it revealed how pale Meng Hao's face was. The power of the mask was shocking. Were Meng Hao's spiritual sense not as powerful as it was, then he would never have been able to maintain control of his own mind. In the short period that he had wielded the power of the mask, he realized that he had lost half of a 60-year cycle of longevity. The price of wearing the mask was extremely high. Meng Hao turned to Su Qing, his face pale. Biting down on his lip, he softly said, "We're safe now. No one will know your secret." Su Qing stared blankly at Meng Hao, her eyes filling with tears. She was a simple person, but she knew the price Meng Hao had paid to protect her secret. He had killed a Ji clan member, and had thus provoked great calamity. In order to not implicate his sect, he had forsaken it. Now, he had no choice but to become a wanderer. He would never be able to return to the southern domain, nor would he be able to hide from the G clan. Furthermore, he was only a core formation cultivator. Su Cheng bit down on her lip, but couldn't hold back the tears. They slid down her face, and yet, never touched the ground. Meng Hao lifted up his hand to wipe them away. "Don't cry," he said, smiling. "There's a long road ahead. Who knows when it is that we will meet again?" His face was pale as he smiled, which served only to imprint his words deeper in Su Cheng's heart. "I'm leaving now," he continued. "This place will be collapsing soon." He looked deeply into her eyes, knowing that after he turned to leave, they would be as separated as if one was alive and the other dead. Even if he made it out with his life, who knew how many years would pass before he could return? When he was able to return, who knew if the beautiful woman who stood in front of him now would still be the same as before? But Meng Hao had no regrets. Ji Hongdong had to die. Be it for Su Cheng or for himself, only Ji Hongdong's death could assure their continued life. Even if he hid Ji Hongdong's body within the blood-colored mask, Meng Hao knew it would do no good against the power of the Ji clan. In fact, the consequences might be even more severe. Perhaps there had been a third path he could have trod. Unfortunately, things had happened too quickly, and he hadn't been able to puzzle out what that third path might have been. As far as trying to kill using Meng Hao's identity, then live normally as Fong Mu, attempting that would show that he didn't understand the terrifying power of the Ji clan. That was his judgment based on everything that he had experienced. Had he attempted to do that, then there was a 90% probability that the entire Violet Fate sect would be sucked into destruction. That was a choice he refused to make. Meng Hao turned, and as he did, he suddenly realized someone was embracing him from behind. It felt soft and warm. "I'll wait for you," said Su Cheng. Her voice carried persistence. Regardless of past, present or future lives, they would be together forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307. Chapter 307, Fong Mu as Meng Hao. The moment Ji Hongdong died, something happened on the other side of the Milky Way Sea, on the border of the vast eastern lands, atop a white mountain. The mountain had no snow on it. Instead, the crags which formed it were completely white in color, seemingly without blemishes or impurities. In the eastern lands, this place was called White Mountain. Somewhere on White Mountain was a cistern. This cistern was so deep that, according to the legends, the waters within went down as far as the mountain was tall. Sitting next to the cistern was an old man. He was gaunt, his face expressionless, and in his hand he held a fishing pole. The fishing line descended down into the cistern, and at the moment, it was motionless. Suddenly, the fishing line went taut. The old man's expression didn't change, he simply pulled up with his right hand. A bizarre, miserable shriek pierced the air as the fishing line flew up. Hooked on the end was a globule of light. If you looked closely at the light, you could see that it was comprised of countless glowing threads. On each of these threads were faces, and in the middle of them all, in the center of the globule of light, was a middle-aged man. His expression was one of terror, and he immediately dropped to his knees and began to beg for mercy. The old man looked at him and coolly said, "For me to fish your karma out of all the multitude of living creatures is nothing but good fortune for you, right? Why beg for mercy?" His hand made a clutching motion in mid-air, and the globule of light flew into his hand. As he grabbed it, the middle-aged man within let out a defiant howl, the kind that comes the moment before death. In addition, he emitted the chi of the great circle of the late nascent soul stage. The old man allowed the chi to emanate out. Then, he popped the globule of light into his mouth. A few crunching sounds could be heard, and then he swallowed. Some blood oozed out from the corners of his mouth, which he quickly licked up. His eyes filled with a bright glow. "Ah, the flavor of karma," he murmured. After some time passed, he looked up into the sky, then suddenly dropped to his knees and prostrated himself. He kowtowed 9 times, then raised himself up and looked at the cistern. After a while, he frowned. He thrust his hand out, and a shattered jade slip appeared in his hand. His eyes glowed. A son of Ji died. One of the sons of Ji, of my bloodline. Dead in the southern domain. He pinched down onto the jade slip, and the image of a face appeared in his mind. The face belonged to none other than Meng Hao. At the same time, a sharp voice echoed out in his mind. "Patriarch, the person who killed me is named Fong Mu of the Violet Fate sect, also known as Meng Hao." The voice belonged to none other than Ji Hongdong. This was the last bit of will that remained in him before he died. The voice was sad and shrill, filled with intense resentment. There was no way Meng Hao could possibly have predicted that this would happen. The Ji clan had a method with which to transmit voices along with their death. Meng Hao was only aware of the ability to transmit images. Luckily, extracting the clan blood from Ji Hongdong before his ultimate death had inflicted quite a bit of pain. As a result, Ji Hongdong's consciousness had been thrown into chaos. The only thing he had been able to do was transmit Meng Hao's name. He had completely forgotten about the matter of Su Qing. "Useless fool," said the old man with a slight frown. However, useless as he might have been, the blood of the Ji clan still flowed within his veins. How could mortals have killed him so easily? Although, the Violet Fate sect. Shockingly, this old man viewed cultivators as mere mortals. He flicked his wide sleeve, transforming the jade slip into ash. Then, he leaped up into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only his sinister voice remained, echoing throughout the mountain, the southern domain. "I haven't been there for years." Outside the rebirth cave, 8 old men sat cross-legged beneath the banner of the Ji clan. One by one, their eyes opened. Astonishment and disbelief shined out as they rose to their feet. Their eyes were filled with veins of blood, and intensely violent killing intent poured out. This shocking sight shook everyone in the area. One by one, cultivators from the other sects and clans looked over in astonishment as they watched indescribable frenzied rage and killing intent rising up from the 8 old men. All of them were nascent soul eccentrics, with extraordinary cultivation bases. Their combined killing intent was enough to shake the heavens, rock the earth and change the color of the wind. "One of the sons of Ji has perished." The 8 men exchanged glances. Amidst their rising killing intent, they could also sense the mutual fear which caused their hearts to tremble. Based on the laws of the Ji clan, they knew that if they did not find Ji Hongdong's killer, then they would be sent to the grave with Ji Hongdong as burial offerings. In fact, all of the clan members within their sphere of influence would instantly be exterminated. That was the price to be paid if they did not find the killer and bring him back to the Eastern lands. One among the 8 men lifted his hand to slap his bag of holding. Immediately, fragments of a jade slip appeared, 8 of them. Each of the other old men took one, and then they held them out to join them together. Immediately, a warm glow shone out. The light climbed up into the sky, and the faces of the 8 old men were incredibly grim as they studied it closely. It wasn't just them, the cultivators of the surrounding sects were also closely observing what was happening. Within the glow appeared a figure. He wore a mask, making it impossible to determine what he looked like. However, the mask overflowed with bloody killing intent. It immediately caused the hearts of all onlookers to tremble. That's the mask of the Blood Immortal legacy. That's the mask of the Blood Immortal of the ancient Doom clan. You're right. During the last Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, I saw it with my own eyes. But didn't the Li clan say that there was some accident, and that it was lost within the Blood Immortal Legacy zone? Of course, the great sects didn't believe them, and conducted their own investigations. However, in the end they determined that the Li clan didn't acquire the legacy. When the 8 old men heard these words, their eyes glittered, and their killing intent grew more intense. They looked at the pillar of light belonging to the Li clan, causing the Li clan members' faces to instantly flicker. Before any explanations could be made, though, 8 beams of light suddenly approached from off in the distance. They screamed forward, and as they approached, it was clear that Li clan elders were approaching. The old man in the lead cried, "Li clan Dao child Li Daoi perished in this place. Fellow Daoists, do you recognize this person?" He waved his hand, and an illusory screen appeared, upon which was the image of Meng Hao. At the exact same moment, the masked figure within the beam of light protected by the Ji clans had slipped suddenly distorted, transforming into another image. Again, it was none other than Meng Hao. Right now, the eyes of everyone in the area were fixed on the 2 glowing screens, and the person depicted there. Their minds reeled. They reeled because of the news that the Dao child of the Li clan had perished. They reeled because all of the clans and sects of the southern domain suddenly put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now they knew why the Ji clan had produced the broken jade slip, and why the figure there was the same as that produced by the Li clan. One of the patriarchs from the Golden Frost clan gasped. Could it be that, one of the sons of Ji of the Ji clan? If that's true, then whoever did it has provoked a great disaster. The Ji clan of the Eastern lands. How could they possibly let this matter rest? Which sect is the killer a disciple of? Everything was deathly silent. All of the cultivators present began to slowly back away. That looks like that guy Meng Hao who disappeared a few years ago. Meng Hao? The Sublime Spirit Scripture. I remember. That's Meng Hao. Meng Hao. A great buzz of conversation filled the area surrounding the basin. Amidst the uproar, the eyes of the old men from the Ji clan boiled with killing intent, as did those of the elders from the Li clan. The old man from the Li clan gritted his teeth and said, "This Meng Hao is still within the corpse's illusory land. Let's seal off the area. Teleportation is prohibited." It doesn't matter what treasures that little bastard has, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. The surrounding nascent soul elders immediately shot off toward the north, south, east and west. Clearly, they planned to seal the area and prevent anyone from teleporting away. One of the sons of G of the G clan has perished here. Fellow Taoists of the southern domain, please remain here and wait until all details are brought to light. Until then, no one is permitted to leave. Immediately, 4 of the 8 G clan elders dispersed. Obviously, they did not put complete faith in the methods of the Li clan, and would implement their own sealing measures. Apparently this person possesses some arts of transformation, said another of the old men from the G clan, along with a cold snort. That doesn't matter. Having killed a member of the G clan, he has been stained with the karma of heaven and earth. Once he emerges into the world, we will be able to sense him. It was at this moment that suddenly, a freezing chi suddenly blasted out from near the rebirth cave. It contained a fearsome potency, the might of spirit severing. Slowly, a tall figure strode out from within the basin. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a long, orange robe. As he strode out, he attracted the attention of all of the surrounding cultivators from the various sects. They all immediately recognized him. This was the most powerful expert present among the G clan. His cultivation base was at the spirit severing level. When all of the other clan patriarchs had retreated from the basin surrounding the rebirth cave, he had remained behind. He knew that the cave was a fearsome place, even for someone of the spirit severing stage, and that unless absolutely necessary, no one would enter it. In fact, none of the patriarchs from the various local sects were willing to enter it. At most, they would approach the mouth of the cave. This man had not retreated, and as such, had engaged in quite a few battles with various strange lifeforms in the vicinity of the cave. As he emerged from the area, his face was grim. When he reached the 8 old men from the G clan, all of them respectfully clasped hands in salute. The middle-aged man opened his hand to reveal some shattered powder that was all which remained of a jade slip. The killer is Fong Mu of the Violet Fate sect, also known as Meng Hao. The man said coolly. That was the message transmitted by Ji Hongdong before his death. This matter has even stirred Patriarch Ji Fong, who is currently hurrying here from the eastern lands. Though his voice was calm, it contained an intense threatening air, which caused the hearts of the members of all the surrounding sects to fill with trembling. 1. Fong Mu. Meng Hao. How could that be possible? Fong Mu of the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect is also the same guy everyone was looking for throughout the southern domain that year, Meng Hao. No wonder no one could ever find Meng Hao. He was hiding in the Violet Fate sect. He even became a legacy apprentice. Amidst the commotion, one gaze after another came to fall upon the pillar of light belonging to the Violet Fate sect. Within, the faces of the Violet Fate sect cultivators instantly began to change. And Zai-Hai's face fell. Next to him Lin Hailong gasped and rose to his feet. Wu Dingqiu stared mutely for a moment, and then his face grew incredibly grim. A profound sense of crisis filled the minds and hearts of all the Violet Fate sect disciples. It was at this moment that within the Violet Fate sect's pillar of light, the eyes of the spirit-severing patriarchs slowly opened. 1. Ji Fong's name in Chinese is Ji Fong. Ji is a family name. Fong is the same Fong as Fong Mu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308. Chapter 308, I'm his master. The first Violet Fate sect spirit-severing patriarch was silent for a moment before saying, I've received a message from the sect leader. Fong Mu of the East Pill Division has forsaken the Violet Fate sect. We do not know whether he is alive or dead. If he is alive, he has nothing to do with the Violet Fate sect. Similarly, if he is dead, it similarly does not have anything to do with us. His eyes glowed brightly as his words echoed out one by one. To speak such words caused him to feel utter humiliation, as well as intense sorrow. The other spirit-severing patriarch said nothing, but a slight frown appeared on his face. There seemed to be a fury in his eyes that was just on the verge of exploding. However, he knew that they could not under any circumstances offend the Ji clan. They were the only people present who knew about the matter of Fong Mu, and in fact, they really had just received an urgent command from the Violet Fate sect. The wording in the command was simple. It didn't mention the death of a member of the Ji clan, but it did say that momentous changes were about to occur. It said that Fong Mu had voluntarily forsaken the sect, and that if any mishaps were to occur, the two patriarchs were to explain this immediately. The two of them had assumed something important had happened, and with the developments just now, it was obvious exactly where the problem lay. Each had lived for 1,000 years, so it naturally took only a moment for them to ascertain the crux of the matter. Regardless of whether his name was Fong Mu or Mang Hao, the kid apparently had been faced with no other choice than to attack, and had killed a member of the Ji clan. In order to not implicate the sect, he had voluntarily crushed his Violet Furnace Lord medallion, making a clean break. Such a choice caused the two spirit-severing patriarchs to feel pain in their hearts. This was a disciple of their sect, a legacy apprentice of the East Pill Division. In a moment of crisis, he had taken steps to prevent any trouble for the sect. Unfortunately, they had no way to protect him. No one in the Violet Fate sect could do anything for him now. The two patriarchs had no choice but to coldly distance themselves from him, in front of all of the cultivators in the entire southern domain. His life didn't matter. His death didn't matter. He had nothing to do with the Violet Fate sect. The words they had spoken led to instant silence in the area. Shocked and perplexed looks filled the faces of many of the cultivators from the other sects. They could hear the helplessness within the words, and when compared to the domineering power of the Ji clan, it caused them to instantly feel sympathy. The spirit-severing cultivator from the Ji clan stared coldly at the Violet Fate sect disciples for a moment, then snorted. Other than that, however, he did nothing. Silence reigned. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the disciples who had disappeared to return. Restrictive spells had already sprung up all around. As of now, there was absolutely no way for anyone to use the power of teleportation. After a moment, however, within the Black Civ sect's pillar of light, Patriarch Violet Civ's eyes began to glitter. Finally, he spoke up. Fellow Taoists from the Ji clan, and other members of the senior generation. I happen to know that Meng Hao possesses a good luck charm from the ancient good luck sect. I'm afraid your restrictive spells. He smiled, but didn't finish speaking. Hearing these words immediately caused the eyes of the Ji clan elders to flicker as they exchanged glances. The spirit-severing cultivator waved his right hand, and a jade pendant appeared. Place this within the restrictive spell. It can block the good luck charm. The faces of the two Violet Fate sect spirit-severing patriarchs grew dark. They glared at Patriarch Violet Civ, ill intentions flickering in their eyes, barely concealed. The disciples of the various sects were so shocked that they were like cicadas in the dead of winter. Various thoughts ran through their heads. They thought of Fong Mu, and then Meng Hao, and their expressions flickered through various stages of astonishment. Fong Mu was thoroughly famous in the southern domain. It was said that he was like the sun at high noon amongst the others of his generation. No one could compare to him. He was Grandmaster Pill Demon's legacy apprentice, Dao Child of the East Pill Division, one of the 4 Grandmasters of the southern domain. Pill Cauldron. As for Meng Hao, the appearance of the blood immortal mask caused everyone's hearts to be filled with a roar of shock. He possessed the sublime spirit scripture, was son-in-law of the Song clan, and now, recipient of the blood immortal legacy, but... Amidst the silence, the faces of the Song clan members were somewhat unsightly as they sat in their pillar of light. Eccentric Song was there too, frowning and sighing inwardly. All of the cultivators present, including the spirit-severing patriarchs, were oblivious to the fact that an old man had suddenly joined the crowd. He was emaciated and unimposing in appearance. However, no one noticed that he was there, almost as if he weren't part of the world. The old man smiled. You entered the realm of perfection, kid, he said lightly to himself. There's a thing called karma in the world, and today, I will help you to sow it. In the future, I will seize your perfection, that will be the reaping of the karma. No one, of course, could hear him. This was none other than the ancient 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Everyone continued to wait silently. Meanwhile, at the very edge of the southern domain, near where the state of Jia used to exist, past the numerous mountain ranges, was a vast sea. This was none other than the Milky Way Sea, which separated the west and south from the north and east. Suddenly the air above the Milky Way Sea outside of the southern domain began to ripple and distort. A blurry image appeared, a person, who suddenly stepped forward. The figure was indistinct at first, but it rapidly coalesced into an old man. This was none other than the old man who had been fishing karma on the peak of White Mountain in the eastern lands, Ji clan patriarch Ji Fong. He hovered in midair above the Milky Way Sea, looking out at the southern domain. Then, his body flickered, and he shot forward. However, even as he neared the border of the southern domain and was about to enter, he frowned and let out a cold snort. He raised his right arm and flicked it out ahead of him. A boom filled the air, spreading out in all directions, causing the ocean water beneath him to seethe and roar. The land comprising the border of the southern domain quaked, and the great boulders lining the seashore cracked and disintegrated. As the land crumbled and the seawater churned, an old man appeared in front of Ji Fong. He wore a long grey robe upon each sleeve of which was the image of a pill furnace. The old man's hair was long and white, and he was very thin, with dark blotches on his skin. His expression was placid, yet filled with power. His eyes glowed brightly, and a heavenly aura seemed to be concealed within them. The strong aroma of medicinal pills wafted out from him to fill the area. Jifeng gave him a cold look and then said, "Should I call you Violet East, or Pill Demon?" This old man was none other than Meng Hao's master, Pill Demon. Pill Demon was silent for a moment, then looked back at Jifeng. "Violet East has perished, I'm Pill Demon, but..." "Well, it doesn't matter if you're Pill Demon or Violet East," he said coldly, lifting his head slightly. "If you want to prevent the Violet Fate sect from being destroyed, then get out of my way. Anyone who kills a member of my G-clan must die." Pill Demon shook his head. "I'm his master. He kowtowed to me 3 times, now it's time for me to do something for him." He waved his right arm, and suddenly a bronze pill furnace magically appeared in his hand. It immediately emanated an ancient qi, which spilled out in all directions. A bluish mist poured out from the pill furnace, circling around, making the entire area into a world of fog. "If you were really Violet East, then I might have some misgivings," said Jifeng with a harumph. "But as for you, you're clearly looking to die." With that he raised his hand, and the mist grew thicker, immediately inundating both himself and Pill Demon. It was impossible to see them now. Only explosion after explosion could be heard, echoing out from within the mist. Beneath them, the Milky Way seceded. The borderlands of the southern domain quaked. Each and every attack made by either man contained enough power to shake the heavens and rock the earth. A grim voice echoed out from within the mist. "Pill Demon, is it really worth it to do something like this for your apprentice? You might be able to stop me, but can you stop the entire G-clan? He chose to become my apprentice, and I chose to become his master. That's not something that can be erased by forsaking a sect. I believe it's worth it. All of it. I can't stop the G-clan, but I can hold you off for a moment." "That's enough." Another explosion shook the heavens. The battle shook this remote area where the southern domain met the Milky Way Sea. The mist churned, lightning crackled, thunder boomed, the battle rose to a climax. The walls within Chou Men Tai's illusory mental realm were now collapsing. As Meng Hao disappeared, Su Qing bit her lip and closed her eyes. Meng Hao laughed. He was no longer Feng Mu, but instead looked like he had when he left the state of Zhao, although now his cultivation base was at the core formation stage. He transformed into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. He wasn't leaving the maze, he was leaving Su Qing. He didn't look back. The green mark on the back of his hand flickered. It had appeared after he had formed the violet core, and the blood began to circulate through his veins. It appeared to be a magical symbol. Of course, he had seen it before, back when he reached Foundation Establishment, as well in the Violet Fate sect when Chou Men Tai had called out to him. As he proceeded forward, more and more walls began to crumble into pieces. The entire maze seemed to be collapsing, and many of the cultivators stranded within were now able to see each other. They quickly began to form groups based on whichever sect or clan they belonged to. However, anyone who wasn't fast enough to regroup became the subject of attack, causing the entire place to begin to dissolve into chaos. Meng Hao whistled through the air, moving faster and faster. No one could make out his face, only the shape of his figure as he shot past. The rumbling roars grew more intense as the walls continued to collapse. Meng Hao suddenly paused for a moment. Based on the collapse around him, he knew that it would only be moments before the entire place was gone. Because of the deaths of Li Daoi and Ji Hongdong, the outside world has been sealed down. It seems my good luck charm is not going to help me. A glow appeared in his eyes. The instant he had made his move on Ji Hongdong, many thoughts had been racing through his mind. My only chance will be the rebirth cave, 50 kilometers away. He took a deep breath, and then suddenly, his expression flickered. A mist suddenly covered his body, and he shot off in a new direction. It didn't take long before up ahead of him appeared Chu Yuyan, Yifeimu, as well as some other Violet Fate sect disciples. They were surrounded and under attack by Western Desert cultivators. "Fellow Taoists from the Violet Fate sect," cried one of them in a grim voice, "hand over the copy of those inscriptions you just made, and we'll leave you alone. If you don't, then we don't care if you belong to a great sect of the southern domain, we will exterminate you nonetheless." The totem tattoos on their bodies began to ripple. Chu Yuyan, Yifeimu and the other disciples, who were from the Violet Qi division, were doing their best to defend themselves. Yifeimu was seriously injured, and his face was pale. However, he continued fighting doggedly. Blood oozed out of the corners of Chu Yuyan's mouth, and her right arm dripped with gore. Her face was pale, and her jaw clenched. Everyone else was also injured, and were clearly fighting for their lives. Next to them, 2 Violet Qi division disciples slumped against the wall, although it wasn't clear whether they were dead or alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Another Wave Rises 1. This place could collapse at any moment, said Yifeimu, his voice weak. Once it does, we'll be teleported out. He was speaking, of course, to the Violet Fate sect disciples, not the Western Desert cultivators. His face was pale, and within the paleness could be seen pulsing black lines. It wasn't poison, but rather some sort of parasitic insect, the result of some bizarre magical technique from the Western Desert. After being infected, the result would be either injury and critical cultivation base loss, or death. Were it not for this, Yifeimu wouldn't be in the current state he was, not considering the level of his cultivation base. Chu Yuyan clenched her jaw, slapped her bag of holding, and produced some medicinal pills which she swallowed. The whole group wore expressions of resolve. Unfortunately, other than Chu Yuyan, all of them had the strange black lines on their faces. It seemed they all had been infected by the parasitic insect. The cultivation bases of the Western Desert cultivators were not that much higher than those of Chu Yuyan and the others. They were all in the early core formation stage, and not even the peak. Therefore, they hesitated for a moment. The reason they hadn't moved in for the kill already was that they didn't want to provoke too much trouble in the southern domain. However, the etchings from just now were a precious treasure. Seeing the resolve on the faces of the Violet Fate sect disciples caused them to exchange glances. Finally, killing intent sprang from their eyes. Kill them! Before this place collapses! Eyes glittered and attacks were begun. The power of their totems manifested, transforming into 4 enormous beasts which charged toward Chu Yuyan and the others. It was at this moment of crisis that Meng Hao appeared. Mist covered him, making his features indistinguishable. Before the Western Desert cultivators could even see him clearly, he was standing in front of Chu Yuyan and the others. He lifted his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, a violet glow appeared in front of him which transformed into an enormous curved moon shape. A violet moon, with the power to sever lives. It slammed into the 4 beasts, sending out a massive explosion. The Western Desert cultivators looked on in shock, and then retreated one after another. The totem tattoos on 2 of them immediately began to ripple, incapable of holding up against the power. The attack then slammed into the cultivators, ripping their bodies to shreds. As for the other 2, one coughed up a mouthful of blood, narrowly managing to avoid the attack. The other was the most powerful of the group, and the one who had put Yifeimu out of commission. His cultivation base was at the mid-core formation stage. Meng Hao's appearance caused Chu Yuyan to stare in shock. Seeing the appearance of the violet gibbous moon filled her with astonishment. That was an art only the Violet Fate sect possessed, and that no outsider could ever master. Screw off, said Meng Hao, glaring coolly at the 2 unharmed Western Desert cultivators. His words were filled with enormous pressure, causing the cultivator who had avoided the blow to immediately turn to flee. He was a Western Desert cultivator. To him life was filled with adversity. He had no concept of honor and glory. To him survival was the most important thing. Therefore, since he could clearly see that he had no chance of winning, he chose to retreat. Before leaving, he clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao. He respected strength. It didn't matter if Meng Hao had just killed his compatriots. The other Western Desert cultivator, the middle-aged man with the mid-core formation cultivation base, hesitated for a moment. He looked at Meng Hao, and then at Yifeimu and the others. Finally, he turned to depart. Leave behind the antidote, said Meng Hao coldly. The man sighed inwardly, then waved his arm to send a black bottle flying out. Meng Hao wasn't worried about whether or not the man was planning any tricks. The complete collapse of this place was just around the corner. Once it did collapse, everyone would be sent out. When that happened, all of the minor problems would be easily solved. Meng Hao turned back to look through the mist at Chu Yuyan and the others. This place is about to fall apart. All of you, take care of yourselves. His face filled with conflicting emotions, he made his way off into the distance. Who are you? Chu Yuyan suddenly asked. Meng Hao didn't respond. He made his way off thoughtfully. Yifeimu watched him leaving, and then suddenly said, Fangmu, what happened? His words instantly sent Chu Yuyan reeling. The other Violet Chi Division disciples all looked off toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao paused for a moment. He sighed softly, then called back, from now on, there is no more Fangmu in the Violet Fate sect. Then he continued on his way. Chu Yuyan and Yifeimu gaped, their faces filled with astonishment. However, it took only a moment for Chu Yuyan's phoenix-like eyes to suddenly narrow. That voice. Her breathing suddenly grew ragged as she looked off at Meng Hao's retreating form. Rumbling booms echoed out as the collapse of the surrounding walls continued. The walls in the immediate vicinity were completely toppled, revealing nothingness. Some of the cultivators began to be sucked out into the nothingness and then disappear. Meng Hao looked around with an expression of concentration and cautiousness. He wasn't sure of the exact circumstances outside, but he could guess that there would be extreme danger. He didn't take any sort of reckless action, but instead carefully observed the nothingness beyond the collapse of the walls. Not much time passed before the roaring grew more intense. Everything was falling apart. Meng Hao's gaze flickered, and he was just about to fly off into the nothingness when suddenly, his expression flickered. He lifted his hand and waved his sleeve. The two indestructible wooden swords flew out, moving to defend Meng Hao's side. It was at this exact moment that a boom resonated out. The fist of a woman punched through the air toward him, seemingly out of nowhere. The fist smashed into the violet mist which surrounded him, causing it to collapse instantly. The fist didn't pause, instead proceeding directly on toward Meng Hao's swords. An enormous blast radiated out. The two swords hummed and shook, spinning back and slamming into Meng Hao's chest. Pain filled his body, and he flopped backward like a kite with its string cut, blood spraying from his mouth. He looked over to see that the owner of the fist was none other than the young woman surnamed Fong. She wore a long green robe, along with an air of aloof elegance. She slowly approached through the void. She was beautiful, but she had hit Meng Hao with an astonishing blow from her fist. The power of the fist far exceeded the early core formation stage. Physical power such as this was shocking to Meng Hao. The violet mist roiled around Meng Hao, and as he stared at the woman, his pupils turned violet. His wounds began to rapidly heal, and within the space of a few breaths he was completely back to normal, except for a slightly paler face. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at the woman, his face grim. Such power, he thought. Such incredible power. That was far beyond Jihongdong. I think that blow just now could easily wipe out a normal early core formation stage cultivator. His eyes narrowed. Running away pretty quickly, I see, she said coolly. I see you killed that annoying Jihongdong who everybody hated. Well, I can kill you easily. Take out the immortal treasure and give it to me. You can't even use it anyway. She was not proud and arrogant the way Jihongdong was, but rather aloof. Clearly, she was much more powerful than him as well. She also seemed to possess an incredibly domineering air, even a bossiness. She waited for the space of 2 breaths and then said, "You don't agree? Fine, then you can just die." She stepped forward at incredible speed, and was instantly directly in front of Meng Hao. She raised her right hand, and the fist descended toward him. Meng Hao began an incantation with both hands. A 5-fingered blood palm sprang up. Beneath his feet, the glow of the blood death world appeared. Blood clones popped out and seemed to merge with his body. As the fist neared, he struck out with his palm. A shocking boom filled the air, and massive power shook the ground beneath the two of them, shattering what remained of any nearby walls. A vortex of nothingness appeared and began to suck everything in. Meng Hao coughed up some blood as he tumbled backward. Violet chi roiled throughout his body, and his pupils glowed with a blinding violet radiance. His wounds once again healed, however, his face was even paler than before. This recovery had cost him some of his life force, and life force represented longevity. He retreated, a cold glow emanating from his eyes. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. The young woman took 2 steps back, a fierce expression filling her eyes. "You're the first person in the early core formation stage that's ever been able to make me fall back," she said unyieldingly. "I can make you bleed as well," replied Meng Hao, his eyes filled with as much coldness as hers. He lifted his hand to place the mask on his face, and as he did, the young woman let out a cold snort. The killing intent in her eyes grew even stronger. Her body flickered as she shot toward Meng Hao, raising her fist into the air. "Fong." She called out only the one word, but the instant she did, the color of her fist changed into green. Countless green lightning bolts surrounded it, and it emanated a shocking and terrifying chi that caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. The speed with which the young woman approached caused Meng Hao's heart to fill with an intense sense of crisis. He had not experienced such a feeling even when fighting against Jihongdong just now. In fact, it had been a very long time since he had experienced such a crushing pressure from anyone in the same generation as himself. "Die!" cried the young woman, her voice echoing out in all directions as she neared Meng Hao. At this exact moment, Meng Hao's right hand placed the mask onto his face. A chi of blood and death immediately exploded out from him. It was also at this exact same moment that the back of the hand he had used to place the mask on his face was suddenly facing the Fong girl. In addition, the green mark which had appeared on the back of his hand when he formed his core had not disappeared. It suddenly flickered slightly. The green mark flashed like a magical symbol, and the young woman saw it. The instant she did, her eyes went wide, and filled with complete disbelief. Her fist was almost upon Meng Hao. she suddenly let out an exasperated grunt. Risking a recoil of energy, she twisted her attack to the side, causing her fist to slam into the ground next to Meng Hao. A boom filled the air, and massive cracks filled the ground, revealing nothingness beneath them. Even the nothingness seemed to tremble, threatening to collapse from the power of the fist. The young woman coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her hair flew about her in disarray, and she turned her head to glare at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with fury and disharmony. This caused Meng Hao to gape at her openly. He wasn't sure what had happened just now in the critical moment to cause her to change the direction of her fist. She must have known that doing what she had done just now would result in injury to herself. This chapter was sponsored by Hein Hogberg. 1. This is the last half of a common Chinese expression describing how a new conflict appears when a previous conflict remains unresolved. The expression literally translated is one wave calms, another wave rises. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310. Chapter 310, blazing as brilliantly as ever. Damn it! Howled the young woman. She was very beautiful, and her appearance before she had attacked just now was charming and gentle. However, her moves had been as explosive as a dragon. Right now, her howl was filled with potent power, and an aura that seemed to proclaim that she was the most important person in the world. Seeing her like this caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. He had never before witnessed a woman behaving like this. Damn it! She roared. She clenched her right hand into a fist and smashed it into the ground. There wasn't much ground left to begin with, and her blow caused it to crumble even further. Why couldn't it be black? Boom, dot. Why couldn't it be red? Bam. Why couldn't it be violet? With every sentence, she violently slammed her fist down onto the ground around Meng Hao, causing the ground to begin to disintegrate. Soon, only the spot directly beneath his feet was left remaining. The slamming fists even caused the nothingness around them to begin to collapse. Meng Hao's scalp grew even more numb. This girl was crazy. Such bizarre power really went beyond Meng Hao's imagination. He had the feeling that even though he was wearing the blood-colored mask, he still wasn't a match for this lunatic. Suddenly, Meng Hao thought back to how Ji Hongdong had described this young woman, and suddenly completely agreed. Seeing how she was smashing the nothingness into smithereens, Meng Hao quickly turned and sped off in a different direction into the nothingness. As he charged off, he heard the girl raging. Why did it have to be green? BLAM. His face pale, Meng Hao prepared to be teleported out of the nothingness. He looked down briefly at the back of his hand, and the mark, which was gradually fading. Could it really be because of this mark, he thought, hesitating for a moment. Thinking back to the fearsomeness of the crazy young woman, he shuddered. From the time he was small until the time he grew up, from when he studied as a scholar to when he began to practice cultivation, this was the first time he had ever been this frightened of a woman. Meng Hao's eyes began to grow hazy. When they cleared, he could see a black fog overhead, and could also sense a familiar aura. This was the region of the rebirth cave. Right now, the immortal's corpse was rapidly shrinking. From the looks of it, it would very soon return to the size of a normal human. People were currently being teleported out all over the place, in various positions. The instant Meng Hao appeared, he pulled out the good luck charm. It took only a moment to test it out, whereupon Meng Hao frowned. As he had anticipated, it wouldn't work. Putting the good luck charm away, Meng Hao immediately shot off in the direction of the rebirth cave. Even before emerging, he had made up his mind. He knew that he would be stuck in this area, and as such, was dead without a doubt. There would be no way to flee. His only chance of survival lay upon the path of death, the rebirth cave. Such a path of death, in comparison to his current predicament, was a chance for survival. He had no other options. It was a gamble, but he had thought through everything, and as such, charged forward immediately. The instant he had teleported outside of the misty basin, by the more than 10 pillars of light, the eyes of the middle-aged man from the Ji clan suddenly opened. "He's here," he said, waving his right hand. Immediately, a glowing image appeared in front of him. It was none other than the fleeing Meng Hao. "He's heading north," he said coolly, flickering off in pursuit. The nascent soul elders of the Ji clan followed him into the fog of the basin, their faces grim and filled with killing intent. The dozen or so Li clan cultivators also flew into the air in quick succession, faces filled with killing intent as they went in pursuit of Meng Hao. Any one of these people could kill Meng Hao with the wave of a finger. However, each and every one of them joined the chase. Pursuing Meng Hao was a matter which all felt that they must participate in. They entered the fog, but as they did, not a single one could sense the presence of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He smiled as he also moved in the same direction. He was in plain sight, and yet no one noticed him as he joined them within the fog. The nascent soul cultivators of the Ji and Li clans proceeded through the black fog, and as they did, their cultivation bases were slowly suppressed. Soon, they were back within the great circle of the core formation stage. Despite that, any one of them was powerful enough to immediately slay Meng Hao. They moved onward with incredible speed. As for the middle-aged spirit-severing cultivator from the Ji clan, his cultivation base was even more suppressed. He could fight against it, but not for long. At the moment, his cultivation base was at the nascent soul stage. He was moving with the greatest speed through the fog. As he whistled through the air, suddenly, he heard a cough that sounded very ancient, coming from off to the side. The cough was too sudden, it immediately caused the middle-aged man's face to flicker and stop moving temporarily. "Who are you?" he said, anxiety and doubt showing on his face. Even though his cultivation base was suppressed, he was still a powerful spirit-severing expert. His ability to sense danger had flashed as soon as he heard the cough. It transformed into a droning in his mind, and he had the feeling that the owner of the voice could kill him immediately if he so wished. "Which member of the senior generation is here?" he asked, his scalp growing numb. He thought of the rebirth cave, and suddenly a sense of crisis filled him that caused him to begin to pant. "Sir, I am of the Ji clan." "How is G11?" said the ancient voice, seemingly filled with emotion. "The 11th Divine Patriarch." The middle-aged man's mouth and throat immediately went dry, and his heart began to thump. G11 was a name that outsiders didn't know, the name of a person who was a member of a group of the most ancient members of the Ji clan. Anyone of that group was an ancestor who the entire Ji clan would prostrate in worship to. Sir, I have never seen the 11th Divine Patriarch." The man trembled, the seemingly imperceptible pressure coming from the owner of the ancient voice caused him to feel as if the entire world was about to fall apart. "Very well," said the voice, drifting about like a breeze around the middle-aged man. "I won't cause too much trouble for you. Sit here and meditate for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then you may leave." The voice was filled with somberness. It caused the middle-aged man's face to instantly flicker. He hesitated for just a moment, then chose to sit down cross-legged. The 10th Wang clan patriarch stood right in front of him, staring off into the black fog. However, the middle-aged man couldn't see him at all. "Child, I've already delayed this person for you," he said softly to himself. "I've fixed your biggest problem for you. The rest of them are suppressed into the core formation, which means you still won't be able to escape. That, in turn, means that even if I help you get away, you'll still die on the outside. In that case, I may have no choice but to take your perfection away from you now. It's too bad. From time immemorial, it has never been possible to force perfection to develop. I'm not sure what power it was that caused the interference. If it weren't for that, I could just grab you and let you grow in my custody. After you reached the nascent soul stage, then I could take it from you. Well, you'd better not let me down. You need to get powerful quickly, okay?" The old man's eyes flickered with a sinister glow. At this moment, he looked incredibly bizarre. "Only 60 kilometers. Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly. The spot he had been teleported to was not very close to the rebirth cave. Normally speaking, such a distance would be nothing to him. However, he was surrounded by danger on all sides. This distance of 60 kilometers represented either life or death. He was currently moving at the fastest speed he possibly could. 55 kilometers, 52 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Meng Hao could now see the shrinking corpse of the immortal. He was about to fly over it when his expression suddenly changed. A boom filled the air, multiple members of the various sects suddenly appeared as they were teleported out into the fog, sending it roiling out in all directions. Their expressions flickered as they saw the group of old men speeding through the air after Meng Hao. The group included Chen Fan, Han Bei, Chu Yuyan, Wang Yukai, Li Shiqi as well as Su Qing. They saw what was happening, they saw the old men chasing, and they saw who they were chasing. Off in the distance was Meng Hao. Because the churning fog had suddenly dispersed, Meng Hao was completely visible. Everyone could see him, furthermore, he had no inclination to conceal his identity. All eyes were now fixed on him alone. Meng Hao," said Chen Fan, staring in amazement. His mind spun as he gaped at Meng Hao. He had searched for him for years, but had never been able to pick up his tracks after the year he disappeared. How could he ever have anticipated that he would suddenly catch sight of Meng Hao here? Chu Yuyan's face was pale, and her body trembled. She stared blankly at Meng Hao's garment. Her face filled with bitterness as she suddenly understood that Fang Mu was Meng Hao. He was the cultivator from the state of Zhao with whom she had spent half a year stuck inside a ravine. It hit her like a bolt of lightning. In truth, that lightning bolt had begun brewing within the mental realm. She had even begun to prepare herself then, however, as of now, she couldn't control the emotions inside of her. Her heart surged with countless complexities. There were two people in her life that she considered to be unforgettable. One was Meng Hao. She could never forget him because of the twisted feelings he caused that year in the volcano. Those events had filled her with hatred she found difficult to put into words. The second person she found to be unforgettable was Fong Mu. The instant she found out he was Pill Cauldron, she would find herself thinking about him, even though she didn't know why. Sometimes, his face would appear in her mind, and she would find herself giving a light snort, or occasionally, a slight smile. Other times, her face would grow red. Fong Mu. Meng Hao. Two faces appeared in her mind, overlapping. In the end, the only thing that remained was deep bitterness and complex emotions. Wang Yukai looked silently at Meng Hao. His heart was calm, but deep inside, he recalled the scene from all those years ago in the cave of Mount Duqing. He remembered sticking his head out, looking up, and seeing Meng Hao the scholar. 1. Li Shiqi looked at Meng Hao silently, thinking back to their battle years ago. Han Bei sighed. She was clever and far-sighted. The instant she saw the expression on Chu Yuyan's face, some clues as to their relationship suddenly appeared in her mind, although she had no way to completely solve the puzzle. Meng Hao, of course, had left her with a deep impression long ago. Her phoenix-like eyes gazed at him. Meng Hao. It was a name that hadn't appeared in the southern domain for a very long time. And yet, here he was, blazing as brilliantly as ever. One fun fact, Wang Yukai is actually the first named character to appear in ISSTH after Meng Hao in Chapter 1. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Chapter 311, Now That Is a Cultivator. Meng Hao's face was grim as he looked around at the roiling fog. He immediately bit down on the tip of his tongue, spitting up some blood. As soon as it flew out into the air, it transformed into a blood mist beneath Meng Hao's feet. This helped him to amplify his speed by several times. He immediately reappeared 5 kilometers away, next to the shrinking immortal's corpse. The instant he did, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his once black hair was now white. Just now, he had used one of the multifarious forbidden techniques of the Blood Immortal Legacy. A core formation cultivator could use this technique to instantly gain speed far beyond the normal capability of his body. It wasn't quite a minor teleportation, but considering the short distance involved, there wasn't much of a difference. Minor teleportation was a divine ability of nascent soul cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, they could use this forbidden art only 3 times throughout their life. As Meng Hao's body disappeared, the position he had just occupied collapsed, the air shattering because of the forbidden technique. He would never be able to do something like this using only his own skill and power. This was the only way to avoid death. The entire area was locked down with restrictive spells, making teleportation impossible. However, this forbidden art was not a minor teleportation, but rather an explosive increase in speed. However, it caused him to cough up blood, indicating that he had sustained injuries to internal organs. In addition, cracking sounds could be heard from his legs. His face was pale white. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. His pupils glowed violet as he drew from his longevity to heal his injuries. Meng Hao's longevity had increased after reaching core formation. Ordinarily speaking, he would be able to live to around 400 years. However, as of now, he had already wasted a significant amount of that longevity. Because of this price, he still looked young, but his face was pallid, something that could not be altered by the violet pupil transformation. They're still gaining. Around Meng Hao, the nascent soul cultivators from the Ji and Li clans, despite having been restricted to the great circle of core formation, were whistling toward him at top speed. Meng Hao had evaded them just now, causing the eyes of this collection of elders to flicker. The fact that he had avoided death just now filled them with surprise. Han Bei, Chu Yuyan, and the others were watching from a distance, hearts filled with shock. Su Qing's hands were balled tightly into fists, and she was gnawing on her lower lip. She watched Meng Hao, her face pale, desiring to help him. However, the panting Meng Hao had just made eye contact with her, and within his gaze was the clear message that he forbade that. "Don't make all my painstaking effort be for nothing," he told her through the look. She watched on, trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. One of the old men from the Li clan shot forward, glaring at Meng Hao. "It's not that I look down on you, Junior," he said with a cold laugh. "No wonder you were able to kill our Dao child. But today, you will not be able to escape. You'll compensate with your life." What a load of crap! Replied Meng Hao, slapping his bag of holding. The blood-red mask appeared, and he slipped it on without hesitation. As it melded with his face, a bloody killing aura emanated out. All who saw it were instantly shaken. Chen Fan and the others were shocked, too, but not too badly. As the sinister blood chi enveloped the area, they retreated backward a few paces. On the other hand, the faces of the elders from the Ji and Li clans immediately changed. Meng Hao's green robe was suddenly bathed by the red light, making it seem as if he were clothed in blood itself. The crimson glow in the red mask, which was featureless except for the two eyes, immediately caused the nascent soul cultivators to recall depictions they had seen in their clan's ancient records. The blood immortal of the ancient Doom clan. It looked exactly the same. Intense killing intent, boiling murderous desire, immediately erupted above Meng Hao's head into a red-colored core chi. It roiled, emanating out in all directions. Beneath Meng Hao, the immortal's corpse had shrunk down until it was little more than 30 meters high. The dozen or so old men from the Ji and Li clans were still approaching at high speed. One of the 8 Ji clan elders, eyes flashing with intense killing intent, said, "You overestimate yourself." In order to ensure his own safety, he had resolved to personally slay Meng Hao. Without any hesitation, nor having any compunctions about damaging his reputation by bullying someone weaker than him, he shot forward ahead of the others, his killing intent billowing to the heavens. "Die!" he cried, his voice sinister. He quickly lifted up his right hand. Normally, Meng Hao wouldn't even have been able to make out his movements because of the speed. Now, though, he could make out a blur of motion. The man was approaching with rapid speed. Without a face. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red as he waved his right hand. His hair was completely white, however, because it was inundated by the crimson glow, it actually looked red. The core chi seethed, immediately transforming into an enormous face. The left eye was bizarre in appearance, whereas Meng Hao existed in the right eye. It flew out, heading directly toward the Ji and Li elders. A boom filled the air. Put life and death on the line. End the opponent to assure your own existence. The instant the boom could be heard, the ground heaved. Everything shook, even the black fog. The explosion was audible even outside of the basin. The eyes of Patriarch Violet Civ of the Black Civ sect glittered. Behind him, the spirit-severing Patriarch of the Black Civ sect had a similar expression. They flew up, and were about to head into the black fog, when suddenly, the two spirit-severing Patriarchs from the Violet Fate sect disappeared. When they blinked back, they were directly in front of the two from the Black Civ sect. "If you take another step forward, don't blame us for killing you," said one of the Violet Fate sect Patriarchs, his voice grim. His eyes glowed with killing intent and fury. Back within the black fog, the boom continued to echo out. The enormous face which surrounded Meng Hao disintegrated. Blood sprayed from his mouth as nearly half the bones in his body were broken. Countless lacerations shredded his flesh, from which blood spilled out, causing his clothes to truly turn red. The redness of his garments was no longer caused by the crimson glow in the air, now he was actually wearing a robe of blood. His body tumbled backward, falling down onto the immortal's corpse. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Right now, Meng Hao looked very much like he had when he faced up against Wang Tingfei back in the Reliance Sect 1. His stubbornness, his tenacity, and his powerful heart would always exist, regardless of whether or not his body was on the verge of collapse. A reddish glow flickered in his eyes. Blood dripped off of his body down onto the immortal's corpse beneath his feet, which was now less than 15 meters tall. As for the nascent soul cultivator from the Ji clan, his body trembled, and his face had fallen. He was not injured, but he looked at Meng Hao with a serious expression. His attack just now had been backed by the power of the Great Circle of Core Formation. Even that bit of power should have been more than enough to destroy a core formation cultivator. And yet Meng Hao was not dead. Immediately, intense killing intent flickered in the man's eyes, along with greed. He could clearly see that Meng Hao's cultivation base was merely at the early core formation stage. For him to be able to wield the power he had just now, was only because of the blood-colored mask. He wasn't the only person who realized this, all of the others at his side began to look toward Meng Hao with flashing eyes. Meng Hao's attack now had seriously injured himself. However, considering the level of his cultivation base, the fact that he could withstand an attack from even a suppressed nascent soul cultivator showed how incredibly powerful the mask was. You could easily say that with the mask on, Meng Hao was absolutely, completely different than before. However, despite that, he was still not a match for his opponent. His body was on the verge of collapse, like an oil lamp with no oil left in it. Beneath the mask, his face was pale and covered with wrinkles. And yet, his eyes burned with frenzy, and emitted a violet glow. Again, he burned his longevity to heal himself. He looked at the dozen or so incoming cultivators, and then suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed. His expression contained unyielding pride, the kind of obstinacy which indicated that he would never bow his head. He was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He was the 9th Demon Sealer. He was Fong Mu. He was Meng Hao. He was born a scholar, but today, he was a cultivator of the core formation stage. He was fighting against a dozen or more experts with nascent soul cultivation bases. They were suppressed, and because of the blood-colored mask he was almost inhuman. But when you consider the southern domain as a whole, for the past thousands of years, he was the only person who could possibly do this. Therefore, Meng Hao laughed. It was a laughter of no regrets, a laughter filled with lofty sentiment, a laughter filled with stubbornness that soared to the heavens. Damaging his life force to heal himself, his face beneath the mask rapidly aged. His hair had long since grown completely white. However, from the perspective of an outsider, beneath the crimson glow, his hair was bright red. Such an image immediately burned a deep impression into everyone who was watching. As all of the chosen of the southern domain teleported out from the crumbling mental realm, the first thing they saw was Meng Hao. The image was branded into their minds, something that they would never forget for 100 years, for 1,000, for their entire lives. At this moment, he was like the sun burning in the noon sky, the representative of a generation. Never again would someone like him appear. Never would someone be able to outmatch Meng Hao. This was what each and every one of them was thinking. Chosen? Tao Child? Wearing his mask, his crimson hair fluttering, facing up against more than 10 nascent soul cultivators and laughing. The rest of them were like insects. Now that is a cultivator. It was hard to say who muttered the words first, but it only took a moment for them to resonate throughout the minds of all the chosen. Note from Air Gen, cultivators have what it takes to stand up to heaven and earth. Cultivators have the stubbornness to never bow their heads, no matter how bloody the battle. That is a cultivator. To me, a cultivator is someone who stands, covered in blood, hair snow white, facing a host of enemies. And yet, no matter the danger, no matter how difficult the path, a cultivator will grit his teeth, lift his head up and laugh. In this manner, he will become a legend. That is what a cultivator is to me. This chapter was sponsored by Jeremy Rosehart, Maverick Lai, and Sid K. 1. Do you remember how Meng Hao picked the bloody fingernails out of his palms after getting beat down by Wan Tingfei? And yet he never backed down. That was actually in chapter 17. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312. Chapter 312, because this person is filled with insanity. Amidst the laughter and the whipping red hair, Meng Hao lifted his right hand. There between his fingers was a violet-colored medicinal pill. This pill contained a devilish will, and the instant it appeared, rumbling filled heaven and earth. An indescribable aura seethed out from it to fill the surroundings, causing all onlookers' faces to flicker. Without hesitation, Meng Hao placed the pill into his mouth. The violet-colored pill dissolved with shocking speed, staining his internal organs as if with ink, filling his viscera. Arf! Meng Hao lifted his head toward the sky and let out a shocking roar. Beneath the mask, his face twisted and distorted. His crimson eyes filled with insanity and billowing killing intent. The blood-colored mask seemed to approve of the aura which surged throughout his body, it caused it to spread out even more intensely. Pain. Incomprehensible pain. His entire body felt as if it were being slashed into pieces, as if he were being punished with death by 1,000 cuts. As this happened, it released all of the potential of his latent talent and cultivation base. It was as if a treasure chest within his body had been opened. A final intense pain rushed through him. It felt as if someone had ripped open his chest, pulled out his beating heart and lifted it up to the sky. Chaos. Earth-shaking chaos. An indescribable power seemed to take all of the memories in his head and crush them to dust. His will and his consciousness were thrown into disorder. Within the disorder and chaos, strands of intense and incomparable killing intent filled him. 1 strand, 100 strands, 1,000 strands, 10,000 strands, 100,000 strands, all the way to 10 million strands of killing intent. The killing intent sent Meng Hao's mind into chaos. It crushed his core, sent his soul into insanity, staining it with terrifying frenzy. The insanity transformed into world-shaking killing dementia. It toppled his thinking ability, melted his mind into nothing, filling him with a devilish will. It turned into a self-destructive desire, which in turn caused his cultivation base to climb upward. Mid-core formation, late core formation, great circle of core formation. Meng Hao's roars filled the area, filling everyone with complete shock. Meng Hao was not experiencing a burning of the soul, this superseded that, because this pill was the bedevilment pill. And this will was a devilish will. This person was filled with insanity. The cultivation base burned, releasing the soul. The frenzied will and the desire for self-destruction transformed into devilish insanity. This was Meng Hao. His eyes were crimson, filled with blood, with devilishness, with imperceptible malevolence. Beneath the mask, he was growing older. His red hair whipped around him unrestrained. The image of Meng Hao in this moment was indelibly branded onto the eyes of everyone who was watching. At the moment, the 10 or more nascent soul cultivators, still suppressed into core formation, approached Meng Hao. They outnumbered him, and their cultivation bases were inherently greater than his by far. So they still closed in, each and every one preparing to attack. It was as if each feared that they would not personally be able to exterminate him, and would thus incur trouble within their clans. Their killing intent billowed up to the heavens as they whistled through the air. No one was there to help Meng Hao. In this moment, he was completely alone. The only person who could help him was he himself. The only person he could rely on was himself. Meng Hao's laughter was filled with insanity. It echoed through the air, and as it did, he waved his right hand in front of him. Without a face. Heaven and earth shook, and the enormous face once again appeared around Meng Hao. It was larger than before, and even more substantial than before. It did not seem illusory in any way now, but real. The face towered up, blood flowing from its eyes. The sight was startling and shocking. Like a mad devil, it shot roaring toward the dozen or so incoming nascent soul cultivators. To the onlookers, Meng Hao seemed like a moth willingly flying into a conflagration, seeking death. And yet in doing so, he unleashed all the splendor of life, causing everyone's hearts to twinge with emotion. A moth flies into the flame seemingly because the moth loves the flame. It wishes to be reborn within the flame. To onlookers, it would seem that death was unavoidable. However, who could possibly know that this moth had no love of flame? Instead, it wished to use its life to extinguish the flame. A boom filled the air, rocking everything. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as the massive face collapsed. Despite the fact that his cultivation base was climbing up because of the bedevilment pill, he was facing the combined attack of 10 or more people. How could he possibly measure up to that? As the blood shot from his mouth, massive injuries racked his body. His eyes were listless and a wan smile covered his face as he flopped backward like a kite with its string cut. The faces of his more than 10 opponents all flickered as they attacked again. Their intense killing intent were like sharp arrows preparing to stab through Meng Hao. However, even as they surged forward in attack, Meng Hao's listless eyes shone with unbridled frenzy. A single word. He cried, his voice hoarse. Shockingly, he was using the fearsome power of the bedevilment pill to fuel the divine ability of the blood immortal legacy. As the words left his mouth, the collapsing face immediately ceased disintegrating. The cracks which covered it seemed to seethe with ferocity as vast quantities of red mist poured out from them. The red mist spread out in front of Meng Hao. The massive face seemed to be rapidly passing through time. It began to shrink, and the cracks disappeared. It was complete once again. And then, in the place where previously no mouth could be seen, 2 lips appeared. The mouth opened and seemed to be speaking, although no one could hear the sound it uttered. However, as soon as the noiseless sound appeared, the 10 or so old men all felt their minds shaking. Streaks of blood instantly covered their bodies, as if they would be ripped to pieces in an instant. It was at this exact moment that Meng Hao spoke the third sentence. The flames of war unify. Without a face, a single word, the flames of war unify. This was the first of the 3 divine abilities of the blood immortal legacy, forcibly pushed into motion by Meng Hao. Immediately smoke rose up from all directions, along with flames of war, twisting, spiraling, surrounding Meng Hao with a massive swirling pillar of fire. The roaring of it lifted up to the heavens. More of Meng Hao's bones snapped. Blood showered out from his body as his body was swept off of its feet and sent rolling onto the ground. The recoil of power caused the mask to be violently ripped off his face. Meng Hao's features were like that of an old man. His face was pale as he lay there on the ground, however, devilish frenzy still flickered within his eyes. His cultivation base was already at the point of shattering. His body seemed on the verge of complete ruin. Too much of his longevity had been wasted. However, his heart would not give up. It was with full conscious effort that he chose to continue the burning. Roars filled the air as the pillar of fire expanded out. The 10 or more nascent soul cultivators were slowly pushed away. Shockingly, 3 of them immediately coughed up blood. The intense power of this divine ability of Meng Hao's was incredibly shocking. The blood immortal legacy is incredible, said one of the nascent soul cultivators. The expressions of all of the 10 or more old men were grim, especially the 3 who had sustained injuries. Their injuries were not serious, but they were collectively attacking a single core formation cultivator. For this to have happened to them was something they found hard to accept. "It's over," said another of the old men. They looked at their opponent. He had no power to fight back. He had sustained severe injuries throughout his body. He was like a lamp with no oil left to burn. They slowly advanced toward him, preparing to end this troublesome confrontation. Su Qing was trembling. She was just about to rush out when Han Bei reached out and grabbed her arm, holding her back with incredible power. Su Qing turned to look at Han Bei, when suddenly Meng Hao laughed. His skin was pale white, and his features aged. He was no longer young. However, there was something visible inside his face that had always existed there. His laughter contained something strange, something fierce. It was filled with intense killing intent. "Awake, my mastiff," he said. He struggled to raise his right hand and place it gently onto the blood-colored mask. As he spoke the words, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation. The moment Meng Hao had reached core formation, he had been able to sense the mastiff slumbering. He also knew that although it must remain sleeping, it was possible for it to occasionally awaken from sleep for just a moment. All he needed to do was call to it, awaken it. This was his true killing intent. In fact, everything Meng Hao had been doing up to now had merely been to buy time to allow the mastiff to awaken. The entire time, he had been calling to it silently, over and over again. Starting within the mental realm, all the way until now, all the way until the fierce and deadly fighting, he had been silently calling to the mastiff. He had been calling it the entire time, all the way up until the moment just now when he finally lost all power to fight back. It was then that the mastiff finally began to show signs of movement. The signs of movement contained anxiety, as well as a frenzy similar to that which filled Meng Hao. It seemed as if the mastiff were using all the power it possessed to fight against the slumber which held it. It woke, filled with the same desire it had in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament. It would protect its master. The 10 or more old men shot forward, and as they did, Meng Hao reached out to touch the blood-colored mask. Then, he spoke the words calling the mastiff. The mask instantly began to tremble. It flew up into the air with incredible speed, stopping to hover in front of Meng Hao. Suddenly, a massive blood-colored screen appeared, over 300 meters in diameter. The blood-colored screen looked like an enormous mirror of blood. When it appeared, the surface of the mirror filled with countless ripples, as well as growling sounds which emanated out from within. The sound of the growling shook heaven and earth, and immediately caused the faces of the dozen or so old men to fall. It sounded like the mastiff had found an enemy, and was threatening it. The echoing sound filled the air, passing through the black fog to the world outside of the basin. The Ji clan spirit severing cultivator who had been stranded by the Wang clan patriarch suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils constricted. In front of him, the Wang clan patriarch let out a light gasp of surprise. A frenzied, heaven-shaking roar sounded out from within the blood-colored screen. It was the roar of a wild beast, filled with insanity and billowing killing intent. As the roar filled the air, the 10 or so old men in front of Meng Hao immediately experienced unprecedented feelings of life-or-death crisis floating up from their hearts. It was at this moment that the surface of the blood-colored screen distorted. It protruded, as if something were trying to break out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313. Chapter 313, She's an Immortal. The intense feeling of life-or-death crisis caused the elders from the Ji and Li clans to feel shaken at heart. Their eyes shone with intense astonishment. Considering their cultivation bases, age, and vast experience, there were not very many things in the world which could truly cause them to be astonished. But now, deep feelings of danger welled up simultaneously within their hearts. For nascent soul cultivators to feel crisis like this also filled them with vast terror. It was extremely difficult to practice cultivation all the way to the nascent soul stage. Many people fell while treading such a path. For these men to reach this point meant that they possessed good luck and had experienced plenty of fortunate circumstances. Now, however, facing this life-or-death crisis had a profound effect on their hearts and minds. For the first time, these more than 10 men suddenly felt regret. However, before they had the chance to retreat, an intense roaring sound poured out from the 300-meter-wide blood-red screen. It seemed to be filled with enough power to destroy any obstacle in its way. The sound of it filled the air, causing everyone that heard it to be completely shaken in heart and mind. Some people with less powerful cultivation bases coughed up blood. The 10 or so old men watched on in shock as the massive blood-colored screen suddenly seemed to be rent open. From within billowed a massive glowing red light. Within the red light could be seen an enormous paw stretching out toward them. It was only one paw, something that belonged to a gigantic wild beast. It possessed long, razor-sharp claws, and was covered with thick, red fur. It carried with it an indescribable, demonic aura. It was only one paw, about 30 meters in size, that emerged from the blood-red screen. It ignored the force which was suppressing cultivation bases, and shot out. The instant the claw appeared, an intense, terrifying aura also could be clearly sensed. It exploded out, filling the area, causing the faces of the dozen or so old men to fill with shock. Their pupils constricted, and they retreated backward, minds reeling. That's the aura of spirit severing. Damn it! How could this Meng Hao have a spirit severing aura with him? The scalps of the 10 or so old men immediately went numb, and the sense of crisis grew even stronger. In the very instant in which they attempted to flee, the paw which had emerged from the blood-colored screen raised into the air. Then, it struck down toward them. This was of course the paw of the sleeping blood mastiff. During the fleeting 10 years which had passed, it had been incapable of awakening. However, after Meng Hao reached core formation, a greater connection had appeared between them. Meng Hao's repeated calls, and the critical moment of life or death he faced, were an intense provocation that caused the blood mastiff to suddenly wake up. In this moment, all it could do was extend its paw into the world and strike down. A roaring sound filled heaven and earth. The mastiff, which had already evolved to the spirit severing level, sent its paw whistling down. 3 of the elders from the G clan had expressions filled with insanity as, unable to evade, their cultivation bases exploded. The 3 men emitted blood-curdling screams. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and their bodies began to collapse. Their nascent souls made to flee, but before they could get very far, were shattered by the paw. Among the elders from the Li clan, there were 4 who were too slow to evade. This slowness resulted in their instant death. A boom could be heard as the blood mastiff's massive paw descended onto the 4 of them. Their bodies were instantly turned into mutilated flesh, their nascent souls were incapable of fleeing, and were immediately crushed into powder. This scene caught everyone by surprise. In the blink of an eye, of the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators, 7 had been instantly slain. These 7 men were incapable of withstanding even a single blow from the paw of the blood mastiff, and were thoroughly and instantly exterminated. This instantly caused the rest of the old men to be filled with fear, the blood drained from their faces, their hearts began to race, and their scalps went numb. The only thing they could think of at the moment was to flee as quickly as possible. Everything was going opposite to expectation, and was exceeding the limits of their imagination. How could they possibly have predicted that Meng Hao, a trifling core formation cultivator, would be so difficult to kill? They had no way of knowing that to Meng Hao, reaching core formation was merely the first stepping stone on his path to the top. After reaching core formation, he had a vast array of magical techniques and other methods that he could employ. You could say that Meng Hao had saved up everything for an explosive finale, but the boom was still echoing out as the mastiff's paw slowly began to fade away. The massive blood-colored screen also began to disappear. Meng Hao grabbed the mask as it fell toward the ground. At the moment, Han Bei and the others seemed to be incapable of even breathing. They stared at the oilless lamp which was Meng Hao. None of them had ever imagined that events could turn about in the way they had. Blood divinity. Breathed Li Shiqi, trembling. That was a blood divinity. The others immediately thought back to the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, and the blood-colored mastiff. Back then, they'd had no idea who the mastiff belonged to. Now, you could say that they understood, but had little time to think about it. Seeing everything that they just had, with their own eyes, caused their minds to spin. Clutching the blood-colored mask, Meng Hao produced some medicinal pills, which he consumed. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet. He looked over at the group of people. His gaze lingered on Su Cheng for a moment, and then, he turned and continued to head toward the rebirth cave with as much speed as he could muster. Fong Mu, cried Chu Yuyan. Seeing him turn to leave, she suddenly realized she had no way of knowing when she might see him again. If she didn't call out, perhaps she would never have another chance to do so. Meng Hao's body quivered slightly, but he continued onward. He was well aware that the nascent soul eccentrics had been intimidated by the sudden appearance of the blood mastiff, and its slaying of their 7 compatriots. However, it wouldn't take long for them to realize what was really going on. After a moment's hesitation, they would surely see that Meng Hao might seem strong on the outside, but was actually incomparably weak. Then, it would only be moments before they went after him again. As for the blood mastiff, after attacking just now, it had instantly fallen back into slumber. Now, it didn't matter how many times Meng Hao called to it, it wouldn't be able to awaken. All paths to the outside are sealed tight. My only option is the rebirth cave. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao whistled forward through the air. It was at this point that the remaining 7 or 8 old men who had not been slain suddenly ceased their fleeing. Their expressions were now filled with hesitation. It seemed they were analyzing everything that had just happened. Considering their age and experience, it only took the space of about 10 breaths for them to grasp the situation. Unsightly expressions appeared on their faces, they immediately turned and headed back. In the blink of an eye, all of the fleeing nascent soul cultivators once again headed in pursuit of Meng Hao. Meng Hao was only about 25 kilometers from the rebirth cave, when from within it, a soft sigh could suddenly be heard. It was the sigh of a woman. The sound was completely unexpected, but the instant it filled the air, the faces of the remaining nascent soul cultivators flickered, and they coughed up blood as they tumbled backward, bodies shaking. Dumbstruck looks filled their faces. It seemed that whatever they had just encountered was even more intensely powerful than the blood mastiff. Within their trembling bodies, their nascent souls also shook, and their fear climbed to the pinnacle. It wasn't just them. All of the cultivators outside of the basin also heard the sigh, and it sent their minds in heart shaking. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Unprecedented looks filled the faces of the spirit-severing patriarchs from the various sects. That's... Their faces fell and blood erupted from their mouths. They appeared to have received severe internal injuries. Within the fog of the basin, the spirit-severing cultivator from the G clan also coughed up blood. The astonishment on his face could not be any more intense as he heard the sound from the rebirth cave. This was not the voice of one of the strange lifeforms that existed there, this was the sigh of a woman. Within the fog, the Wang clan patriarch, who was invisible to everyone, felt his entire body shaking. Who is that? She's an immortal. It was as if a violent storm had kicked up within him, an intensely somber look filled his face, and his eyes glowed brightly. Threads of dread and shock filled his eyes as he looked toward the rebirth cave. It was at this moment that the voice of a woman could be heard coming from the rebirth cave. The voice was warm, and accompanied by another soft sigh. Years ago, you accidentally loosened the seal which held me. That counts as sowing karma. You cannot come to the rebirth cave today. Go, I'll help you to escape. This counts as reaping karma. As the voice echoed out from the cave, a white, glowing light could suddenly be seen flying out. It was a scale. A fish scale. Even as it flew forth, it suddenly also appeared to be a feather. The feather of a roc. The scale-like feather flew out with incredible speed, almost immediately appearing directly in front of Meng Hao. As it did, it immediately branded itself onto his forehead. Meng Hao's entire body shook as a warm power surged out from the scale-like feather, filling his entire body. Immediately, his cultivation base became stable. It was no longer burning and collapsing. Instead, it was completely restored. As before, he was at the early core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, his wounds were healed by nearly 20%. In fact, even his longevity was increased by a bit. Meng Hao's face was no longer that of an old man. It looked young, as it had before. The paleness of it, however, could not be changed. The whiteness of his hair was also not possible to change. I will lend you the power of a roc. Go. Leave this place. As the voice echoed out, Meng Hao's body suddenly felt an incredible power pushing at him, sweeping up against his body, propelling him. Suddenly, he began to shoot forward like a roc. The 8 nascent soul cultivators hadn't the slightest inclination to block him. The voice of the woman from the rebirth cave was enough to send terror into the hearts of anyone in the area. Meng Hao had no time to think as he suddenly shot out of the basin and appeared in the outside world, in front of the eyes of the cultivators of all the sects and clans of the southern domain. What they saw was something like a shooting star. Within the shooting star was Meng Hao, his hair white, his robe the color of blood. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with confusion, but only for a moment, and then was replaced with understanding. He knew who it was that was helping him. The roc. She's the roc that was flying toward the rebirth cave that year. But why is she saving me? How exactly did I sow karma with her? Everyone in the League of Demon Sealers is heartless, she said with a sigh. You're on your own now. As her words echoed in his ears, his eyes went wide. If you would like to review chapters regarding the roc, check out chapters 104, 110, 111, 112. This chapter was sponsored by Jonas Lekic, James Cruz, Tandra Johannes, and Scott Smith too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Art of Righteous Bestowal. In the years to come, the cultivators outside the basin of the rebirth cave would be unable to forget the events they had witnessed. In their memories, they would always be able to see that shooting star flying out from the fog within the basin. It seemed to be ablaze with heaven-shattering fire, emitting a bright glow that they would never be able to forget. Within that flame and glow was, of course, Meng Hao. Legacy apprentice of the Violet Fate sect, 4th Grandmaster of the Southern Domain, Pill Cauldron, owner of the Sublime Spirit Scripture, inheritor of the Blood Immortal Legacy. Any one of these would be enough to make a cultivator famous. But for all of them to be embodied in a single person, would cause that person to become a legend in the Southern Domain. By now, Meng Hao was absolutely a legend. His cultivation base was not very high, and he had not been in the Southern Domain for a very long time. That didn't matter, though. He could not prevent himself from shining brightly. From that day forward, he was like the sun in the noon sky. No one would be able to forget that shooting star, nor the massive image of the rock which appeared in the air. The rock was massive, and Meng Hao seemed to make up its nucleus. It shot out from the basin, flying over the staring cultivators. They watched him soar out from the basin, charge through the blockade of nascent soul cultivators from the Ji and Li clans, and shatter through the swirling ceiling spells. The seals collapsed behind him as the shooting star and the rock soared through heaven and earth. Thousands of kilometers off in the distance, they disappeared from the region of the rebirth cave, fading off over the horizon. Soon after, a vortex appeared, into which he flew. Then he was truly gone. The cultivators from the Violet Fate sect, including the 2 spirit-severing patriarchs, looked off into the distance as Meng Hao disappeared. They saw with their own eyes that he had made it to safety, and, deep in their hearts, heaved sighs of relief. Wu Dingqiu stood there, a complicated look on his face. In his heart, he sighed with emotion, thinking back to Meng Hao in the state of Zhao. He thought about the first time he'd seen him, and the events regarding the Iron Spear. It seemed like a dream. As he thought back to it all, Wu Dingqiu almost couldn't believe it was real. Eccentric Song looked up into the sky, and his expression was as emotional as Wu Dingqiu's. Next to him was Song Jia, who had appeared some time earlier. She was silent as she looked off toward the horizon. As she watched the man who was ostensibly her husband, and yet with whom she had never exchanged even a single word, her furrowed brow revealed the bitterness that she had been unable to dispel throughout the years. Patriarch Violet Civ also looked on silently. He shook his head with a bitter smile. The Black Civ sect was quite familiar with Meng Hao. Because of the events in the ancient Blessed Land, and the matter of ultimate vexation bonding him as master, the Black Civ sect was truly in a hopeless deadlock with Meng Hao. However, regardless of any of that, Meng Hao, wearing the face of Feng Mu, had dared to swagger back into the Black Civ sect and engage in an alchemic battle. Then he even concocted pills for them. As Patriarch Violet Civ thought of all of these things, he felt admiration deep in his heart. The members of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect and the Wang clan all had various expressions on their faces. Fortunately, Wang Tingfei was not present. If he was, his complicated emotions would overwhelm him like floodwaters. Throughout the years, all of the 5 great clans and 3 great sects had unknowingly become familiar with either Meng Hao or Feng Mu. Han Bei sighed. Images of Meng Hao and Feng Mu spun in her mind, gradually overlapping with each other, to create an image of a man in a red robe, wearing a mask, lifting his head and laughing toward the heavens. It created a truly profound impression on her. Wang Yukai was also silent as he thought back to Mount Daqing and Yunjia County. Xu Yuyan bit her lip, unable to determine what exactly she was feeling. It seemed that inside of her was pain, melancholy, and disappointment. It was like something had slipped through her fingers. She felt as if she had suddenly lost something. Yi Feimu lowered his head, refusing to look up into the sky. However, within his eyes was the glow of stubbornness. He had faith that Meng Hao would rise to prominence in some other location. That meant that he could not slack off. There would be a day in the future when the two of them would meet again. When that day came, he would gain victory over Meng Hao in the Tao of Alchemy. Chen Fan let out a light sigh. He now knew that he and his little junior brother from the Reliance sect had long since begun to tread vastly different paths. In his heart, he held deep admiration for Meng Hao. He didn't envy his identity, but rather admired his life. It seemed that Meng Hao's life was vastly more wonderful than his own. Perhaps he is a true cultivator, murmured Chen Fan. A look of astonishment blossomed in Li Shiqi's eyes. She thought back to what the mysterious patriarch had told her the day she left the sect to come here. Will we meet again? She thought with a slight laugh. Some distance away, Su Qing was gazing off at the horizon. We'll definitely meet again, she murmured inwardly. Her personality was simple, and her features cold. She wasn't very intelligent, but her stubbornness ran much deeper than the average person. Her stubbornness was such that it transformed into a promise. I'm waiting for you, she said in her heart. Then she sighed. The Milky Way Sea divides the Nanshan continent into 2 parts, east and north, west and south. The Great Tang in the eastern lands, the Changdi Flute of the northern desert, the outstanding heroes of the southern domain, the totems of the western desert. The Great Tang in the eastern lands is known for its power, the northern desert for its intrepid barbarians, the southern domain for its many outstanding heroes. As for the western desert, well, it is known as the barbarian West with its western devils. In fact, its name actually represents madness. Chaos is the normal state of affairs in the western desert. There are no sects there, only countless tribes. Some tribes formed alliances, and then larger coalitions of power. Because of the infertility of the land, and the scarcity of resources, as well as the deplorable condition of the environment, the western desert cultivators lived a life of merciless killing. They cultivated the power of their totems, longing for the day when they would take over the southern domain. The two great wars between the west and the south had resulted in great sealing spells that separated the two powers. The regions left unsealed became the Black Lands. They belonged to the southern domain as well as the western desert. As such, there was more freedom there, as well as more ruthlessness. Some areas there were infertile, but some were the opposite, creating a polarizing effect. Killing occurred at the slightest pretext, causing the land to constantly be filled with the reek of blood. At this very moment, at a spot roughly a day's journey from the Black Lands in the southern domain, was a vast plain overgrown with weeds. It was midday, and a bleak wind blew across the leaves, causing them to rustle slightly. Suddenly, a vortex appeared, with a gaping mouth like that of a black hole. As it appeared in mid-air, it emitted no sound. The sudden appearance of a vortex like this would naturally arouse quite a bit of attention. However, few southern domain cultivators ever came to this area. Moments later, someone emerged from the vortex of the black hole. He staggered forward, then looked back at the vortex, causing his white hair to whip around his head. On his forehead could be seen a mark that looked both like a scale and a feather. This was none other than Meng Hao. Using the powerful momentum of the rock, he had activated his good luck charm to teleport away from the region of the rebirth cave, to reappear here. He floated in mid-air, watching the vortex disappear, a look of confusion covering his face. Everything around him was quiet, except for the sound of the wind. After some time passed, he produced a jade slip, and looked down at it with a serious expression. Having confirmed his current location, he let out a sigh. He turned toward the direction of the Violet Fate sect and gave a deep bow. He held the bow for the space of several breaths. When he looked back up, the confusion in his eyes was gone, replaced instead with determination. I spent roughly 10 comfortable years in the Violet Fate sect, he murmured quietly. I've almost forgotten what it's like to live life as a lone rogue cultivator. He waved his right hand, causing a violet-colored seed to fly out and burrow into the ground. Suddenly, the dirt heaved, and a mass of thick vines flew up to circle around Meng Hao. He sat down cross-legged in their midst. Eyes glittering, he passed his will into the vines, and they surged forward, carrying him toward the Black Lands. He closed his eyes as he traveled as quickly as possible away from the southern domain. He would not allow any delays. However, his cultivation base was unstable at the moment, and he had been seriously injured. His life force and longevity had been restored somewhat by the scale feather. However, what remained was still less than a 60-year cycle. Unless it were absolutely necessary, Meng Hao had no desire to waste or consume it. I'll be in the Black Lands soon. Once I'm there, I can find a suitable place to treat my injuries. It's impossible to say for sure how long it will be before people from the G clan come looking for me to kill me. His expression was calm as he traveled along, sitting cross-legged atop the vines. He permitted them to move forward at the fastest speed possible, which allowed him to spend some time tending to his wounds. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the copper mirror. He glanced at it for a moment, then put it back. As soon as I reached core formation, he thought, I got the feeling that all I had to do was calm myself and cast my sense into the mirror. With that, I would be able to awaken the spirit within. Unfortunately, the circumstances were far too dire at the time. He wasn't sure what would happen when the spirit within the item emerged. Now, his mind was not at peace, so it wasn't the best time to attempt to communicate with it. He would wait until after he was fully healed. Next, he produced Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The first thing he noticed was a magical sealing mark on its surface. It wouldn't be easy to open. After a moment's consideration, he put it back. With the flick of a hand, he next produced a small bell. This bell was the magical item Ji Hongdong had used. Meng Hao examined it for a moment, then closed his eyes and focused on dealing with his injuries. As of dusk of the following day, he had encountered nothing startling or dangerous. Meng Hao's vines carried him into the Black Lands, which was an easily identifiable area. The ground here was black, as were most of the plants that grew in the area. This was the reason it was called the Black Lands. However, the instant Meng Hao entered the Black Lands, the ancient voice of the demon sealing jade suddenly appeared in his mind. An immortal of the ninth mountain, the pinnacle of brushwork, magical symbols of all creatures, collapse of the heavens. The power is fused within this land, transformed into destruction, and filled with demonic life force. This land can be used to cultivate the art of righteous bestowal. Meng Hao's mind shook, and his eyes immediately snapped open. He snatched out the demon sealing jade. As soon as he touched it, an icy coldness poured into his fingers, filling his mind. It transformed into a mnemonic, a unique divine ability of the League of Demon Sealers. Righteous bestowal, impart demonic power upon any living creature. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315. Chapter 315, The Immortal's Cave of Huangdaxian 1. It was dusk in the Black Lands. The sky was pocked with darkness, the land beneath was pitch black. Everything felt desolate. No mortals could be seen. It was difficult for them to survive in an environment like this. This area was occupied for the most part by cultivators. If you did occasionally encounter mortals, they would be descendants of cultivator clans, powerfully built, with hardy chi and blood. When Meng Hao entered the Black Lands, he looked back for a moment, and a flash of suspicion appeared on his face. For some reason, he had the feeling that upon entering this land, there was some sort of invisible thread attached to his body that had been covered up. Before entering the Black Lands, he had been unable to detect it. However, as soon as it was covered up, he could. Meng Hao muttered to himself thoughtfully as the vines carried him forward at high speed. Moments later, he cleared his thoughts. His eyes glittered as he cast his spiritual sense about. The region 300 meters in all directions suddenly appeared in his mind. I need to find a quiet place where I can recuperate. I remember that Jodikun too was taken to the Black Lands. Furthermore, there should be information about the eyeless larva 3 here. I wonder if I'll be able to refine one. Meng Hao once again produced Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The magical symbol on it was by no means weak. Meng Hao was able to suppress it slightly, but was unable to open the bag. He could tell that if he was able to suppress the seal for long enough, then he would be able to. A long time passed, after which Meng Hao once again closed his eyes. He allowed the vines to continue forward without rest. Soon, more than a month had passed. Occasionally he would encounter some Black Lands cultivators. They were for the most part skinny and bony, with an intensely fiendish aura. They were usually alone, or rarely, in groups of 3 or 5. To Meng Hao, most of them seemed like lone wolves. This was very different than the southern domain. It seemed people here were used to treading the line between life and death. The only way to ensure continued existence was to soak one's hands in blood. However, despite their ferocity, when the local cultivators saw Meng Hao, their pupils would constrict. Meng Hao's white hair was very conspicuous as it billowed around his head. Combined with the paleness of his face, it left people with a very ghastly impression. When you added the vicious-looking vines, the entire picture was one of powerful maliciousness. Meng Hao emanated the aura of core formation, as well as the reek of blood. Anyone who saw him would immediately come to the conclusion that he was someone not to be trifled with. Even some cultivators of the same level as he, after sensing the aura of his cultivation base, would hesitate for a moment and then get out of his way. In the Black Lands, killing was a constant part of life, and it was common to see bodies laying about. As Meng Hao traveled, he saw dozens of vicious magical battles between cultivators. He also saw quite a few deaths. Based on his observations, he quickly came to a better understanding of the Black Lands. What he found the strangest was that after a month passed, despite his constant vigilance, no one from the Ji clan came in pursuit of him. He couldn't help but think of the invisible thread that had been covered up the moment he entered the Black Lands. He hesitated for a moment, uncertain of exactly what was going on. Could it be that the thread appeared after I killed Ji Hongdong? Is it a mark that the Ji clan can use to track me down? If that's the case, why would it be covered up when I entered the Black Lands? Time slowly passed. Soon, another month had gone by. Compared to the southern domain, the Black Lands wasn't very large. As he traveled, though, Meng Hao found that there weren't very many cities, which made everything seem much further spread out. Nearly everything was empty and desolate. The soil was pitch black, permeated with oppressive, deathly stillness. Even fewer places were filled with spiritual energy. Thankfully, Meng Hao currently didn't have any strong requirement for spiritual energy. One day as he sat cross-legged on the vines, he suddenly opened his eyes to look off into the distance. With his spiritual sense, he could see a short mountain about 40 kilometers away, as well as a simple Immortal's Cave. The Immortal's Cave wasn't located within the mountain, but rather, underneath it, almost like a burrow. Next to the mountain was a spring, the waters of which had pooled together to form a cistern. The waters of the cistern were muddy and foul, and the whole area was littered with animal droppings and weeds. The place looked abandoned. If Meng Hao weren't specifically looking for a place to rest and restore his health, he would most likely have overlooked a location like this. Actually, it's not that bad, he thought. He transmitted his will to the vines, and they moved off in the direction of the short mountain. Soon thereafter, he arrived in the area. He approached on foot, allowing the vines to burrow down into the soil and conceal themselves. Meng Hao walked through the weeds, passing the cistern. As he did, he noticed a small, black creature drinking from its waters. It looked up at him, emanating a cruel and vicious air. Meng Hao ignored it, flying up in the air to inspect the mountain. Afterward, he flew toward a wide fissure on the surface of the mountain, a look of satisfaction on his face. The jagged fissure led downward, and it took only a moment for the main door of the Immortal's cave to appear in front of him. Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the door to tremble, then slowly open. The Immortal's cave wasn't large, almost everything inside was covered in dust. Apparently it hadn't been occupied for some time, although some aura of the 5th or 6th level of chi condensation still lingered inside. It appeared that the original owner of the cave didn't have a very high cultivation base. After looking around for a moment, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, causing a wind to spring up that instantly cleared away the dust and the damp. Next, he sat down cross-legged and took a long, deep breath. A thoughtful look filled his eyes, after which his hand flashed in an incantation gesture and he waved his finger toward the main door. It slowly closed, after which magical symbols appeared on it, sealing it. My injuries are currently about 50% healed. I really was seriously hurt this time. He produced some medicinal pills, consumed them, and then closed his eyes to meditate. Slowly but surely, his injuries began to recover. As a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy, he was naturally able to concoct the optimal pills for treatment of his own injuries. Time passed slowly and peacefully. It was quiet inside the Immortal's cave, and dark as well. He sat alone for some time. When he finally awoke from his trance, he opened his eyes and looked out at the darkness. For some reason, the events from his time in the Violet Fate sect appeared in his mind. The G clan. A bright glow appeared in his eyes, which he closed once again. 3 months slowly went by, although Meng Hao wasn't very aware of the passage of time. His wounds were mostly recovered now, at least 80% so. According to his calculations, within a few months, he would be completely recovered, and back at the peak state he used to be in. In fact, he might even be able to make a bit of progress. The absolute strangest thing to him was that in the past 3 months there hadn't been the slightest bit of pursuit on the part of the G clan. Meng Hao couldn't help but draw some of his own conclusions about this. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be because of Master? He thought silently about this for a while. Finally, he sighed, closed his eyes, and continued to focus on his injuries. After a moment, though, his expression suddenly flickered, and he focused his attention outside of the Immortal's cave. About 50 kilometers away from the short mountain was an emaciated man of about 30 years of age, walking along with utmost caution and prudence. His cultivation base was not very high, perhaps at the 6th level of chi condensation. A savage gleam could be seen in his eyes. Were this the southern domain, few people of the same level would be able to come out victorious against this man. I really struck it unlucky this time, grumbled the man through gritted teeth. What the hell was that place anyway? Kept me trapped for 2 years. His eyes flitted about as he proceeded at top speed toward the small mountain. Seemingly out of routine, the man took a circuitous route toward the small mountain, glancing this way and that the entire time. Assured that he was in no danger, and seeing no one following him, he hopped into the fissure and made his way down. From now on, I'm never going to that damned place ever again. Thankfully, even though I was trapped for 2 years, at least my life wasn't in danger. Anyone else would most likely have been killed. He sighed, muttered to himself as he climbed down into the fissure. Having seen so much death, he had reached the point where he was perhaps not numb, but at the least took it all as a normal part of life. Unfortunately, I still have no medicinal elixir, he muttered. However, considering that I have my own Immortal's cave, I definitely count as someone who has a lot of good fortune. Looking complacent, he relaxed a bit. Finally, he was back to his Immortal's cave, where he could rest. He lifted up his right hand and produced a command medallion which he tossed toward the door. His eyes immediately went wide as he watched the medallion clatter to the ground. The main door of the Immortal's cave didn't budge. Is it broken? He thought, gaping. He walked forward, picked up the command medallion, and then looked over it carefully. He was about to try to use it again, when suddenly he noticed some marks in the dust on the ground that made it obvious the door had been opened recently. Fury immediately burned in the man's eyes. How could he not understand that his Immortal's cave had been stolen by someone? I don't know where you came from, you stupid ignoramus. He immediately shouted. But this is the Immortal's cave of Grandpa Huang. Get the hell out of there this instant. In his estimation, the spiritual energy in the Immortal's cave had long since dried up. High-level chi condensation cultivators would obviously have little interest in it, let alone anyone more powerful than that. Furthermore, he had occupied this Immortal's cave for many years. Sure, some people had attempted to take it from him before, but all of them were people of a lower level than him, and he had exterminated each and every one. In the end, he was definitely the master of this tiny Immortal's cave. However, now it seemed obvious that in the 2 years he'd been away, someone had indeed come to seize it. Open the door. Your granny. This is Grandpa Huang's territory, and Grandpa Huang's Immortal's cave. Everyone in the entire area knows that I'm the 8-armed Dragon King, Huang Daxian. Within the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao frowned. The place had looked abandoned before, he'd never imagined that someone was actually living here. You've got some big aspirations and the guts of a leopard to try to steal Grandpa Huang's Immortal's cave, howled Huang Daxian. Seeing no response coming from inside, he gave a cold snort and then began to perform an incantation with his right hand. He stretched out his finger, and, face flushed, sent a tongue of fire shooting out. It transformed into a fire globe which shot toward the main door of the Immortal's cave. A boom filled the narrow fissure, after which Huang Daxian immediately began shouting again, "Open the door! You damned!" Before he could finish speaking, the main door quietly opened a sliver. Huang Daxian gave a cold harumph, congratulating himself on intimidating his opponent with his magical technique. He was filled with fury, but he didn't immediately charge inside. A look of caution gleamed in his eyes. He slowly opened the main door. Inside, he saw that there was no dust, instead, Meng Hao sat there peacefully. Seeing Meng Hao alone, he said, "Your gran," however, in the midst of his fury, he suddenly looked into Meng Hao's eyes. Within their profundity was an icy dignity. His hair was completely white, and he emanated a shocking, terrifying aura. His skin was pallid, as if he needed more blood to make it look normal again. All of this caused Huang Daxian to feel as if a bucket of cold water had just been dumped onto his head. He immediately began to shiver. Fellow Taoist. 1. Huang Daxian's name in Chinese is Huang Daxian. Huang is a surname which also means yellow. Da means great or grand. Xian means immortal. So literally his name could also be Grand Immortal Huang. 2. Zhou Dikun was the old furnace lord from the Violet Fate sect that Meng Hao initially hated but eventually befriended. He was kidnapped by Blackland's cultivators and never seen or heard from again. 3. The eyeless larva was talked about mostly in chapter 165. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. Chapter 316, Meng Hao's Virtue. Fellow Taoist. Huang Daxian could not stop the pounding of his heart. His face was pale white, and as he trembled, he pasted a benevolent smile onto his face. Without even thinking about it, he began to edge away. Greetings. What a lucky coincidence that we meet each other. Fellow Taoist, if you want to live here, well, no problem. Body quivering, Huang Daxian immediately made to leave. However, as he did, Meng Hao's calm eyes swept over him, coming to rest on his feet. A tremor ran through Huang Daxian's body. He didn't dare to move even an inch. Beads of cold sweat began to beat up on his forehead and then drip down his pale face. It seemed almost like as soon as Meng Hao's gaze landed on his feet, they suddenly didn't belong to him anymore. Eventually, Meng Hao's gaze rose up and he looked Huang Daxian in the eyes. Huang Daxian's brain felt like it was convulsing, as if his soul had fled his body. An intense feeling of dread completely submerged him. Foundation Establishment. This is definitely Foundation Establishment. The most powerful person Huang Daxian had ever faced in his entire life was of the Foundation Establishment stage. The terror he felt because of Meng Hao was nearly unfathomable. This in turn caused him to think of the most powerful person he had ever seen. Before Meng Hao even said a single word, a flopping sound could be heard as Huang Daxian dropped to his knees, his face devoid of blood. "Senior, please spare my life." "Sir, I spoke rashly just now, I was mistaken." "Senior, you are a great man, and truly magnanimous. Please spare my life." Huang Daxian's appearance was that of the ultimate supplication. The back of his garment was already soaked with cold sweat. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. There was no need to cause trouble for this tiny chi condensation cultivator. Furthermore, if the Immortal's cave did indeed belong to the man, then it meant he truly had stolen it. As soon as Huang Daxian saw his hesitation, it immediately filled him with even more terror. He wants to kill me, he thought. I'm finished. Finished? I've heard of these Foundation establishment cultivators. They kill people all the time, and I've even heard that some of them have the habit of eating raw human flesh. As he thought of this, Huang Daxian's vision suddenly began to grow dim. His heart filled with grief and indignation. He suddenly realized he would rather stay stuck in the place he had just escaped from than be here. At least there his life hadn't been in danger. But now. Suddenly, Huang Daxian gave a start. He didn't want to die, and therefore, several ideas suddenly sprang to being in his mind. Just as it seemed Meng Hao was about to say something, Huang Daxian let out a shout and said, Is this actually my immortal's cave? How strange, it seems the spiritual energy here is much too dense. Furthermore, everything is so glittering and translucent, it really feels like the dwelling place of an immortal. Senior, you truly are an amazing person. See, this immortal's cave used to be so ordinary, but once you started living in it, your presence lent it a graceful glitter. It's like some sort of celestial wonderland. Hearing Huang Daxian's words caused Meng Hao to gape. His gaping caused Huang Daxian's spirit to be roused. It seemed he had managed to grasp hold of a chance at survival. Therefore, he went at it with even more gusto. After seeing this immortal's cave, I don't think I could possibly ever calm down. He looked around at the extremely ordinary immortal's cave as if he had seen some type of miracle. His eyes filled with passion and reverence. Now I suddenly understand what I have been missing, which is nothing other than your stubborn persistence in cultivation, sir, as well as your transcendent temperament which gives birth to such impressive dignity. Sir, you truly have the air of a transcendent being. I really can't help but bow to you in my heart. With each bow, my excitement rages out of control, and even my cultivation base leaps with joy. The more he spoke, the more excited Huang Daxian became, until spittle flew from his mouth. He seemed to be sparing nothing in his efforts to ingratiate himself to Meng Hao. Meng Hao stared, dumbstruck, and once again hesitated for a moment. Finally, his face began to grow red. I was thinking, gushed Huang Daxian, perhaps this is the will of heaven. The will of heaven has caused Senior to appear here. Sir, I have no other request than to simply be able to stand in front of you and be touched by your immortal chi. Senior, I beg that you allow me this one request. Glistening teardrops poured down his cheeks as he stared earnestly at Meng Hao, looking feverishly hopeful. All of his words had caused Meng Hao's scalp to grow numb. He had always thought he had learned quite a bit about flattery back in the Reliance sect, and was more than equal to the task. However, he suddenly came to the realization that there were many more capable people in the world than him. One such person existed here in the Black Lands. Unfortunately, such words were useless on Meng Hao. He looked at the cultivator standing in front of him, his expression solemn. The solemnity immediately caused Huang Daxian's heart to tremble once more. Bracing himself, he spoke once again. Senior, you have another virtue, your greatest, and that is, when the moment of truth arrives, you are not swayed by flattery. All fawning words are like a slight breeze hitting a mountain. If you wish to get angry, you get angry. You are efficient and decisive. You are truly a great hero, a towering figure. At this point, Meng Hao couldn't take it anymore. He laughed, and the laugh loosened some of the pressure that had been weighing down upon him because of all of the events back at the Rebirth Cave. Interrupting any further ass-kissing on the part of Huang Daxian, Meng Hao said, Very well. I'm accustomed to quiet. Since this immortal's cave belongs to you, I won't occupy it for free. Whatever you require, I will provide to you as rent. Huang Daxian's head was soaked with sweat, but finally he felt somewhat relaxed inside. In order to save his own little life, he had used all the mental power he could muster. Hearing Meng Hao's words just now, how could he possibly speak out any sort of requirement? Senior, since you've taken a liking to this immortal's cave, how could I possibly ask for anything? Sir, there's no need, really. Please live here without any hesitation whatsoever. Meng Hao looked at Huang Daxian for a moment, muttering to himself for a moment. What he lacked most now was spirit stones. He slapped his bag of holding to produce a chi condensation pill that was not marked with a pill cauldron. This was a chi condensation pill that he had concocted a very long time ago, and was of ordinary medicinal strength. It was one of the types he had concocted before becoming famous, and he actually didn't have many left in his bag of holding. As he pulled the pill out, Meng Hao got the feeling that it wasn't very much to offer. He was about to put it back and pull out something else, when suddenly he heard ragged panting. Huang Daxian's eyes went wide, and he was breathing heavily. He stared fixedly at the medicinal pill in Meng Hao's hand, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. His body trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. To him, the medicinal pill appeared to be shining and beautiful, plump to the extreme. Its appearance instantly filled the entire immortal's cave with thick spiritual energy. The spiritual energy enveloped the immortal's cave, immediately causing all of the pores on his body to open up. His cultivation base immediately seemed to grow, causing Huang Daxian's mind to spin. Medicinal, that's a medicinal pill. His mouth and tongue were dry, and he seemed to have lost his faculties, as if at any moment he might lunge forward and try to snatch the pill away from Meng Hao. In his entire life, he had only been fortunate enough to consume one medicinal pill. That was long ago when he was with his master. Upon receiving a serious injury, he and his master had fled. On his deathbed, his master had bequeathed him with a dark, bumpy medicinal pill. That medicinal pill had been highly valued by his master. It was also the first medicinal pill Huang Daxian had ever eaten, and, in fact, the only one. However, that pill had absolutely no way to compare to the one he was looking at right now. One was the earth, the other was the heavens. The black lands were barren and the cultivators there lived arduous lives. Medicinal plants were not easy to grow, and there were virtually no alchemists, therefore, medicinal pills were extremely hard to come by. Of even more relevance was the polarization of the black lands. One half of it was part of the southern domain, the other half was of the western desert. Cultivators here either never saw medicinal pills, or, like Huang Daxian, caught sight of one once or twice in their lives. Generally speaking, cultivators here relied on medicinal elixirs, which were created by repeatedly breaking down medicinal pills until they formed a liquid. Such medicinal elixirs were not incredibly effective, but they were something that Black Lands cultivators couldn't live without. "Senior, are you going to give me that medicinal pill?" asked Huang Daxian, his voice quavering. He stared at the pill, panting. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. He had been in the Black Lands for several months, but hadn't had much dealings with the outside world. He had seen much while traveling, and had come to understand quite a bit, however his thinking regarding the value of objects was still based on his time in the southern domain. Now, he understood everything. He waved his hand, sending the medicinal pill flying into Huang Daxian's hands. "One medicinal pill to rent your immortal's cave for a period of time," said Meng Hao coolly. Huang Daxian clutched at the medicinal pill as if it were some sort of treasure. He looked at Meng Hao, his face filled with intense veneration. He bowed deeply, then remembering how Meng Hao had said he valued quiet, suddenly was worried that Meng Hao might change his mind. He quickly took his leave, hurrying out of the immortal's cave. When he was away from the short mountain, he took a deep breath, and his eyes gleamed with the excitement he had been holding back just now. "I've struck the jackpot," he thought. "This medicinal pill, it's a miracle." He hurried away, preparing, not to consume the pill, but to break it down into medicinal elixir, which could be used for quite some time. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the immortal's cave, his eyes filled with thoughtfulness. His experience with the qi condensation cultivator had helped him to realize how scarce resources really were for the impoverished Black Lands cultivators. "I still have quite a few medicinal pills in my bag of holding," Meng Hao thought. "Most are marked with a pill cauldron, but I can erase that. Considering my lack of spirit stones, though, I need to be careful. There are no alchemists in the Black Lands, so a sudden influx in medicinal pills would definitely arouse suspicion." He continued to think about the matter for a while. He had left a bit of spiritual sense on the qi condensation cultivator. If the man tried to plot against him, he could immediately activate the spiritual sense and kill him. Eventually, Meng Hao closed his eyes and focused once again on treating his injuries. As far as the damage to his longevity, Meng Hao wasn't too worried about it. That problem would be easy to solve, either with the Outlander pill or the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, one of the three great pills of the ancient Tao of alchemy. 1. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Hao's wounds were fully healed. He opened his eyes, which glittered as he retrieved the copper mirror from within his bag of holding. Upon reaching core formation, the spirit within this copper mirror should awaken. He looked at the mirror, which he had acquired all those years ago in the Reliance sect. It had been with him all the way until this day. Now, it was time for the spirit within to awaken. 1. The Outlander pill was one of the gifts given him by Grandmaster Pill Demon in Chapter 294. According to Pill Demon, it can suppress the resurrection lily 100 years, increase longevity by 100 years, and facilitate cultivation base progress. The primordial heavenly replenishing pill was the pill introduced by Qin Jiaxi in the alchemy battle in Chapter 253, and then analyzed by Meng Hao in Chapter 265. It can significantly extend longevity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Chapter 317, I am an ancient celestial bird. You could say that without this treasure, Meng Hao would not have the cultivation base he did. Nor would he have been able to travel to the southern domain, or join the Violet Fate sect. He would still be in the state of Zhao, floating with that old turtle patriarch reliance, off in some unknown location. Memories flitted through Meng Hao's eyes. So many things had happened since he had acquired this copper mirror that so loved to emit an aura that browbeat creatures of fur and feather. Furthermore, it had a heaven-defying ability of duplication. Then there was the painful abhorrence the meat jelly showed toward it. The meat jelly had gone so far as to take the form of a parrot, in which it constantly chattered and gnashed its teeth. Meng Hao thought back to the time he had left the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, and had touched the blood-colored mask. Thanks to the Li clan patriarch, he had almost lost control of his mind. It was only the bird call from within the copper mirror that had enabled him to avoid calamity. 1. Then there was the time in the ancient blessed land, when the power of the copper mirror had enabled him to step foot into the square cauldron, despite the fact that he did not possess an ancient bloodline. 2. The instant Meng Hao had reached core formation, he had felt an aura awakening within the copper mirror. Parrot, he said, his eyes glittering. His violet core began to rotate as he drew on the power of his cultivation base. Guiding it with his will, he sent it through his right hand and into the mirror. The mirror gradually began to emit a mysterious glow. The light grew more intense, and then suddenly the meat jelly flew out from the blood-colored mask in his bag of holding. It emerged in a beam of light, and the face of the old man appeared on its surface. Its eyes glistened with stubbornness, determination and sincerity, as if it were about to face its greatest enemy. Its expression also contained a bit of holiness, as if it were its mission to participate in a great battle that would decide the fate of all the stars in existence. "Evil archenemy, you finally appear," it said, its face filled with a sacred air. "I've been waiting for you for a very, very long time. This time, the first thing you'll see when you awaken is me. I will definitely convert you. I will bring you back from the path of wickedness." The meat jelly actually seemed a bit less long-winded than before. A pedantic air slowly began to grow thicker and thicker around it. Ignoring the meat jelly, Meng Hao concentrated, focusing on his cultivation base and sending a continuous flow of power into the copper mirror, which seemed like a bottomless pit. Time slowly passed by, and soon Meng Hao was using nearly 60% of his cultivation base. It was then that the glow in the mirror exploded out. A phantom image began to appear above the surface of the mirror. It was still very blurry. "Come out, my archenemy," said the meat jelly solemnly. "Come out. We are destined to fight this battle. Come out." Hey, Meng Hao, push a little harder. He's almost out." Hearing the meat jelly's voice caused Meng Hao to remember something, and he cleared his throat. Actually, one of the main goals in causing the spirit to emerge from the mirror was because he wanted it to deal with the meat jelly. Perhaps it would be able to suppress the thing's chattering. He took a deep breath, and then sent out more power from his cultivation base. 70%, 80%, 90%. The image above the mirror began to grow clearer. It was now obviously the shape of a bird. It was covered with colorful feathers, gaudy even. Its eyes were closed, and it had a curved beak and sharp claws. Actually, its appearance wasn't perverted in the way the meat jellies had been when it assumed the parrot form. Instead, it exuded an air of extreme, wild arrogance. Even asleep, the arrogant aura seemed to buffet against Meng Hao's face. "What an evil aura," said the meat jelly, trembling. "That's it. That's its aura. The appearance is dead on. This is my archenemy. This is my mission in life. I will convert it." The air of holiness swirled around the meat jelly even more thickly. Meng Hao suddenly felt weak inside. It caused him a bit of alarm. Perhaps it hadn't been the best decision to call to the spirit after having just recovered from his injuries. If he sustained any injuries now, then he wouldn't be able to provide the power the copper mirror needed. That would result in further nasty injuries to himself. Time passed. Just as Meng Hao's cultivation base was almost completely pouring into the copper mirror, suddenly, a shrill cry echoed out from within. It contained vast arrogance and immense bossiness. The sound of it echoed about, in such a way that would cause any living creature that heard it to bow in veneration. As the cry echoed out, the parrot above the mirror suddenly opened its eyes. A bright light shone out, along with a blast of aura that felt like immortal chi. It emanated out, filling the entire immortal's cave. It had a blank look in its eyes, as well as an archaic air. It only took a moment for haughtiness to appear. Clearly, its body was that of a small bird, but anyone who looked at it would get the feeling it could split the heavens and rend the earth in two. Even the very air in the area seemed to grow thicker. The meat jelly emitted a howl that made it difficult to determine whether it was excited or furious. It immediately appeared directly in front of the parrot and looked it dead in the eye. "Look at me, my archenemy. Do you see who I am?" The parrot looked back at the meat jelly, and a cool look of contempt appeared. Its expression was arrogant to the extreme as it tilted its head back to look at Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't move or say anything. He took a few steps back, looking at the parrot and meat jelly, and also working on recovering his cultivation base. Based on his experience with the meat jelly, he figured that his best course of action was to first observe what was going to happen. The meat jelly gave an angry howl, then it flickered, moving to block the parrot's line of sight. The meat jelly stared at the parrot, and as it did, it seemed all enmity bubbled up. Archenemy of my life, the heavens have opened their eyes, and seen fit to allow us to meet again. You are evil. Immoral. So tell me, do you remember me? The color of the meat jelly's body changed into a turbulent blur as it shouted, Speak. Why don't you speak? You wicked, perverted bird. Why don't you speak? It had waited many years, now the parrot was here in front of it, but wasn't responding. Then. Are you crazy? Screw your sister, *tch. Squawked the parrot, its face filled with impatience. Immediately, the meat jelly's eyes began to gleam. This reaction on the part of the parrot seemed to be in line with the wickedness it remembered. Cursing at people is wrong, said the meat jelly solemnly. You've sinned yet again. Screw your granny. Screw your aunt. Screw your other granny. Screw your uncle. Screw your grandkids. Screw your sister, *tch. The parrot slowly said one sentence after another, ignoring the suddenly trembling meat jelly. It flapped its wings a few times, and then flew up into the air, making a few circles around the immortal's cave. Eventually, it landed on Meng Hao's shoulder and looked over at him arrogantly. So, you're my master in this world? Remember my name, Lord Fifth. I'm an ancient celestial bird. After being born, I was revered and respected. Even the heavens bowed their head to me. Before I was born, no living creature wore clothes. After I was born, who dared not to? Before me, no spirit creatures had fur or feathers. After my birth, great aspirations burned, and furred and feathered beasts were required in heaven and earth. After that, which creatures in the world dared not grow furs or feathers? On the outside, I permit you to call upon my name, it said arrogantly. When the name of Lord Fifth is spoken, all living creatures become terror-stricken. No one will dare to offend you. That is because within the entire world, in and out of the heavens, if anyone offends me, I screw them to death. Its domineering air leaked out, filling the area. However, Meng Hao had a strange look on his face. From his perspective, he was looking at nothing but a colorful, boasting bird. Off to the side, the meat jelly solemnly said, Boasting is immoral. You've sinned yet again. I will convert you. An air of righteousness shot out from it toward the parrot. However, as it neared, a look of disdain filled the parrot's face, and its arrogance grew even thicker, as if it were the boss, and the heavens were its assistant. Looking at the meat jelly, it said, Years ago, countless almighty beings refined the Milky Way into a statue for me in the flaming mountains. Do you want to know why? Long ago, deep within the star sea, I forced 30,000 great peace virgin Taoist nuns to bathe in front of me. Do you want to know why they agreed? Countless years ago, who was the greatest bully in all the stars? Furthermore, do you remember the fatso who ambushed you that one time, and then kowtowed to me for 100,000 years? Do you want to know where he is now? Do you want to learn how to count past 1, 2, 3? The parrot's words came out slowly, and as they did, the meat jelly slowly began to stop moving. By the time the parrot finished, it was staring mutely, its face filled with conflict. However, it still seemed able to suppress its curiosity. The parrot eyed the meat jelly with a look of utmost haughtiness. If you want to know, then you need to behave a bit better in front of Lord Fifth. Bitch, I haven't seen you for years, and yet you're still completely retarded. Witnessing all this, Meng Hao suddenly realized how the parrot was able to deal with the meat jelly. The meat jelly was incredibly curious, and this was actually its greatest weakness. That having been said, Meng Hao had the feeling that the personality of this parrot was a bit different than that portrayed earlier by the meat jelly. He wasn't able to sense any perverted air on it, only wild arrogance. It was at this moment that the parrot's beak suddenly clicked, and a suspicious expression appeared on its face. It looked around for a moment, then flew into the air, circling a few more times around the immortal's cave. It said suspiciously as it flew around. This isn't right. What smell is that? This immediately aroused the curiosity of the meat jelly, and it also began to look around dubiously. When it saw the parrot seemingly sniffing for something, a popping sound suddenly rang out as it transformed into a big white dog. It pushed its nose into the ground and began nosing about, wagging its tail. What the heck is it? The meat jelly asked after sniffing around for a while. I don't smell anything. What are you smelling? It looked up curiously at the parrot. You don't understand crap. It doesn't matter if you turn into a dog, you wouldn't be able to smell anything. I'm an ancient celestial bird, esteemed in all the heavens. These black-colored lands have a very curious aura. I've already determined what it is. Amazing. Incredible. Ah, now I understand what's going on. The arrogant look on its face made it seem as if it understood everything within heaven and earth. The meat jelly's face twisted with unbearable curiosity. It seemed to itch with anxiety. Apparently it didn't matter which form it took, it wouldn't be able to detect this supposed aura. Off to the side, Meng Hao watched the commotion. Hearing the dialogue between the two, he suddenly thought back to the words spoken by the demon Sealing Jade when he entered the Black Lands, and felt a twinge of excitement. So what's so special about this place? He asked. The parrot glanced back at him. The look said that it was an ancient celestial parrot, and that it didn't need to explain anything to him. It continued flying around, a look of arrogance on its face, as if it were matchlessly unique in all heaven and earth. Meng Hao frowned and then coolly said, well, anybody can brag. If you don't know the answer, there's no need to go about pretending like you do. He was of the core formation stage. On his path to becoming a powerful expert, and having experienced what he did at the Rebirth Cave, he was able to speak his words in a completely dull tone, as if he weren't the least bit upset, and also completely confident in himself. His words caused the parrot to immediately stop in mid-flight. All of the colorful feathers on its body stood on end, and it glared at Meng Hao, looking as if it had been woefully dishonored. I don't know? I'm an ancient celestial bird. I know about the immortals above and the mortals below. You think there's something Lord Fifth doesn't know? I know everything. You really don't need to boast, replied Meng Hao quickly. His heart trembled, and his eyes shone with a strange light. This chapter was sponsored by Jean Augusto Souts, Lim Derrick, Dante Madut, and Hendra Sasanto. 1. The event with the blood-colored mask happened in Chapter 137. 2. The event regarding the cauldron was in Chapter 158. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. Lord Fifth knows. You don't know. Arara. Fine. Squawked the parrot, flapping its wings. You shall know how powerful an ancient celestial bird is. The parrot's eyes had turned green, its dignity had been questioned. A multicolored light suddenly blazed out from it, filling the entire small mountain in the space of a single breath. Then, the light returned, as if it had collected something from within the mountain. The light gathered together, transforming into a pile of black soil the size of a fist. See? Said the parrot arrogantly, its voice shrill. The secret of these black-colored lands can be found within this very mountain. This was refined out by me, Lord Fifth, personally. Off to the side, the meat jelly watched in a daze, completely quiet, as if it had just been enlightened. Despite its apparent sudden realization, however, it quickly grew more curious. What the heck is it? It said. It rolled its eyes as it considered Meng Hao's words from just now, and then the arrogant posturing of the parrot. Suddenly, it felt very excited and gushed, You're trying to use that crap to fool us, you old bird. You don't have any idea at all what it is. The parrot looked scornfully at the meat jelly. This time, it didn't react at all like it had toward Meng Hao, causing the meat jelly to stare dumbfounded. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked closely at the soil, which was actually a dark purplish green. Just looking at it, he didn't see anything unusual. In fact, it seemed quite ordinary. You don't even know where this random clump of mud came from, and yet you dare to claim that you're omniscient? Said Meng Hao coolly. It seemed that the parrot didn't like to be provoked by people. Even though the meat jelly had tried this method moments ago, to no effect, Meng Hao decided to try it out one more time. Even as the words were leaving his mouth, the parrot's colorful feathers stood up on end, a green light shone from within its eyes, and a white chi began to seep out from the top of its head. It seemed that its dignity had been seriously slighted, something it couldn't accept in its arrogance. Apparently it could ignore whatever the meat jelly said, but not even the slightest bit of provocation from Meng Hao. You dare to look down on Lord Fifth? Shrieked the parrot furiously. Lord Fifth is an ancient celestial bird. There's nothing I don't know. Mountains and seas, the heavens, who doesn't know that if you have faith in the Lord Fifth, you can attain eternal life? You listen to Lord Fifth, buddy. This stuff is immortal since soil. Many years ago, an almighty member of the senior generation painted a talisman out amidst the stars. He threw it down, with the intention of sealing this particular planet. However, someone else blocked it, and as the talisman entered the planet, it was burned into ash. However, that almighty ancient had an exceedingly high cultivation base, and therefore, the magical symbols he painted contained divine abilities. Even though it became ash, it still contained the power of an immortal. The ash fell down onto this very land. That's why the soil in this place is black, because the land here contains the remnants of that burned talisman. I, an ancient celestial bird, saw all this happen, so many years ago. How could I possibly be mistaken? After hearing all this, Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. A cultivator who wielded power great enough to be able to paint magical symbols among the stars, and use them to seal an entire planet. Before the events at the Rebirth Cave, Meng Hao would not have easily believed that such a thing could be true. But after seeing Choumen Tai, he now had a much greater understanding of such matters. Right now, he breathed deeply as he looked at the incensed parrot, having already been 70 to 80% convinced of what it was saying. Some almighty person capable of painting a seal that can lock down a whole planet, that's just shocking, he thought. But for someone to interfere with it, to burn it and cause the ash to create the Black Lands, well, who was that? At the moment, the character Ji was hovering in his mind. It can be hard to distinguish illusions from reality, said Meng Hao coolly. That's a nice story, but who knows whether it's true or not? Actually, Meng Hao was mostly convinced already, but he allowed no change of expression to appear on his face. The parrot looked even more enraged. It flew around in circles around the immortal's cave, glaring at Meng Hao. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out a glowing green light which shot toward Meng Hao. It happened so fast that Meng Hao had no chance to dodge. The green light entered into him through his forehead, transforming into information that branded itself onto his mind. The information consisted of a few hundred characters. They were complex, but after examining them, Meng Hao realized what it was, a vision technique. Use this technique, and look again. This celestial technique has been branded onto you, so there's no need for enlightenment or study. Just use it. The parrot glared at Meng Hao, apparently unwilling to rest until Meng Hao believed what he said. Meng Hao closed his eyes. When he opened them, the pupil of his right eye shrank. As it did, he felt as if cultivation base power were suddenly being emitted out of his right eye. In an instant, it felt as if his cultivation base were withered, causing Meng Hao to feel quite alarmed. Suddenly, a strand of the immortal spiritual energy within his body went toward his right eye, fusing with it. He felt a stab of pain in his right eye, and tears flowed out of it. His vision grew blurry, but then cleared. Now, the world as he viewed it through his right eye looked very different, although it was hard to describe exactly how. He looked down at the violet-green clump of soil. Even at first glance, Meng Hao's mind was shaken. Slowly, pulses of a golden-colored aura became visible, floating up from the soil and congealing in the air to form faint magical symbols. The symbols, of course, were golden-colored. Furthermore, they emitted an intense pressure that only Meng Hao was able to sense. Under the influence of the pressure, the magical symbols seemed to transform into tiny people. All of them floated there in front of Meng Hao, and they appeared to be painting something. There was only a tiny bit of pressure, but it caused Meng Hao's mind to fill with a roaring sound, and his spiritual sense to grow unstable. He suddenly closed his eyes, cutting off his vision and thus ending the technique. Even still, his face was pale, and it took him a while to recover his senses. When he opened his eyes, his right eye was filled with veins of blood. "Well, did you feel it?" asked the parrot haughtily. "Lord Fifth knows everything. This is nothing but a clump of dirt with a bit of magical symbols in it. If you had encountered the ash created by the true immortal talisman that year, you wouldn't have been struck absent-minded, you would have been struck dead. You know, soil like this is everywhere in this black-colored land. You can't say there's a huge amount, but there is quite a bit. People like you who can actually gaze upon the will of the immortal talisman, well, let's just say you're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Were it not for the fact that this area is suppressed, it wouldn't have lasted until now. If this soil is taken away from this land, then it will become useless. Oh, and let me tell you another secret. If you possess enough fortune and luck, you can collect more soil like this, and then you might gain enlightenment regarding some of the divine abilities within the magical symbols of that almighty senior. Now, please repeat after me in a loud voice, have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Many years ago, countless people chanted these very lines. It looked at the pale-faced Meng Hao even more egotistically, apparently more and more convinced of how powerful it was. Meng Hao ignored the parrot. Such a powerful aura, especially considering this is just a tiny clump of soil. And yet, it contains such shocking power. To think that there is more of this dirt throughout the Black Lands. He began to breathe deeply, and his eyes glowed. He suddenly thought of the words of the demon Sealing Jade. An immortal of the ninth mountain, the pinnacle of brushwork, magical symbols of all creatures, collapse of the heavens. The power is fused within this land, transformed into destruction, and filled with demonic life force. This land can be used to cultivate the art of righteous bestowal. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. The method for cultivating the art of righteous bestowal already existed in his mind. During his time focused on healing his injuries, he'd had no time to work toward enlightenment, but having seen this clump of soil, he suddenly found himself lost in thought. Time slipped by. Soon, half a month had gone past. The parrot and the meat jelly had disappeared somewhere, and were no longer in the immortal's cave. The interchanges between these two old enemies usually involved the meat jelly provoking the parrot in some way. However, the parrot was always able to respond with only a few words that would send the meat jelly shrinking in on itself. Meng Hao was focused on the art of righteous bestowal. Occasionally he would use the vision technique to examine the soil, each time he would come up lacking in some aspect of enlightenment or another. As he continued to study it, he would sometimes take out Ji Hongdong's bag of holding. The magical sealing symbol was still there, but it was growing weaker. After a few attempts at breaking it, Meng Hao got the feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to open the bag. Time slowly passed. Other than research, he spent his time thinking. He didn't consume the Outlander pill that Master had given him. True, it could extend longevity, but more importantly, it could be used to suppress the resurrection lily. He could only consume 3 in his life, and did not wish to squander those opportunities. As for the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, it could also extend longevity, but he only had one. At the moment, he didn't have enough spirit stones to duplicate a copy, so after a moment's thought, he sealed it back up. At the moment, he was completely recovered, his longevity was significantly shortened, but it wasn't an extreme emergency. For now, what he was most worried about was the heavenly tribulation that would come with his perfect gold core. Right now, he had all the ingredients he needed to make the perfect core pill, except for one plant. The plant he needed wasn't extremely rare. Meng Hao guessed that even in the Black Lands, he would most likely be able to get a hold of one. However, after thinking for quite a long time about the heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao still had no idea how he would deal with it, other than the meat jelly. On one particular day, after gaining a bit of enlightenment regarding the celestial soil, Meng Hao's mind suddenly quivered. He sent his spiritual sense out roughly 50 kilometers out from his immortal's cave. There, he could see Huang Daxian, very cautiously leading a group of grim, malevolent-looking Foundation establishment cultivators in his direction. "Seniors," he said in a low voice, "up ahead, the 4 of you will be able to see the place where that guy is staying." His nose was bloodied, and his face swollen, and it seemed he was even missing a few teeth. His expression was very dispirited. "Cut the crap," said one of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators with a cold snort. "Keep leading the way. I really want to see if this guy truly has the superhuman abilities you claim," said another. "And then there's the supposed medicinal pills." The 4 cultivators' eyes glittered with avarice. Among the 4, one was surprisingly of the great circle of Foundation establishment. The other 3 were in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. These 4 held sway over the region with iron fists, and they were quite well known. Their bodies were festooned with what could almost be called totem tattoos, very similar to those of Western Desert cultivators, although not quite the same. The 4 of them exchanged glances and began to converse in hushed tones. "We'll need to be careful. With so many medicinal pills, he must not be an ordinary person. Make sure not to damage his bag of holding before he dies, otherwise this trip will have been in vain." "Right. We'll all attack at once, and wipe him out. Don't give him a chance to destroy his own bag of holding before that." Huang Daxian looked furious, but didn't dare to say anything other than to mumble in agreement with them. Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense. Huang Daxian was branded with his spiritual sense, so Meng Hao was aware of all of his activities, including the disaster he had brought upon himself because of the medicinal pill, and how he had been captured. If he wanted to, Meng Hao could just exterminate all of them. However, after thinking about the celestial soil which contained the celestial talismanic symbols, he changed his mind and allowed Huang Daxian to lead them here. "I need enough celestial soil. The more the better. That will increase my ability to achieve full enlightenment." Meng Hao closed his eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 319. Chapter 319, A Booming Voice from the Rubble. It requires a bit of time for Foundation establishment cultivators to travel 50 kilometers. While he waited for them, Meng Hao sat meditating. He had now gained more experience in researching the art of righteous bestowal. As far as enlightenment regarding the celestial soil, there was no need to be anxious. It would require slow and steady progress. By gradually increasing his collection, he would have time to study it properly. In that way, he would be able to slowly supplement whichever magical symbols he lacked. He currently sat cross-legged, examining his violet core as it slowly rotated. In the blink of an eye, it would send out a massive pulsating aura throughout his body, which would then retract. It was like lightning, extend, retract, a cycle. This allowed him to burst forth with a type of cultivation base power completely different and far more formidable than that of the foundation establishment stage. Master said that after reaching core formation, I would be able to fuse the ever-burning flame with my core. Then I would be able to utilize my personal alchemic flame. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. To accomplish that would of course require painstaking effort in secluded meditation. He hadn't even been in the Black Lands for a year, and yet his time spent recovering in secluded meditation had led to a complete lack of mental focus. However, the matters of the celestial soil, the art of righteous bestowal, igniting his alchemic flame, and Ji Hongdong's bag of holding were all things that he needed to allocate time for now that he was in the core formation stage. Because of his concerns of being tracked down by the Ji clan, he was constantly on guard. This entire time, he hadn't been able to relax. However, he already had an inkling as to why no one from the Ji clan had come after him yet. He made his decision. It seems I need to stay in secluded meditation for a bit longer. When I've accomplished everything I need to, I can go out and track down the final medicinal plant I need to make the perfect gold core pill. He lifted his head, and within his eyes could be seen a cold glow. His lips twisted into a meaningful smile that had a touch of a demonic air. It seemed to be filled with frigidness. At the moment, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators were flying through the air toward the short mountain. They approached without hesitation, and reached the fissure in the mountain in only a moment, and then shot down inside. Huang Daxian's face was pale and fear filled his heart. However, he also had an idea. Gritting his teeth, voice trembling, he loudly said, just down here. The foundation establishment cultivators looked at him with killing intent springing from their eyes. Quiet, said one. The 4 of them reaching the bottom of the fissure in an instant. They looked at the Immortal's cave, and their expressions changed to fill with vigilance. This was because the door of Meng Hao's Immortal's cave was not closed. Instead, it was wide open, allowing them to see Meng Hao sitting inside cross-legged. He slowly raised up his head, his expression was that of complete calm. He wore an ordinary green robe, but considering how it strikingly framed his white hair, it immediately caused an intense fear to push down onto their hearts. In addition, his face seemed devoid of any blood. That, combined with the icy coldness of his gaze, made the temperature in the area seem to instantly plummet beyond freezing. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators all gasped. Meng Hao's appearance immediately caused an intense feeling of crisis to rise up inside of them. It made the man sitting in front of them seem to be, not a cultivator, but an ancient wild beast. His gaze seemed as if it would consume them whole. Cold sweat immediately began to pour down their foreheads. Their mouths and tongues went dry, and their minds seemed almost lost. They stood there, not moving a muscle. Meng Hao didn't say anything. Deathly silence filled the mountain fissure, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The silence gradually transformed into an intense pressure, as if the entire mountain were weighing down on the hearts of everyone present. The feeling seemed to place them at the border between life and death. Meng Hao's gaze filled them with the profound impression that if they moved, they would be dead instantly. Finally, though, one of the 4 foundation cultivators, the one with the lowest cultivation base, couldn't take the pressure any longer. Unable to stay standing there, he let out a howl and shot upward toward the mouth of the fissure. Even as he began to fly up, Meng Hao lifted the finger of his right hand. Pipe down. 2 words, 1 sentence, and a miserable shriek rang out. A corpse fell down to land directly in front of the 3 other foundation establishment cultivators, causing their faces to grow even more white, and their bodies to tremble even harder. The corpse that had just fallen down had a bloody hole on its forehead, out from which fresh, red blood gurgled. The corpse's eyes were wide open, and clearly filled with dread and despair. The scene transformed into a new pressure that caused the remaining 3 foundation establishment cultivators to be filled with awe. Although they had done their fair share of killing, they knew that it wasn't a simple thing to be able to slay a foundation establishment cultivator. All of them instantly began to shake violently. Core formation. This guy is definitely in the core formation stage. Damn it, why did we have to provoke a core formation expert? The 3 of them exchanged glances filled with bitterness and desperation. Huang Daxian was trembling even harder than they were, and anxiety filled his face. He had guessed that Meng Hao was powerful, but he had never imagined that his power had reached the level that he could exterminate a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Some time passed, and the 3 foundation establishment cultivators grew so nervous and frightened that it seemed their hearts might explode. Being forced to wait such a long time under the threat of death was something that ordinary people usually can't endure. Finally, another among the remaining three couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that Meng Hao had long since closed his eyes, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and suddenly flew up into the air. At the same time, he crushed a jade slip, which caused a mist to surround his body and explosively increased his speed. As he seemed on the verge of making his escape, Meng Hao didn't move, he didn't even open his eyes. A look of excitement appeared on the face of the escaping cultivator, causing the remaining two to hesitate momentarily and consider following him. Suddenly, the rocks on either side of the mountain fissure suddenly seemed to loosen. A dark violet vine suddenly erupted out, emanating an intense viciousness. The end of the vine split into a jagged, gaping, bloody mouth. The Foundation establishment cultivator let out an astonished scream as he was instantly swallowed up whole as if by a giant snake. After swallowing the man down, massive amounts of gooey fluid flowed down the vine. At the same time, even more vines burrowed out through the mountain rocks. There were dozens of them, writhing about. They sealed off the mouth of the fissure, and then stretched out to point in the direction of Huang Daxian and the remaining two Foundation establishment cultivators. Huang Daxian's face was pale white and completely blank. The two Foundation establishment cultivators were left panting. The scene just now replayed in their minds, and suddenly they had the intense sensation that they were currently in hell. SS Senior, spare me, said the cultivator of the Great Circle of Foundation establishment, his voice trembling as he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Meng Hao. Senior, I was in the wrong, please spare me, said the other Foundation establishment cultivator, also plopping to the ground and kowtowing. Both of them were scared out of their minds. Meng Hao slowly opened his eyes and coolly gazed over the two of them, as well as Huang Daxian. He had long since taken notice of the totems' tattoos on their bodies. They weren't the same as those of the Western Desert cultivators, but they appeared to be able to move just as fluidly. Are you here to request medicinal pills? Asked Meng Hao. He lifted his hand, and two medicinal pills appeared in his palm. They were bluish-black, and emitted no medicinal fragrance whatsoever. In fact, faintly visible on the surface of each pill was the image of a ferocious, writhing centipede. At a glance it was obvious that these were poison pills. Before the two Foundation establishment cultivators could respond to his question, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, and the two pills shot out like lightning toward their mouths. They had no time to react, the pills slammed into their teeth and then entered their throats. In the blink of an eye, they had dissolved. The two men's faces changed immediately. However, they didn't do anything to resist. They could only let out bitter sighs, they knew that at the very least, they were being allowed to live a bit longer. Think of this pill as a punishment, said Meng Hao calmly. I want the two of you to take Huang Daxian and look around for soil that looks like this. The more you find, the faster I'll dispel that poison. In fact, if you find enough, I'll even give you some medicinal pills. He glanced over at Huang Daxian for a moment. Huang Daxian immediately gave a start, then loudly voiced his consent. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sending a bit of violet-green soil shooting out to each of the three of them. Then, the Immortal's cave slammed shut with a boom. The tentacles sealing off the fissure drew back, and everything returned to normal. With bitter smiles, the two Foundation establishment cultivators let out quiet sighs. They weren't sure what extraordinary properties were contained in the soil given them by the powerful man in the cave. However, it actually seemed to them that they had come across a bit of luck. Their eyes gleaming, they exchanged a glance, then shot out of the cave, taking Huang Daxian along very politely. According to Meng Hao's requirements, they went searching for the soil. Time passed by. Soon, it was half a month later. During that time, Meng Hao had become much more familiar with the art of righteous bestowal. The power of the art was difficult to fathom. It was similar to being able to touch something and make it become demonic, however, instead of using the word touch it used the word bestow. Bestow demonism upon any living thing, and use it. It also contained the character righteous, which was the opposite of evil. And yet, the art itself was clearly very aggressive and oppressive. It seemed like, receiving the righteous bestowal of a demon sealer gave the beneficiary some sort of official approval. Furthermore, every time Meng Hao rotated his cultivation base, he could feel a faint aura in existence. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could use this aura to perform the righteous bestowal and perform demonic transformation. The resulting demon would have no spirit, only an involuntary aura, however, Meng Hao would be able to control it. It would be a strange sensation, similar to the astral projection Meng Hao had read about in the ancient records of the Violet Fate sect. Compel any living creature to become demonic. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. He lifted his hand and gazed at his finger. After a moment's thought, he pushed his finger down against the floor of the Immortal's cave. Righteous bestowal, he said. Immediately, ghost images sprang up throughout the Immortal's cave. Immediately he was able to sense a faint aura inside of the Immortal's cave, set free from within the short mountain. This aura was strange and filled with variations. Meng Hao's senses couldn't tell clearly exactly what it was. However, it didn't take long for him to understand that this was demonic chi of living things. His eyes flickered as he sent his spiritual sense into the aura. A roaring filled his mind, and suddenly his field of vision expanded rapidly. He was now able to see everything for 150 to 200 kilometers around the short mountain. By concentrating on the fusion of his spiritual sense and the demonic chi, he could sense everything in the area. Just when he was about to retract his vision, he suddenly saw something off to the northwest, what appeared to be a field of rubble. Ordinarily, he wouldn't take note of it, but in this unique state, he suddenly heard a voice coming from within the rubble. A mournful, archaic voice suddenly boomed out. Heavens of G, do not die, I do not die. Heavens of G. You've been suppressing me for 30,000 years, but I still refuse to step foot onto the immortality bestowed dais. As the voice echoed out, it suddenly said, Who are you? Meng Hao felt as if a gaze as powerful as the heavens had suddenly fallen upon him. This chapter was sponsored by Fabian Betancourt Correa, Dennis Liu, Dylan Evans, Yarrow Matila, Ty Campbell, and Brian Nichols. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320. Chapter 320, Igniting the Alchemic Flame. Meng Hao's heart trembled as his eyes snapped open. He pulled his fingers back from the ground. He felt as if some incredible force had battered him out of the strange state he was in just now. His eyes glittered as he raised his head, allowing his gaze to pass through the rock walls of the Immortal's cave to look toward the field of rocky rubble. So it's another enemy of the G clan. However, this person seems different from the square cauldron in the ancient Blessed Land. The fact that he noticed me shows that his will is still here. After collecting his thoughts, Meng Hao rose and left the Immortal's cave. Moments later he emerged from the fissure in the small mountain. It was midday, and the sun burned brightly overhead, baking the land until it seemed it would bubble with grease. After leaving the mountain, Meng Hao looked in the direction of the field of rubble. After a moment of thought, he flicked the sleeve of his robe and shot off toward it. It didn't take long before he floated in mid-air above the field of rubble, looking down at it. It wasn't a very large area, perhaps several dozen kilometers wide in either direction. The entire area was strewn with bizarrely shaped rocks, some of which were more than half sunken into the soil. Some, on the other hand, lay on the surface of the ground. It gave off a very bleak air, as if each and every stone in this place had been here for ages. Meng Hao didn't get too close, choosing instead to remain up in the air. However, after some time passed, he still had no idea what this place was. It seemed completely ordinary. Maintaining his attitude of vigilance, he sent out his spiritual sense to investigate further, but yet again came up empty-handed. Of course, thought Meng Hao. This is exactly how you would expect it to be. Outsiders wouldn't be able to notice anything unusual, not even me. If I hadn't been in that unusual state, I would never have sensed anything strange here. He decided not to rashly proceed forward, instead choosing to turn and leave. Absolutely nothing happened as he left. Back in the Immortal's cave, he thought back to the powerful, archaic voice which had pierced into his mind, and the bone-deep rancor it had expressed regarding the G clan. Heavens of G, thought Meng Hao. After all of his experiences, his curiosity had been suppressed for far too long. However, he knew that in the cultivation world, each step can be fraught with peril, a lack of caution can lead to mistakes that can never be righted. Therefore, after thinking for a bit longer about the archaic voice, he decided to ignore it until he had a more powerful cultivation base. At the moment, he was only at the early core formation stage, and as such, the situation was just too risky. Even though this person claimed to be an enemy of the G clan, that didn't necessarily mean he wouldn't harm Meng Hao. With the help of this demonic chi, my spiritual sense can be amplified by several times. Who knows the extent to which I can cultivate the art of righteous bestowal? I wonder if I can combine my will with the chi to produce an incarnation of myself. Giving no more thought to the powerful voice, Meng Hao focused his attention onto the art of righteous bestowal. His first test of the art had left him with the sense that this technique was definitely beyond ordinary. I wonder if it might have something to do with cultivating the Tao Divinity scripture, and how it made my spiritual sense far beyond that of any cultivator of my same level. Meng Hao continued to analyze the matter calmly. Eventually the sky outside began to turn dark, and Meng Hao closed his eyes. Enlightenment regarding the art of righteous bestowal swirled within his head. He had the feeling that this technique was something extremely important to him. A month passed, during which time Meng Hao never opened his eyes. One day, he sensed 10 or more cultivators outside of the Immortal's cave. They wore deferential expressions, and were kowtowing just outside the cave. Each of them possessed some of the violet-green soil, and 2 of their number were the Foundation establishment cultivators from before. During the past month, they had returned a few times. Each time, Meng Hao dispelled some of their poison, to the point where it was more than half gone. He had even bestowed them with medicinal pills. They had long since forgotten their other 2 fellow Taoist friends who had been killed. In order to earn even more medicinal pills, they had recruited others they knew, and the group had formed a small-scale power base. A few in the group had harbored ill intentions. However, after the ground shook and fierce tentacles burst out to rip them to shreds and eat them, anyone else with similar thoughts put them to rest. When you added in the fact that Meng Hao gave out real medicinal pills as rewards, which to these cultivators were extremely rare, it arose a zealous fanaticism among them. In addition, the fact that Meng Hao's cultivation base was deeply unfathomable to them also had something to do with it. As for Huang Daxian, even though his cultivation base wasn't very high, he held a special position within the group. At the moment, he stood outside of the Immortal's cave looking complacently out over the group of people. The meat jelly was perched on his head and the colorful parrot on his shoulder. "I shall impart to you the words of the patriarch," he said. "You did well, and this is your reward." He produced a small bottle, from within which he distributed a tiny medicinal pill to everyone present. As the cultivators received their medicinal pill, their faces lit with excitement and they immediately consumed the pills. Meng Hao didn't have a lot of low-level medicinal pills such as these in his bag of holding. Seeing the increase in the number of people during his month of secluded meditation, he had taken a single medicinal pill and refined it into dozens of smaller pills. Even still, to these cultivators, something like that was like a precious treasure, as different from the medicinal elixirs they usually consumed as heaven was from the earth. It was thus not difficult to understand why the area around Meng Hao's Immortal's cave attracted a dozen or more cultivators in one short month, all of them willing to join the group. In fact, they had settled in the area, constructing simple houses that surrounded the Immortal's cave and the small mountain. Eventually the mountain itself came to be a sort of holy ground. Meng Hao had never anticipated that something like this would happen. However, this small-scale power base was providing him with more and more of the soil that he needed. Because of this soil, Meng Hao ignored everything else. Based on his experience, the cultivators who took up residence here were doing it not just for the sake of the medicinal pills, but also for protection. Meng Hao was a formidable person, and although these people hadn't seen much directly, the ferocity of the vines had been personally witnessed by quite a few eyes. People were able to draw the connection between the two. Whoever was able to raise something like the vines must be terribly frightening. Therefore, they believed this place to be safe. In the Black Lands, safety was an invaluable treasure. Actually, at one point during the month, a group of a dozen or so cultivators belonging to a different local power group showed up. They desired to slay Meng Hao and take his medicinal pills by force. A single cold snort echoed out from within the Immortal's cave, causing heaven and earth to shake, and instantly killing half of the group. The other half coughed up blood and sustained serious injuries. The most powerful of their number was a pseudo-core formation expert. His shock was extreme, and he immediately retreated 5 kilometers. However, at that point he suddenly lost control of his own body. A powerful force bound him up and dragged him back. After seeing this, other cultivators immediately swore fealty. Shocked, even the pseudo-core cultivator gave in and became a member of Meng Hao's group. On one particular day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his Immortal's cave, a strange light shining in his eyes. Within his pupils, something appeared like a burning fire. This was none other than the East Pill Division's ever-burning flame legacy. Feed it with your core, ignite the ever-burning flame. With this flame, the spirit's summoning incantation can be used, and a great path of the Tao of alchemy can be opened. Meng Hao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As he did, tongues of flame appeared on his violet core. They appeared weak, but they did not burn out, and as they flickered there, they gradually grew stronger. At the exact moment in which Meng Hao ignited his alchemic flame, off in the southern domain, within the East Pill Division of the Violet Fate sect, Pill Demon sat in the limestone cave next to the ever-burning flame, his face devoid of blood. "So you ignited the ever-burning flame, huh? Good. With the legacy of the flame passed on, if I, your master, end up returning to the dust, then he can smile on his way to the underworld." Pill Demon smiled, a smile filled with kindness, and even more exhaustion. Clearly, he still hadn't recovered from his battle with Jifeng. Pill Demon lifted his head to look at the East Pill ever-burning flame, and memories seemed to flicker within his eyes. "So long as this flame before me is not extinguished, then neither shall I be." More time passed, 3 months. In his Immortal's cave in the small mountain in the Black Lands, Meng Hao was thoroughly engrossed in stoking the alchemic flame. No flame burned on his body, but a broiling heat surrounded him. His skin was as pale as before, but the violet core within him was now a ball of fire, burning oh so slowly. This was none other than Meng Hao's alchemic flame. 3 more days passed, and when Meng Hao opened his eyes, flames flickered within. They quickly disappeared, and as they did, Meng Hao turned his head to look toward the southern domain. These 3 months were like a dream, he thought. I dreamed of the look of kindness and praise on Master's face. As his alchemic flame had kindled brighter during the months, he could sense his cultivation base growing stronger. He was now definitely at the peak of the early core formation stage. After some time passed, he sent his spiritual sense sweeping about, and instantly gaped in shock. He could see that the area surrounding his immortal's cave was inhabited by dozens and dozens of cultivators. Most were of the Qi condensation stage, and 6 or 7 were of the foundation establishment stage. This was no longer a small-scale power, but a medium-scale power. They surrounded the small mountain in all directions, neatly arranged houses had been constructed, and the entire place was quite bustling. Huang Daxian was now at the 9th level of Qi condensation, close to foundation establishment. With a foundation establishment pill, it would not be difficult for him to break through. That, of course, would require a stroke of luck, or perhaps assistance from totemic power. In the Black Lands, totemic tattoos were a common sight, just like the ones he had seen on those foundation establishment cultivators earlier. Now Meng Hao understood. Cultivators here who wanted to enter foundation establishment, but who did not have a foundation establishment pill, had no other choice than to use totemic power to increase their chances of doing so. Meng Hao had observed a bit of totem cultivation, and had even made some inquiries about it. The initial process didn't seem difficult. Apparently, you simply had to kill some creature, then use its lifeblood to inscribe an image onto your body. Then, you would be able to wield totemic power. Such a method seemed problematic. However, Meng Hao didn't understand totemic arts too well, so it was difficult for him to analyze the specifics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321. Chapter 321, Cover overly with the heavens. Outside of the Immortal's cave, the parrot was currently soaring about in the sky, calling out with its shrill voice. Listen to me, all of you. Lord Fifth is a celestial bird, an ancient celestial bird. I know of the heavens, and I know of the underworld, because there is nothing that Lord Fifth doesn't know. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll pass on to you a celestial magic. Celestial magic. Do you know what that means? Now repeat after me, as loud as you can. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? As it finished speaking, it landed onto Huang Daxian's head, its expression lofty and proud, as if it were innately above all the masses. You're nothing but a flashy bird, said the meat jelly solemnly. It was currently perched atop the head of a cultivator of the great circle of foundation establishment. You call yourself celestial, but you're really just a bird. And what do you mean by the number 5 lord? What is number 5 anyway? At the most you're a first lord. The cultivator beneath it gave a wry smile, his face pale. How many lives have I been trying to teach you this? Said the parrot, glaring with contempt at the meat jelly. You still can't count past 3? You're not even qualified to talk to Lord Fifth. Oh yeah? How high can you count? Asked the meat jelly, sounding both furious and humiliated. I can count to 9. Replied the parrot haughtily, glaring with wide eyes. Immediately, the meat jelly stared in shock as it tried to comprehend how vastly high of a number 9 must be. It wanted to say something back to the parrot, but seeing its haughty appearance, the meat jelly realized that 9 must be an incredibly high number. It suddenly started to feel a bit low in the self-esteem department. All of the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions on their faces, but none of them dared to hold back from repeating the words that so recently caused their blood to freeze upon hearing them. After all, they knew how fearsome the meat jelly and the parrot could be. The meat jelly was completely indestructible. 2 months before, yet another greedy nearby group had come, but the meat jelly had transformed into an enormous bubble and surrounded them. No matter what the dozen or so cultivators inside had done, they had been incapable of even leaving a mark. Eventually, they had had no choice but to just look out helplessly. Eventually, the meat jelly had let them go, giving a provoking look to the parrot at the same time. Later, another group of cultivators arrived, and then, the local cultivators caught a glimpse of what could be called true insanity, and true misery. One of those cultivators ended up cursing the parrot, whereupon the seemingly innocuous multicolored birdhead delved into any hole it saw, at top speed. In the blink of an eye, blood-curdling screams filled the air as the invading cultivators had half their bodies filled with bloody holes as the parrot shot through them. As for some of the unlucky ones, the parrot ended up shooting in and out of their eyes. Miserable screams rang out that people still couldn't forget. The man who had cursed the parrot, well, the parrot threatened the meat jelly, forcing it to transform the man into a luxuriantly furred ape. Then came a nightmare which continued to plague everyone who witnessed it. With a howling roar, the parrot shot like lightning toward the hairy ape. Specifically, toward its rear end. The shrill screams which came out of the mouth of that cultivator, as well as the sinister and wicked excitement of the parrot, immediately caused everything else to be blanketed with thick silence. After these two battles, the group's power in the area was established, and no one dared to trifle with them. The haughtiness of the parrot became well known, as was its love of cursing people, its pettiness, and its unwillingness to forget a grudge. As for Huang Daxian, every time he saw the meat jelly or the parrot, he would flatter and fawn over them. Eventually, others learned from him. Soon, the entire region became the territory of the parrot and the meat jelly. From then on, it was on a daily basis that the cultivators would shout, "Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life." When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Their numbers grew, as did the range of their sphere of influence. As such, more and more of the celestial soil was collected. Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense and examined his bag of holding. Actually, having so many people here was a bit of a headache. If any more people joined them, then even if Meng Hao had more medicinal pills, it still wouldn't be enough. After thinking about the situation for a while, Meng Hao stood and left the Immortal's cave. As soon as he appeared, the meat jelly flew over. The parrot seemed a bit unwilling, but also approached and began to circle around Meng Hao. The vines popped up from the ground and swayed back and forth, seemingly happy to see him. Some of the cultivators who had previously witnessed Meng Hao's power also bowed to him in greeting. The entire area was soon in relative chaos. Most of the people here had never seen Meng Hao, but had heard of him, and now craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Meng Hao looked at the crowd with a frown and then walked over to the cistern located near the Immortal's cave. Suddenly, he had an inspiration. He slapped his bag of holding, sending 3 medicinal pills flying out. Before anyone could see clearly what exactly the pills were, Meng Hao had sent them directly into the cistern. Next, he performed a quick incantation gesture with his right hand, and then pointed at the cistern. The water began to seethe as if it were boiling, and an intense heat could be felt, as if an invisible fire were burning. After a moment, a thick spiritual energy wafted out from the cistern, enveloping the entire area. The faces of all the cultivators immediately changed, filling with shock and excitement. Based on the thickness of the spiritual energy, it seemed like drinking a mouthful of the cistern water would be like drinking medicinal elixir. "Everyone may drink once from this medicinal cistern," said Meng Hao, giving a look toward Huang Daxian and the cultivator of the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. When his gaze passed over them, their hearts trembled. The Tao pillars of the Foundation Establishment cultivator trembled, as if they could sense the intensity and fearsomeness of Meng Hao. Everyone slowly lowered their heads, and then Meng Hao turned, taking the celestial soil that had been collected recently, and returning to the Immortal's cave to study it and gain further enlightenment. Another month passed. By this time, Meng Hao was able to study the soil for a sustained time equal to the burning of half an incense stick. During that time, he could observe the tiny figures formed from golden magical symbols, and their paintings. Based on Meng Hao's judgment, he had actually only collected one part out of hundreds. In order to gain enlightenment, he would need to collect a lot more of the celestial soil. Recently, Meng Hao had also suppressed the growth of his core. The reason was that once his core chi appeared, it would signify that his core was completely solidified. The only following step would be to achieve the perfect gold core. As far as the essence of his core chi, according to Meng Hao's understanding, it would be better to develop it after he acquired the perfect gold core. He was confident that at that time, his battle prowess would experience instantaneous and incredible advancement. On this particular day, after Meng Hao concluded his research, he rested for a moment, then once again tried out the art of righteous bestowal. His recent days had been spent on cultivating these two divine abilities. Of course, whenever he used the art of righteous bestowal, he would not go anywhere near the field of rubble. The more he used it, the deeper his understanding became. He already had a basic mastery, and could fuse his will with demonic chi to create an incarnation. He placed his hand onto the ground, and ghost images sprang up everywhere. It took only a moment to merge his spiritual sense into the local demonic chi, and then send it out in all directions. At the moment, it could cover everything within a full 300-kilometer radius. That was equivalent to the spiritual sense of the late core formation stage. To reach past 500 kilometers was possible only for nascent soul eccentrics. As the amalgamation of Meng Hao's spiritual sense and the demonic chi spread out, it was as if he had an invisible body outside the Immortal's cave. This invisible body could go anywhere within the 300-kilometer radius, directed by his will. He saw the cultivators outside the Immortal's cave. They were already 70 or 80 in number, all of various levels of cultivation. There was only one assignment they were tasked with. Every day they had to leave the camp and then return with some of the violet-green celestial soil. They could use any means necessary to do so. The greater amount one returned with, the more they would be allowed to drink from the medicinal cistern. Meng Hao took a glance at it all, then ignored it, submerging himself in this strange state, traversing the local area, experiencing what it felt like to utilize the demonic qi. Before he even realized it, an hour had passed. According to Meng Hao's experience, the incarnation he had formed using the art of righteous bestowal would only last for a little more than an hour. He was just about to disperse the effects of the art, when his incarnation suddenly turned its head and looked off into the distance, eyes narrowed. He experienced no alarm, only calmness. There, off in the distance, was the field of rubble. Shockingly, he could see a fog of black qi emanating out, coalescing into the image of an enormous old man. The old man was huge, as large as a giant, and he was looking at Meng Hao. His lower half was formed from black mist, above which, he was dressed in a black robe. His white hair fluttered around him, and his eyes were like lightning. His expression was filled with ancient profundity, and a rift split the middle of his forehead. From within the rift emerged a host of tiny black snakes which wriggled and squirmed and emitted hissing noises. "Greetings, senior," said Meng Hao, clasping his hands and bowing. The old man looked at Meng Hao for a moment. "I've been watching you," he said. Then he continued, his voice containing no politeness, "Why do you have a G-clan karma thread attached to you? Answer me." "That has nothing to do with you, sir," replied Meng Hao with a cool frown. "Oh?" said the old man with a piercing gaze. His aura suddenly flared out, and his entire body seemed to surge with heavenly might. The black mist seethed, and the host of black snakes protruding from his forehead glared at Meng Hao. Their forked tongues flicked in and out as they emitted savage screams. At the same time, over 100 enormous black pythons appeared in front of the old man, seemingly reflections of the small snakes on his forehead. After they appeared, they spread out in all directions. The sight of it was incredibly shocking. Of course, no one but Meng Hao could see this, and his expression was as calm as ever. "You came here once before," said the old man, continuing to look at Meng Hao. "You saw the seal which suppresses me. That's why you're so confident, isn't it?" His voice echoed out like thunder, causing even the sky to seem to grow dark. "Correct," replied Meng Hao casually. The man stared at him for a while, then suddenly let out a hearty laugh. "Nice response. You have a G-clan karma thread attached to you, which means you will have trouble evading their karma in this life. Cultivators who have achieved enlightenment regarding the essence of the ninth mountain and sea become prey for the G-clan. You're young, so for you to be able to sense the essence of the ninth mountain and sea means you must be on the path of some great legacy. However, such a path will lead you into conflict with the G-clan. It seems to me you won't get very far on your journey." With another laugh, he turned and the black fog began to disappear. Hearing the old man's words caused Meng Hao to feel a bit confused. Seeing the man was about to disappear, he suddenly blurted, "What is the essence of the ninth mountain and sea? What does the G-clan want with it? There are 9 mountains in the vastness. Each mountain has 4 planets, as well as a sun and a moon which revolve around the mountain and sea. 1 mountain, 1 sea, 1 essence. Acquire the essence of a mountain and sea, become the lord of the mountain and sea." The lord of the ninth mountain and sea was surnamed Li, but he perished in a great calamity. The mountain then had no lord, therefore, all of the immortals vied for the position. Lord Li had 2 subordinate celestial warriors. The most powerful of the 2 changed his surname. He used the heavens to cover over Li, and called himself Ji. From then on, Ancestor Ji occupied the heavenly palace. He hunted and killed ancient names, changed the positions of the heavenly bodies, and sealed the hosts of immortals. Tribulation for mountain and sea. A great war among the stars. Immortals perished. There was boundless weeping. All living things raised their heads, but instead of glimpsing the stars, they saw the heavens of Ji. The old man's powerful voice seemed to be filled with both laughter and insanity as he slowly disappeared. Meng Hao floated in midair staring blankly. His mind spun, echoing with the old man's words, and his bitter laughter, which seemed part song and part lunacy. Here is a slightly closer look at the characters mentioned above. Heaven. Tian. Li. Li. G. G. This chapter was sponsored by Alex Lai, Daniel Neve, Joris Ziebel, and Richard Goals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322. Chapter 322, G-Clan Bag of Holding. After quite some time passed, Meng Hao's figure gradually disappeared, transforming into a pulsing aura which disappeared into nothing. Back in the Immortal's cave, he slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with an expression of blankness, as well as a somewhat embarrassing feeling of fear. His breathing was a bit heavy. Everything the old man had said, every word, every sentence, continued to echo in Meng Hao's mind like thunder. Various memories began to flicker through his mind, and his eyes began to glow. The boundless Ninth Mountain. Zhou Mentai is from the 8th Mountain's planet Tiger Cage, and participated in what he called the Great War of the Ninth Mountain. That must be the Great War among the stars that the old man talked about. 1. Also, I remember that the 8th generation Demon Sealer said that he came across the legacy of the 7th generation Demon Sealer in the 6th Mountain, which was how he joined the League of Demon Sealers. He said he refined half of the sea of the 6th Mountain to form his demon sealing jade. 2. Various clues that used to be scattered about in his mind were now being drawn together by the old man's words. Now, he was getting a much clearer image of everything. The vastness beyond this world includes 9 mountains and seas of indescribable size. Each mountain has its own respective sun and moon. Each mountain even has 4 planets. According to what Zhou Mentai said, I'm on one of the 4 planets of the 9th mountain, planet South Heaven. In this instant, the world that Meng Hao used to know was torn to pieces. Everything was vastly larger than he had ever imagined. Currently, his mind was filled with knowledge of the heavens that only immortals understood. The G clan is powerful not just here on planet South Heaven, but the other 3 planets as well. This is because Ancestor G seized the essence of the 9th mountain and sea and became the most powerful of all, eventually changing the heavens of the 9th mountain. Ancestor G covered the namely with the heavens. How audacious of him. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a great pressure upon him. Could he ever have truly imagined how powerful the G clan was? It was unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, what he was up against was merely a minor branch of the G clan here on planet South Heaven. Karma thread, he thought. That must be the invisible thread that attached to me after I killed Ji Hongdong. With that thread stuck to me, I won't be able to flee anywhere in the 9th mountain and sea. I wonder what position the Fong clan occupies. He frowned, having no way to answer the question. The essence of the 9th mountain and sea. Could that be the demonic chi I'm able to sense using the art of righteous bestowal? Is the essence of the 9th mountain a demon? Meng Hao frowned. Considering his cultivation base and experience, these were things that he had difficulty comprehending. Zhou Mentai is from the 8th mountain. The 8th Demon Sealer was from the 6th mountain. The 7th Demon Sealer's legacy was in the 6th mountain. I'm the 9th Demon Sealer from the Reliance sect. Meng Hao's mind was in complete disorder. It was as if some vast, mysterious scroll was slowly spreading out in front of him. The more he wished to see, the more of the scroll he needed to spread out. And then there's that woman from the Solitary Sword sect, Shanling. The demon sealing jade said that she was a stone from the 9th mountain who fell to here and became a spirit. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose. He felt like his entire mind was in a shambles. 3. What kind of people were the previous 8 generations of demon sealers? By cultivating their magic, I can sense the essence of the 9th mountain and sea. How powerful were they, exactly? And why didn't Ancestor G approve of the League of Demon Sealers? He frowned again. He liked thinking, but no matter how he thought about everything he knew, he couldn't put all the pieces together. He was just missing too much information. Using a tiny bit of information to try to understand a huge picture will of course lead to frustration. Demon Sealers, Demon Sealers. If the chi essence of the 9th mountain and sea is demonic chi, then wouldn't the League of Demon Sealers be in a position above the 9th mountain and sea? If that is the case, then His heart began to pound at the enormity of the question. However, he quickly decided to dispel the notion. Impossible. If that were true, then how could the previous 8 generations of demon sealers have perished? And why would I, the 9th generation demon sealer, be in such dire straits? My only Tao protector is an old turtle who has long since fled. Meng Hao laughed bitterly. No matter how he tried to get rid of the idea, it seemed impossible, and yet, it had taken root in his mind. The 8th demon sealer had to experience Tao tribulation in the 9 mountains and seas. He didn't say 9th mountain, he said 9 mountains. He meant all of the 9 mountains and seas. Meng Hao thought for a while, and then decided to stop analyzing everything. He let out a soft sigh. He knew that speculating would do him no good. He was nothing more than a core formation cultivator. Who knows, I might never leave planet South Heaven. The only way to do so is to reach immortal ascension. He shook his head to clear his mind. Immortal ascension was just a vague concept to him. What was of more immediate concern was the path of the perfect gold core. In the following months of practice with the art of righteous bestowal, Meng Hao never again sensed the old man in the rubble field. However, he consistently had the feeling that he was being watched. Through the months, the number of outside cultivators who joined the force surrounding his immortal's cave surpassed 100. It was now the most powerful force in the entire region. More than 100 people surrounded the small mountain. The medicinal cistern was the second of the holy locations, the first being Meng Hao's immortal's cave. Every day, they were all required to recite the words regarding faith in the Lord Fifth bringing eternal life. Because of the sheer force of numbers, when they shouted their rallying cry, it sounded like thunder. The increase in numbers did benefit Meng Hao. Whenever he needed something, a large group of cultivators would appear at a single word to handle whatever matter it was. The parrot and the meat jelly seemed extremely interested in commanding all of the cultivators. Therefore, Meng Hao didn't need to pay them much attention, and instead left them to their devices. On one particular day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged meditating, when suddenly his eyes snapped open. He could sense that the magical symbol on Ji Hongdong's bag of holding had finally completely dissipated. I wonder what will be inside the bag of holding of a member of the Ji clan. It's hard to say, considering that Ji Hongdong was just a member of the junior generation. Now that he understood more of the fearsome power of the Ji clan, his anticipation was even greater. He took out the bag of holding and scanned it with spiritual sense. His face immediately changed, and he gasped. He was definitely worthy of being a Ji clansman, he murmured. I made out big this time. He had long anticipated that the contents of the bag of holding would by no means disappoint. However, regardless of the vast power and resources of the clan, Ji Hongdong was a tiny member of the junior generation. As such, Meng Hao had assumed he wouldn't be disappointed, but also didn't expect too much. However, it seemed he had underestimated the resources of a member of the Ji clan quasi-array. Ultra-high-grade quality spirit stones. A glow shone over Meng Hao's right hand as a spirit stone appeared. The interior of the spirit stone was turbid, not translucent. It looked ordinary, and was something most people had never even seen. However, Meng Hao was familiar with it. This was the exact same type of ultra-high-grade spirit stone he had used to duplicate the wooden sword all those years ago. Such spirit stones were incredibly useful. Meng Hao had long since run out of them. When he thought back to how he had squandered them that time, his heart hurt. In fact, considering that he felt that particular wooden sword to be only moderately powerful, it really felt like a waste. He really regretted his ignorance at that time. Having practiced cultivation down to now, he truly understood the value of ultra-high-grade spirit stones. In all of the southern domain, high-grade spirit stones could be found, but the ultra-high-grade variety were exceedingly rare. As he looked at the spirit stone in his hand, power suddenly surged from his cultivation base. The spirit stone began to glow with a resplendent light. At the same time, an immense amount of spiritual energy emanated out, filling the entire immortal's cave. It permeated the cave, spilling outside as well. The more than 100 cultivators outside all opened their eyes wide with shock as they sensed the spiritual energy. 50 ultra-high-grade spirit stones, thought Meng Hao. He suppressed his excitement. To him, such a collection of spirit stones would be incredibly useful. They could serve as the nucleus of certain magical treasures or spell formations. Furthermore, he could also try to duplicate the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, which he needed to help recover his longevity. Then, he would be able to use the blood immortal mask again, and wield its shocking power. He began to put the spirit stone back. Alright, so there's spirit stones. What else is, oh. Suddenly, his body began to tremble, and he rose to his feet, a look of disbelief on his face. This. He began to pant, astonishment written on his face. Just now, something had happened which he hadn't sensed in a long time. Spiritual energy had flowed into his body. This place was neither the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, nor the Song Clan. But suddenly, he was able to absorb the spiritual energy in the area. It poured directly into his body, seeping in through his pores, filling him. The sensation of being able to once again absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth caused Meng Hao to close his eyes. Ever since he had formed the perfect foundation, he had been unable to absorb spiritual energy in any place other than the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone and the Song Clan. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and they glowed with an intense light. He had already absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the entire area, including that outside the Immortal's cave. This in itself completely changed his impression of this bag of holding. His mind was spinning even more intensely than it had when he heard the words of the old man in the field of rubble. Ultra-high-grade spirit stones. He once again looked at the spirit stone he held in his hand. He rotated his cultivation base, and felt boundless spiritual energy surging into him. This proved his assumption, it was not an illusion. It must have something to do with my cultivation base. In any case, it seems that once I form the perfect gold core, I can still use ultra-high-grade spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy. I couldn't do that during foundation establishment. With these spirit stones, I won't have to only rely on medicinal pills and the violet pupil transformation to heal myself. He looked back down at the 50 ultra-high-grade spirit stones in the bag of holding. As of this moment, they were even more valuable to Meng Hao than they had been before. 1. Choumen Tai was the immortal's corpse who Meng Hao met in Chapter 301. 2. The 8th Demon Sealer's recollections were mused upon in Chapter 102. 3. Shan Ling was introduced in Chapter 180. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323. Chapter 323, Goddess Duel on 1. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The glow in his hand lasted for a long time before he finally put away the ultra-high-grade spirit stone. After that, a silver-colored magical symbol appeared above his palm. It began to emit a silver glow, as well as a faint aura that floated up into the air and transformed into more magical symbols. It gave Meng Hao a feeling very similar to that given off by the celestial soil. The magical symbols emanated powerful ripples which immediately caused Meng Hao to feel a sense of danger. He examined everything closely before sending the symbol away. Exactly as I anticipated. To kill a son of the G-clan, one must not get involved in a prolonged battle. Exterminate like lightning, giving him no chance to use any magical items. If I hadn't been so decisive in my use of the blood-colored mask, then I'm afraid, fear filled him as he thought back to the fight. Had he hesitated in the slightest, there might have been a much different outcome. The G-clan was truly fearsome. Meng Hao just couldn't believe that they wouldn't have some powerful tricks up their sleeves. The main reason he had achieved victory was because he had attacked like a clap of thunder, giving his opponent little time to react. Looking at the silver magical symbol, Meng Hao could tell that it required preparation time to use. At its very weakest, this thing is more powerful than my cultivation base. I'm just not sure exactly how to use it. After thinking for a moment, his hand flickered again. This time, a translucent pill bottle appeared. Clearly visible inside was a medicinal pill the size of a longan fruit too. The pill was branded with the image of a hand. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he opened the pill bottle. After sniffing the aroma of the pill, he was visibly moved. This is not an ordinary medicinal pill. This is a 100% consummate pill. He took a deep breath as he closely examined the pill. A long moment later, a look of amazement filled his eyes. Soul Procurement Pill. One of the 3 great ancient medicinal pills. A consummate soul procurement pill. Breathing deeply, he examined it once again to confirm he was correct. He was. There was no mistake. His expression filled with wonder. Of the 3 great ancient medicinal pills, Meng Hao already possessed a primordial heavenly replenishing pill. Therefore, he would be able to compensate for longevity he had squandered. Also, his master had given him 3 outlander pills, which he could use to suppress the resurrection lily, as well as add to his longevity. The nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator is based on the 5 elements, and is divided into 5 colors. A 4-color nascent soul is actually considered the ultimate. With a flawless foundation and a violet core, along with a 1-color soul procurement pill, then it's possible to add 1 more element. If I had 4 elements, then this pill could increase it to 5. But, if I already had 5 elements, then, would it be able to become a 6-color nascent soul? Too bad it doesn't matter how many times you consume this pill, it will only be effective once. He held the 1-color soul procurement pill and stared at it, his eyes glittering. Finally, he carefully put it away. He had the strong feeling that this pill would be extremely important to him in the future. Next, he looked down at the bag of holding as he pulled out a fishing rod. It was long and slender, and completely emerald in color. He hefted it in his hand, not quite sure exactly what function it served. It was glittering and translucent, and also appeared to be very sharp. The hook at its end shone with a cold light. This thing. After a moment's pause, he flicked the rod. Immediately an illusory pool of water appeared in front of him. The fishhook flew down into the pool of water, and as it did, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body. He heard the sound of infants wailing, the gasping breath of old people just before death, the laughter of able-bodied men, the stubborn oaths uttered by teenagers. He heard the voices of all living things. The sounds entered his mind and heart, shaking them. He felt as if he would be torn apart. He immediately loosened his hand, the fishing pole fell to the ground, and everything else vanished. It had only taken that brief moment for Meng Hao's entire body to be covered with sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps. What is this thing? He thought, looking down at the fishing pole. It didn't look like anything particularly extraordinary at first, but now, it seemed vastly mysterious. This was especially so when he thought about how terrifying the G-Clan was. Clearly, this fishing pole must surely be some type of important item. Some time passed, after which Meng Hao put the fishing pole away. He looked back at the bag of holding. Other than a collection of ordinary spirit stones, there seemed to be only one other noteworthy item. It was a box. The box was square, seemingly crafted from jade, and yet not. It was pitch black, and on the right corner was a mark, a character. Phone. The box seemed ancient, permeated with an archaic aura. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he slowly opened it. Inside was a single glove. It was as soft as the wing of a cicada as he picked it up. He used spiritual sense to examine it carefully for a moment before placing it on his right hand. The instant he put it on, he sensed an incredible power exploding out from within it, flowing into his right hand. He took a deep breath and looked at his hand. There was no glove visible, however, when he made a fist, cracking sounds could be heard, as if the air itself was being pulled toward it. Everything in the Immortal's cave trembled, then flew into the air toward Meng Hao's closing fist. Even the air seemed to be reduced, by at least half, sucked into the fist. What power! Suddenly, an image in his mind appeared of the young woman of the Fong clan, and her terrifying fist. Fong. This item must be related to the Fong clan. If it is, though, why is it in the bag of holding of a member of the G clan? Furthermore, why wouldn't he use it? After much pondering of the matter, he remained puzzled. All of the other items, the ultra-high-grade spirit stones, the fishing pole, even the silver-colored magical symbol, were things that required time to use. Ji Hongdong had no time to use any of them. And yet he didn't wear the glove, which was clearly extraordinary. Had he put it on, it would not have been so easy to kill him. I still have his blood, thought Meng Hao. When I'm able to create a blood spirit, then its consciousness will be linked to me, and I will be able to see his memories. Perhaps then I can find out the answer. He took some time to feel the power of his right hand, then slowly opened it. He looked once again at the bag of holding. Inside were some miscellaneous items. As for the ordinary spirit stones, there were about 20 or 30,000, not enough to duplicate any of the medicinal pills he needed to copy. Eyes glittering, he put the bag of holding away. With these objects, he now had even more ability to rise to power outside of the southern domain. He could truly roam free now. Except, I can't at the moment, he thought, shaking his head. He retrieved Ji Hongdong's bell, then spit out a mouthful of qi from his core and melded the two together. He then studied it for a while, trying to figure out how to use it. Like the other objects, it seemed that learning how to use it would require a bit of research. There's no hurry. My wounds are healed, and the time to emerge is almost here. First, though, I need to duplicate the primordial heavenly replenishing pill. At first he was a bit hesitant. He knew that the one-color soul procurement pill could only be used once. Unfortunately, there was no way to test whether the primordial heavenly replenishing pill had a similar restriction. If it did, then duplicating it would be a waste. However, if he didn't duplicate it, but could use it more than once, it would be a huge loss. He had a decisive disposition. Therefore, eyes glittering, he pulled out the copper mirror and the primordial heavenly replenishing pill. He took a deep breath, and then began to duplicate it with an ultra-high-grade spirit stone. The three great ancient medicinal pills were rare in the modern world, and he wasn't sure at first if duplicating it would even work. It pained him a bit to have to spend 5 of the ultra-high-grade spirit stones to duplicate one pill. He immediately put the duplicate into his mouth. Time passed by. Several days later, his hair slowly began to change. It was no longer white, but black. His face began to show signs of color, and soon shone with life. His entire person glowed, and in fact, his cultivation base had even grown. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to break into the mid-core formation stage. Meng Hao held back though. His primary goal was the perfect gold core. He could not turn back once core chi appeared and he entered the mid-core formation stage. A few more days passed before he opened his eyes. They glowed with a bright and piercing light. His longevity was completely restored. He cast his spiritual sense outside, where it was currently early morning. Beneath the dawn sun, the parrot was flying in circles in the sky, continuously calling out orders to the more than 100 people below. Lord Fifth is going to teach you a celestial spell formation. This celestial spell formation uses people as its base. I guarantee that if you master the formation, then you will be invincible. Now, cry out the words with me. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? The roaring of the more than 100 cultivators was like thunder. The meat jelly sat off to the side, face filled with disdain. However, it couldn't conceal the envy and jealousy it felt inside. Meng Hao had watched similar scenes on multiple occasions recently. He had merely smiled wryly and ignored it. He was just about to retract his spiritual sense, when suddenly he frowned. He pushed 2 fingers down against the ground and invoked the art of righteous bestowal. The chi in the area poured into him, focusing in his eyes. Combining his vision with his spiritual sense, he swept the region with his gaze. There, several hundred kilometers away, was a procession of cultivators, flying in this direction. In the lead was a man and a woman. The man wore a gold mask, and Meng Hao recognized his aura. It was Blackland's Dao child Luocheng. 3. The woman next to him wore a fine gauze veil. Her beautiful features were just barely visible behind the hazy fabric. She seemed to embody all of the beauty in heaven and earth. She had long, slender legs, and a full chest. This, coupled with the somewhat provocative gown she wore, made her emanate a fatal attractiveness. The garment hugged her slender waist, accenting her curvaceous rear end. On her forehead was a totemic tattoo of a butterfly, which made her appearance even more arousing. Her arms seemed as if they were carved from jade, and were also decorated with glittering totem tattoos. Behind these 2 people were 4 more. 2 were masked Blacklands cultivators of the mid-core formation stage. The other 2 were large-framed. At a glance, it was obvious that these were powerful Western Desert experts. The 4 of them were obviously the followers of Luocheng and the woman. "This is one of the most infertile regions within the Black Lands," said Luocheng. "The only people who live here are low-bred rogue cultivators, not decent enough even for you to look at. Goddess Duolan, why exactly does your visit from the Western Desert bring you here?" Luocheng's face was hidden behind his mask, but a warm smile could be heard as he spoke. His eyes sparkled with intense adoration as he looked at the woman. She gave him a graceful smile that looked like a blooming lily. She was without a doubt a natural-born beauty. Her smile caused Luocheng to breathe a bit more heavily. She was just about to respond to him, when suddenly, her phoenix-like eyes flickered. The butterfly totem on her forehead flickered as if it were about to fly out. "Who are you?" This chapter was sponsored by Abdullah Albadr, Brad Maxted, and Chi Yip. 1. Duolan's name in Chinese is Duolan. Duo is a surname, which also means flower. Lan means orchid. 2. Longdan literally means dragon's eye, and is a common fruit in China, similar to lychee. 3. Luocheng is the guy Meng Hao sliced with the wooden time sword in chapter 269, defeating him handily. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324. Chapter 324, The Cutting Edge of the Black Lands. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his immortal's cave, the fingers of his right hand pushed against the ground, eyes closed. His spiritual sense was currently merged with the mountain's demonic chi. Not only was the range of his spiritual sense now greater, but the sensation that he could form an incarnation was even stronger than ever. Luocheng of the Black Lands and the woman from the Western Desert were directly in front of Meng Hao's field of vision. The world in front of him was a rippling blur, both the air, the land, as if it were some other location. Luocheng and the 4 others were also rippling, blurry figures. As for the beautiful woman, however, as soon as her butterfly fluttered into action, she immediately became crystal clear. Meng Hao looked at her, and in that same instant, she looked back at him. To the woman, however, Meng Hao did not appear as the image of a person, but rather, a blurry mountain. The mountain was not very high, but emanated a majestic and vigorous will. It rose up above the earth, exerting a pressure that made the woman's face flicker. "Demon!" Her eyes flashed and her pupils constricted. "Sir, I am Duolan from the Western Desert. I have no intention of offending you, Demon Lord." Her voice was soft and filled with fear. Meng Hao didn't respond. He looked at her closely for a moment, especially the totem on her forehead. After a moment, the image of the mountain faded away from the woman's vision, disappearing without a trace. Her entire body shook, and her eyes shined with a bright glow. She began to breathe heavily, which made her chest rise and fall. This in turn caught the attention of Luocheng. "Goddess Duolan," he said, sounding surprised, "what happened?" He could see that her face was somewhat pale. It wasn't just him that noticed, the 4 people behind them had also seen it. "Nothing," she replied with a smile, quickly recovering her composure. However, a look of fear still lingered in her eyes. At the same time, back in the Immortal's cave in the short mountain, Meng Hao opened his eyes. They glittered brightly as he lifted up his hand to look at his 2 fingers. "This is the first time I've entered this state and then seen the power of totems. It seems as if they have something to do with demons." A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. In the past, he had done a bit of research regarding totem variations, but had never been able to determine anything definitive. However, the woman just now had been using totemic power, and had been able to sense him. Furthermore, he sensed demonic chi coming from her totem tattoo. Interesting, he thought, closing his eyes again. Not much time passed before Luochon, Duolan, and the 4 others neared Meng Hao's group of cultivators. Their approach caused the cultivators in the area to look up toward them. As soon as they saw the golden mask worn by Luochon, and the 2 green-robed cultivators behind him, as well as the Western Desert cultivators, their faces immediately filled with awe and veneration. In the Black Lands there were 2 great powers, sort of like empires. One was the Black Lands Palace, the other was the United Nine. The United Nine was a group of allied cities controlled by different cultivator clans. Of the 2, however, the Black Lands Palace was the most frightening. Its cultivators wore masks, the colors of which indicated the level of their cultivation base. Azure masks represented core formation. Silver masks represented nascent soul. Gold masks represented Dao children. The Black Lands Palace ruled by force in the Black Lands. It was referred to as the number 1 power, and was known to have the support of the Western Desert. Because of that, even the sects of the Southern Domain feared the Black Lands Palace. A Dao child from the Black Lands Palace was like a chosen of the heavens. One word from him could determine life or death for these cultivators. He was the heavens, they were nothing but bugs. The parrot tilted its head up, looking with contempt at the group flying through the sky. Next to it, the meat jelly had a solemn look on its face. These people are immoral, it muttered. They are just too wicked. Up in midair, Luo Chang's gaze swept over the group, and he suddenly let out a cold snort. The sound of it fell upon the group of cultivators. It felt like the fury of an emperor, causing all of them to silently lower their heads and kowtow. Seeing this caused a pleased expression to fill Luo Chang's eyes. He looked over at the incredibly beautiful Duolan. "Goddess Duolan, what exactly are you looking for?" he said with a smile. "We have a bunch of backwater cultivators here. I can make them go looking for whatever it is you need." Based on his words, he obviously really did view the cultivators down below as nothing more than insects. Duolan's pretty brow furrowed slightly, and she hesitated. She thought about the place she wished to locate, and it was true, having people familiar with the area would be of help. Just when she was about to nod in agreement, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She had just seen that in the middle of the location occupied by the cultivators was a small mountain. At first glance, the mountain seemed strange to her. At second glance, she felt a peculiar sensation that made her think back to the demon she had just seen. Luo Chong happened to see her looking over at the mountain. He glanced at it passingly before his gaze came to fall on the medicinal cistern. As soon as he saw it, his eyes narrowed, and he shot forward through the groups of people to land directly next to it. He scooped up some water and sampled it, after which his eyes shined brightly. "This is a natural medicinal elixir cistern. The quality is amazing, the highest quality." He laughed heartily, ignoring the incensed expressions of the surrounding cultivators. He waved his right hand, within which appeared a jade bottle that he prepared to fill with the medicinal cistern. "If I procure some of the medicinal stones from this area," he thought, "I can take this cistern back with me and put in the palace." It seemed that escorting this beautiful woman was going to pay off for him after all. In the blink of an eye, the bottle shot out into the air. The cistern water began to gurgle, and then shoot toward the bottle. The more than 100 cultivators in the area were growing more and more furious. It was hard to say who was first, but they all stood up in quick succession, their eyes shining with hatred. Black Lands cultivators are inherently a cruel and savage lot, and to see someone so brazenly steal their cultivation resources caused their veneration to turn into frenzy. However, in the exact instant in which all of the cultivators stood up en masse, one of the mid-core formation cultivators floating up in midair gave off a cold snort. The sound transformed into something like rolling thunder which swept across the ground, causing the faces of the other cultivators to instantly go pale. Some of them even coughed up blood. "You people sure are brazen," said Luo Chong with a cold laugh. "I'm a Dao child, and I've taken a liking to this medicinal cistern." "That's good luck for the cistern, as well as you. If I didn't need you to help Goddess Duolan, then based on your actions just now, I would have a mind to exterminate the lot of you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a calm voice echoed out from within the small mountain. "They may be brazen, but your temper takes the cake." The suddenness of the voice caused Luo Chong to immediately turn, a look of concentration in his eyes. The 2 Black Lands azure-masked cultivators from up above shot down to appear on either side of him, their eyes flashing. They had already scanned the mountain with spiritual sense, but hadn't detected anyone within. This unexpected voice immediately filled them with fear. As Meng Hao's voice echoed out, he reached down and touched the ground with one finger. The ground shook, and vast quantities of demonic chi tendrils rose up from the ground. They emanated out from the mountain and began to congeal at its peak. No one could see this chi, not even Luocheng and his companions. The only thing they could sense was a crushing feeling of danger. The two Western Desert cultivators, on the other hand, as well as Duo Lan, could clearly see it. Their faces flickered as the huge amount of chi began to take the shape of a phantom figure. The phantom figure seemed to be draped with a black robe. His features were indistinguishable, but as he stood there, he seemed to be fused with the mountain, as if he were the mountain, and the mountain was him. Duo Lan was experiencing the exact same feeling she had from moments ago. She looked around and realized that the more than 100 local cultivators all had looks of respect on their faces. They were not kowtowing to the short mountain, but the sight in front of her reminded her of what you might see in a tribe of the Western Desert. Such tribe members were constantly prostrating themselves to the most powerful totems in the tribe. That was how they acquired totemic power. What she was seeing here was the early stages of such an arrangement. Suddenly, the black phantom atop the short mountain flickered, gathering together the demonic chi in the area and shooting toward Luocheng and the other two people with him. Though they couldn't see it, they could feel the danger, and retreated in shock. However, the speed of their retreat could not compare to the quickness of the black phantom. Just when they were about to collide, Duo Lan's face twisted. She could not allow the Dao child of the Black Land's palace to die right in front of her. That would most certainly affect her prestige. She lifted her right hand and then waved a finger. The butterfly on her forehead flew out, speeding directly toward Luocheng and the others. At the same time, the two Western Desert cultivators let out gruff roars. A giant bear totem coalesced, snarling as it charged forward. After that was a giant elephant, which also barreled ahead. In the blink of an eye, the phantom Meng Hao had created with the art of righteous bestowal was now racing to attack 6 individuals at the same time. An explosion rippled out. Meng Hao's demonic chi phantom shook and then dissolved. Blood sprayed from Luocheng's mouth. The faces of the two azure-masked cultivators went pale. One of them grabbed Luocheng and shot backward. The two Western Desert cultivators howled as they retreated backward several paces. As for Duo Lan, her face flushed red briefly before returning to normal. "Your Excellency, Demon Lord, we're here today." She actually felt a bit relieved, and was about to offer words of mediation when suddenly a cold snort echoed out from within the short mountain. "My incarnation is a bit weak," said Meng Hao lightly. The black chi around him covered his body, which suddenly flashed, speeding out of the immortal's cave like a black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the bear totem Western Desert cultivator. He raised his right hand, the one covered in the diaphanous glove, and formed a fist, which then descended down toward his opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325. Chapter 325, Tribulation Transcending Miraculous Lifeform. Boom! As the fist descended upon the bear totem Western Desert cultivator, his face flickered. The first thing that happened was that the giant bear shook violently and then shattered into countless pieces. As the boom echoed out, the man's body caved in. Blood sprayed from his mouth in 7 or 8 spurts as he was hurled violently backwards several hundred meters. Eventually he ground to a halt, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and then sagged visibly, his body covered in blood. His complexion suddenly seemed to grow older. Before he had even stopped moving, he'd changed from being a middle-aged man to an ancient one. His hair was gray, his skin covered with wrinkles, and his eyes listless. Most terrifying of all, the 3 totem tattoos on his body faded and then disappeared. Shockingly, a tiny, shrieking phantom version of the enormous bear from just now floated above Meng Hao's right hand. Meng Hao wasn't finished. In the space of a single breath, he took a step forward and lashed out with 3 more fist strikes. The first fist slammed into the elephant totem Western Desert cultivator. Blood showered from his mouth as he tumbled backward about 50 meters. He groaned, and it sounded like his body might be about to explode. He rapidly grew older, his life force dissipated, and his totems faded. Now a bear and an elephant circled around Meng Hao's hand. His second punch slammed into the chest of one of the azure-masked cultivators. Crunching sounds could be heard, and the man screamed. His mask shattered as blood shot from his mouth. He also was flung backward 50 meters or so, his body aged rapidly, and it seemed as if his cultivation base might collapse. The third punch landed onto the other azure-masked cultivator. His cultivation base was a bit weaker than the other, he had just stepped into the early core formation stage and as such, his core was not completely stable. Meng Hao's fist strike sent him tumbling back about 35 meters, his scalp went numb as he felt a terrifying power surging through his body, destroying everything. His core shattered, and then his entire body exploded into a haze of blood and gore. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Meng Hao was in front of Luo Chong. His diaphanously gloved hand shot out, latching onto Luo Chang's neck, lifting him up into the air. Behind his gold mask, Luo Chang's eyes shone with intense fear and astonishment. His body trembled and he panted raggedly. However, he didn't dare to struggle. He could sense the intense killing intent emanating out from his faceless attacker. The denseness of the killing intent caused his mind to reel. Seeing Meng Hao's billowing killing intent, Duolan's face paled and she cried, "Great Demon Lord, please listen to me. We harbor no ill intentions. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Great Demon Lord, I beg you to forgive our hot-headedness. We did not know this was your territory. Great Demon Lord, please stay your hand. We are willing to provide compensation for our actions just now." "Great Demon Lord," gushed Luochong, this is all just a misunderstanding." Really, just a misunderstanding. He felt like he already had one foot in the grave, the same feeling he'd had when facing Fong Mu from the southern domain, about whom he still frequently had nightmares. That was the first time he'd felt like this. Now was the second. Except, the feeling this time was even more intense than the first time. All of his arrogance from moments ago had completely disintegrated. "Misunderstanding?" said Meng Hao, his voice hoarse, like two rocks rubbing against each other. His left hand reached into his robe to pull out a medicinal pill. He shoved it into Luo Chang's mouth, and then sent an identical pill shooting over toward Duo Lan. "Consume that pill," he said coolly, "and then we can consider this matter a misunderstanding." Luo Chang's eyes flickered with even more intense fear. He wasn't sure what medicinal pill he had just consumed, but he could imagine what it might be. There was nothing he could do about it now. He would have to wait until he got back to the Black Lands Palace, where the effects could surely be dispelled. Duo Lan's face flickered as she hesitated. She didn't care too much whether Luochong lived or died. However, if she didn't consume the pill, then the result of the offense given just now would not be good. Gritting her beautiful teeth, Duo Lan lifted up the medicinal pill and then swallowed it down. She looked at Meng Hao. He loosened his hand, then flicked his sleeve and turned to walk back toward the mountain. Purposely putting an imperious expression onto his face, he said, "Get the hell out of here. If you ever again enter the area 300 kilometers in any direction, the poison will kill you. No alchemist under heaven can neutralize my demonic pills." With that, he disappeared into the Immortal's cave. Luochong, Duolan, and the others hesitated only for a moment before disappearing off into the distance. When they were about 100 kilometers away, they finally stopped and looked back in the direction of Meng Hao's Immortal's cave. "Damn it. Once I get back to the Black Lands Palace, I'll dispatch some people to wipe that place out," said Luochong, a dangerous look on his face. "I'll take care of it," said one of the old azure-masked cultivators through clenched jaw. "Let's see what superhuman abilities that guy really has." Before he could finish speaking, however, a single word suddenly rang out from nowhere. "Bestow." One word. The instant it echoed out, the azure-masked cultivator began to tremble. Luochong and the others watched in astonishment as a pulsating black aura emerged from his ears, eyes, nose and mouth. Soon a massive black aura was spreading out from him. As for Duolan, she could see that above the old man's head was a phantom figure. It was none other than Meng Hao's righteous bestowed demonic incarnation. The blurry demonic incarnation burrowed into the man's body through the top of his head. The azure-masked cultivator began to scream, and his right arm suddenly began to quiver. Luochong watched on in astonishment as the man's right arm suddenly struck out toward his own forehead. A boom could be heard as the man's head exploded, killing him instantly. "Take care of yourselves," said Meng Hao coolly before disappearing. Everything was as silent as death. Luo Chang's body shook uncontrollably, and he immediately abandoned any thoughts about what he had just been talking about. The only thing he could think of was that he would never come with 300 kilometers of this place ever again. Duo Lan was panting and her eyes were wide. She had seen some so-called demon lords in the western desert, but none of them were as bizarrely frightening as this one. What if it was turned into a totem? Thought Duo Lan. Her heart beat even faster. Maintaining their silence, the remaining 4 cultivators shot off into the distance. Outside the Immortal's cave, the retreat of Luochong and the others caused the eyes of the more than 100 cultivators to fill with fanaticism. Cultivators worshipped the powerful, and the power displayed by Meng Hao just now left their minds reeling and hearts trembling. "Did you see that?" squawked the parrot, immediately flying up into the air. Its eyes slowly passed over the amassed cultivators. That was none other than Lord Fifth's celestial magic. "If you diligently practice your cultivation according to my methods, then it won't be long before you are just as powerful." Back in the Immortal's cave, Mang Hao's looked down at his right hand, and his eyes filled with a mysterious glow. This right hand, coupled with the power of my cultivation base and the demonic chi, can exterminate the mid-core formation stage. However, when it comes to late core formation, my only option is to use the Blood Immortal Mask. Either way, considering I'm at the peak of the early core formation stage, there aren't many other core formation cultivators who are a match for me. Once I succeed with the perfect gold core and enter mid-core formation, a cultivator in the same stage who could deal with me would be a rarity indeed. His eyes gleamed with self-confidence. As far as he was concerned, the difference between the power he had wielded in Foundation Establishment and his power now was vast. Getting the last medicinal plant ingredient won't be hard. But the heavenly tribulation which will come after I form the perfect gold core, that will be a problem. Mang Hao frowned. That was what he had the most misgivings about. The heavenly tribulation from back in Foundation Establishment had been terrifying. If the Blood Immortal Legacy hadn't fought against it for him, Mang Hao would never have been able to form the perfect foundation. Muttering to himself, his eyes glittered as he sent his spiritual sense out with a message. A few moments later, flapping sounds could be heard as the colorful parrot flew in from outside, looking a bit impatient. "What's going on?" it said, eyeing Mang Hao. "Don't you know that Lord Fifth is in the middle of training those cultivators out there? Don't you know how precious Lord Fifth's time is? How do I transcend heavenly tribulation?" asked Mang Hao, not beating around the bush. Heavenly tribulation? The parrot stared in shock, and then flew a few circles around Mang Hao, seemingly sizing him up from various angles. Finally, it made a clucking noise and shook its head. It sighed. "Nobody can transcend it. You're dead. It seems that I, Lord Fifth, ancient celestial bird, should consider getting a new master." It was about to leave, when Mang Hao, his expression the same as ever, calmly said, "So, you don't even know how to transcend tribulation. And you still call yourself an ancient celestial bird?" His face was clearly filled with a sneer. When the parrot saw the sneer, its feathers immediately stood on end, and it glared at Mang Hao. "I don't know?" it said, panting. "You dare to tell me I don't know? I can't be fooled so easily." Instead of continuing any further, it put on a supercilious expression and began to preen its feathers. "So, you really are just a flashy old bird?" said Mang Hao casually, his sneer growing even more obvious. He even went so far as to close his eyes, as if he didn't deign to continue the conversation. The parrot was instantly furious. Pecking furiously at its feathers as it preened, it roared, "Who said I don't know? I know a method that can suppress and delay heavenly tribulation. There's no celestial magic like that which I don't know." "So, you really don't know," replied Mang Hao lightly. "Heavenly tribulation is nothing but farts," roared the parrot. "Back in the day, I could transcend tribulation with a single breath. Even now, I know at least 10,000 ways, no, I mean, 1,000,000 different ways to do it. I'll tell you one of them. All you have to do is find a miraculous life form, the type whose roots and leaves are connected the same way a mother and a son are connected. The roots cannot be destroyed, and the leaves never die. The leaves never die, and the roots cannot be destroyed. You hold on to the roots, and use the leaves to defend against the heavenly tribulation. That is how you can transcend tribulation. Too bad for you, miraculous life forms like that aren't common. Even things similar to it aren't common. They're all extinct. You would have to have an incredible amount of luck and fortune to happen across one. Just from looking at you, I'd say it's not gonna happen. You're not that kind of person. Most likely, you're dead." Hearing the parrot's words actually caused Mang Hao's eyes to flicker. After analyzing the parrot's words, they seemed to make quite a bit of sense. Furthermore, his mind was currently reeling. This was because he had thought of a miraculous life form from the Black Lands that was very similar to what the parrot had described. This chapter was sponsored by Bijuan, Lim Derek, CV, and Vang Xiong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326. Chapter 326, I haven't tried that out before. The roots cannot be destroyed, the leaves never die. The leaves never die, the roots cannot be destroyed. Mang Hao's eyes filled with thought as he put the pieces together. A miraculous life form that inherently displayed the type of relationship between a mother and a son. Rare in the world, almost never seen. What appeared in Mang Hao's mind now were words he had heard years ago. The larva cannot be destroyed, and the thread cannot be broken. The thread cannot be broken, nor can the larva be destroyed. These words were describing a creature that, when fed Civnet Thunder mulberry leaves, would transform from frigid snow into the miraculous bud called the eyeless larva. 1. Besides the larva, there's another way, but their growth isn't complete. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he thought of his blood clones. Because the nucleus of each blood clone was the skin of the meat jelly, as long as he himself didn't die, they couldn't be destroyed. Even if they were, they could easily be recreated. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were eternally indestructible, but the fact remained that it would be very difficult to truly kill them. However, the cultivation bases of the blood clones were too far removed from his own. They might be difficult to destroy, but when it came time to face the heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao knew that the blood clones would be defeated. Unless I refined 9 generations of blood, then added myself in, thus forcing another generation on top of the 9. Then it would be a blood spirit. I could not be destroyed, and the spirit would never disperse. As Meng Hao sat lost in thought, the haughty parrot once again looked at Meng Hao with disdain. Don't even think about it, it said suddenly. Only people with incredible luck and amazing fortune can ever have a chance to get a miraculous life form like that. As an example, I, Lord Fifth, once had a miraculous lotus root. Only someone like me could ever get something of the sort. Meng Hao ignored the parrot and continued to think. A new thought suddenly flickered in his mind. The parrot's words had opened up the floodgates of his mind regarding transcending tribulation. After all, he was not in the blood immortal legacy zone. This time, he would be facing the test alone. He had been thinking about the matter for a very, very long time. The parrot's words just now had lit a virtual fire in his mind. All kinds of thoughts and questions exploded inside of him. Regarding miraculous life forms, he thought, there's something else I could do. I could borrow demonic chi from heaven and earth to create an illusory incarnation. After all, the incarnation can carry my will with it to kill people. I wonder if I could use it to defend against heavenly tribulation. It's too bad the incarnation is so weak. However, it's an area that could be explored. His eyes lit up as he realized that he actually already had 3 types of miraculous life forms. Plus, I have the meat jelly. He thought. His eyes contained an imperceptible glitter. Using the meat jelly when transcending tribulation would be his last resort. He had long since taken note of its ability to consume lightning. Forget it. Just forget it, said the parrot, looking askance at Meng Hao. It sighed, its face filled with an expression that exuded omniscience. That method just now was definitely too difficult. In all the heavens, I think only Lord Fifth could pull off something like that. For other people, well, it could only happen in their dreams. Lord Fifth is an erudite, ancient celestial bird. Omniscient. Okay, I'll tell you of another method. This one isn't very hard. Actually, it's pretty simple. However, such a method is also only available to people with extraordinary luck and fortune. It's not very complicated. You just need to have a soul of lightning next to you. If you do, it will be much easier to transcend the tribulation. However, you'll have to train the soul of lightning yourself. Basically, you start out with the soul of a cultivator with a very profound cultivation base. Then, you slowly use lightning to transform its soul embodiment. Over time, you gradually increase the amount of lightning. Assuming the soul isn't destroyed, then you eventually force it to transform into a soul of lightning that you can use. The parrot yawned and then flew out of the immortal's cave in a flash of light. Outside, it once again began to instruct the cultivators about its self-proclaimed celestial magic. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the immortal's cave, thinking about what the parrot had said about the soul of lightning. A strange expression appeared on his face, and after a while, he slapped his bag of holding. The blood-colored mask appeared in his hand. He sent his spiritual sense inside to find the Li Clan patriarch, who had been forgotten by the meat jelly after the appearance of the parrot. The Li Clan patriarch was no longer listless like before. However, as soon as he caught sight of Meng Hao, his entire body began to tremble. Clearly, his fear of the meat jelly had reached the ultimate level. Meng Hao circled around the Li Clan patriarch, examining his soul embodiment. After a while, his eyes began to shine. The glow in his eyes struck terror into the heart of the Li Clan patriarch. What are you planning?" he asked cautiously. He had a bad feeling, as if something miserable were about to happen to his soul embodiment. After his time spent being tormented by the meat jelly, without even the option of seeking death, he was no longer as proud and haughty as he used to be. Meng Hao didn't say anything. After examining the Li Clan patriarch for a moment, he did something with his spiritual sense, and a lightning bolt appeared within the blood-colored mask. It crackled down toward the Li Clan patriarch, slamming directly onto his soul embodiment. "Damn it! What the hell are you doing?" He trembled, and his soul embodiment flickered as if it were about to dissipate. Meng Hao nodded, then used his spiritual sense again to summon another lightning bolt, and then another. Rumbling booms sounded out as they fell down onto the Li clan patriarch, who emitted constant miserable shrieks. This process went on for about 2 hours, until the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment was growing dim. "You psycho!" cried the Li clan patriarch, gnashing his teeth. "You're a damned lunatic. And that meat jelly is nothing but a nightmare. One of these days I'll get my revenge." He continued to curse, but inside actually felt quite pathetic, and was heaving constant sighs. In the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao opened his eyes. The Li clan patriarch has an extraordinary cultivation base. He meets all the requirements to become a soul of lightning. From now on, I'll need to use all methods at my disposal to get him accustomed to lightning. I also need an eyeless larva. Before that, though, I should head out and collect the last medicinal plant ingredient I need for the perfect gold core. Having made up his mind, Meng Hao sent his spiritual sense out to find Huang Daxian. He was currently looking on complacently as the parrot flew around above a group of people who were all running around in various patterns. Huang Daxian's body trembled as Meng Hao's voice suddenly echoed out in his head. Then, his mind was branded with an image of the plant Meng Hao needed. Half a month later, Meng Hao was looking down at a jade slip, inside of which was information regarding the medicinal plant he needed, a clue uncovered during the investigation carried out by his group of over 100 cultivators. Meng Hao stood and left the Immortal's cave. Dongluo City, member of the United Nine Cities. Inside the jade slip was also a map of the Black Lands, marked with the location of Dongluo City, which wasn't very far away. 2. By now, Meng Hao was familiar with the power structure of the Black Lands, thanks to his more than 100 followers. Other than the Black Lands Palace and the United Nine, the Black Lands were inhabited completely by rogue cultivators. In some cases, groups banded together to form small-scale powers. Some were strong, some were weak, but regardless, they existed in a state of disunity. As far as the United Nine, it was made up of 9 of the Black Land's most powerful cultivator clans, and the cities that had grown up around them. They had banded together and formed an alliance to stand up against the power of the Black Lands Palace. The ingredient Meng Hao needed was a spirit orchid leaf, a medicinal plant that wasn't particularly rare. That having been said, it wasn't something that the small-scale powers would have. It would only be available in one of the 9 major cities. According to the information he'd received, Dongluo City would be holding an auction soon. Medicinal pills would be up for sale, as well as medicinal plants. As for the spirit orchid leaf, it could actually be consumed directly to treat injuries, so of course people would be willing to purchase it. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve as he left the region of his Immortal's cave for the first time in more than a year. Transforming into a beam of prismatic light, he shot like lightning off into the distance. Thanks to the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, his hair was now black once again and his eyes were filled with abstruseness. He wore a green gown, and his features were handsome and refined. On his forehead was mark that looked both like a scale and a feather, and yet was neither. Overall, he appeared completely extraordinary. As he flew away from the Immortal's cave, the meat jelly and the parrot followed him. As they flew along, the parrot continuously chided the meat jelly, who squabbled back endlessly. It went on for a few days, with the two of them occasionally getting into blows. Finally, the parrot used its trump card. It went on with a series of "Do you want to know?" questions, which resulted in the meat jelly transforming into a small bell which the parrot fastened around its leg. The parrot finally came to rest on Meng Hao's shoulder, perched there with an arrogant look on its face that said that it was a one-of-a-kind ancient celestial bird, esteemed in heaven and earth, unique in all creation. The ground beneath them was pitch black, with occasional black-colored plants growing up from the soil. It all looked very sinister. The entire time, Meng Hao didn't stop once. Following the information on the map, he flew straight toward Dongluo City. On one particular evening several days later, a green city appeared up ahead. It wasn't grand and majestic, but rather square in shape, and apparently constructed from vegetation. The city walls were created from interwoven plants. The greenness created by the plants made the city stick out conspicuously from the black soil. In the middle of the city, trees grew up. All of the trees had massive amounts of branches growing out from them, which were also interwoven to form layers. The city as a whole seemed to be formed of 2 levels, one on the ground, the other in the sky. There was a 3rd level, which was formed by a single, enormous tree, the interior of the city. From a distance, the city looked very bizarre. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. As they approached, they saw the city gate, which was formed by 8 giant interlocking trees. Cultivators walked in and out of the gate, and inside the city itself were quite a few cultivators. Perched atop the massive tree in the center of the city was what appeared to be an enormous phoenix, several dozens of meters in length. It had bright, scarlet feathers, and was incredibly beautiful. A closer look revealed that it wasn't actually a phoenix, but a peacock. It would occasionally look around at the city with an arrogant expression. It didn't emit the power of a cultivation base, but from a distance it still emanated a powerful, threatening aura that Meng Hao could sense. It caused his pupils to constrict. The look in the peacock's eyes seemed to say that no one was worthy of its gaze. It looked around arrogantly, seemingly despising all that it saw. Suddenly, Meng Hao heard the parrot whisper, "You dare to act like that in front of Lord Fifth, bitch." Meng Hao had read some information about this scarlet peacock in the jade slip. It was a holy animal of the Don Luo clan. For some reason unknown to outsiders, it would occasionally take to flight and circle around the city. Everyone who saw the spectacle would praise its beauty. Just as they were about to enter the city, Meng Hao heard the parrot next to him, panting heavily. Ee. Now that I'm closer I can see that flirty look in its eyes. A red bird, I've never tried that out before. Before Meng Hao could react or even think about what it meant, the parrot was gone. Meng Hao watched as ripples spread out in the air, and a multicolored streak shot up through the air toward the peacock. 1. The eyeless larva and related information were discussed mostly in Chapter 165. 2. Don Luo in Chinese is Don Luo, Dong means east. Luo is a sound word with no meaning. Don Luo is also the name of a real location in China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327. Chapter 327, Angry Don Luo Ling. 1. Everything was happening too quickly. Meng Hao gaped in astonishment. Before he could react, he saw the multicolored streak flying through the air at high speed. It looked like a shooting star as it headed toward the beautiful, proud scarlet peacock. Within the colorful light was none other than the parrot, shooting forward like a spear, head upraised. Its sharp, curved beak emitted a cold glow, as it clenched its body tight into something that looked like a spearhead. Meng Hao wasn't sure if he was mistaken or not, but it very much seemed like its eyes were shining with excitement, as well as determination and lasciviousness. It moved with incredible speed. In one breath it was quite a distance from the peacock. In the next breath, it was upon it. All of the feathers on the body of the scarlet peacock stood on end as it turned its beautiful head, emanating the powerful might of a phoenix, seeming to warn everyone from encroaching upon its space. Meng Hao's eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. He suddenly had a very bad feeling about what was happening. He watched the multicolored streak of light that was the parrot as it charged directly toward the peacock's rear end. An intense, miserable screech echoed out from the once graceful and beautiful peacock. The sound was wretched, as an indescribable pain washed over it. All its feathers stood on end, and its expression was twisted and distorted. It was no longer elegant, and its beauty had now been transformed into suffering. It trembled violently as its scream filled Don Luo City, which of course attracted the attention of large numbers of cultivators. All of them lifted their heads up in astonishment. What they saw was the peacock, always so graceful and haughty, now trembling violently and screaming miserably. It was flying haphazardly through the air, beating its wings, as if it was trying to shake something off of its body. Its efforts were of no avail. As it screamed, its eyes turned red, and a billowing flame sea appeared around it. Within the fire, the peacock continued to scream intensely. Its feathers bristled to the point where it looked like it might explode from insanity. All of the cultivators in the city were staring with gaping mouths, unsure of what exactly was happening to it. However, they could all sense that the peacock was currently experiencing indescribable pain. It was at this time that members of Don Luo City's cultivator clan emerged, looking worried as they flew up toward the peacock. One among their number was a young woman wearing a long, emerald-green garment. Her features were beautiful and enchanting, but her phoenix-like eyes were filled with worry and confusion as she approached the peacock. "Scarlet Peacock, what's wrong?" she said. Her voice was pleasant, like the song of a lark. As soon as the cultivators down in the city saw her, they began to discuss the matter in hushed tones. "That's Goddess Don Luo Ling of the Don Luo clan." 2. That's none other than one of the 3 most beautiful female cultivators in the Black Lands, Don Luo Ling. By this time, Meng Hao had ducked his head down and hurried into the city, his scalp slowly growing numb. He blended into the crowd, his face ashen, looking up at the flames in the sky. The miserable shrieks of the peacock continued to ring out. "Damned parrot!" thought Meng Hao, grinding his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it, though. He should have considered the parrot's indulgences. Back when it was stuck in the copper mirror, Meng Hao had to take the initiative to provoke something like this. But now that it was free, it couldn't hold itself back after seeing a pretty, feathered peacock. I can't let people find out that I brought it here, he thought with a frown. Up above, the peacock let out another shriek. Now, everyone could see a multicolored beam of light whizzing through the air near the peacock's rear end. Before anyone could see clearly what was inside of it, it built up some momentum and then shot back toward the peacock. The peacock tried to dodge out of the way, but was unable to. When people saw this, they could only watch on in dumbstruck silence. Based on what they had just seen, they now understood why the elegant scarlet peacock was emitting such blood-curdling screams. A buzz of conversation immediately rose up as everyone expressed their disbelief and astonishment. What is that thing? What it's doing is indescribable. That multicolored light is entering. My God! Is there really a magical item that does something like this? What is it? It's simply too vicious, too malicious, too penetrating. Meng Hao stood in the crowd, his jaw clenched. He felt as if his face were burning, and he was very worried about everyone finding out that the multicolored light had been brought into the city by him. The Dongluo clan cultivators floated in midair, trying to figure out how to help the peacock. Dongluo Ling's face was filled with anxiety. However, the sight of the multicolored light caused them to stare in shock. The scarlet peacock's wails were pitiful, its eyes filled with humiliation and pain. Suddenly, it began to fall to the ground, body trembling. The Dongluo clan cultivators rushed forward in a frenzy. As they neared, the multicolored light disappeared, leaving behind only an exhausted panting sound. The Dongluo clan cultivators' faces were extremely unsightly. Dongluo Ling's was virtually bursting with flames. Moments later, the entire city was sealed down tightly. More Dongluo clan cultivators appeared, bursting with bestial killing intent and rage as they began to search for the multicolored light. One could imagine what savage methods they would employ to punish the mysterious multicolored light if they ever found it. As for the scarlet peacock, it was currently being given emergency treatment. Meng Hao's face was just as unsightly as he dispersed along with the crowd. He wasn't sure where the parrot had gone to. If it suddenly appeared on his shoulder, then he would have to leave the city immediately. He suddenly realized that the meat jelly was actually very well behaved. As night fell upon Dongluo City, word of what had just happened spread through the various cultivators. Late that night, the wrath of the entire Dongluo clan was burning. In the Dongluo clan's manor house, Dongluo Ling stood there with tears in her eyes as she comforted the trembling, sleeping scarlet peacock. Every time it trembled, her eyes would flash with killing intent. I'm going to find that multicolored light, she said, gnashing her teeth, and when I do, I'll hack it into pieces. Meanwhile, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room in a local inn, his face dark. Finally, he opened his eyes from meditation and let out a soft sigh as the parrot appeared. It looked the same as ever, multicolored, with the meat jelly bell still attached to its foot. Its expression was one of arrogance, and its eyes flickered with contentment and complacency. Hey, Lord Fifth is back, it said, strutting back and forth on the table, lifting its head up to stare at Meng Hao. Did you have fun? Asked Meng Hao coolly, his facing expressionless. Lots of fun, replied the parrot. It took a deep breath, and the haughtiness in its face disappeared, to be replaced by a look of reminiscence. I've tried out many different purely colored birds such as that, it said with a sigh. One year I even tried out their ancestor, the phoenix. However, scarlet is the only color I haven't tried. Not bad. Really not bad. Do you know how much difficulty it's going to cause if they found out it was you? Said Meng Hao. What are you scared of? It said, its face filled with conceited grandeur. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? If they dare to mess with me, I'll screw 'em to death. I'll deal with them like I dealt with that bird. I'm not talking about you, of course. Birds have their tenacity, and so do people. Tenacity, that's the key. Look, I have a duty to help you out. Join me in your loudest voice. A solemn-looking face suddenly appeared on the bell on the parrot's foot. You're immoral. Simply too wicked. My life's mission is definitely to convert you, you sinister bird. The parrot looked down at the meat jelly with a look of disdain. Shut up, *tch. Did I ever not take you with me to do these kinds of things? Do you remember the space ape from that year? Did I take you with me, or not? How about the flame phoenix? Did I take you with me, or not? What about that big hairy fish in the Starsea, or that tiger in the 8th mountain? What about the great golden dragon? Did you forget about that? The meat jelly hesitated for a moment, then gritted its teeth and said, You forced me. Meng Hao sat off to the side, watching on silently. Originally he had planned to say a few things about what had happened today, but hearing the parrot list off its achievements, he suddenly realized he didn't have anything to say. He sighed, shaking his head and ignoring the two, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. As the night went on, the Don Luo clan used all its power, all their precious treasures, all their divine sense, to search every corner of the city. It was all to no avail. As the search continued, 3 days slowly passed. During the 3 days, Meng Hao went out twice. Each time, the parrot would perch pompously on his shoulder to accompany him. On a few occasions, they encountered members of the Don Luo clan. However, the uncomely parrot didn't seem to attract any suspicions. "Don't worry," said the parrot. "I've done things like this before on many occasions, and I've never gotten caught. The only things left behind are legends of Lord Fifth. However, no one ever knows my true appearance." Meng Hao didn't respond. On the 2 occasions he went out, Meng Hao made inquiries about the auction which was to take place in 10 days, and was able to confirm that 10 spirit orchid leaves would be up for sale. He also made some inquiries about the price. This particular plant would appear in the auction every few years, and the price was always a bit over 10,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao personally didn't have many spirit stones, but Ji Hongdong's bag of holding had ultra-high-grade spirit stones, as well as a collection of regular spirit stones to the number of about 20,000. It wasn't much when it came to duplicating medicinal pills, but it should be enough to purchase the spirit orchid leaf and still have some left over. On evening of the 4th day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he let out a sigh. As he had anticipated, trouble had come looking for him. He looked up at the door. It didn't take long before it exploded, shattered to pieces that showered into the room. 1. I'm pretty sure this is a reference to angry birds. 2. Don Luo Ling's name is Don Luoling. Don Luo is the name of their clan, kind of a made-up name. Ling means spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328. Chapter 328, Establishing Strength. The instant the door shattered into pieces, a whooshing sound could be heard, and the parrot disappeared without a trace. Meng Hao wasn't sure where it had gone to hide, but obviously it had seen the look on his face and knew the trouble it had stirred up. However, instead of cleaning up its own mess, it left it to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mood sank even deeper. His eyes flickered with coldness. He knew that the law of the jungle was a strict one and was revered as a way of life in the Black Lands. Weakness and retreat gave an opponent even more power and reason to crush you. In the Black Lands, there was no reasoning, there was only strength. The strong could plunder cities and enslave clans. In the Black Lands, you could do anything you wanted and no one would do anything against you unless it was to their benefit. If you didn't encroach on someone's territory, they wouldn't pay attention to you at all even if you slaughtered countless other cultivators. For example, the 9 clans that made up the United Nine had changed countless times throughout the years. One would rise, another would fall, down to this very day. After the door was destroyed, 2 people charged into the room, accompanied by a cold, glittering light. As they descended upon him, Meng Hao let out a cold snort. It didn't matter that he was actually in the wrong. He sat there cross-legged, his killing intent flashing. He lifted his right hand up as fast as lightning, and a single finger attack shot out. A miserable scream immediately filled the air, and a corpse toppled backward out the door. At the same time, his 4 remaining fingers curled into a claw which latched onto the neck of a black-robed cultivator. No matter how he struggled, the man couldn't move an inch. Meng Hao immediately sent spiritual power into the man's cultivation base, sealing it down tightly. When attacking, one cannot hesitate, nor show weakness. That is a fundamental rule in the Black Lands. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he looked over at the door. Standing outside were 8 cultivators wearing black robes. Their expressions were serious, but they didn't dare to enter the room. Instead, they stood there looking vigilantly at Meng Hao. Don Luo Ling, said Meng Hao coolly, is this the way the Don Luo clan receives its guests? You'd better provide an explanation, or I'll turn your skull into a cooking pot. The people outside remained silent as a woman stepped out from behind them. She wore a long, emerald green robe, and was quite beautiful. Her skin was so delicate it seemed a breeze could break it. This was none other than Don Luo Ling. Her brow was furrowed as she glared into Meng Hao's room. Since you know who I am, then you'd better let my man go immediately. Then we can discuss some matters. Her voice was pleasant, but filled with iciness. Her cultivation base was beyond ordinary, it appeared to be at the early core formation stage. Meng Hao grinned. He might have the appearance of a scholar, but looking at him now, he possessed a certain fierceness. He suddenly clenched his right hand. Loud cracking sounds could be heard, the man's body twitched as his neck was crushed into pieces. After he was thoroughly dead, Meng Hao stood up and turned into a blur as he rushed toward the door. Dong Luoling laughed mockingly. She stood her ground, not moving at all. As she glanced down at the body of the dead man, the 8 men around her suddenly moved forward to obstruct Meng Hao's way. 2 of them were white-haired old men. Their gazes were like lightning, their stature tall. Shockingly, they even had totem tattoos on their arms. However, they didn't look like Western desert cultivators. They had extraordinary cultivation bases at the mid-core formation stage. Their bodies flashed as they moved forward to defend Dong Luoling. They were fast, but Meng Hao was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was out the door. He flicked his sleeve, and a gale force wind suddenly exploded out. It screamed out in all directions, causing the bodies of the 8 cultivators to shake as they spit up blood. They all retreated, looks of astonishment on their faces. This caused Dong Luoling's face to change and her pupils to constrict before she could even think about it. The faces of 2 old men in front of her fell. Meng Hao was as calm as ever as he neared Dong Luoling. The eyes of the 2 old men flickered as they also advanced, hands flickering in incantation gestures. Their cultivation bases roared with power as their magical techniques appeared. "No core chi," said Meng Hao, his expression intentionally lofty. "Insects." Even as he spoke, his right hand lifted up and then descended downward in a fist. Boom! An expression of shock filled the face of one of the men. The magical technique he had been incanting immediately collapsed to pieces. He felt an incredible power slam into him, and blood sprayed from his mouth as he staggered backward several paces. As for the other old man, his eyes narrowed and he let out a howl as he attacked. Meng Hao's left hand snaked out, and he tapped the man's forehead lightly. Suddenly, demonic chi rose up, visible only to Meng Hao. It poured into the man, causing his veins to bulge and his eyes to fill with confusion. All of this happened in a single instant, and then Meng Hao was standing directly in front of the shocked Dong Luoling. Dong Luoling knew that she had acted rashly, and that her opponent was far more powerful than her. The only thing she could do now was angrily say, "Do you really dare to offend me in my own clan city? You're dead for sure." Meng Hao looked her over coldly. Then he lifted up his right hand and was about to grab her, when suddenly he frowned and paused in mid-motion. Then, he pointed his hand down toward the ground. The entire ring began to shake as invisible chi rushed up from all directions to circle around Meng Hao. It formed into a barrier to protect against a black spear which was currently shooting toward him from off in the distance. The spear was as thick as the hand of a child, and was covered with complex, swirling patterns. It whistled through the air, slamming into the demonic chi vortex surrounding Meng Hao. A boom echoed out, and the spear shook, then collapsed into pieces. The pieces transformed into green-colored core chi, which then dissipated in all directions. The spearhead, however, did not disappear, it was still stabbing through the vortex. Just as it seemed it would pierce all the way through, Meng Hao reached up and tapped the top of the spearhead. As soon as he touched it, the spearhead trembled and then exploded into fragments of core chi. Dong Luoling took advantage of this opportunity to back up about 20 meters. It seemed she was about to flee. Meng Hao coolly said, "Get back here." The words were simple, but the instant she heard them, Dong Luoling's face went pale white. She had suddenly discovered that her entire body was incapable of moving. The old man whom Meng Hao had just tapped on the forehead looked confused, as if his spirit had fled. Seemingly not even under his own control, he bound Dong Luoling, grabbed her, and then flew back toward Meng Hao. It was at this moment that Meng Hao lifted his head and looked off into the distance. It was currently dusk, and there were no cultivators visible anywhere. Even the inn seemed to be empty. However, far off in the distance, a middle-aged man stood on a rooftop. His body was skinny and withered, almost like a skeleton. However, he emitted a dignified aura as he looked toward Meng Hao. Their gazes met, and their spiritual sense shot out, emanating with massive pressure. Invisible ripples exploded out. Meng Hao didn't move, but the face of the middle-aged man flickered, and he retreated several paces, coughing up blood. "So," said Meng Hao, his voice cool, "mid-core formation core chi turns out to be slightly more powerful than insects." "Your Excellency, who are you?" asked the stooped, middle-aged man. "Why do you wish to make the Dong Luo clan your enemy?" His expression was serious, and it seemed he couldn't see Meng Hao's cultivation base. "Sir, that is exactly the same question I wanted to ask you," said Meng Hao calmly. "I have no grievance with the Dong Luo clan. So why did you send everyone in the area away, and then surround me and try to kill me?" Dong Luoling ground her teeth and glared at Meng Hao, her eyes radiating hatred. "From the day the Scarlet Peacock was injured until today, 13 people have entered the city. I've personally looked into the other 12. You are the last one, and also the most suspicious." When she thought about how the scarlet peacock couldn't even fly now, and would always tremble and shake as it slept, her hatred toward Meng Hao seeped into her bones. Meng Hao's face sank. His voice cold, he said, "What ultimate absurdity! You're just trying to stir up trouble." He didn't even make an attempt to explain anything. His simple response made him seem even more awe-inspiring. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Finally, he clasped hands and bowed toward Meng Hao, a bitter smile on his face. "This is all just a misunderstanding," he said with a sigh. "My little sister went off on her own to investigate things. Fellow Daoist, I truly hope you can forgive us. That scarlet peacock is my little sister's most beloved pet, and what happened has really aroused our ire. Therefore, we accidentally offended you. Sir, I am Dong Luo Han. I implore you to give me a bit of face. What do you say?" 1. Meng Hao looked hesitant. He waved his right hand, and the old man who had bound up Dong Luo Ling no longer looked confused. He regained his senses, then immediately began to tremble. He looked at Meng Hao as if he were a ghost. Dong Luo Ling's body flashed, transforming into a beam of light as she flew over to stand next to the middle-aged man. She glared viciously at Meng Hao. "Many thanks, fellow Daoist," said the man. "Allow me to give you a Dong Luo City Command Medallion. With this medallion, your time in the city will be much more convenient." Dong Luo Han pulled out a black command medallion which he tossed toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao grabbed it and looked it over. In his time spent in the city recently, he'd learned that in Dong Luo City there were 5 different types of command medallions. Scarlet was the highest, black was secondary, then yellow, blue and white. Each medallion came with various privileges within the city. For example, in order to participate in the upcoming auction, one needed, at the least, a yellow command medallion. After Meng Hao took the command medallion, Dong Luo Han once again clasped hands and bowed, then grabbed the obstinate Dong Luo Ling and left, along with the other cultivators. As she left, Dong Luo Ling's features were filled with fury. "Third bro, why did you compromise with that guy?" she asked. "We surveilled him for several days. Of the 13 suspects, he was definitely the most suspicious. Some people even saw him with a multicolored parrot." Before Dong Luo Han could respond, a dignified voice suddenly could be heard from off to the side. "I told him to." Along with the voice, a man appeared. He looked to be middle-aged, but there was also some sort of ancientness to him. As soon as he appeared, Dong Luo Han and Dong Luo Ling lowered their heads and saluted. "Greetings, clan chief. The Black Lands are falling into great chaos. The United Nine face imminent danger. At the moment, the last thing we need is to provoke powerful enemies. That guy appears to be in the mid-core formation stage, but his attack just now was matchlessly ruthless. He dispatched another mid-core formation cultivator with no difficulty. He seems like a rogue cultivator, but at the same time, not. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but for now, we need to exercise caution." 1. Dong Luo Han's name in Chinese is Dong Luo Han. Dong Luo is their clan name. Han is a sound word. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329. Chapter 329, Lord Fifth flies into a rage. "The Black Lands in great chaos?" said Dong Luo Han, gaping at the clan chief. Dong Luo Ling also gaped for a moment. For as long as she could remember, the law of the jungle in the Black Lands made it appear on the surface as if there were no rules. However, because of the Black Lands Palace and the United Nine, there was a bit of stability. Superficially, the Black Lands seemed chaotic, but the powers beneath the surface made things much less chaotic than they seemed. The Dong Luo clan chief was quiet for a moment before looking up at the stars in the sky and saying, 4 days ago in Saturn City, Elder Toma was killed by Patriarch Death Spirit from the Western Lands. His words caused Dong Luo Han's face to flicker. The surrounding cultivators all looked shocked and doubtful. Breathing heavily, Dong Luo Han said, Elder Toma was an almighty spirit-severing cultivator. The 9 clans that made up the United Nine were all very different. Furthermore, various clans had come and gone throughout the years. However, the main reason the United Nine was able to stand up to the Black Lands Palace was because of their 4 great mountains. These 4 mountains housed 4 spirit-severing patriarchs. The clans of these 4 were naturally the leaders in the alliance. With the presence of the 4 patriarchs, they had been able to oppose the Black Lands Palace down to this day. The Dong Luo clan chief slowly continued, after Elder Tomo perished, the Black Lands Palace immediately invaded his Saturn clan. In a single day, all the clan members were slaughtered, and their city was taken over by the Black Lands Palace. Dong Luo Han gasped. The Black Lands Palace. The Western Desert. After a moment's thought, his heart and mind trembled. This news caused him to completely forget about the matter of the scarlet peacock. This matter must be kept a secret, said Dong Luo Ling, looking at the other surrounding cultivators. The clan chief shook his head. It won't take long before news of the incident spreads throughout all the Black Lands. Even if the United Nine tries to cover it up, the news will spread. He looked tired and very anxious. Dong Luo Ling was about to say something else, when suddenly, a miserable shriek could be heard coming from the top level of the city, where the scarlet peacock was. The cry was one of ultimate misery, as if it were experiencing indescribable pain. Dong Luo Ling's face immediately flashed. Next to her, Dong Luo Han gaped in shock. All of the cultivators immediately looked upward. As for Meng Hao, he was sitting cross-legged inside of his room. After the Dong Luo clan members left, the staff of the inn returned, giving Meng Hao a wide, respectful berth. The owner of the inn waited on him nervously, allowing him to change rooms and even giving him some spirit stones before making an excuse to leave. At first I thought I was going to have to fight my way out and come back in disguise, thought Meng Hao, looking down at the black command medallion. Who would have thought that the Dong Luo clan would back down? A puzzled look appeared on his face. Has something happened I don't know about? It was at this point that he heard the miserable shrieks coming from outside. He immediately stood, opened a window, and looked out, a strange expression on his face. Another scream rose up into the air. This time, it was obvious that it was a different scarlet peacock than the one from before. Even as looks of shock filled the faces of everyone in the city, a third shriek echoed out. At the same time, 3 figures, blazing like fire, shot out from the second level of the city. It was 3 more scarlet peacocks. The largest was nearly 100 meters long, the smallest only about 30. They were letting out shrill shrieks. Anyone who heard them could almost feel their pain. A boom rattled out, and for some inexplicable reason, a massive force seemed to rip through one of the huge trees that made up the second level of the city. It shot in and out several times, until it had cut out a character. 5. A bang rang out as a tall, strapping man appeared in midair, surrounded by a multicolored glow. His features were indistinct, but he gave on an eminently conceited air as he floated there in midair looking down on the ground. The 3 peacocks trembled. Beneath them, the massive character 5 that had been cut into the tree was extremely clear. You all listen carefully to what Lord Fifth has to say. When I was born, I was the most revered in heaven and earth. If I want people to wear clothes, they wear clothes. If I want animals to have fur or feathers, then they grow it immediately. The echoing voice immediately evoked the wrath of the Dong Luo clan. Furious shouts could be heard from within the Dong Luo clan. A ruddy-faced old man suddenly charged out, emanating the power of the nascent soul stage. He shot toward the parrot, who was currently utilizing the meat jelly's transforming ability. You dare to defame the residents of the Dong Luo clan? Get back here! You old fart! Screeched the man-form parrot. Lord Fifth is gonna screw you to death. His body flickered as he shot toward the old man. He radiated a savage potency, as if he were a member of an elite Death Squad 1, the most powerful and esteemed person in all the heavens. This powerful vigor radiated thickly off of him, as if there were no orifice in the world that he couldn't conquer, but... The parrot, in the form of a virulent, muscular man, suddenly appeared next to the old nascent soul cultivator. The speed of his movement left the man shocked, and before he could do anything, they slammed into each other. As the boom rattled out, the nascent soul cultivator's face twisted. Cold sweat burst out from his forehead as he realized that his opponent had been shooting straight toward the area roughly a hand's breadth below his navel. If he hadn't moved quickly enough. Before he could continue along with this train of thought, he suddenly felt a cold air on his back. The man-form parrot was off to the side, raising his head up and giving out a piercing howl. You're far too wicked, said a voice. Doing this kind of thing is very immoral. Very, very immoral. You shouldn't. Shut the hell up, *TCH. Lord Fifth is gonna screw this guy to death. The man-parrot's eyes grew green as he glared at the nascent soul cultivator, let out a wild shout, and then charged forward. The old man's scalp went numb as he saw the strange man approaching him. This was the first time he had ever felt such fear in his heart. However, it was at this exact moment that a cold snort suddenly sounded out from within the Dong Luo clan. 2 prismatic beams of light flew out, emanating the power of nascent soul cultivation bases. One of these men was even of the late nascent soul stage. A boom echoed out, and the man-parrot tumbled backward. His eyes grew even more green, and its body began to tremble with rage. I'm gonna screw you to death. All of you. No need to get so excited, said the meat jelly. Don't be so impulsive. Azura fire! Cried the man-parrot as it floated there in the air. Suddenly, black flames leapt into being. Skywalker slaying. It cried again. The flames roared up into the sky. In the middle of all the black flames was the man parrot, its body trembling. Suddenly, a black band of cloth appeared in its hand, which had wrapped around the top of its head, covering one eye. It was really a bizarre sight. Suddenly, it shot down toward the nascent soul cultivators. It moved with incredible speed. As it did, a black mist emanated out from its body, as well as fire. It gradually transformed into an enormous one-eyed raven, hundreds of meters long. It emanated a shocking power as it charged in a frenzy toward the three nascent soul cultivators. Everyone who saw this was astonished. Even Meng Hao's eyes were wide. The three nascent soul cultivators were pale-faced. They all began to perform incantations. Above them, the intensely shocking flames descended down. The faces of the nascent soul cultivators fell, and they retreated. A massive boom shook everything as a huge crater appeared in the ground. This crater was located in the very center of the city, causing the plants which composed the floor to begin to sway and sag. The entire second level of the city was virtually destroyed. The ground quaked, and all of the cultivators currently in the city flew up into the air, faces pale with astonishment. There was nothing alive within the crater, and the enormous black raven had disappeared without a trace. The only thing left behind was a wildly arrogant voice which broke the silence. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? This was the only sound that echoed out into the quiet. Don Luo Ling's eyes were filled with fear, and off to the side, Don Luo Han was panting. The Don Luo clan chief had a serious expression on his face as he shot off toward the crater. His solemn voice called out, "Remember this, never, ever provoke that cultivator. A person like him has a lot of helpers. We've reached a moment of truth. Make friends, not enemies." The ground eventually ceased quaking. Meng Hao stood at the window, his expression strange. Everything that had happened just now made him suddenly think that the parrot was actually kind of funny. A multicolored light suddenly flashed in the room. The parrot appeared, looking exhausted. It flopped down onto the table and looked at Meng Hao out of the corner of its eye. It was huffing and puffing, but its expression was as haughty and proud as ever. Bitches. If Lord Fifth hadn't just recently awoken from slumber, then he would be much more powerful. I could have screwed the entire city. Then they would know how badass Lord Fifth is. As for you, kid, feel free to express your thanks by offering me some worship. Come. Say it with me, have faith. Meng Hao turned, ignoring the parrot and instead looking once again out the window, his eyes shining with vigilance. He had long since pulled out the good luck charm to see if he could use it. It's too bad I haven't been able to harness the power of the rock. If I had, then even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to keep up with me. He continued to look out in the direction of the Don Luo clan. As time passed, however, it seemed that the commotion had died down. No one came to cause trouble, and the Don Luo clan didn't seem to be furious. Everything was smoothing over. This, however, made Meng Hao even more nervous, although what he was worried about wasn't the Don Luo clan, but whatever momentous event had led to the current circumstances. If something major hadn't happened, the Don Luo clan definitely wouldn't be acting like this. 3 days later, Meng Hao finally understood everything. One of the cities of the United Nine had been taken over after its spirit-severing patriarch perished. The Western Desert was controlling the Black Lands Palace. It seemed their goal was to devour all of the Black Lands. This news swept over the Black Lands like storm winds over the following days. Soon, everyone knew about it. When the day of the auction arrived, Meng Hao left his room. A cold wind blew outside, and the sky above was filled with dark clouds. It seemed a thunderstorm was approaching. The Black Lands are heading towards an upheaval, said Meng Hao to himself. He looked around to see cultivators all around him hurrying in the direction of the auction. The parrot was perched on Meng Hao's shoulder, looking around proudly as if it knew that one day it would take care of this place once and for all. This chapter was sponsored by Matthew Emery. 1. The way he is described here is a reference to the movie series The Expendables. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330. Chapter 330, I'll marry anyone but you. The crater in the middle of Don Luo City had long since been filled in with vast amounts of vegetation. The damaged second level was also restored to its normal condition. However, the 5 on the big tree could not be covered up, no matter what the Don Luo clan did. The auction was being held not very far away from that very tree. As Meng Hao approached the auction, he couldn't help but see it. The parrot, perched on his shoulder, looked up at it out of the corner of his eye. With an egotistical expression, he lifted his head up as if everything were beneath him. The auction facility wasn't very large, a far cry from the Violet Fate Sect auction, in which tens of thousands of cultivators could participate. There were only a few hundred people seated around the auction floor, conversing in whispers. In the middle of it all was a raised platform. Only cultivators with the appropriate command medallions from the Dong Luo clan could enter. As soon as Meng Hao produced his black command medallion, he was immediately treated with favor and escorted to a comfortable seat. If the auction floor had been set up with private booths, Meng Hao would have been entitled to one because of the black command medallion. He sat down, his expression the same as ever, then closed his eyes and settled his mind. There weren't very many people seated near him, nor were there many people in the auction in general. This wasn't a very common sight in Dongluo City. Because of the latest news circulating around the Black Lands, people were nervous. Many cultivators had already fled the cities. At the moment, the cities of the United Nine were now no longer as safe as the outside world was. After all, the Black Lands Palace was targeting, not Black Lands cultivators in general, but the clans of the United Nine. Under such circumstances, Meng Hao knew that any people who had chosen to come attend this auction were people with utmost self-confidence. Considering war had already broken out, an auction like this most likely wouldn't be held again for some time. In fact, this would probably be the last auction in Dongluo City until the war ended. I have to attend, said Meng Hao to himself. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the auction would begin. More people began to filter in, and as they did, a man and a woman approached Meng Hao. As they neared, Meng Hao opened his eyes and saw Dong Luo Han and the beautiful Dong Luo Ling. Dong Luo Han had a broad smile on his face, whereas Dong Luo Ling looked irritated, like she didn't want to be there. Fancy meeting you here, fellow Taoist, said Dong Luo Han with a grin, approaching Meng Hao and sitting down next to him. When last we parted, I was unable to inquire as to your respected name. Would it be possible to find out? Dong Luo Ling hesitated for a moment and then sat down on the other side of Meng Hao. My humble surname is Meng, said Meng Hao coolly. I'm a simple rogue cultivator. He smiled at Dong Luo Han. He could sense that the man hadn't come to cause him trouble, but must have some other request, and had chosen this moment before the auction to bring it up. His presence here was not unexpected. Meng Hao had actually predicted that something like this would happen. Brother Meng, there's no need to be so modest, replied Dong Luo Han with a polite smile. Considering how strong you are, I don't think any other rogue cultivators could measure up to you. His glance flitted over the parrot, and an imperceptible flicker of fear flashed through his eyes. As for Dong Luo Ling, she sat on the other side of Meng Hao. During the entire time, she had been glaring fiercely at the parrot. If looks could kill, then she would have slain the parrot many times over by now. Meng Hao chuckled but didn't say anything. Since Dong Luo Han hadn't brought up whatever request he planned to discuss, Meng Hao would just have to remain in the dark. However, he turned the good luck charm over and over in his palm, just as he had been doing for the past several days, never returning it to his bag of holding. It was at this point that the parrot looked impatiently at Dong Luo Ling and said, "What the hell? Are you crazy? What do you keep staring at Lord Fifth for? Are you looking for a screw?" Dong Luo Ling's eyes went wide, and the veins on her face bulged out. Her beautiful features went purple, and she lunged to her feet, filled with explosive power. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. During her entire life, she had never met anyone who she wanted to chop into pieces as much as this parrot. As such, her disgust toward Meng Hao had also reached an incredible level. Dong Luo Han gaped for a moment, then laughed bitterly and was about to say something when the parrot rolled its eyes. Lord Fifth hates featherless, furless necks, it said in its high-pitched voice. Lord Fifth also hates waists with no fur or feathers. Nice chest and rear end, but again, no fur, no feathers. Even if you offered yourself free of charge, Lord Fifth wouldn't accept. The expression on its face said that no matter what she said, it would never like her. Meng Hao felt a massive headache coming on. He cleared his throat. The parrot's words just now made Dong Luo Ling feel as if her mind were about to explode. Flames of fire raged in her eyes, and she seemed on the verge of losing control. She was about to spring into action when Dong Luo Han's face suddenly darkened. Fifth sis, sit down. Dong Luo Ling's head shot up to look at him. Gritting her teeth, she thought about the safety of her clan, and of Dong Luo Han's solemn expression. Bottling up her frustration and fury, she could do nothing but sit back down. However, she made a firm decision that in the future, no matter who tried to get her to come see this detestable parrot, she would absolutely refuse. We've incurred Brother Meng's ridicule, said Dong Luo Han. Please don't take offense at my younger sister's impulsiveness. Actually, I brought her with me today to offer an apology for the matter from the other day. You're too courteous, fellow Taoist Dong Luo. That was just a misunderstanding, there's no need to bring it up. Meng Hao smiled, but inwardly, he was on guard. He had anticipated that the clan would seek him out eventually. Because of the power he had displayed, and the parrot's performance, most likely, he met the qualifications to be recruited by the clan. However, based on what Don Luohan had said just now, Meng Hao could tell that he had something even bigger planned. My younger sister lacks discipline, and unfortunately, the clan is facing upheaval. Brother Meng, you are handsome and talented. You and I hit it off well right from the start. In fact, I don't even take you to be an outsider. Brother Meng, I wonder if you would, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he was about to say something when Don Luoling once again shot to her feet. What are you talking about, third bro? You said you brought me here to make an apology. I get what you're trying to say, and I completely disagree. I don't care if it's your idea or the clan's idea, I will never comply. If you try to force me, then I'll kill myself. I will never become anyone's beloved, especially this shameless, vulgar, despicable hoodlum. She turned to glare coldly at Meng Hao, making no attempt to conceal her hatred, disgust, and contempt. You might as well quit your dreaming. I've taken an oath to never become someone's beloved, but even if I hadn't, there are countless heroes in the United Nine, and you don't measure up to even a single one of them. With that, she gave Meng Hao a final contemptuous look, then turned her supple waist and stalked off. Her slender, lithe figure would cause any man who saw it to feel tremors in his heart. Meng Hao frowned. After hearing Don Luohan's suggestion, he had been about to refuse. However, hearing Don Luoling's reaction caused him to smile and hold his tongue. He looked back at Don Luohan. Don Luohan sighed inwardly. The idea hadn't come from the clan. It was something he had spontaneously come up with himself. He had the feeling that this cultivator named Meng possessed some unfathomable secret. As such, the idea of convincing him to join the clan had wormed its way into his head. Seeing Don Luoling's fierce reaction, however, caused Don Luohan to shake his head with a bitter laugh. He gave Meng Hao an apologetic look, and didn't bring the matter up again. Instead, he sat silently in thought for a moment and said, I assume you guessed my purpose in coming, Brother Meng. The Black Lands are falling into chaos. The alliance of United Nine Cities isn't equal to the Black Lands Palace, but our power is not too far off. Fellow Daoist, join the United Nine, and your every wish will be but a command away. Meng Hao didn't immediately refuse. He sat thinking for a short while, before slowly responding, I can't make a decision immediately, sir. No matter, replied Don Luohan. Actually, if Meng Hao had agreed immediately, it would have aroused his suspicions. An initial refusal was actually the most appropriate response. The United Nine will be recruiting Black Lands cultivators throughout the coming days. I want you to know that the United Nine will naturally treat recruits with utmost sincerity. Even though war has broken out between the Black Lands Palace and the United Nine, you should be able to see that the United Nine will not easily be exterminated. Brother Meng, I will await your decision. You can use that command medallion to notify the Don Luo clan. In addition, you can use the medallion to borrow some spirit stones for use in the auction today, a gift from me, but... It was at this time that bells echoed out from the platform in the center of the auction floor. A glowing light emanated out, and a figure appeared on the platform. The auction was officially beginning. Don Luohan clasped hands and smiled, then made his way out of the auction area to look for other cultivators to recruit. The entire Don Luo clan had been mobilized in an effort to get more rogue cultivators to bolster the alliance. There weren't a lot of people present, but the auction atmosphere was still lively. However, Meng Hao quickly noticed that there were three particular groups of people with whom others would not compete, regardless of what item was up for auction. At the most, they would watch on with dark expressions, but would hold their tongues. These three groups were located carefully in opposite locations of the auction floor, and would not compete with each other. Meng Hao glanced them over, then paid them no further attention. Regardless of where you went, there would be groups of various levels of influence and power. Groups like this would invariably flex their muscles at an important auction such as this. Perhaps under normal circumstances they would be a bit more cautious. However, considering this was Don Luo City, and also considering the general chaos in the Black Lands, groups such as this were now far more valuable than before. What Meng Hao needed, though, was the spirit orchid leaf, of which 10 would be available in the auction. Considering the turmoil on the horizon for the Black Lands, medicinal plants that could heal injuries would be increasingly valuable. Despite that, Meng Hao still was able to acquire one. When he did, 7 or 8 cultivators eyed him greedily. His expression was the same as ever as he waited for the auction house to deliver the spirit orchid leaf to him, whereupon he prepared to leave. Next up for auction is a flag. This flag is a treasure suitable for the core formation stage, and is called the Black Days Banner. When unfurled, it unleashes incredible power, and places inky blackness beneath your feet. It can be used both offensively and defensively, and most strange of all, can be fused with your core chi. This treasure was acquired from within some ancient ruins. Furthermore, we guarantee that in all the Black Lands, there is only this one. As auctioneer introduced the item, a woman walked out from behind him bearing a copper tray. Atop the tray was a piece of cloth the size of a fist. Meng Hao was just about to leave when he heard all of this. Suddenly, the parrot's eyes went wide, and it stared at the flag, its eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment the parrot didn't speak, but rather transmitted its shrill, disbelieving voice into Meng Hao's head. Get it! You have to get it! This is incredible luck for you, . If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. Chapter 331, Just Steal It. Meng Hao paused in mid-step, then sat back and focused once again on the auction, his eyes glittering slightly. There didn't seem to be anything very special about the flag, but for the parrot to show such interest in it left Meng Hao assured that it was something extraordinary. 10,000 spirit stones. Someone cried in a husky voice, even as the introductory words were still echoing around the auction floor. Meng Hao glanced around surreptitiously and saw that the owner of the voice was someone among one of the three groups of cultivators who were dominating the auction. The opening bid caused everyone to frown. However, nobody dared to offer another bid. Not even the cultivators from the other two groups did anything more than discuss the matter in low tones. The auctioneer sighed inwardly. In the past, such a situation would never have arisen in the Donluo City auction. However, because of the current disorder in the Black Lands, the United Nine wanted to recruit powerful groups of cultivators just like these ones. Therefore, the auction itself wasn't very important, and matters such as those occurring right now were ignored. Just as the auctioneer was about to bang his hammer down to set the final price, Meng Hao's cool voice rang out. 15,000 spirit stones, he said calmly. The instant he did, the entire auction floor went silent, and one gaze after another came to rest on him. This was especially true of the group of cultivators who had called out the opening bid. There were more than 10 of them in the group, 3 of whom were of the core formation stage. The rest were foundation establishment, but all of them gave dark looks to Meng Hao. One of the 3 core formation cultivators, whose cultivation base was about the same as Meng Hao's, coldly said, "Hand over your 15,000 spirit stones to me and then leave. If you do, we won't cause any trouble for you." His words only caused Meng Hao to smile. 16,000 spirit stones, he said. This caused the surrounding cultivators to gasp. They could see a strange light in Meng Hao's eyes that caused the face of the middle-aged man who had just spoken to darken. Killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Are you fool enough to reject a face-saving offer? 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao didn't have many more spirit stones, and in fact, this was his limit. After purchasing the spirit orchid leaf, his supply was dried up. Interesting, said an old man standing next to the middle-aged man. He was one of the other 3 core formation cultivators. His cultivation base was the same as Donluo Han's, at the mid-core formation stage. So, it turns out that there's someone in Donluo City who dares to steal things that belong to one of the 3 great sects. I'll offer 40,000 for this flag. He glared at Meng Hao as if he were already a dead man. Meng Hao was silent for the space of a few breaths and then said, 50,000 spirit stones. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the auctioneer appeared to be shaking with fear. In his estimation, this flag was worth no more than around 40,000 spirit stones. 50,000 was an extremely high price. Perhaps auctions could reach such a high price in the southern domain, but this was the Black Lands. Furthermore, the actual function of the flag was not as amazing as he had made it sound. He had actually exaggerated a bit. The mid-core formation old man looked at Meng Hao, his gaze icy cold. It wasn't just him, many of the surrounding cultivators seemed to think that Meng Hao was specifically targeting one of the 3 major powers of the Donluo City region, the Han River sect. If you want to make a bid like that, you'll need to show the spirit stones, said the old man, his gaze flickering. Otherwise I could make random bids too. He looked over at the auctioneer, who hesitated for a moment and then faced Meng Hao. Fellow Daoist, he said, according to the rules of the auction, since you've incurred the suspicion of fellow participants in the auction, you'll need to produce the spirit stones to prove that you have them. Please, don't make things difficult for me. How many spirit stones can I borrow with this? Asked Meng Hao, lifting up the black command medallion. 100,000, replied the auctioneer, looking back at the core formation cultivator. I'll pay 150,000 for the flag, said the core formation cultivator coolly. He looked at Meng Hao with cold laughter in his eyes. Given the power of the three great sects, as well the fact that they had received recruitment invitations, a mere 150,000 spirit stones was a price that could easily be erased by the Don Luo clan. Therefore, he didn't care too much. What he did care about was having his sect targeted in front of all these cultivators. Killing intent already glowed in his eyes. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, and then sighed inwardly. He just wanted the flag, he wasn't targeting anybody. However, the auctioneer was now looking over at him, apparently preparing to announce the winner of this lot. Just how important is this flag? Meng Hao transmitted to the parrot. Very important, was the response. If Lord Fifth isn't mistaken, that's no flag. Whoever it was that refined that thing into a flag is an idiot. He wrecked a precious treasure. Do you remember the guy I told you about who painted a talisman which ended up getting burned? The falling ash from the talisman became the Black Lands. Well, that talisman wasn't completely destroyed, some of it remained and fell to the earth. Well, this flag is none other than a remnant of that scorched talisman. If you can get it, it will help you a lot in gaining enlightenment of that immortal's magical symbols. You could say that getting this flag will make you qualified to practice cultivation based on those magical symbols. If you don't have the money, then just steal it. What are you waiting for? Don't be scared. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. Lord Fifth is watching over you. Steal it. That's what I did all those years ago. Steal it. I'll even help you break the shield protecting the platform. The parrot seemed to be getting more and more excited at the prospect of getting Meng Hao to steal the flag. The voice of the meat jelly bell interrupted the mental conversation between the parrot and Meng Hao. Stealing is immoral, wicked, wrong, it said solemnly. For you two to do this is really bad, However, having heard the parrot's words, Meng Hao's eyes glittered and filled with determination. This auction was hosted by the Don Luo clan, and Meng Hao was even considering joining them. However, he was only one person, how could he possibly compare to 10? It was hard to tell who the Don Luo clan would side with in the end, which was a problem. Seemingly having no other options, and seeing the auctioneer about to say something, Meng Hao suddenly stood up. This caused the auctioneer to stare over in shock. As he did, Meng Hao's body flickered. In front of the gaping eyes of all of the surrounding cultivators, he shot toward the platform in the center of the auction floor. He moved too quickly for anyone to react. As he neared the platform, the parrot continued to grow more excited. It squawked loudly, spitting something out of its mouth. It was an attack that instantly slammed into the podium, causing a resounding boom to fill the air. The auctioneer stared in shock as the invisible shield protecting the podium shattered into countless pieces. Meng Hao descended, ignoring the auctioneer and grabbing the flag, then turning and shooting away. Most of the cultivators participating in the auction didn't even have time to react. However, the instant Meng Hao began to make his escape, two roaring howls rose up from the center of the auction floor. Two old men had suddenly appeared and flew to intercept Meng Hao. You dare to steal from our Don Luo clan auction. You're looking to die. Get back here. The cultivation bases of the old men exploded with the power of the late core formation stage. Seeing them approach only seemed to make the parrot more excited. It squawked again, and a piercing sound rang out, an attack which spread out explosively toward the two late core formation old men. Their bodies shook, and they were incapable of approaching any closer. Meng Hao dodged past them, flying like a shooting star above the heads of the other cultivators. He kicked up a stiff wind that blew across their faces as he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the sky. This entire process took only the space of a few breaths. From the moment he snatched the flag until he disappeared, he moved with incredible speed. The method he had used to snatch the flag was natural and smooth, almost rehearsed. The minds of the observing cultivators reeled and were filled with blankness. This was the first time they had ever seen anyone rob an auction. Even in the Black Lands, this was something extremely rare, especially considering that it was always major clans who hosted auctions. All of the cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. The people from the three great sects watched on, stunned. Most shocked of all was the old man who had just made the top bid. How could he have anticipated that his opponent would actually violate the rules in such a way? He had no money, so he just stole the item. Granted, these three great sects often did similar things, but usually it was in secret. They would never dare to do so publicly. In fact, now it seemed as if everything the old man had just said was a joke. An angry expression quickly appeared on his face. Even more angry were the two core formation old men who had tried to stop Meng Hao. Their eyes blazed with fury and the veins on their forehead bulged out, they were clearly incensed. A buzz immediately rose up among the onlookers. Who was that? How brazen! He actually stole the item. He's far too daring. He had no spirit stones, so he stole it? Compared to him, we don't even count as Black Lands cultivators. He is the true Black Lands cultivator. We need to learn from him. Off in the distance, on one particular wall that no one in the auction could see, was a small booth. Inside stood Don Luohan, who was currently staring out in shock. From this booth, everything on the outside could be seen, however, no one could see inside. He had long since noticed Meng Hao's lack of spirit stones, and had felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Meng Hao had been competing with the Han River sect, one of the three great sects that the Don Luo clan had already made an initial agreement with. Don Luohan had already begun to prepare a diplomatic response if Meng Hao gave voice to complaint. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually resort to theft. What a daredevil! Another man stood next to Don Luohan. He looked gentle and refined, but he also let out a sigh of praise. Don Luohan could only make a wry smile. At the same time, the old core formation cultivator from the Han River clan let out a roar. You dare to steal things at the Don Luo clan auction, and my things at that. The three great sects won't let you get away with this. His body flashed as he flew up into the air. He was immediately followed by 10 or more people who all transformed into colorful beams that shot up into the air. The other two groups from the three great sects exchanged glances. Then, they also flew into the air to pursue at top speed. As for the remaining cultivators, they saw that the auction was now over, so they too flew up into the air to follow. This chapter was sponsored by Matthew Emery, Dennis Liu, Andrew Leon, Anan, and CV. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332. Chapter 332, The Great Khan. Meng Hao sped through the air. The parrot gripped his shoulder tightly with its claws, flapping its wings and looking extremely pleased. Steal, steal, steal. It squawked. That's the way to do it. Steal what you feel like, screw whatever you want. That's the way to live. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Meng Hao ignored the parrot. His face felt a bit red. This was the first time he had openly stolen something, and it felt strange. Back when he was a scholar, he would never have been able to brazenly rob in the way he had just now. Actually, without the urgings of the parrot, he still would never have done so. Even with all the egging on, he had still hesitated. Actually, if he had been able to, he would have tried to sell some medicinal pills first. In the end, though, that didn't seem possible. Therefore, for whatever reason, he had listened to the parrot, and performed the robbery in the auction. Such brazen theft made him feel quite nervous inside, but also a bit excited. He shook his head, laughing bitterly as he moved along at top speed. He suddenly realized that he had been unconsciously influenced a lot by the parrot since it woke up. Damned parrot, he thought with an inward sigh. Suddenly, the cultivators speeding through the air at top speed could be heard from behind him, along with roars of rage. You little bastard! You stole my stuff! Are you looking to die? The voice echoed and rolled about like thunder. Meng Hao sent out his spiritual sense, and immediately saw the dozen or so pursuing cultivators, whistling along through the air just behind him. He wasn't sure what technique they were using, but their bodies were surrounded by a red glow, seemingly connecting them all together and lending them greater speed as they pursued. I'm not gonna do something like this again, thought Meng Hao. Stealing doesn't really suit me. Yeah, next time I'd rather let the old guy buy the item, than find him later and take it from him. That way I can avoid this kind of attention. Meng Hao was good at problem solving, so he thought for a moment and then sent his spiritual sense out again. One of the three core formation cultivators, an old man with a face full of pockmarks, was the only one Meng Hao was paying attention to. He had a cultivation base at the late core formation stage, everyone else Meng Hao ignored. The pock-faced old man hadn't said a word the entire time. Instead, he had observed everything with cold eyes. This made Meng Hao feel a bit of pressure. Unless he put on the blood immortal mask, it would be difficult to defeat him. He looked over and gave the parrot a look. This whole disaster is your fault. What are you scared of? Said the parrot, looking back at him with an intense look of pride. Screw them to death. Suddenly, its claw lifted up toward its face, placing a black band around its head, covering one eye. After that, it flew off of Meng Hao's shoulder. It squawked, and suddenly a black fire appeared around its body, which began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was now 20 or 30 meters tall. It lowered its head, looking every bit like the member of some sort of elite death squad. With a cry, it made its attack. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He saw the parrot advancing bravely, it only took an instant for it to slam into the dozen or so pursuing cultivators. A boom rang out, and the red glow which surrounded the cultivators instantly collapsed. Some of them coughed up blood, the 3 core formation cultivators scattered. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Without hesitation, he shot forward. In an instant, he was in front of the early core formation cultivator. He lifted his fist and struck out. The man's mouth twisted into a vicious smile. He made an incantation sign with both hands, and immediately a spinning vortex shot out. It was black, and lightning crackled within. Furthermore, terrifying shrieks could be heard, along with a multitude of spirit faces, which shot toward Meng Hao, apparently intent on consuming him. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. Without hesitation, he landed his punch. A boom filled the air. The faces twisted and screamed, and then collapsed into pieces. The lightning disintegrated, and the vortex broke up into pieces. This magical technique couldn't stand up in the least to Meng Hao's fist. Before the middle-aged cultivator could react, Meng Hao's fist passed through them all and slammed into his chest. Boom! The man toppled backward, blood spraying from his mouth and out from his back. His body shook as a massive hole appeared in his chest. He only had time to look down at it before his entire body exploded. Meng Hao didn't pause for a moment. His right hand immediately began to form an incantation. In front of him was the old mid-core formation cultivator, who brimmed with killing intent. He waved his sleeve, and 9 pagodas appeared around him, upon the surfaces of which were carved the images of bizarre creatures. Suddenly, countless phantom creatures sprang into being around the pagodas, filling the sky. They immediately charged toward Meng Hao. However, it was at this moment that Meng Hao cried, "8th demon sealing hex." His finger fell, and immediately, ghost images sprung up everywhere, from everything. It was as if a second phantom world existed on top of the current one. They folded in onto the old core formation cultivator, causing his expression to flicker. His cultivation base was immediately locked down, as if he had been removed from the world, shoved alive out of heaven and earth. What magic is this? His mind spun as the cold-faced Meng Hao approached. His fist descended, then another, then a third. By the time the third punch fell, the 9 pagodas had been smashed into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's fist was speeding toward the old man's forehead. Suddenly, an intense feeling of danger filled Meng Hao's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed the fist into a claw and snatched the mid-core formation old man. Meng Hao shoved the man in front of himself and then pushed, using the immobilized old man to propel himself backward. As he lifted his head, he saw an orange light shining out from the face of the pockmarked old cultivator. It flew through the air to the spot he had just been in, which was now occupied by the mid-core formation cultivator. Suddenly, the glowing light stopped. That orange light was what had just caused the sense of crisis to appear in Meng Hao's mind. He laughed coldly as he fell back. The parrot shot over like lightning, and together, they flew off into the distance. "I'm the patriarch of the Han River sect," said the pock-faced old man, his face grim. "Let's see how you try to escape me." The mid-core formation cultivator's cultivation base was now recovering, but his face was pale white and he looked at Meng Hao with fear. His killing intent, though, was stronger than ever. The group of cultivators once again began to pursue Meng Hao, this time, with the pock-faced old man in the lead. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He had the good luck charm in his hand still. It was full of cracks, and he wasn't sure how many times he could use it before it completely disintegrated. Unfortunately, he had discovered long ago that he could not duplicate the good luck charm. However, he would still use it without hesitating if the situation demanded. "Hold on," said the parrot. "Don't use that thing. I know what it is. Why waste the excellent opportunity we have right now?" As Meng Hao sped along, he looked at the parrot, who was clutching tightly to his shoulder. "What are you talking about?" The parrot's eyes gleamed as it said, "Don't you want to get rich? Don't you want to get a bunch of treasures? Don't you want to become the wealthiest person under the heavens?" Meng Hao blinked a few times. Ever since he was young, he had dreamed of being rich. For the parrot to mention such a thing at this moment left him feeling a little bit suspicious. He sent out his spiritual sense to glance at the people pursuing him. Given his own current speed, he guessed that it wouldn't be long before the Han River sect cultivators caught up with him. Lord Fifth doesn't care too much about riches. Lord Fifth loves fur and feathers. "Okay, how about this? You can keep everything, but you have to promise that in the future, you'll find more beautiful furred and feathered creatures for Lord Fifth. One similar to that scarlet peacock would do nicely." Without waiting for an answer from Meng Hao, it lifted up one of its claws and shook it. "Ultimate vexation, get the hell out here." A face appeared on the small bell that was attached to the parrot's claw. It looked incensed. I know what you're planning. This time, I won't do it. I have principles. I won't do it. I won't. Never. The parrot yawned and said, "Remember the fatso who attacked you that year? I'll tell you where he is." Its expression was one of complete disdain, as if the meat jelly's consent was a foregone conclusion. As soon as it heard the parrot's words, the meat jelly's face appeared to twist with indecision. That damned fatso. I hate him. It was with complete goodwill that I spent 10,000 years converting him. Then, he repaid my kindness with enmity. Fine. I need to finish converting him. For that reason, I'll help you one more time. But only this once. And this is the last time. Really? As the meat jelly chattered, an impatient look appeared on the parrot's face. It kicked its claw one more time, and the meat jelly flew off. Bitch. Will you ever shut up? Alright, turn into some spirit stones for Lord Fifth. I want 1 million, okay? When the parrot finished speaking, the meat jelly let out a growl, and then, to Meng Hao's shock, suddenly exploded. The sound of the explosion immediately caught the guarded attention of the Han River sect cultivators. Even the pock-faced old man suddenly stopped moving. However, a moment later, vast amounts of shining, glittering spirit stones appeared. They looked like rain as they descended from the sky all over the place. They were dazzlingly bright in the sunlight, and a thick spiritual energy emanated out from them, completely shocking. The amazing, brilliant sight of it caused all of the nearby cultivators to begin to pant. 1 million spirit stones, and the quality of each one was beyond average. These were not low-grade spirit stones. To see them slowly floating down in mid-air caused the Blacklands cultivators to instantly charge forward with reckless abandon. Even the pock-faced old man's eyes went wide. To him, 1 million spirit stones was a vast number. Behind him were the members of the other two great sects, and behind them were nearly hundreds of other cultivators. All of them rushed forward with wide eyes. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he immediately transformed into a beam of light that shot off at high speed, like a shooting star. He left behind all the people who were suddenly enthralled with the idea of getting rich. It was as if they had lost their minds, and didn't even stop to think why Meng Hao would suddenly have so many spirit stones. If he did, why would he need to perform robbery at the auction? Actually, Meng Hao was feeling a bit torn. He couldn't believe he had never thought to have the meat jelly turn into spirit stones. Heh, chuckled the parrot with an arrogant, sinister smile. Steal away. The more you steal the better. Years ago I forced Ultimate Vexation to use this method on the 8 typing Dao patriarchs to rob them blind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, Conning the Whole Way. 1 million spirit stones appeared, brilliant sunlight reflected off of them, creating a radiant glow. This afternoon in this part of the Black Lands, a crazed frenzy rose up among hundreds of cultivators. This was especially true of the cultivators in the very back, who had come along to watch the excitement. Their eyes went red as they immediately used every technique they knew to increase their speed, scattering in all directions to grab spirit stones. The people from the Han River sect were the closest. The pock-faced old man hesitated for a moment. Something didn't seem right to him. He thought back to the auction, and how Meng Hao had apparently been short on spirit stones. However, it was impossible to tell whether the spirit stones were illusory or real. Seeing how the disciples surrounding him were all breathing heavily, he gritted his teeth, abandoned the chase, and went after the spirit stones. His sleeve flicked as he tried to gather together as many as possible. The other Han River sect disciples charged forth madly. The disciples from the other two sects immediately began to struggle for supremacy in taking the spirit stones. It only took a moment for hundreds of cultivators to be flitting about in all directions after spirit stones. Soon, they began to fight and plunder. Damn it, that's my spirit stone. The guy who robbed the auction tossed out these spirit stones to save his own skin. They don't belong to anybody. First come first serve. The sound of explosions echoed out. 1 million spirit stones seemed like a lot, but considering hundreds of cultivators were fighting over them, they were divided up very quickly. It was without hesitation that the cultivators tossed them into their bags of holding. Suddenly, their excited, complacent thoughts changed, and they looked off in the direction Meng Hao had fled. In their opinion, for him to have thrown out 1 million spirit stones just to buy some time, indicated that he must have even more spirit stones on his person. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Han River sect cultivators. They had snatched up the most spirit stones of all, perhaps more than 200,000. The expression on the face of the pockmarked old man indicated that he was determined to win. He knew the spirit stones weren't fake. After snatching them up, he had carefully examined one. With a hearty laugh, he shot in pursuit of Meng Hao, his disciples in tow. Almost all of the other cultivators in the area did the same. There were a few who hesitated, worried that something untoward would happen if they were too greedy. Some even considered leaving. After all, everyone had gotten some spirit stones, which meant that everyone had profited at least some. Some people were surreptitiously examining their bags of holding to count exactly how many spirit stones they'd acquired. It was then that a flabbergasted gasp could be heard. "Ha! Where are the spirit stones? I just took about 10,000, where did they go? Mine are gone too. What's going on?" Others who overheard such remarks immediately looked down to check their own bags of holding, whereupon their faces instantly fell. "My spirit stones are gone. Impossible. I stole at least 8,000 just now, but something fishy is going on." A buzz rose up, mixed with miserable cries. As they checked their bags of holding, the faces of all the cultivators grew deathly pale. Some of the cultivators even began to shake, and veins began to pop out on their faces. Intense rage and insanity poured out from their eyes. "My magical items are gone. Damn it, my medicinal elixir. There's none left at all in my bag of holding. Ah! My bag of holding has nothing in it. What's going on? It's totally empty. Even the magical item I just bought at the auction is gone." As word spread, the miserable cries grew even louder. The pock-faced old man from the Han River sect flickered as he looked down to his own bag of holding. Then, his face went as gray as ash. He lifted his head up to the sky and let out a desolate howl. His body shook, and smoke began to rise up from the top of his head. Veins of blood shot through his eyes, which radiated vicious frenzy. How could he not go crazy? His heart virtually dripped with blood, as if someone had literally ripped it open. His bag had originally contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which had apparently vanished into thin air. All of his medicinal elixir, magical items, medicinal pills, everything was gone, even the random odds and ends he had collected inside. His bag of holding had been thoroughly cleaned out. He was now completely empty-handed. His savings of many years, half of the wealth of the Han River sect, had all been on his person. Now, however, it was gone. The pock-faced patriarch howled. Behind him, the patriarch from one of the other great sects was shaking and howling madly. His bag of holding was equally empty. The bags of holding of all the hundreds of cultivators were completely empty. Someone had inexplicably removed their contents, leaving behind not a sound or hint of how it had occurred. "That heaven-damned bandit. I won't rest until he's dead." These words came out even before Patriarch Pockmarks could say anything similar. They came from a rubicund old man whose entire body was quivering. The insanity in his eyes outmatched that of Patriarch Pockmarks. This was the patriarch from one of the other clans. The source of his madness was the fact that just before the auction, he had filled his bag of holding with 1,000,000 spirit stones. That was the price he had demanded from the Don Luo clan to join them. In addition to the spirit stones, there had been magical techniques from the Don Luo clan, which he had long thirsted for. Now, though, they were all gone. How could he not go mad? These Black Lands cultivators weren't stupid. If they couldn't figure out that Meng Hao was the culprit, then their years of cultivation had been spent in vain. And the root of the problem was those spirit stones. Hundreds of cultivators were now in a rage. Their eyes were red, and they used all the power they could muster to shoot at top speed after Meng Hao. Revenge must be had. However, there was no sign of Meng Hao. Fearing that he would escape completely, the hundreds of cultivators used a variety of methods to call upon friends. Some arranged for people up ahead to block Meng Hao. Others contacted people from other power groups or sects up ahead, requesting either direct assistance, or to borrow jade slips or spirit stones. Of course, none of them realized that Meng Hao hadn't actually conned them, the parrot had. However, it didn't matter. Meng Hao and the parrot had both done such things many times in the past. When you think about how many people Meng Hao had conned throughout his time in the cultivation world, well, you could say that he had conned people the whole way. As a tiny example, there was a certain group of discarnate souls back in the Black Civ sect who Meng Hao could send into instant misery if he felt like it. 1. As Meng Hao whistled through the air, the meat jelly reclined lazily on top of his head, looking quite arrogant. This is wrong. It coughed up dozens of magical items. This is immoral. It burped up a vast quantity of spirit stones. This is too wicked. In the blink of an eye, it spat up mouthful after mouthful of bottles of medicinal elixir and hundreds of jade slips. You two are going to turn me into an evildoer. With a sigh, the meat jelly coughed up some more items. Meng Hao stuffed the belongings of hundreds of cultivators into his bag of the cosmos. Only it was large enough to contain so many things. Seeing such a vast collection of items caused Meng Hao's mouth and tongue to go dry. The sight of more than 1,000,000 spirit stones caused his eyes to shine. Then there were the jade slips, which surely contained a vast array of information. As for the magical items, none of them particularly caught Meng Hao's attention. However, if he sold them, he would be able to make a heap of spirit stones. Then there was the random collection of other items, one of which happened to catch Meng Hao's eye. It was a book, plated in something that looked like gold. It consisted of 3 pages and 3 illustrations. The first illustration depicted 10 swords arranged so that their tips pointed outward to form something that looked like a lotus flower. The second illustration depicted 100 swords, formed together to make 10 lotus flowers which were arranged into a large ring. The third illustration depicted 1,000 swords arranged into 100 lotus flowers, creating a massive formation. They circled around each other, forming 10 layers which all seemed to be revolving in different directions. The mere sight of it was dazzling. A sword formation? Thought Meng Hao. He glanced at it for a moment, then put it aside. He continued flying on, heart-thumping. He really had struck it rich this time, having stolen the wealth of hundreds of cultivators. It's too bad, he was just whispering this sentence in his heart, when the parrot next to him let out a sigh and spoke out loud exactly what he was thinking. It's too bad there weren't very many people, said the parrot. If there were more, then this transaction would have truly been profitable. Don't even think of trying to get me to do it again, blubbered the meat jelly. With a pop, it again transformed into a bell and attached itself to the parrot's foot. Meng Hao looked at the parrot, and the parrot looked back at him. One man, one bird. In this instant, seeing the light in each other's eyes caused them both to experience the feeling of mutual friendship. From now on, you are Lord Fifth's master, said the parrot, its voice sincere. In the future, I'll find some more fur and feathers for you. After exchanging these words, the man and bird looked down at the meat jelly bell. The meat jelly quivered and opened its eyes, as if it had just felt something very cold. After opening its eyes, it saw Meng Hao staring off into the sky, and the parrot looking down at the earth below. You're both evildoers, said the meat jelly loudly. Wow, the weather is great today, said Meng Hao, looking up at the beautiful white clouds, seemingly entranced, as if he'd never seen them before. Ee, said the parrot, looking down at the ground with an expression of rapture. The flowers down there are beautiful. They almost look like they're covered with feathers. Soon, 3 days had passed. Meng Hao proceeded onward at top speed the entire time. Behind him, the hundreds of cultivators stretched out in a line as they pursued him, based on the level of their cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their hatred for him had not quite reached the point where they refused to live under the same sky with him, but it was close. Blackland's cultivators were used to living in constant danger, and as such, usually keep most of their belongings in their bags of holding. That was especially the case when going to an auction. You could even say that it was at the very moment when their bags of holding were fullest that they met Meng Hao. As such, their hatred toward him was incredibly intense. This was especially true of the 3 great sects. The Patriarch Rubicund was the most frenzied of them all. He had taken the lead position in the group. After him was Patriarch Pockmarks. Their eyes billowed with venomous killing intent as they glared ahead toward Meng Hao. They couldn't wait to tear him to pieces and eat him alive. Little bastard, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. You're dead, screamed Patriarch Rubicund, gnashing his teeth as he thought of his spirit stones. His heart bled. This chapter was sponsored by Damian Sarrazin, Alec Robertson, Dweepa Harry Morty, and Brett Flowers. 1. Meng Hao secretly administered his own blood to the possessed cultivators of the Black Civ sect. Since he is a demon sealer, he can basically kill them at any time. This happened in chapter 258. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334. Chapter 334, Celestial Spell Formation. Look, you old fart, you're the ones who started chasing me. That's what started this whole thing. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness as he proceeded onward. Off to the side, Patriarch Rubicund whistled toward him. The man gave a cold snort, then increased his speed. Stealing auction items is a high crime. Then you used depraved tricks to steal our wealth. You're a disgrace to the Black Lands, which earns you the death penalty. Behind him, Patriarch Pockmark's eyes were darkly sinister. Further back, the rest of the cultivators were all looking at Meng Hao with intense killing intent. Your cultivation base is in the late core formation stage, and yet after 3 days you've been unable to catch up to a paltry early core formation cultivator like me? How do you have the face to raise such a ruckus? Meng Hao also increased his speed. You sure know how to run your mouth. It won't be long before I help you to understand what it's like to live a life worse than death. As he spoke, Patriarch Rubicon used some unknown technique to cause his face to suddenly grow purplish black. His speed then increased by several times as he shot toward Meng Hao. At this speed, he would catch up in the space of just a few breaths. Greedy to the bones, said Meng Hao coolly. Considering your cultivation base, do you have any face whatsoever? The parrot opened its mouth and a gale force wind sprung up along, with a shocking roar. Meng Hao's speed increased. Facing up against the fierce wind, Patriarch Rubicon and the rest of the hundreds of cultivators behind him could do nothing except howl in rage as their speed decreased. Currently, none of them had any magical items. Some of them were able to use secret techniques or core chi to close some of the distance between them and Meng Hao. However, a single breath from the parrot would immediately increase the gap. Therefore, no matter what they did to increase their speed, it did no good and they were unable to catch up with Meng Hao. During the 3 days, their rage only continued to grow more and more intense. Seeing the distance between them and Meng Hao grow once again, the killing intent in Patriarch Rubicon's heart spread to fill his entire body. The Patriarch pockmarks was exactly the same, as were all the 100 cultivators behind them. After 3 days of travel, Meng Hao could tell from the landmarks and regions he was passing that he was getting close to his immortal's cave. Considering how pissed off they are you sure your idea will work? Said Meng Hao to the parrot, frowning. Of course it'll work, replied the parrot boastingly. You can never go wrong when you listen to Lord Fifth. Just lead these people into our lair. You can go practice cultivation and leave everything else to Lord Fifth. It patted its chest and proudly continued, don't worry, the more people there are, the more chaotic the aura will be, and the easier it will be to use the technique I mentioned to delay the heavenly tribulation. The frown remained on Meng Hao's face. During his 3 days of travel, he had discussed with the parrot the matter of delaying the heavenly tribulation. He knew that the method was a type of deception, using a variety of miscellaneous auras to confuse heaven and earth. It was like spreading a gauze over the face of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, these pursuing cultivators, more than 100 of them, would actually be of some use to Meng Hao and the parrot. However, as to whether the technique would succeed, and as to whether the parrot would really be able to hold off the crowd, well, Meng Hao wasn't completely certain. Even as he was thinking about these things, his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked ahead of him, and his eyes narrowed. There he could see a dozen or so beams of prismatic light whistling toward him. He was being blocked in. There was a blockade up ahead, and people pursuing him from behind. The people up ahead merely had to delay him for a bit, and then the pursuers would arrive. He was encircled. Behind him, Patriarch Rubicon and many of the others all of a sudden looked very excited. Obviously, they had used various methods to call for help earlier, and result was this group of people up ahead preparing to block Meng Hao's way. Among the approaching cultivators was a middle-aged man of the mid-core formation stage. Core chi floated above his head, but it appeared to be a muddle of colors. Clearly the man had just recently cultivated it. Furthermore, he obviously had a mixed core. His expression was grim as he sized up Meng Hao. Then, he performed an incantation sign, which caused the core chi to transform into the shape of the head of a wild beast. It roared as it shot forward. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he lifted his hand and then pointed a finger down toward the ground. Righteous bestowal. A strange light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, ghost images sprung up from the ground everywhere. Now, he could see wisps of demonic chi which were invisible to everyone else. They shot toward Meng Hao and then began to circle around his body. The invisible pulsating aura which surrounded Meng Hao coalesced into a phantom. It was blurry, but after taking shape, it emanated Meng Hao's aura. Next, he waved his hand toward the group of cultivators up ahead, causing the phantom to shoot toward them. Meng Hao didn't want to split his attention to control the phantom, so as soon as it neared the group of cultivators, he said, "Burst." The phantom immediately exploded. A huge boom rocked heaven and earth. What everyone else saw was Meng Hao simply pointing toward the group cultivators, after which blood sprayed from their mouths. A few people even directly blew up. The face of the core formation cultivator fell, and he retreated 7 or 8 paces. However, he was powerless to fight back against what seemed like an invisible gale force wind that slammed into him and sent him tumbling backward. Astonishment filled his face as he was knocked head over heels, blood spraying out of his mouth. Before, he had assumed that even if his opponent was extraordinary in some way, he was with a group of a dozen or more people. Furthermore, all he had to do was delay him, which should be no problem. And yet Meng Hao had used an unknown technique to simply point a finger and then unleash some sort of incredible power. The man's heart felt cold as he watched Meng Hao approach. He didn't dare to do anything further to stop him. Meng Hao shot forward, immediately passing the scattered group of cultivators who had been attempting to block his path. This scene caused the 100 or so pursuing cultivators to feel completely shocked. All of them slowed, hesitating. However, when they thought about their empty bags of holding, and the expression's strength in numbers, then their killing intent once again billowed up. Not a single one retreated. They immediately shot in pursuit of Meng Hao, stringing out in a line that resembled a sharp arrow. Time passed. After 3 or 4 more breaths from the parrot, Meng Hao finally caught sight of the short mountain and the Immortal's cave. He also saw the group of more than 100 cultivators living around the mountain. When they caught sight of him and his pursuers, looks of vigilance and uneasiness appeared on their faces. The instant they began to feel uneasy, the parrot's shrill voice blared out, "Okay children, Lord Fifth is here with some guests. Get in formation." At the same time, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light which shot directly toward the fissure in the side of the mountain. As he did, the parrot loosened its grip on his shoulder and flew into the air. The meat jelly bell attached to its foot made dainty clinking sounds. When the more than 100 local cultivators heard the parrot's voice, tremors ran through their bodies. Gritting their teeth, they immediately rose to their feet. Then, they began to run in a particular order and fashion, coiling around the short mountain as they did so. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he used spiritual sense to watch all of this. He thought back to what the parrot had called a celestial spell formation, and all the running training it had made the cultivators do. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his jaw and sat down cross-legged. He pulled out the medicinal plants needed to make the perfect gold core pill and began to concoct. He would make the perfect gold core pill, consume it, and then replace his violet core with a gold core. Furthermore, he would go all out, breaking through from the early core formation stage into the mid-core formation stage, all using his perfect gold core. After that happens, I will delay the heavenly tribulation and cultivate core chi. If all goes smoothly, then when I leave this Immortal's cave. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with a frigid light. I'll help them to experience true deadly pursuit. He took a deep breath and then produced the copper mirror, which he used to duplicate some of the medicinal plants he needed. Before, he would have had to be very careful, considering his lack of spirit stones. Furthermore, using the ultra-high-grade spirit stones would have been far too distressing. Now, however, he had more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in his bag of holding, therefore, he felt free to use them without being miserly. In addition to that, Meng Hao felt supremely confident in his Tao of alchemy, far more so than Xu Yuyan had been back when she concocted the perfect foundation pill. Using the mysterious legacy technique of the East Pill Division, along with his alchemic flame, Meng Hao was more than 70% confident that he would succeed. Outside the Immortal's cave, Patriarch Rubicund, Patriarch Pockmarks, and all the others approached, faces filled with murder. They saw Meng Hao disappear into the short mountain, the detestable parrot flying around squawking, and the group of cultivators running in circles around the mountain. All of it caused them to gape in shock for a moment, and then begin laughing uproariously. As more people arrived, they too looked at the cultivators running in circles, and laughed out loud. What are these people doing? Have they gone insane? Are they jogging for exercise? What kind of cultivators are they? They're really losing face for the Black Lands. The sneering ridicule of the cultivators who had been pursuing Meng Hao caused embarrassed looks to appear on the faces of the cultivators on the ground. However, they didn't dare to stop running. This was the only celestial magic that the parrot had taught them, which drew its power from people running. According to what the parrot said, this technique was incredibly, unbelievably amazing. It was supposedly the ultimate spell formation in all heaven and earth. Come come, cried the parrot excitedly as it soared through the air. Everyone put your voices together. The more than 100 local cultivators hesitated for a moment. However, nearly a year of practicing had created a virtual instinct. As soon as one person cried it out, everyone joined together to shout. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Their voices joined together and echoed out in powerful waves. As the sound rose up, so did a wind. It was hard to tell whether the wind was started because of the running, or because of their shouting. In any case, the wind caused the area 50 kilometers around the Immortal's cave to suddenly become blurry. The blurriness was faint, so faint, in fact, that no one noticed at all, not even Patriarch Rubicund, who was of the late core formation stage, or the others of similar level. Kill everyone! Cried Patriarch Pockmarks. Don't even leave a blade of grass left alive. His words floated through the air lightly, but were filled with shocking killing intent. As they rang out, the Han River sect disciples behind him, as well as many of the other random cultivators, transformed into prismatic beams. They shot forward, their faces twisted viciously, their killing intent billowing. It was with ultimate derision that they prepared to vent their venomous hatred of Meng Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335. Chapter 335, Valiant. The large group of Han River sect disciples descended with killing rage and taunting laughter. Eyes beaming with viciousness, they neared the over 100 cultivators who were running around on the ground. "Children, don't look. Ignore them!" cried the parrot as it flew back and forth in the air. The clinking of the bell on its foot could also be heard ringing out. "Come, come. Join me in your loudest voice." The more than 100 cultivators once again joined voices to call out loudly. The cultivators who had been pursuing Meng Hao all the way from Dongluo City grew closer. However, as they neared, their expressions flickered as they felt a wind picking up. The wind brushed against their faces, rippling their clothes, blowing against their hair. It even began to push their bodies about. The charging cultivators were gradually forced to stop. Their clothes whipped violently, their hair was in disarray, and their expressions were gradually changing to that of shock. A vortex of slowly moving wind began to spread out from beneath the feet of the running cultivators. As it extended outward, it pushed back against the incoming cultivators, blocking them. In an instant, it changed from a gentle breeze into a screaming gale-force wind. The screaming of the wind was shocking, and it mixed with the cries of the cultivators inside to form a power that seemed as if it could rend the very heavens. The cultivators from Dongluo City retreated in astonishment. Some were too slow, and were caught up by the cyclone of wind. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and even their organs were broken into pieces. A dozen of the cultivators who had weak cultivation bases suddenly began to scream. Their miserable cries drifted along with the wind, piercing the ears of the onlookers. People watched on in horror as the clothing of their dozen compatriots was ripped to shreds. Their hair turned gray, and their skin was slowly peeled off of their bodies as if they were being punished with death by 1,000 cuts. Blood and flesh flew about within the screaming wind. In the blink of an eye, the skin and muscle of the dozen cultivators were completely flayed off of their bodies, turning them into skeletons. Cracking sounds could then be heard as the skeletons were smashed into pieces and then disappeared into the wind. This scene caused the pursuing cultivators' scalps to grow numb. Their faces shone with intense horror and disbelief. Their breathing came in ragged pants as they hurriedly backed up. No one dared to proceed forward, and complete silence filled the air, with the exception of the cries of the wind and the voices of the running cultivators, joined together and melded into the wind. "Have faith in the Lord. 5th, gain eternal life." During this moment of relative silence, Patriarch Rubicon gave a cold snort. From behind him walked out a cultivator of the mid-core formation stage. Another mid-core formation cultivator appeared at the side of Patriarch Pockmarks, his jaw clenched. A third mid-core formation cultivator appeared along with a patriarch who was obviously from the third of the three great sects. This man was tall and well-built. After he stepped forward, the three core formation cultivators turned into beams of prismatic light that shot forward. They appeared intent on piercing through the massive, foggy whirlwind to destroy the more than 100 cultivators within. However, as soon as they neared the wind, their faces changed immediately. They emitted howls as Core Chi appeared above their heads, taking various forms as they charged into the foggy wind. They had advanced nearly halfway to the 100 or more cultivators, and were roughly 30 meters away from them when, suddenly, a gigantic, phantom figure appeared within the whirlwind. It was formed from wind itself, and was no less than 30 meters tall. Its facial features were indistinct, the only thing visible was its strapping frame and the illusory clothes which rippled on its body. As the phantom appeared, it was running and emitting an indistinct howling sound. It seemed to have not even noticed the three incoming cultivators. The killing intent of the three men flickered as they performed incantation gestures. Core Chi exploded outward, transforming one into a stretch of sandy soil, another into a vast array of flying swords, and the third into a painting of mountains and rivers. The Core Chi enveloped the area, sweeping directly toward the gigantic phantom. "Shatter!" cried the three men, their voices cold. However, their Core Chi passed directly through the giant phantom, as if it were completely illusory. This caused the three men to gape in astonishment. The next thing that happened was that the phantom turned and barreled directly toward them. The phantom was supposedly illusory, and yet it caused the bodies of these three men to tremble violently. Their faces turned ashen, and they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Looking astonished, they were about to retreat when they suddenly saw a second, a third, a fourth, and in an instant 10 giant phantoms had appeared within the wind. All of them charged forward toward the three men, who immediately began to retreat. The core formation cultivator from the Han River sect was a bit slower than the others. Before he could retreat more than a few paces, one of the phantoms was upon him. Eyes filled with viciousness, the core formation cultivator bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood out into the air. He passed his hands through it, created a blood-colored mark. He pushed against the blood-colored mark, causing it to ignite and then transform into a massive blood-colored skull. With a roar of rage, it shot toward the approaching phantom. Instead of slamming into each other, the blood-colored skull passed directly through the phantom, and then flew past it through 8 more phantoms before finally dissipating. A look of despair appeared on the face of the Han River sect cultivator as the first phantom slammed into him. Blood sprayed from his mouth and he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Patriarch, save me," he cried in a voice filled with fear and dread. Patriarch Pockmark's face fell. He was about to charge forward to save the man, when his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he felt as if he didn't dare to charge forward, and instead retreated. The reason for this was that he suddenly caught sight of dozens of phantoms approaching at high speed within the wind. Their approach shook the ground, as if giants were trampling the earth. Howls mixed with blood-curdling shrieks as the Han River sect core formation cultivator was trampled to death in a bloody pulp. This scene caused the hearts of all of the outside cultivators to begin to pound, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. The foggy wind was growing more and more blurry. As for their expressions, there was no longer even a hint of derision to be seen. Instead, their faces were filled with terror. Immediately, people began to consider fleeing. However, what they hadn't noticed was that behind them, another foggy wind had appeared. It surrounded them, completely enveloping them and cutting off their escape. These cultivators had pursued Meng Hao with menacing viciousness, but now, their hearts grew cold. This was even more so when they noticed that inside the foggy wind ahead and behind were dozens of phantom figures. The figures were running, causing the ground to heave. It was easy to imagine how quickly they would be injured, or even killed, were they to be struck by the phantoms. After all, the phantoms had just trampled a mid-core formation cultivator to death in an instant. This filled the other cultivators' hearts with dread. It didn't take long for them to realize that the phantoms running through the wind were actually none other than the more than 100 cultivators they had previously derided. As they circled the area, their voices grew louder and louder. "Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife?" The shocking sound of the voices shook the earth, causing everything to tremble and the other cultivators' faces to drain of blood. "What spell formation is this?" The words were not spoken by Patriarch Rubicund, whose heart trembled with fear and trepidation as he looked at the foggy wind around them growing less and less clear. Nor were they spoken by Patriarch Pockmarks, who stood there with an unsightly expression on his face. Instead, they were spoken by another cultivator. He was short, with a very large head. Because of that, he didn't stand out very much within the crowd. Even Meng Hao hadn't even noticed him. When the big-headed cultivator spoke out, looks of reverence appeared on the faces of many of the surrounding onlookers, who stepped back politely. Patriarch Pockmarks was from the Han River sect. Patriarch Rubicund was from the Sky High sect. And this big-headed cultivator was the patriarch of the third great sect, the Talisman sect. His cultivation base was at the late core formation stage. His methods were ruthless, and few people in Donluo City would dare to provoke him. Furthermore, he was known to be very skilled with spell formations. As he stepped forward and looked out at the foggy wind, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a jade bracelet. Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks looked at Patriarch Bighead's bag of holding with bitter smiles. They said nothing, but it was obvious that he hadn't been part of the Great Spirit Stone theft incident. Clearly, his bag of holding was completely intact. Patriarch Bighead stared down at the bracelet, the surface of which was murky, but upon which could be seen over 100 dots of light, moving to and fro. He studied it for a long moment and then took a deep breath. His eyes shone with amazement, and his heart trembled. "What a splendid celestial spell formation," he said. "This is a legendary magic from ancient times, long since lost to the world. And yet here it is today, being employed in front of our own eyes. This celestial spell formation is based upon humans. Ancient cultivators used powerful corporeal bodies to form the eye of the spell. The more people in the spell formation, the more power it can employ. The wind of this spell formation has the potential to slay immortals. Those phantoms are human celestials." Patriarch Bighead's scalp was numb. He suddenly turned his head to look at the foggy wind behind them, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. However, there are only 100 people powering this particular spell. Furthermore, these are not ancient cultivators, and their cultivation bases are varied and weak. In turn, that means, this spell formation can be broken. What is your choice, to break through the wind in front of us and slay the people therein, or break through the wind behind us, retreat and then come up with another plan? He looked at Patriarch Pockmarks and Patriarch Rubicund, his eyes gleaming. The three of them exchanged glances, whereupon their eyes filled with determination. "I don't want much," said Patriarch Bighead with a smile, his eyes filled with avarice. "Just that parrot." "I want my belongings back, plus half of the contents of that guy's bag of holding," said Patriarch Pockmarks, his voice grim. "The other half goes to me," said Patriarch Rubicund, his killing intent flickering, along with his life. This chapter was sponsored by Edwin Wanjohi, Christian Selly, Lance Chang, CV, Emil Swadekani, Lynn Derrick, and Jacob Hare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336. Chapter 336, League of Hellfire. A brutal glow flickered within the eyes of the three cultivators. Patriarch Bighead laughed heartily and then once again slapped his bag of holding to produce what appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary grain of rice. It was plump, glossy, and white. At first glance, the sight of it would make you hungry. The eyes of Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks narrowed. This object was pried from the mouth of an ancient giant locust, said Patriarch Bighead, his voice cool. It was passed down through generations to me. After studying it thoroughly, I refined it anew. It can be used to break any spell formation in heaven and earth. He waved his hand, and suddenly, waves of rice grains flew out from his hand, pouring in sheets toward the black, foggy wind ahead of them. The pure white rice instantly began to turn dark. It only took the space of a few breaths for it to become pure black. Patriarch Bighead gasped, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. His body trembled, and he began to shrink as if he were being withered. Veins of blood appeared in his eyes. "Fellow Taoists, I need power from your cultivation bases." He lifted his right hand, and Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks immediately began to transmit power from their cultivation bases. Patriarch Bighead absorbed it without hesitation. Other surrounding cultivators heard the words uttered by Patriarch Bighead. Patriarch Pockmarks glanced at the remaining Han River sect disciples, and soon, a mutual understanding was reached by everyone. Power poured out from the cultivation bases of the hundreds of surrounding cultivators. Patriarch Bighead turned into a black hole as he sucked in the power. His eyes turned bright red, and he raised his hand straight up into the air and extended a finger. "Luminous rice," he said, his voice hoarse. Instantly, the blackened sheets of rice began to emit blinding rays of light, which shot out, forming together into a vast sheet of brightness. The light illuminated the surrounding darkness of the foggy wind, and if you didn't look too closely, everything suddenly didn't seem as mysterious as before. Patriarch Bighead bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The glowing blood, which was filled with the power lent by the surrounding cultivators, melded into the shining rice grains within the foggy wind. Heavenly Army transformation. A powerful boom filled the air, and the surrounding cultivators instantly saw a vast array of emaciated figures appear within the fog. They were short, about half the size of an average person, and did not appear to be any sort of heavenly army. In fact, they looked more like evil spirits that had just crawled out of hell. All of the grains of rice transformed into such evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. The bodies of the evil spirits were indistinct, as if they couldn't quite fully manifest into the world. Even still, a cruel and bloodthirsty viciousness emanated out from them. Patriarch Bighead's face was pale as he retreated a few steps, clasped hands, and bowed. "Heavenly Army, I beseech you to break this formation. The more than 100 people inside are my sacrifices to you, O Heavenly Army." Up ahead, the fog roiled as the massive phantoms began to slam into the evil spirits. Shocking explosions rang out. Inside the spell formation, the parrot's eyes went wide with both fear and irritation. "Damn it! That's an immortal divine ability that's supposed to turn rice into soldiers. Who was it that changed it into something that summons evil spirits? That's not something a core formation cultivator could pull off, and it's also not a technique from the 9th mountain. That's something from the League of Hellfire from the 4th mountain. Somehow that guy managed to get his hands onto an incomplete legacy. Damn it, everybody else can pretty much ignore these evil spirits, but considering the current state of my body, it could cause some big problems if I ran into them." For the first time, the parrot looked somewhat nervous. "So annoying," it said, taking in a deep breath. Meanwhile, back in the Immortal's cave in the Short Mountain, Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the black pill furnace he held in his hand. On the surface of the pill furnace was the face of a youth, which looked back at Meng Hao with an expression that said it would never yield. This was none other than the pill furnace he had acquired in the Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire. However, from the moment he had acquired it, it had showed no sign that it would ever submit to him. At the moment, Meng Hao looked at it with brow furrowed. Finally, he gave a cold snort and performed an incantation with his right hand. Then, he pushed his finger down onto the face of the youth. It twisted and filled with a look of pain. Meng Hao was currently surrounded by countless threads of qi, visible only to himself. They swirled toward him from all directions to pour into the pill furnace. "If you still won't give in, fine," said Meng Hao coolly. "A pill furnace with a spirit inside is a bit better, but I'm already used to the kind without." Meng Hao pushed down, and the demonic qi in the area poured in, transforming into a cage. The cage surrounded the image of the youth, and then transformed into something that looked like a net, which completely suppressed it. The youth screamed, filled with anxiety. However, the scream was weak. "If I want to let you live, then you can continue to exist. If I want you dead, it will take a mere thought." Meng Hao's voice was cold, and even as he spoke the words, the net tightened, thoroughly restricting the youth in all aspects. The blackness of the pill furnace began to grow dim, to be replaced by a violet color. Glancing at the pill furnace, Meng Hao waved his right hand, whereupon a vast quantity of medicinal plants emerged. His left hand flickered like a ghost as he began to catalyze, extract fluids, make adjustments, and feed ingredients into the pill furnace. A flame appeared in his right hand. It was not red, but violet. This flame was none other than the East Pill ever-burning flame, the legacy alchemic flame stoked by his violet core. This ever-burning alchemic flame would allow him to employ the spirit summoning incantation. 2. Just when Meng Hao was about to begin concocting, the anxious voice of the parrot was transmitted into his mind. Meng Hao immediately sent out his spiritual sense, whereupon he saw the fog in the outside world, as well as the hundreds of vicious evil spirits. He was silent for a moment, and then looked at the pill furnace. His eyes filled with determination as well as a cold glow. "I don't care what price you have to pay, give me 3 days." He transmitted back. Then he severed his connection with the outside world and began to concoct. 3 days, thought the parrot, a feverish light shining in its eyes. A flicker could be seen at its feet, and the meat jelly appeared. "Lord Fifth gets it, B*TCH. How annoying. I never imagined that someone would have a Hellfire legacy. Even though it's not complete, it still could restrain Lord Fifth." The parrot eyed the meat jelly earnestly. 3 days. You need to cooperate with me for 3 days. If Meng Hao isn't finished by that time, then we'll just have to flee. Only on rare occasions would the meat jelly not be talkative. However, as soon as it heard about the Hellfire legacy, its eyes grew wide. The meat jelly shivered and nodded repeatedly. The League of Hellfire from the 4th mountain. How is it possible for them to appear here? Time passed slowly. Meng Hao's expression remained calm the entire time. Rumbling sounds were already detectable from outside of the Immortal's cave, the results of the unanticipated problems the parrot had mentioned. Meng Hao wasn't the type of person to lay blame on others. True, it had been the parrot's idea to lure all the people here. However, even though unexpected problems had cropped up outside, Meng Hao was still confident that they could be handled. This was the self-confidence of a cultivator. As long as there are no nascent soul cultivators, then all I have to do is put on the blood-colored mask, and I can take care of everything myself if I have to. This is a good opportunity to teach the parrot a bit of a lesson. Meng Hao's left hand flickered as he poured more medicinal plants into the pill furnace, along with a mouthful of violet qi. This qi was not core qi, which could give birth to divine abilities, but normal cultivation-based qi. The purpose of this action was to cause his alchemic flame to grow even stronger. A variety of complex thoughts filled his mind as he began to concoct the perfect gold core pill. Under normal circumstances, this pill would require quite a bit of time to concoct. However, Meng Hao was a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy. Furthermore, he had his legacy flame and the spirit summoning incantation. Considering all of that, he was confident that he could reduce the concocting time by quite a bit. Time passed. 3 days later, the squawks of the parrot echoed out throughout the foggy wind. Explosions filled the air. The fog had already subsided by about half. The killing intent of the cultivators from the 3 great sects billowed to the heavens. They had been trapped for days now, and had constantly been sending power out from their cultivation bases. They were growing more exhausted, but their hatred for Meng Hao caused them to intensify their efforts. Of the hundreds of evil spirits, only about half remained. As for the more than 100 cultivators who ran about within the spell formation, many were coughing up blood and their bodies were stooped over. They did not seem to fear for their lives. Nonetheless, they slowly began to slip into unconsciousness. As more and more of them passed out, the forces of the 3 great sects grew nearer. Patriarch Bighead pulled out more rice, flinging it out into the air. Darkness filled the area, even the sky itself. There were no clouds. This darkness bore the appearance of a turbid magical river. The yellow springs appear. This is definitely the work of the League of Hellfire. The parrot laughed bitterly. Inside the fog, a light glittered as the meat jelly appeared. It flew through the air listlessly, looking dispirited. The two of them had used quite a variety of special defensive techniques throughout the past 3 days, but now they were running out of steam. "Damn it," said the parrot hatefully. "If I had just 1 more year to practice, or 500 cultivators, then the power of this trifling incomplete legacy couldn't possibly break through Lord Fifth's celestial spell formation." Suddenly, an explosion could be heard from within the immortal's cave. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He had used all the energy he could muster to concoct the perfect gold core pill. At the critical moment, the pill furnace began to shake. Strands of golden light began to emanate out from within, bathing the entire immortal's cave with a golden glow. Meng Hao's hair was in disarray, his expression listless. And yet, determination still glowed within his bloodshot eyes. His alchemic flame burned as he continued to refine the pill, increasing its medical strength. At this moment, the sky in the outside world, which was dark and gloomy to begin with, suddenly filled with massive amounts of black clouds. The black clouds churned and seethed, covering an area 50 kilometers in diameter. The illusory visage of the Yellow Springs was concealed, and the gruesome darkness vanished. However, the earth below only grew darker. Booming sounds filled the air as countless bolts of lightning writhed up above like silver snakes. This was not the heavenly tribulation of perfection. This was pill tribulation caused by a medicinal pill. However, if the pill was successfully concocted, and Meng Hao consumed it, then the tribulation would change. Its explosiveness would increase exponentially, and it would transform into a horrifying, exterminating heavenly tribulation. 1. He acquired the black pill furnace in chapter 281. 2. The spirit summoning incantation was one of the 3 gifts given to him by Grandmaster Pill Demon in chapter 294. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337. Chapter 337, Perfect Gold Core Pill. When the pill tribulation appeared, Meng Hao sat in the immortal's cave, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the pill furnace in front of him. The pill furnace was thoroughly inundated with golden light, illuminating the entire immortal's cave with the color of gold. As the gold light spilled out, Meng Hao could sense cracking sounds. The sounds came from within the pill furnace. Meng Hao sensed something like a liquid gold within the pill furnace, rapidly congealing, shrinking. Each time it shrank, a cracking sound could be heard, as if the liquid was being compressed. It was at this time that the pill tribulation appeared in the sky overhead. Such tribulation was unavoidable. Meng Hao took a deep breath and concentrated on the pill furnace. In the outside world, the tribulation clouds spread out in all directions, lightning crackled and thunder boomed up to the heavens. Outside of Meng Hao's immortal's cave, wisps of white chi were rising up from the short mountain. They circulated together to form into the shape of a pill furnace that seemed to wish to fly up into the sky. The sight of it caused the late core formation patriarchs of the 3 great sects to stare mutely. However, it didn't take long for their expressions to fill with disbelief. That's pill tribulation. That's definitely the legendary pill tribulation. I've read about it in the ancient records. They say that when certain medicinal pills appear, or sometimes other heavenly materials or earthly treasures, the heavens become angry and wish to exterminate the object. That damned cultivator is concocting pills? Who knew he could do that? And who would have imagined he could concoct a pill that would provoke pill tribulation? Greed appeared on the faces of the 3 patriarchs. The cultivators behind them didn't understand what the black clouds meant, so their eyes filled with confusion. Then, the booming of thunder began to grow more intense, and their faces filled with fear. It was at this moment that a huge tremor ran through the earth as what remained of the more than 100 cultivators powering the spell formation all coughed up blood and then passed out. As they fell, the fog dissipated. The short mountain was now visible, as were the parrot and the meat jelly, floating in midair. They were currently looking up into the sky, odd expressions on their faces. When the fog fell, the remaining evil spirits began to scream, as if the lightning and thunder in the sky filled them with terror. Suddenly, a massive, thick lightning bolt began to descend down toward the earth. As it shot down, over 1,000 smaller lightning bolts merged together with it until it was nearly 1.5 meters wide. It shot directly toward the short mountain. The sight of it caused the patriarchs of the 3 great sects, along with the cultivators who surrounded them, to stare open-mouthed. However, just when everyone thought that the lightning bolt was about to smash into the mountain, it suddenly began to collapse for no apparent reason. As it did, it split into hundreds of smaller lightning bolts, which then screamed toward the trembling evil spirits. It seemed these evil spirits were also something that attracted the attention of the heavenly tribulation, causing it to split apart and seek to destroy them. That was the reason for the strange looks on the faces of the parrot and meat jelly. Actually, it was a lucky break that the pill tribulation appeared at the exact same moment that the spell formation fell apart. Explosions filled the air and the ground quaked. The hundreds of evil spirits screamed miserably as over half were instantly smashed into nothing. The other half began to slowly dissipate, intent on leaving. Not a single spark of lightning headed toward Mang Hao's pill furnace inside the Immortal's cave. The golden glow shone up from the pill furnace, spreading out in all directions, piercing out through the Immortal's cave, penetrating up through the mountain and the soil. Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared outside of the short mountain. In addition, bands of golden light seeped up from within the earth. The evil spirits who had escaped the tribulation lightning and were dissipating, saw the golden light and then began to scream and disappear with even greater haste. A fathomless golden light. It shot out from the center of the mountain, as if a sun were buried deep within. It seemed as if this sun wished to rise up out of hell and charge into battle with the heavens. The meat jelly and the parrot had long since flown off. However, the parrot felt bad for the cultivators who had formed the spell formation, so before leaving, it and the meat jelly carried them off to hide some distance away. Within the blink of an eye, the mountain was no longer visible. The only thing one could see was the boundless glowing light. The light pierced up into the clouds above, causing them to churn violently. The lightning danced back and forth, and a second bolt began to form. It shot down toward the center of the golden light, the short mountain which was the nexus of it all. It moved with incredible speed, and was soon almost directly on top of the mountain. However, even as that happened, a popping sound rang out within the Immortal's cave. The lid flew off of the pill furnace, and an unprecedentedly bright golden light emanated out, eclipsing the light from before. Something that had the appearance of a sun flew out, emanating scorchingly hot rays of golden light. Mang Hao's Immortal's cave seemed as if it would ignite, along with the entire mountain. What actually was, it began to melt. The stones, the restrictive spells, all the objects within, became ash in an instant. The only thing left behind was the piercing golden light which shone up into the heavens. The light was impossible to cover up as it shot upward to slam into the lightning bolt. When the light and the lightning bolt connected, a massive boom ripped out that violently shook heaven and earth. The Immortal's cave was gone. Mang Hao sat there cross-legged, bathed in goldenness. The ground beneath him was beginning to melt. The black soil was transforming into golden liquid, which spread out everywhere to form a lake. A golden lake. At the very center of the lake was Mang Hao, his hair flying about, his violet core spinning inside of him, the strange mark on his forehead glittering. His clothes rippled wildly, and his eyes shone with stubbornness. There in his right hand was a golden medicinal pill. It might be more correct to say that what he held was not a medicinal pill, but a blazing golden sun. This golden pill was the perfect gold core pill. The patriarchs from the three great sects, along with the hundreds of other cultivators, stood there with hearts pounding. The instant they saw the medicinal pill, the Tao pillars of the Foundation establishment cultivators began to tremble, as if they were aware that the results of consuming this pill would be different from that of any other. As for the core formation cultivators, especially the three patriarchs, their bodies trembled violently. They could sense intense hope emanating out from the cores within their bodies. It seemed as if their cores wanted to merge with this golden medicinal pill. It only took a moment for the three cultivators to suddenly understand, were they able to consume this pill, then, they would be able to tread an unprecedented path of cultivation. Only the three patriarchs could control themselves. The remaining hundreds of cultivators instantly went crazy and shot directly toward Mang Hao, intent on stealing the perfect gold core pill. However, even as they approached, the sound of thunder filled the air as three lightning bolts congealed. Mang Hao's hair whipped in the air as he used all the power he possessed to place the pill in his mouth and consume it. Here begins the great Tao of the gold core. This chapter was sponsored by Hong Lai, Dennis Liu, Nikita Belayev, and Fernando Freitas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338. Chapter 338, Perfect Immortal Body. No. The sight of Mang Hao consuming the pill sent all of the cultivators, even the patriarchs of the three great sects, into a frenzy. Their minds spun, and they couldn't control themselves. They rushed madly toward Mang Hao. Mang Hao was calm as he placed the medicinal pill into his mouth. However, his eyes shone with an extraordinary light. His hair whipped in the air as the heavenly tribulation roiled above him. He sat straight and tall in the middle of the golden lake, filled with a sort of divine grace. The pill did not dissolve, but instead instantly slid down into his abdomen. When that happened, the descending lightning bolt suddenly stopped in mid-air and exploded. Countless sparks of electricity showered out, forming into something that looked like a face. The face's eyes were closed, but it still seemed as if it could see everything in the world. And it appeared to be concentrating on Mang Hao. The face faded away, and the tribulation clouds in the sky seethed with unprecedented intensity. The clouds had been 50 kilometers in diameter, but now they grew with explosive speed. 250 kilometers. 500 kilometers. 1,500 kilometers. It only took a moment for them to cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers. For 5,000 kilometers in all directions, black clouds covered everything. Thunder boomed and lightning danced. Flashing light from the heavens seemed to be preparing to sunder the earth. A few hundred kilometers away from Meng Hao, in the field of rubble, the sound of ragged panting could be heard. The old man who was sealed there was observing the proceedings from within his black mist. No one could see him, but as he looked up, he could see the lightning, and it made him laugh. His laughter was hearty and filled with excitement and pleasure. A perfect immortal body, laughed the old man. One of the three great immortal bodies, the perfect immortal body. This kid will reach immortal ascension soon. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's body began to shake as the perfect gold corpuscle slid down into his abdomen. A fierce expression covered his face, and veins bulged out on his forehead. His body felt as if it were about to be violently ripped into pieces. The pain was indescribable. After forming his violet core, his pupils had taken on a violet hue, but now, the violet was being replaced with gold. Within him, his violet core shook, and cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out across its surface. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking into pieces. At the same time, the hundreds of cultivators in the area began to descend upon him, their eyes burning red. They seemed to have lost their minds. The only thing that remained was frenzy and greed. Meng Hao had consumed the golden pill, so they wanted to consume him. It seemed the thought of even taking a single bite of his flesh was enough to drive them to infinite madness. However, even as they neared him, Meng Hao lifted his head up toward the sky and roared. The sound of the roar slammed into the approaching cultivators like a wave. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they tumbled backward. Even the patriarchs of the three great sects were sent spinning away, bodies shaking and blood shooting from their mouths. As they spun away, out of control, Meng Hao's violet core shattered. The pain caused by its disintegration caused Meng Hao's roar to become even more shocking. His pupils were now more than half gold, and a golden light filled his entire body. Inside of him, where his violet core used to exist, a gold core suddenly appeared, whereupon it instantly swept up the shattered remnants of the violet core. Massive amounts of golden light poured out from the gold core, spreading out through Meng Hao's chi passageways. His entire body was filled with the color of gold. The pain was instantly replaced with a rapturous feeling. His hair whipped about him as he felt power surging through his body. His heart began to pound. Every rotation of his cultivation base sent roaring booms in all directions. His skin was a bit pale, and a bit of a demonic air seemed to seep into his features. He was more handsome, his body taller and straighter. He was surrounded by golden light. Power. He felt something similar to what he had felt back near the rebirth cave, when he reached core formation. Back then, the difference between foundation establishment and core formation had been clear. That was the same feeling he had now. His spiritual sense grew, his physical body became stronger, his bones tougher. Even his mental faculties were quicker than before. Everything about him changed, as if he were going through a massive transformation. This transformation equated to stepping foot onto a great Tao. The great Tao of the golden core. Meng Hao's eyes opened, and when they did, a dazzling golden glow shot out. Golden light shone through his green robe, making his entire person seem like some sort of celestial warrior. Off in the distance, the parrot and the meat jelly were cautiously observing. The parrot's eyes were wide in full shock. It had been with Meng Hao for years, but most of that time had been spent in the copper mirror. Meng Hao actually had many secrets that it wasn't aware of. As for the meat jelly, it really had no idea about Meng Hao's true level. It only knew that he seemed relatively strong. Now, both of them watched as he underwent his transformation. How bizarre, muttered the meat jelly. It's a perfect immortal body. I never noticed it before. Inhuman, said the parrot, sounding hurt. What incredible good fortune. What amazing destiny. Only a sublime spirit doyen can have a perfect immortal body, and yet, he actually does. Only big shots like Lord Fifth should have a perfect immortal body. 3 heavenly scriptures, sublime spirit, Tao divinity, heaven severing. Each scripture contains secrets of the heavenly mountains and seas. Using them, the 3 great immortal bodies can be cultivated. From ancient times until now, only a sublime spirit doyen and a Tao divinity doyen have appeared. A heaven severing doyen has never been seen. This kid really has heaven-defying good fortune. A perfect immortal body. With a body like that, if he reaches immortal ascension, he could become a legacy apprentice of the sublime spirit doyen. Doyens, truly powerful experts within the 9 mountains and seas, cultivators who can oppose the lords of the 9 mountains and seas. Sure, Lord Fifth doesn't care too much about them, but Lord Fifth is in a weak position now, damn it, so he has to rely on their help. The parrot was getting more and more animated. And then there's the damned legend, which is the reason I've met such calamity. According to the legend, if all three of those scriptures are collected and combined, they will form the mountain and sea scripture. That scripture. As it started to recall the terrifying mountain and sea scripture of legend, it seemed on the verge of going crazy. 1. As for Meng Hao, he took a deep breath as he felt his cultivation base rotating along with the gold core. Great waves of power washed through him, filling him with determination. So, is this the power of the perfect gold core? He murmured, his eyes glowing with golden light. His entire person radiated dignity. He waved his right arm, and power exploded out of his cultivation base. As it did, a vortex of golden wind sprang into being around him, sweeping across everything. The hundreds of cultivators stared in shock. The frenzy was still visible on their faces, but they couldn't stop themselves from backing up, pushed away by the invisible power of the golden wind generated by Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the golden wind swirling around Meng Hao had turned into a screaming cyclone. As it spun through the air, a face appeared within the wind, that of Meng Hao. As of this moment, Meng Hao said coolly, I no longer need to hold back my cultivation base. It is time to enter the mid-stage of the perfect gold core. The gold core within him began to spin rapidly and cultivation base power surged up. As it grew stronger, the cyclone caused the hundreds of surrounding cultivators to be thrown backward. Astonishment filled their faces, especially the patriarchs of the three great sects, whose eyes shone with disbelief. It felt to them as if Meng Hao could crush them at any time. The cores inside of them were even beginning to show signs of instability. The same question was spinning in the minds of everyone. What pill did that guy just consume? It was at this moment that Meng Hao's cultivation base reached the pinnacle of its climb, and a great roaring filled his mind. It seemed like his cultivation base had reached a bottleneck, and that at any moment, it would break through. The golden storm winds surrounded Meng Hao for a radius of 50 kilometers. He felt himself suddenly break through from the early gold core stage to the mid-gold core stage. He felt his body grow tougher and his spiritual sense stronger. The gold core fused with him, forming what seemed like a second soul. The gold core contained his memories, his soul, his life. It was as if his life force and very life itself existed inside of it. In fact, it actually felt like a seed. The seed of a great Tao. The instant he entered the mid-gold core stage, the golden glow around Meng Hao intensified until it seemed like a golden sun hovered above his head, shining out across the land, turning everything the color of gold. It's about time to form my core chi. I wonder what the essence of my core chi will be. He closed his eyes as the golden cyclone whipped around him. In his mind appeared images, from when he was small until now, the Tower of Tang, Yinjia County, Mount Ducheng, the Reliance sect, the state of Zhao, the Southern Domain, the Violet Fate sect, all the way to the events at the Rebirth Cave. Core chi essence can be abstract or literal, he thought. Suddenly, he recalled the starry sky he had seen just before he met Chou Mentai. In that land, he had looked up and seen an ancient starry sky. Meng Hao also remembered that Ji Hongdong's core chi had taken the shape of a starry sky, except, that was the starry sky of the Ji clan. The starry sky of ancient times, that is the essence of my core chi. He opened his eyes, and as he did, the golden sun exploded. Massive amounts of golden core chi expanded out. At the same time, the golden tempest around him suddenly shrank inward. In the blink of an eye it melded into Meng Hao's body, causing the golden glow which bathed the surroundings to disappear. The only thing left was roiling gold core chi which took the shape of a star's cape. It was not a golden star's cape, but a black one. However, within the blackness was a myriad of golden stars. Those stars were stars that few people could ever see, the starry sky of ancient times. The blindingly bright star's cape which floated above Meng Hao's head immediately began to emanate an unprecedentedly shocking pressure. The surrounding hundreds of cultivators were shaken, especially the patriarchs of the three great sects. The instant they saw it, they gasped in astonishment. His core chi, its essence, is a star's cape. The power of core chi is manifested by the grandness of its essence. What could possibly be more grand than the stars? From ancient times until now, only the truly chosen of heaven and earth have manifested core chi as a star's cape. This guy. The three of them began panting, looks of fear on their faces as they slowly backed away. 1. The name of the mountain and sea scripture is exactly the same as the actual historical Chinese text entitled Classic of Mountains and Seas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Chapter 339, Vengeance to be had. Suddenly, thunderous booms could be heard from within the roiling black clouds that stretched out for 5,000 kilometers. A multitude of dancing lightning bolts could be seen within them. In addition, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. It was an aura that wished to destroy everything, an aura that seemed to desire to wipe out all the people in heaven and earth. Even if it meant destroying the land itself, everyone must die. Meng Hao looked up at the vast, churning tribulation clouds up above. It didn't matter how strong he was, it seemed the heavens would destroy and kill everything. An intense golden light shone in Meng Hao's eyes. There was something different about acquiring the perfect gold core than the time he had acquired the perfect foundation. A change had occurred within him, as if a great Tao had opened up in front of him. However, before anything else, he needed to transcend this heavenly tribulation. Damn it, Lord Fifth is gonna have to risk it all, cried the parrot. This master is different from the others and I can't pull the wool over his eyes. His luck and fortune can't possibly measure up to mine, but after all these years I haven't seen anyone better. He's the one. You're the one, kid. Lord Fifth is gonna go all out. Let's delay this heavenly tribulation. The parrot's eyes turned red as it suddenly shot forward. At the same time, it lifted its claws up to tie a black band around its head, covering its right eye. As the parrot flew out, the lightning up above began to coalesce. The sheer amount of it vastly surpassed that from the pill tribulation. Furthermore, this lightning was red in color. Meng Hao's hair flew wildly around him, and his body shook violently. His eyes turned as crimson as if they had been ripped into pieces. The lake water beneath him boiled, rapidly transforming into myriad golden beads that slowly began to rise into the air. Parrot! Roared Meng Hao. At the same time, he began to use a technique the parrot had taught him to exercise control over his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the golden light in his eyes vanished, as did all of the chi he was emanating. His body suddenly seemed to wither, and his expression grew dull. The parrot soared up into the air and let out a furious shout, deceived the heavens. Along with the shout, its body exploded with countless multicolored beams of light. The nearby cultivators trembled as wisps of chi began to emerge from the tops of their heads. The strands of chi floated up into the sky and merged together with the light to form a huge net. In the middle of its descent, the red lightning suddenly hesitated, as if it couldn't locate Meng Hao's aura. Ultimate vexation, get over and help, *TCH. The parrot roared. The meat jelly hesitated for only a moment. Then, a pop could be heard as its body suddenly transformed into a million illusory phantoms that shot up into the air to form a second net. The tribulation clouds in the sky seethed, and more lightning bolts writhed about, apparently searching for Meng Hao's aura. Luckily you're asleep, heavens of G! Cried the parrot arrogantly. Only a sliver of your will exists. Maybe I couldn't fool your true self, but you think I can't hoodwink a bit of your will? Lord Fifth is omniscient. Alright, all I have to do is hold on for 3 days, and this tribulation can be delayed for sure. As soon as the words were out of its mouth, the red lightning bolt descended. Being unable to find Meng Hao's aura, it shot toward the first large net. A boom could be heard as the illusory net shattered. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding Meng Hao spat up blood and then, with the exception of the 3 patriarchs, all of them instantly exploded. The 3 patriarchs coughed up blood, and their bodies shrank and withered. Inside, cracks spread out across their cores, as if they might collapse at any moment. After a moment, their eyes grew clear and their faces filled with astonishment and fear. They retreated at top speed, scalps numb. The only thing they could think about was running away. Bitch! Why don't you keep searching for the correct will? Raged the parrot. Instead, you're just blowing random things up. You're cheating. Fine, so can Lord Fifth. I'll screw you to death. Tribulation schmibulation. Lord Fifth is gonna screw you to death. Ultimate vexation, come help me, *TCH. Turn those clouds into my favorite Fluffy. It seemed to feel its dignity had been severely challenged. With a howl of rage, it bit down on one of its own multicolored feathers, then whipped its head about and threw it down. Eyes brimming with insanity, its body suddenly grew larger and larger, and it shot up into the sky. It flew at high speed directly into the tribulation clouds. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the meat jelly net, seemingly a bit resentfully. It entered into the tribulation clouds and spread out through all of them. Suddenly, the clouds began to twist and distort. Meng Hao gaped open-mouthed as he saw the tribulation clouds begin to change shape. They changed into a gargantuan, plump animal, covered with white fur. The luxuriant furriness of this animal is difficult to describe. The fur draped off of the enormous creature which stretched out for thousands of kilometers in every direction, so large you couldn't see from one end to the other. As for the parrot, it gave an excited squawk as it dove into the fur. It emerged again in a moment, but showed no signs of being tired, instead diving enthusiastically back in from a different angle. This process repeated over and over again. As Meng Hao watched on, his mind went blank. He could never have possibly imagined that the tribulation clouds could be changed into this appearance. What had previously been a very solemn and momentous occasion had suddenly turned somewhat comical. Meng Hao shook his head. Suddenly, the furry tribulation cloud let out a massive boom. The countless lightning bolts dissipated in all directions. Within the cloud, the parrot was visible, its body dark, but still stubbornly persisting. "Fluffy, I'm gonna screw you to death." "Wench! I'm definitely gonna screw you to death." The excited parrot didn't seem to want to stop. However, the masses of lightning in the area began to fall, accompanied by thunderous booms. They shot toward Meng Hao, seemingly without number, tens of thousands of them. Meng Hao's scalp went numb. The heavenly tribulation when he had acquired his perfect foundation had seemed solemn and imposing in its desire to destroy all living things. But this, the seemingly endless amount of lightning gave off an aura that made Meng Hao feel uneasy. It seemed that this tribulation sent against his perfect gold core had somehow changed, thanks to the interference of the parrot. As the lightning descended toward Meng Hao, the meat jelly net let out a disgruntled howl and moved to cover over Meng Hao. A massive boom sounded out, shaking the earth. The lightning slammed onto the meat jelly, causing Meng Hao to shake in trepidation. A blinding light filled his eyes that made it impossible to see anything around him. After a very long time, the lightning and thunder gradually faded away. Meng Hao looked back up to find that the massive ball of fur in the sky was gone. His eyes widened and he took a deep breath. Everything looked placid, but Meng Hao knew that such massive quantities of tribulation clouds couldn't possibly vanish like this. The sense of crisis he'd felt because of the heavenly tribulation had not departed. The pitch-black parrot fell to the ground with a flopping sound. It struggled to its feet and then slapped itself roughly on the chest. It was panting. Its expression was somewhat listless and its aura weak. However, its voice was as arrogant as ever as it said, "Is Lord Fifth badass or what? The heavenly tribulation has been delayed for you. Time to give your profound thanks. Without Lord Fifth, it wouldn't matter if you had ultimate vexation here. The heavenly tribulation would just keep going on forever until he was smashed to pieces. Don't get too excited, though. I went all out to delay the heavenly tribulation, but there's no way to tell for how long. You need to get a hold of your tribulation transcending life form as quickly as possible. Alright, it's time for Lord Fifth to rest up. Don't be too moved. Oh, and don't forget to find some more furry, feathered creatures." With that, it fell flat onto its face. Its body transformed into gray ash which drifted away with the wind. However, along with the ash was a multicolored glow that flew into Meng Hao's bag of holding. Meng Hao's mind and heart shook. He quickly checked the copper mirror inside the bag of holding. The parrot loved to brag, and wasn't very reliable, but Meng Hao would never forget how much it had helped him just now. Dispersing the tribulation clouds had seemed simple, but seeing the parrot in the state it had been just now, Meng Hao knew that it had paid a high price for its actions. "No need to check on it," said the meat jelly languidly. Its body was tattered and listless. "It's not going to die. After it rests for a few days it'll be fine. Poor me, always struck by lightning. I like eating it, but sometimes I just get so full." It transformed into a hat which settled onto Meng Hao's head. "You need to be careful," it continued, its voice growing weaker. "That wicked parrot and I once helped a young girl delay heavenly tribulation. Later she got pissed off and tried to kill us. She chased us for years and years. Repaid kindness with enmity. I really hate people like that." Eventually it trailed off into a muffled murmur, and then stopped talking. Meng Hao sat there thinking for a long moment. He looked around, and then waved his hand, causing more than 100 medicinal pills to fly out. They crumbled in midair as they shot toward the unconscious cultivators that the parrot and the meat jelly had been protecting. After the medicine entered their bodies, the cultivators trembled, and then slowly began to open their eyes. After coming to their senses, they appeared somewhat confused. It didn't take long for them to compose themselves and begin to look around. The mountain, and everything around it, was gone. The medicinal cistern was gone, and the buildings they had constructed were now nothing but crumbled ruins. The lake that had formed was also gone, left behind was only a large crater. They looked at it all silently, bitterness filling their hearts. They had gone to a lot of trouble to seek safety in this place, to find somewhere to practice cultivation in a convenient fashion. But now, everything was gone. "The Immortal's Cave is gone," said Meng Hao. "But I can find you another one." The more than 100 cultivators lifted their heads up to look at him. The medicinal cistern is gone, but I can make you a new one. This second sentence caused a bright glow to appear in their eyes. It seemed their resolve had been ignited. If you are willing, said Meng Hao, his voice resonating loudly, follow me. There is vengeance to be had. The time has come to kill. He flicked his sleeve and shot up into the air. Behind him followed the more than 100 cultivators, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. These were Black Land's cultivators, and they understood what it meant to exact vengeance. Meng Hao's spiritual sense spread out to track down the fleeing patriarchs from the three great sects. This chapter was sponsored by Torsten Neumer, Salim Mudrik Baraba, Tomislav Fistrick, and Jacob Keaton. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340. Chapter 340, 1 Aura, 3 Bodies. Meng Hao was in the lead, followed by well over 100 cultivators. They whistled through the sky in formation. The sight of it was very imposing. Meng Hao could clearly make out the 3 fleeing patriarchs with his spiritual sense. They had chosen to flee in different directions. However, their speeds were all different. Obviously they were using various secret techniques to go as fast as possible. 3 directions. Meng Hao gave a cold snort and then extended his hand to point down at the ground. Immediately a buzzing sound could be heard. No one else could see anything happen, but Meng Hao saw ghost images spring up everywhere, after which vast quantities of demonic chi appeared. It swirled up and rapidly began to coalesce in front of Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into 2 figures. They were indistinct, blurry. The only thing visible was the aura, gradually spreading out. As for everyone else, they saw nothing at all. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he waved his right hand, causing 2 blood clones to materialize in front of him. They moved forward to merge with the demonic chi, which was a shocking sight. This was a technique Meng Hao had come up with earlier. By merging a blood clone with demonic chi, it would make it both easier to control his etheric incarnation as well as simpler to recall it if necessary. The 2 blood clones' battle prowess was not equal to that of his true self, but the blood clone demonic chi combination could explode with incredible power. If the patriarchs of the 3 great sects were at the peak of their power, they could easily defeat these blood clones. However, Meng Hao could see that, with the exception of Patriarch Big Head, they had all sustained internal injuries as well as cultivation base reduction. Even more importantly, their minds had been shaken. Combine this with their lowered cultivation base, and they couldn't be in a weaker position. Meng Hao was confident that his incarnations could definitely exterminate them. Considering the level of his spiritual sense, he could definitely control both of these incarnations. If anything unexpected happened, there were other options he could employ to handle the situation. He sent his will into the 2 blood clone demonic chi incarnations and then sent them shooting off in 2 different directions. He also split the more than 100 cultivators into 3 groups, 2 of whom he sent to follow the blood clones off into the distance. Then, he raised his head and locked his spiritual sense onto the only of the 3 great sect patriarchs who had a bag of holding, Patriarch Big Head. Followed by around 50 cultivators, he headed directly in the man's direction. You followed me for days with murderous intent. You destroyed the spell formation of my immortal's cave. Do you really think I would let you get away with that? Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. These people had been courting death, and Meng Hao wouldn't be soft-hearted with them. Most importantly, they had seen something they shouldn't have. The consequences for them would be death. Filled with killing intent, Meng Hao shot along at top speed. Meanwhile, in another location, Patriarch Rubicon was zooming along, his face pale. Currently, he was only able to wield about 40 to 50% of the power of his cultivation base. Furthermore, his bag of holding was empty. He had no medicinal pills, no magical items, nothing which he could use to recover. A feeling of desolation rose up in his heart, which then transformed into intense regret. And yet, how could he ever have imagined that the situation would have turned out so opposite to expectations? I have to get out of here. I need to go into secluded meditation and cultivate. After my cultivation base is recovered, I'll recruit some more fellow Taoists to go kill that guy. His eyes radiated vicious hatred. All he had to do was spread the word about a man who could concoct golden medicinal pills, and there would be plenty of Black Land's cultivators willing to go after him. In fact, there may even be some nascent soul eccentrics. If that were the case, it wouldn't matter what superhuman powers the guy had, he would be dead without a doubt. Suddenly the reflection of a bloody glow could be seen in the old man's eyes. His heart lurched and an intense sensation of imminent crisis filled his mind and heart. He veered off to the side without hesitation. The instant he shifted his momentum, a bloody beam of light whistled past him at high speed. Ripples emanated out through the air as it passed, causing Patriarch Rubicon's face to flicker. His heart pounded. He knew that if he hadn't evaded at the right time just now, his head would have exploded. An intense, grim sound filled the air as the rippling passed the old man. As the sound emanated out, the red glow in the air exploded. Smash! The ripples transformed into an intense attack. Booms filled the air as the old man, even in the middle of dodging and retreating, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face pale, he turned around. The first thing he saw was a blood-red figure. Its hair was red, its robe, even its skin. It approached slowly, and as it did, the old man could sense an invisible but powerful aura. It was bizarre, but as it emanated out, it transformed into an intense dread. He couldn't see this thing's cultivation base. The bloody phantom's eyes seemed to be completely blank, and even more strange, the closer the old man looked, the more he realized it was impossible to tell whether it had cultivated some heretical technique or was a puppet. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" said the old man, sounding frustrated. Or his cultivation base at the peak of its power, he wouldn't care, but at the moment, he was seriously injured, with an empty bag of holding. The circumstances couldn't be more inauspicious. The blood clone's eyes suddenly flickered and seemed to come to life. The look in its eyes suddenly resembled that of Meng Hao's. "Did you really forget me so quickly?" it said. "Didn't you say you would chase me to the ends of the earth to kill me?" Great waves of emotion suddenly flickered across Patriarch Rubicon's face. Without thinking about it, he backed up, his heart racing. "It's him. But how could he be using a puppet like this? Is it a puppet, or, could it be, an etheric incarnation?" When his thoughts reached this point, his mind began to spin, and the blood completely drained from his face. The technique to form etheric incarnations was not something core formation cultivators could master. It was a divine ability that only nascent soul cultivators could employ. As the old man began to flee, he suddenly heard the sound of running. A black mist appeared as the 50 or more cultivators arrived, running together according to the parrot spell formation. Just who is this guy? Patriarch Rubicon's scalp went numb, and his eyes filled with despair and frenzy. Meanwhile, in another location and a different direction, Patriarch Pockmarks of the Han River sect was speaking similar words, his face filled with bitterness. He was surrounded by a red mist, outside of which were 50 cultivators running in formation. In front of him was a figure dressed in a red robe, with indistinct facial features. The only thing he could make out were two blood-red eyes. The eyes seemed to contain no emotions at all, they were completely merciless. Patriarch Pockmark's face was pale, his cultivation base was actually the weakest of the three, he was of the late core formation stage, but his injuries were severe. Cracks covered his core, and he could only wield roughly 30% of his power. He hesitated for a moment then said, "Look, all of this is just a misunderstanding." "Sir." Suddenly, a boom filled the air, and the entire area was covered in mist. Off in another direction, Meng Hao's face was calm as he shot through midair in a band of light. Up ahead of him, Patriarch Bighead's scalp was numb as he used everything he could muster to fly forward. Occasionally he would spit up some blood. Meng Hao wasn't sure what secret technique he was using, but it continued to rapidly boost his speed. Meng Hao followed, frowning. At the moment, he was pushing forward with all the speed he could muster, but was still unable to catch up. He could only maintain the current distance. Just what technique is he using to achieve such speed? Thought Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. He suddenly waved his right hand out and pointed with his index finger. Demon Ceiling, 8th Hex. His finger descended, and ghost images sprang up everywhere as a bizarre power shot toward Patriarch Bighead. As it descended, the man's expression changed dramatically. However, just a moment later, to Meng Hao's shock, he spit up a mouthful of blood and used some method to seemingly unfetter his body and shoot forward in a flash. Meng Hao was visibly shocked. Patriarch Bighead's heart trembled. Damn it! This guy just recently broke into mid-core formation. He just cultivated core chi. How could he be so inhuman? And what technique was it that he just used? It forced me to use a forbidden legacy technique to get away. His escape had seemed nonchalant to Meng Hao, but in truth, the forbidden legacy technique was self-destructive. His injuries were now even worse. I can't keep doing this, he thought. At this rate, he won't even have to make a move. I'll eventually just die from my injuries. Grinding his teeth, he suddenly stopped in midair and slapped his bag of holding to produce a grain of pure white rice. He threw it out in front of him. Flashing incantations with both hands, he then pointed toward the grain of rice and said, "Luminous rice, transform into a heavenly army." His voice was accompanied by a roaring sound which echoed out. The grain of rice transformed into a raging torrent of blackness. Popping sounds filled the air as more than 100 evil spirits appeared. Patriarch Bighead's neck was purple, and his extremely large head was covered with cold sweat. His breathing was ragged as he utilized the technique. His injuries had apparently worsened even further, blood sprayed from his mouth and his eyes filled with viciousness. At this point, he didn't hope to slay his opponent, but just to delay him. Unfortunately, as soon as the 100 or so evil spirits appeared and shot screaming toward Meng Hao calmly said, "Amateur." Suddenly, Qi exploded out above his head. The golden Qi transformed into a starscape filled with golden, glowing stars. The light from the stars shot out toward the incoming evil spirits. A booming explosion echoed out. The evil spirits could do nothing to block Meng Hao. They dissipated along with miserable screams. Patriarch Big Head's face went pale as he continued to retreat. However, Meng Hao had already lifted up his hand. Mania poured from the eyes of Patriarch Big Head. Seemingly risking everything, he performed an incantation with his left hand, simultaneously slapping his bag of holding with the other hand to produce a magical item. His heart filled with bitterness, but he knew that he would have to risk it all in this battle in order to have even the slightest chance of making it out alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. Chapter 341, Chase Big Head to the Death. However, just as Patriarch Big Head was about to go all out, the bright, sunny sky was suddenly split by the appearance of a bolt of lightning. The tribulation clouds were gone, but the lightning bolt shot down toward Meng Hao nonetheless. It descended with incredible speed, landing directly onto the hat on Meng Hao's head. A deafening boom filled the air. Meng Hao wasn't hurt, but wisps of greenish smoke rose up from the hat. Meng Hao gaped in shock. He looked up into the sky only to find it as beautiful as ever. The lightning bolt seemed to have been a fluke. That was the aura of heavenly tribulation, thought Meng Hao with a frown. Thankfully, the lightning bolt hadn't done any damage, it had been absorbed by the meat jelly hat. The scene also shocked Patriarch Big Head, who looked up into the sky as well. However, he quickly recovered and began to flee with all the speed he could muster. He wanted to establish as much distance as possible between himself and Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. The lightning bolt just now had been too sudden, without any warning whatsoever. The sky above was a deep, beautiful blue. Meng Hao's gaze once again came to rest on the fleeing Patriarch Big Head. Meng Hao gave a cold snort, then strode forward. Mustering incredible speed, he shot off, disappearing in an instant. Patriarch Big Head's face was paler than ever as he fled. He had already been running for an entire day, and his bag of holding was now devoid of medicinal pills used for healing. His internal injuries were getting worse, and he could only employ 40% of the power of his cultivation base. Damn it, damn it. His eyes were bloodshot and he gnashed his teeth. Meng Hao followed behind, stuck onto him like marrow onto bone. Occasionally, a blast of Qi would whistle toward him, which would leave Patriarch Big Head scared witless. He couldn't think of anything else to do other than to run away with all the power he could muster. Just how long is he gonna keep following me? Patriarch Big Head felt like he was about to collapse. He could sense nothing but ill tidings regarding Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks. Of the hundreds of people who had begun this matter, he knew that he was the only one left alive. He was filled with regrets, the dogged pursuit he was enduring left him filled with despair and dread. Suddenly, a Qi attack shot toward him. In response, Patriarch Big Head spit up a mouthful of blood. The air beneath his feet seethed as a cloud of specters appeared, boosting his speed and instantly increasing the distance between him and Meng Hao. A strange light shone from Meng Hao's eyes. There had been multiple occasions throughout the day during which he was just about to catch up to his opponent, however, every time, Patriarch Big Head would use some method relating to evil spirits to add distance between them. Meng Hao hadn't encountered situations like these very often. Behind him, the more than 100 cultivators were also in pursuit. Their speed couldn't compare to Meng Hao's, but they had Meng Hao's blood clones to lead them, so they were able to follow along nonetheless. As dusk fell, it grew more difficult to see things clearly. Up ahead was a wide plain which was filled with residences organized in rings and surrounded with a stockade. The stockade village was home to more than 100 cultivators, who had been meditating moments ago, but who had stood up and were now looking out toward Patriarch Big Head as he approached. 3 old men flew out to meet him. It's the Patriarch of the Talisman sect from Dongluo City, Senior Ouyang, but... It really is Senior Ouyang. But who is he fleeing from? The 3 old men's faces flickered, and they hesitated for a moment. Patriarch Big Head neared, his eyes filled with a look of pleasant surprise. "Fellow Taoists, please help me by stopping this hoodlum," said Patriarch Big Head. There was no anxiety in his voice, only calmness, lending much credibility to his words. "I was in secluded meditation when he launched a shameful sneak attack. I was injured and my cultivation base damaged. Fellow Taoists, if you can just delay him for a few moments, maybe enough time for half an incense stick to burn, then I can recover my cultivation base. Fellow Taoists, after I slay him, I will definitely be in your debt. I'll even help you to reach core formation. Without even waiting for a response, Patriarch Big Head shot off into the distance. As for whether these people would comply with his request, he didn't stay around to find out. If they did, great; if they didn't, there was nothing he could do about it. The three cultivators were in the late foundation establishment stage. After hearing Patriarch Big Head's words, their hearts began to pound. There was little that could entice them more than the prospect of assistance in reaching core formation. They hesitated for a moment. For someone to successfully launch a sneak attack against a sect patriarch meant that whoever was chasing him was no weakling. He would definitely be of the core formation stage. However, the prospective reward was too enticing. They exchanged glances as Mang Hao approached, followed by the more than 100 cultivators. The sight immediately caused these late foundation establishment cultivators to grow more nervous and hesitant. One of them finally gritted his teeth and flew forward, clasping hands and bowing to Mang Hao. "Senior, please wait a moment, Screw off," said Mang Hao, his expression cold, flying directly past the man. The bowing foundation establishment cultivator's face flickered and his scalp went numb. Mang Hao's glance just now had caused his heart to tremble with fear. However, the reward promised by Patriarch Big Head nagged at his heart. The other two foundation establishment cultivators held him back, then clasped hands in salute to Mang Hao. They didn't dare to do even the slightest thing to try to delay him. They, too, thirsted for the reward promised by Patriarch Big Head, but Mang Hao's words and cold glance left their minds reeling and their Dao pillars quivering. Mang Hao didn't slow down in the slightest. He whistled through the air, followed by the more than 100 cultivators who were still being led by the blood clones. They glanced at the local cultivators with cold smiles as they passed, shooting through the air like meteors. Sometime after they were gone, the three late foundation establishment cultivators let loose sighs of relief. Their faces were somewhat pale, because they knew that their greed just now had led them halfway to the grave. Who was that guy? They thought, exchanging glances. He managed to make Senior Ouyang take to flight. As he flew through the air, Mang Hao waved his hand out in front of him. The air rippled as arcs of golden light appeared. They shot toward Patriarch Big Head, but before they could get too close, the man spit up some more blood. The air around his feet grew blurry, and his speed increased, allowing him to evade Mang Hao's attack. In the blink of an eye, he was roughly 3,000 meters away. So fast! Thought Mang Hao, giving a cold harumph as he continued onward. Throughout the course of this chase, Mang Hao's interest in Patriarch Big Head's legacy techniques had certainly been aroused. Patriarch Big Head's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and continued to flee, his heart pounding. A sensation of life or death danger floated in his heart. The only thing he could think to do was use every possible means to evade the pursuit and escape death. Bitterness filled his heart. After reaching core formation, he had always been the one to chase and kill others. This was the first time he had been pursued like a stray dog. If I can make it out of this, then all of this humiliation will be paid back 100-fold. He thought, his eyes filling with madness. He increased his speed, traveling another 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye. After half a day of employing the ultimate speed possible within the core formation stage, Patriarch Big Head spotted some earthen walls off in the distance. This city was not as flourishing as one of the United Nine, but clearly a powerful group resided within. As he neared, Patriarch Big Head cried out, "Fellow Taoist Chen." Immediately, a beam of colorful light shot out from within the city. Inside was a muscular, bare-chested man of the mid-core formation stage, with flowing black hair. When he saw Patriarch Big Head, he gaped in surprise. "Big Bro Ouyang, what's going on? Fellow Taoist Chen, please stop the hoodlum that's chasing me," he gushed as he shot past the muscular man. "You and I have similar cultivation bases, but I was ambushed while in secluded meditation. I've been poisoned and I need an incense stick's worth of time to suppress the poison. I owe you." The muscular man's eyes glittered as he saw Mang Hao approaching. Mang Hao glanced at the earthen city wall, and the muscular man who hovered in midair. "Another person who doesn't know the difference between life and death," said Mang Hao as he flew forward. The muscular man hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Mang Hao, he got the impression that since Mang Hao's cultivation base was only at the mid-core formation stage, he wasn't someone to be too worried about. However, the golden glow surrounding Mang Hao, as well as the sense of danger that radiated out from him, caused the man to be cautious. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. There's no flying allowed in my city." As the words came out of his mouth, the more than 200 cultivators within the city flew out. Their aura billowed out, forming into a sealing power. They stood there glaring hatefully at Meng Hao. These people had a variety of different cultivation bases. Some were core formation, most were foundation establishment or qi condensation. However, all of them radiated dense killing intent. Obviously they had killed many people in the past. Meng Hao didn't care at all about people such as this who were clearly seeking to die. He continued forward without stopping, causing the muscular man's expression to flicker. He lifted his right hand to perform an incantation, when suddenly he saw the look in Meng Hao's eyes. It was a coldness filled with killing intent. As the gaze passed over him, the muscular man's heart began to pound. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from his core, as if it might shatter into pieces. He was astonished, but before he could retreat, Meng Hao was upon him. Meng Hao slammed a fist into the man's chest, and then shot past him. As Meng Hao passed, blood sprayed from the man's mouth, then he trembled and directly exploded into bloody pieces. His death caused looks of terror to fill the faces of the rest of the cultivators from the city. Everyone here who pledges allegiance to me will live. Anyone who doesn't. Meng Hao knew that in the Black Lands, one could not be soft-hearted. The only way to establish power and gain respect was through ruthlessness. As his voice rang out, his blood clones approached, along with the 100 or more cultivators, whose killing intent billowed to the heavens. They shot toward the city cultivators, and immediately the sound of killing rose up, accompanied by miserable screams and cries. Meng Hao glared at Patriarch Big Head, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Let's see how many people you manage to get killed along the way." He shot off again in pursuit. This cultivator was a strange one. No matter what powers Meng Hao employed, he was like a loach, slippery and difficult to lay hands on. This was especially true considering his secret art of speed boosting. He had used it multiple times to put more distance between himself and Meng Hao. Even more bizarre was his fearsome ability to sense danger. Every time Meng Hao attacked, he seemed capable of predicting it and dodging out of the way. That damned no-good fool, he couldn't even hold the guy up for half a second. Patriarch Big Head gritted his teeth. Hair in disarray, clothing ragged, breathing heavily, he shot forward. He was exhausted, but Meng Hao was still chasing him. He lifted his head up to the sky and howled. This chapter was sponsored by Dennis Liu, Cindy Sher, Anonymous and GY. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. Chapter 342, Patriarch Golden Light. 2 days later, a black-robed figure flew out from a valley. "Don't worry, Big Brother Ouyang," said the voice arrogantly. "I shall help you take care of this despicable fellow. It won't be long before we can use his skull to drink alcohol together." The figure shot through the air to meet an incoming beam of golden light. This person possessed core qi in the form of an enormous mountain. The power of the core qi was joined by a howling totemic giant ape which smashed down toward Meng Hao. Big Head was off in the distance looking on with an expression of appreciation. He'd finally found a friend willing to do something to help him. The first thing he did was to turn and flee off into the distance as fast as possible. However, before he had flown for the space of a few breaths, a blood-curdling scream rang out, which was cut off by a massive explosion. Heart-trembling, Big Head looked back to see the giant ape falling to pieces and the mountain crumbling. The cultivator who had been attempting to block Meng Hao's way exploded. All of that was the result of a single fist strike from Meng Hao. The sight of Meng Hao's right fist caused Big Head's scalp to grow numb. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, he went all out to flee as quickly as possible. What a psycho! When did someone so inhuman show up in the Black Lands? And how come I had to provoke him? Heart filled with bitterness, he lowered his head and shot forward at top speed. 4 days later at dusk. "Fear not, Brother Ouyang," said a bald cultivator, lifting up his glass. "We, the Black Mountain Nine Saints, might not measure up to you in terms of cultivation base, but when it comes to our spell formation, we can trap anyone under the nascent soul stage for at least 3 days. Big Head, his face pale, reluctantly lifted up a glass of alcohol. However, his glance was drawn off into the distance, where 8 figures were shooting toward an approaching beam of billowing, golden light. "Brother Ouyang, you really don't need to worry. Just don't think about going back on your word about the gilded lizard totem you said you would give us." The bald-headed cultivator laughed, but within his gaze was an imperceptible trace of scorn. According to the rumors he had heard, this Ouyang from the 3 great sects of Donluo City had offended a mid-core formation cultivator of the junior generation. The two had been involved in a deadly chase across half of the western region of the Black Lands. Seeing the terrified state of Ouyang, the bald cultivator couldn't help but look down on him, and had come to the conclusion that the man's previous reputation had been considerably inflated. The bald cultivator took a drink of alcohol and then said, How come a trifling mid-core formation cultivator is being called Patriarch Golden Light? How laughable. We Black Mountain 9, huh? Before he could even finish speaking, a massive boom filled the air, and the ground trembled. Even more shocking to the man was that even though it was clearly midday, in the location where the fight was going on could be seen a starry sky. Even as the bald cultivator was shocked into silence, Ouyang's mind began to buzz. A forlorn expression appeared on his face as he tossed the glass of alcohol down. He slapped his chest, forcing some more blood out of his mouth to activate his secret technique. He shot off into the distance at high speed, something that had already become a force of habit. The bald cultivator watched on with gaping mouth. A mocking look appeared on the man's face. A moment later, while the look was still plastered there, the hair all over his body stood on end. An intense feeling of danger suddenly filled his mind. He spun as if he had been struck by lightning. There in front of him was a scholarly young man bathed in golden light. It was impossible to say when he had arrived. He picked up the flagon of alcohol and took a sip. "You," said the bald cultivator. He turned to look off into the distance, where the bodies of his 8 compatriots were still falling down from mid-air. He gasped, and backed up. Everything began to go dark. However, before everything went black, the bald cultivator blurted out, "I'll pledge allegiance to Patriarch Golden Light." Suddenly, his vision went back to normal. The chase continued for 7 more days. Patriarch Bighead chose not to return to his sect. He was a patriarch, and had brought the sect elders with him on his excursion. The only people left back in the sect were of the foundation establishment stage. There wasn't even a single core formation cultivator. Furthermore, in his current state, he would be incapable of operating the sect's grand spell formation. Also, he knew that if he stopped anywhere, he was dead for sure. Therefore, he could do nothing other than flee, seeking out the powerful people he was familiar with in the area. Unfortunately, none of those people had sufficient cultivation bases, not a single one was of the nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, nascent soul cultivators were the most powerful experts one would see in the Black Lands. Under other circumstances, he should have been able to go plead for help from some rogue nascent soul cultivators. Unfortunately, because of the chaos in the Black Lands, nascent soul cultivators were now extremely valuable assets to the Alliance of United 9 Cities and the Black Lands Palace. Both forces were using everything they had at their disposal to recruit them. Bighead clearly couldn't compete with that. So he fled from place to place in bitter struggle. He thought of going to Don Luo City, but he was well aware of the ruthlessness of Black Lands cultivators. Considering his current condition, he wasn't worth anything to Don Luo City. They wouldn't do anything for his sake. If he had pledged himself to them earlier, it would have made things easier. They would have been forced to help him. Unfortunately, in order to try to get the most out of the deal, he had told them he would consider their offer, but hadn't formalized an agreement. As such, it would be difficult to solicit their aid. Damn it! When did such an inhuman beast appear in the Black Lands? He thought, cursing Meng Hao in his heart. Suddenly, he caught sight of a golden beam of light behind him. He spat up some more blood and fled. It felt as if he had spat up a lifetime's worth of blood recently. His face was pale white, and his injuries were even more severe, exacerbated by his blood loss. However, he had no other options. He couldn't fight, so he had to run. Behind him, Meng Hao whistled through the air surrounded by surging golden light. Following him were nearly 400 cultivators. These were people from the power groups that Bighead had tried to get help from. Faced with the prospect of death, they had chosen to side with Meng Hao. One of them was the bald mid-core formation cultivator from Black Mountain. The entire group flew through the air, looking up ahead at Meng Hao in the golden light. Strength came with numbers. During the past 7 days, this group had gained quite a bit of fame in this western part of the Black Lands. Wherever they passed, their shadows darkened the land and blotted out the sky. When you added in Meng Hao and the golden light which he intentionally caused to shine out from his body, it was really a shocking sight. It was hard to say who first called out the name Patriarch Golden Light, but word began to spread, and soon all the powers in the area knew of the name. A day later, Bighead was exhausted to the extreme. Despite that, he gritted his teeth and flew ahead toward a tall mountain. The mountain was a sinister one, the base of which was surrounded by black waters. 5 enormous vultures circled around its peak, occasionally calling out with shrill shrieks. Sitting cross-legged at the very top were 3 old men. The one in the middle wore a 7-colored robe and was of the late core formation stage, the other 2 were of the mid-core formation stage. Unsightly expressions covered their faces. They sat there cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. However, their cultivation bases were rotating, and they appeared to be on guard. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching big-headed cultivator in massive golden glow that was following him. Damn it, it's Patriarch Golden Light. The past few days, everyone has been talking about how Patriarch Goldenlight is trying to kill Ouyang. Anyone who helps out Ouyang ends up getting slaughtered. I heard that more than 10 core formation cultivators have died at Patriarch Goldenlight's hands. The weakest were of the mid-core formation stage, and there were 2 of the late core formation stage. Have you forgotten about the 3 great sects of Donluo City? Ouyang is on the run for his life, but the patriarchs of the other 2 sects haven't appeared. They must have already met a dark end. If you add them in, it means that the number of core formation cultivators who have fallen to Patriarch Goldenlight is incredible. Their faces were incredibly unsightly by this point. They were friends with Big Head, but that friendship wasn't enough to get them to stand up to Patriarch Goldenlight. And yet, Big Head was clearly heading to them seeking refuge. "Fellow Taoists, save me!" he cried, his voice filled with a pleading tone. Considering his status and the level of his cultivation base, for him to cry out in such a manner showed what a wretched position he'd fallen into. His voice reached the mountain peak, and the ears of the 3 old men. They couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Meng Hao approached, whistling through the air, surrounded by golden light. "Do the 3 of you want to get involved too?" he said coolly, his voice echoing out in all directions like thunder. The faces of the 3 old men flickered. This was especially true of the 2 men with the weaker cultivation bases. Their minds spun and their faces drained of blood. Their cores quivered inside of them. All 3 men took in deep breaths. They couldn't help but think about the rumors that had been spreading regarding Patriarch Goldenlight. He ripped the cores out of cultivators and ate them raw. He massacred, leaving no survivors. His methods were cruel and vicious. It wasn't clear how such rumors had begun to spread about Meng Hao. He actually hadn't killed very many people in the past few days, most of the deaths were caused by his hundreds of followers. In any case, as soon as Meng Hao's words fell upon the ears of the 3 men on the peak of the mountain, the old man with the highest cultivation base, the one with the 7-colored robe, shot to his feet. A smile covered his face as he clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch Goldenlight. We will definitely not interfere in the matter between you 2. Having said that, he stamped his foot down, causing a glowing shield to rise up around the mountain. Big Head had absolutely no chance to enter. Big Head let out a plaintive wail. He spit out some more blood to activate his secret technique and speed away. He was now emaciated and frail, which made his big head even more conspicuous. He flew along in the air, so weak he could barely even form a fist, his head drooping down. Grief and indignation filled his face as he charged onward. 2 days passed. Big Head's indignation continued to grow. No matter where he went, his friends all began to use their magic to block his way. It was like he had turned into some sort of plague. In fact, there was one power group who had been slow in employing their spell formation. When he slipped in to beg for help, his friend had flipped out and attacked him. Apparently the man had been afraid of causing a misunderstanding with Patriarch Goldenlight. Big Head was now completely without hope. He floated in midair looking around in all directions. Unfortunately, there was no one he could turn to for help. He was out of power, and could flee no more. Face ashen, he turned and looked at the approaching Meng Hao. After the space of about 10 breaths, Meng Hao came to stop in front of him. "Done running?" he asked coolly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 343. Chapter 343, Rent by Lightning. Big Head stared at Meng Hao, his heart filled with a feeling of powerlessness. The days on the run, the constant pursuit, the despair he felt after repeatedly begging for help, all of it had left him completely drained and exhausted. He was dog-tired, and the constant use of his forbidden technique had pushed his injuries to the point where they could no longer be fully healed. At the moment, he could only use about 20 to 30% of the power of his cultivation base. To use such limited power to fight against Meng Hao, who led a group of hundreds of cultivators, and who had already killed so many of the people Big Head had recruited to help him, well, it was simply impossible. He had no way to resist or fight back, not even in the slightest. Big Head knew all of this. As soon as Meng Hao spoke, he let out a roar. This was not an attack, nor was it a self-detonation. It was a roar to release all of the pressure that had been pushing down on him. The sound of it echoed out. "Even if I, Ouyang, die, I won't bow my head to a villain like you. Even if I die today, I'll be a cultivator again in the future. Destroying my soul won't keep me from the cycle of reincarnation. Maybe I can't decide how I'll be born, but I can decide how I die, you lightning-damned evil." Even as his words rang out, even as he gave vent to all his rancor, and seemed about to really lay it on thick, suddenly, without any warning, a lightning bolt appeared in the blue, cloudless sky. It shot down toward Meng Hao at incredible speed, seemingly giving no chance at all for a reaction. The lightning bolt slammed onto Meng Hao's hat with a boom. Sparks showered off of the hat, some of them landing on Meng Hao, which caused his hair to stand on end. A greenish smoke rose up off of the hat. It almost looked like the heavens viewed Meng Hao's pursuit to be immoral. After all, the lightning had struck down right in the middle of Big Head's speech. Big Head gaped in astonishment at Meng Hao. This was the second time recently that he had seen lightning suddenly fall from the sky for no reason. The lightning appeared ordinary, but it actually had the power to eliminate an early core formation cultivator. Retribution! Roared Big Head. This is the retribution villains like you receive. To be rent in two by lightning. Trembling, he began to laugh uproariously. As for Meng Hao, his face was a bit unsightly. He knew that Patriarch Big Head had already lost all of his will to fight, so his attention was now more focused up above. This is the second time, he thought. The bad premonition in his heart only continued to grow more intense. Not even half a month had passed, and two bolts of lightning had already randomly come after him. Their speed was incredible, and they didn't seem to be associated with any particular time or location. Furthermore, each of these bolts of lightning had emanated the aura of heavenly tribulation. Others would have a hard time recognizing such an aura, but Meng Hao was familiar with heavenly tribulation. He was absolutely certain that this was none other than tribulation lightning. Why is it doing this? He thought. It happened twice already. Does that mean it will happen a third time? Perhaps more. Suddenly, he thought back to what the meat jelly hat had said shortly after the parrot went to sleep, and before it began to rest. It had said that it and the parrot had helped someone transcend tribulation once, only for that person to end up trying to kill them. Don't tell me, this is the aftermath of delaying the tribulation? Lightning is going to constantly be falling down onto me? Meng Hao's face twisted as he looked back at Big Head and coolly asked, "Do you want to choose how you'll die?" The soil below churned as vicious vines exploded upward. They swayed about, not approaching, however, the mouths at the end of the vines were filled with razor-sharp teeth that dripped with viscous fluid. Their reddish color, their bizarre undulation, their fearsomeness, as well as the rotten smell that emanated out from them would cause anyone who saw them to feel shocked. Big Head laughed coldly and gave Meng Hao a scornful look. His expression was one of pride as he lifted his hand up toward his forehead. He had no intention of begging for his life. Considering the bloody path left behind by his pursuer, Big Head knew that he had little chance of escaping this calamity. Therefore, if he was going to die, he would die in robust fashion. However, the instant his hand was about to press down onto his forehead, another bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of the blue. It shot down toward Meng Hao with such speed that in the blink of an eye it was less than 10 meters away from his head. However, because of the previous two lightning bolts, Meng Hao had already begun to keep some of his attention focused on the sky. In almost the same instant that the lightning bolt began to fall, he slapped his bag of holding and pulled out a semi-transparent soul embodiment. This soul embodiment was none other than the Li Clan Patriarch. A thin thread connected him to the blood-colored mask, making it so that even though he was now floating outside, he would be unable to flee. His life or death could be determined by a single thought from Meng Hao. Suddenly being pulled out in this fashion caused the Li Clan Patriarch to look around in confusion. This was the first time in many years that he had ever seen the sky in the outside world. However, before he could heave any emotional sighs, he was flung up into the air by Meng Hao. A boom rattled out as the lightning bolt slammed into the Li Clan Patriarch's soul embodiment. A miserable shriek echoed out as the Li Clan Patriarch quivered. A roar of pain and rage bellowed out from him. His soul embodiment had nearly been shattered, giving him quite a scare. He rapidly did everything he could to solidify it. If the soul embodiment dissipated, then he truly would turn into dust on the wind. His confusion quickly vanished, forced away by the unfortunate circumstances. He roared, gnashing his teeth as he floated there in midair, looking down at Meng Hao. If hatred itself could kill, then he would rip Meng Hao to pieces mouthful by mouthful. The lightning didn't stop at 3 bolts, however. After a few breaths' time, a 4th lightning bolt descended. Before it could fall, Meng Hao, his face expressionless, tossed up the Li Clan Patriarch. The lightning slammed into him, causing the Li Clan Patriarch to let out a miserable cry. Thankfully, his soul embodiment was vigorous. After being subjected to the torment of the meat jelly, it was actually quite resilient, despite its weak appearance. After the boom echoed out, the Li Clan Patriarch grew almost completely illusory. And yet, before he could even catch his breath, a 5th lightning bolt fell, and another miserable shriek echoed out. Big Head watched all of this with gaping eyes. For the first time while standing in front of Meng Hao, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He sympathized with this soul embodiment. As far as he was concerned, Meng Hao was absolutely the most savage cultivator in existence. It seemed he would shrink from no evil, and did not shirk from outraging men and gods alike. This soul embodiment is already in a wretched state, and yet he does this to it, thought Big Head. I wonder what great enmity exists between them. That soul embodiment seems on the verge of dispersing completely. He sighed inwardly, his mind spinning because of Meng Hao's viciousness. His impression was now thoroughly settled. That guy must have just been too attached to life, and wasn't decisive enough. His soul got snatched up by this vicious cultivator. I, however, have steady resolve. I won't end up like that. If he stole my soul, I would end up like this, tormented into dissolution. Having psyched himself up to this point, Big Head lifted his hand to strike his forehead, when suddenly his body began to shake, and his resolve shattered. His eyes opened wide, filled with disbelief and intense dread. This was because just as the soul embodiment seemed about to be shattered by the lightning, a violet glow flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He spit out a mouthful of golden qi, which was filled with his own life force. There wasn't much, but after it merged with the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment, all of his wounds began to recover. Just when he was almost completely recovered, a sixth lightning bolt fell. A thunderclap rang out, accompanied by a miserable cry. Grief filled the eyes of the Li clan patriarch, along with despair. It was a hopelessness in which the desire for death exceeded the desire to live. The sight caused Big Head's scalp to go numb and his face to turn pale white. He began to quiver. He had been preparing to say some grand words just now, but now he could only swallow with a gulp. The hand that had been moving toward his forehead fell to his side. The pride in his eyes had been replaced by hopelessness. He suddenly realized that even if he managed to deliver a deadly blow to himself, he was a cultivator. In the moments after his death, there were a variety of methods that could be used to extract his soul. He could attempt to self-detonate, but seeing how adept Meng Hao was with inflicting torment, Big Head could see that dying was not necessarily a way of escaping. He didn't fear death, but what he did fear was living a life worse than death. Meng Hao was currently ignoring Big Head, and was instead focusing completely on the lightning, as well as the Li clan patriarch's soul. What he noticed was that even as the soul embodiment was on the verge of collapsing, sparking remnants of the lightning were fusing into the soul. Thanks to the healing provided by Meng Hao's life force, the recovery of the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment resulted in much more lightning residing within him. Refine a soul of lightning, huh? It seems it requires a bit of a sacrifice to refine such a thing. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked around for more lightning. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, a final bolt of lightning appeared. After the Li clan patriarch absorbed it, Meng Hao put him back into the blood-colored mask. He cursed Meng Hao vigorously the entire time. 1. Finally, Meng Hao looked thoughtfully back at Big Head. He lifted his hand up and was about to kill him and then let the vines consume him and pull out his special techniques. After all, Big Head's attitude just now had been one of firm resolution, even willingness to die. No matter how much Meng Hao tormented him, there would be no way to know if he was telling the truth about this techniques. However, even as Meng Hao lifted his hand up, Big Head began to quiver and his face filled with intense dread. Fellow Daoist, listen to me, he gushed. I happen to know the location of the secret treasure pavilions of all the three great sects. There's lots of stuff hidden there. I'll give all the treasures of my talisman sect to you as a gift. I'll do anything you ask, I'll even face mountains of swords and seas of flames. I, Big Head, won't even frown. Meng Hao's methods just now had left him trembling. He had no desire to have his soul tormented after he died. Meng Hao gaped at Patriarch Big Head for a moment. This caused the man to begin to pant and get more nervous. He could hear the sound of his own heart pounding. However, a look of resolve appeared in his eyes. He swore a poison oath, and, gritting his teeth, even extracted some soul blood from his forehead which he offered to Meng Hao. With that, Meng Hao would be able to kill him at any time. Big Head believed that it was only with such a resolution that he could truly evade calamity. Meng Hao thought about it for a moment. It didn't take him long to figure out what Big Head was thinking. He looked at the man for a moment and then a faint smile touching his face. Finally he reached out and accepted the soul blood. Now, said Meng Hao coolly, explain to me that bizarre legacy of yours. This chapter was sponsored by Yan Perio. 1. The Soul of Lightning was originally explained in chapter 326. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344. Chapter 344, The Great Church of the Golden Light. Bitterness filled Big Head's heart. However, in order to preserve his life, he put on a delighted expression and then obediently retrieved a small jar from his bag of holding. It was about the size of a fist, and a handful of holes could be seen on its surface. When wind blew through the holes, they would emit a mournful whistling. There didn't seem to be anything special about the sound, and looking at the jar, Meng Hao couldn't see anything very unique about it. Even his spiritual sense didn't reveal anything special. In fact, had he slain this patriarch Big Head, upon searching his bag of holding, even if Meng Hao happened to pick up the jar, he would most likely have taken it to be some sort of musical instrument and then paid it no more heed. Apparently fearing some sort of misunderstanding, Patriarch Big Head quickly bit his left index finger, then dropped some blood into 9 of the holes which covered the jug, doing so in some specific order. It appeared as if it were some type of locking mechanism that Meng Hao had never seen before. Now that it had been opened by Big Head, the jar began to emit a black glow. There was clearly no wind in the area, and yet the jar continued to make the whimpering noises. Suddenly, streams of magical symbols began to float up from the small jar. They circled around the area, along with a sinister aura. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He lifted a finger on his right hand, causing the black jar to fly over to him. It landed on his palm, whereupon he examined it closely. Gradually, Meng Hao began to get excited. The magical symbols were forming together to make the images of howling souls. Looking at it, he got the profound sense that this was indeed some sort of legacy. "This is a treasure I stumbled upon in some ruins many years ago," said Patriarch Big Head, choosing his words carefully, and not daring to leave anything out. "I discovered it on the body of a demonic cultivator that had 2 horns on its head. It also had a jade slip, which I read and then destroyed. Recorded within was the method for using this evil wind jar. It also said that the demonic cultivator came from some place called the Fourth Mountain, and that before dying, needed to pass on the legacy, but if Patriarch Big Head hadn't mentioned the Fourth Mountain, then Meng Hao might have continued to be suspicious. But after hearing the term, an imperceptible flicker ran through his eyes. Matters regarding the 9 mountains and seas were not things that average cultivators knew about. In Meng Hao's estimation, people who were aware of such topics were definitely extremely scarce. Without batting an eyelid, he gathered up the small jar and then looked at Patriarch Big Head. The man immediately began to grow more nervous, and quickly said, "Fellow Daoist, when I'm around, the treasure pavilions of the 3 great sects should be safe. But since the other 2 sects know that their respective patriarchs are dead, it won't be long before their disciples start dividing up the treasures. Sir, don't you think we should get there as quickly as possible?" At the moment, hundreds of beams of light were approaching from off in the distance. The impressive sight of so many people made Big Head even more nervous. His fear of Meng Hao couldn't become any greater. His trepidation reached deep into his heart. If he could go back in time, he definitely would never provoke this inhuman creature. Even if he did provoke him somehow, he definitely wouldn't do anything to break the man's spell formation. In fact, to save his own life, he would immediately kill the other patriarchs from the other 2 great sects. Meng Hao could tell what he was thinking with a mere look. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Big Head let out a sigh of relief, but then suddenly became nervous once again. He really was worried that the disciples of the other 2 great sects would divvy up the treasure. Moments later, he and Meng Hao became prismatic beams of light that shot back toward the region of Donluo City. A few days later, a glowing yellow shield could be seen covering a snowy white mountain which was some distance from Donluo City. The whiteness of the mountain and the yellow glow mixed together to make a beautiful sight, albeit a bit incongruous. Meng Hao hovered outside of the mountain. He hadn't personally attacked. No, that had been left up to Big Head and the bald-headed cultivator who had once been a member of the 9 cultivators from Black Mountain. They, along with the hundreds of other cultivators following Meng Hao, filled the sky. Booming explosions rang out from all directions. Big Head spared no effort whatsoever. His eyes were bloodshot. He feared that they would be unable to break through the shield to get inside. The bald cultivator was thinking similar thoughts, and clearly wanted to ingratiate himself to Meng Hao. The 2 of them almost seemed to be competing as they went all out with various techniques. Beneath the powerful attacks of 2 people like this, bolstered by hundreds of other cultivators, this trifling great sect was only able to hold out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then, the shield collapsed into countless fragments of yellow light. As the shield disintegrated, the whiteness of the snowy mountain beneath became visible. No massacre was necessary. After the shield broke, the nearly 100 cultivators of the Han River sect immediately pledged allegiance to Meng Hao. Furthermore, they respectfully handed over the wealth and treasures of their sect. Meng Hao's forces now numbered nearly 600 as they headed toward another of the great sects. They moved with incredible speed, but this time, they met some resistance. It was a middle-aged man who had 3 totem tattoos on his body. He was quite tall, and his attacks were accompanied by the illusory image of a mountain and river as well as a writhing poisonous flood dragon. Even as everyone else pledged their allegiance, this man launched a vicious sneak attack. He instantly killed several of the other disciples who had suggested to capitulate, and then attempted to flee. Even as he attempted to break past the sealing spells to escape, Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. He shot forward, and in the blink of an eye was in front of the man. He punched him lightly with one fist. A boom filled the air, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. His eyes filled with venomous hatred, but before he could use any magical techniques, Meng Hao punched him again. He didn't kill him, but instead took control of his cultivation base and then knocked him out. As for the final sect, the Talisman sect, there were no problems there. With Big Head present, there were no defenses to break through, and the 100 or so disciples of the sect welcomed Meng Hao respectfully. The main gate of the Talisman sect was located in a wide basin surrounded by mountains. The sect was quiet and tasteful, constructed in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing it, Meng Hao decided to occupy the place for the time being. A few days later, the parrot and the meat jelly both regained their senses. The parrot was extremely excited to see the roughly 700 new followers. It flapped his wings, squawking out orders as it began to train the cultivators. As for the meat jelly, it lazily flew onto the head of someone who caught its eye, whereupon it continued to deride and criticize the parrot as usual. Meng Hao asked them about the lightning randomly falling down from the sky. However, each time he brought it up, the parrot and meat jelly would glance around quickly and then suddenly disappear. Finally, Meng Hao intentionally provoked the parrot. Once its honor was challenged, it blurted out something that caused Meng Hao's face to look unsightly. So what? It said, "Lord Fifth delayed the heavenly tribulation. Of course some lightning will slip through every once in a while. It's not going to kill you, it's only a bit of lightning." With that, the parrot flapped its wings and quickly flew off, leaving Meng Hao alone in the secluded meditation chamber that used to belong Big Head. Time flashed by, and soon it was half a month later. During the half month, the name of Patriarch Goldenlight had risen to complete prominence in this entire region of the Black Lands. Granted, the name hadn't traveled too far, but all the local cultivators knew the name. According to the growing legend, Patriarch Goldenlight loved killing cultivators. He drank alcohol out of dao pillars, consumed cores, and committed any imaginable evil. Such descriptions grew more and more exaggerated, until everyone who talked about him grew pale in the face from fear. Patriarch Goldenlight, a fierce cultivator and leader of a generation. He was now thoroughly entrenched as a power in the area. People in the Black Lands were becoming more anxious. 10 days before, one of the 8 remaining clans of what had once been the Alliance of United 9 Cities, was suddenly attacked by the Black Lands Palace. It was completely exterminated, and overnight, the city changed hands. Then, the Black Lands Palace issued a command throughout the entire Black Lands. It said that the Black Lands Palace was now the only power within the Black Lands. As for the 7 other clans who made up the so-called United 9, they were to be exterminated. A great war had truly begun. Amidst the chaos and general feeling of nervousness, Meng Hao's power base suddenly became something of a safe haven. More and more cultivators joined, including some of the core formation stage. During the half-month in which all of this happened, Dongluo City grew emptier and emptier. Suddenly, they began to look toward Meng Hao and his force of nearly 1,000 people the same way that a tiger eyes its prey. A few days later, the term Church of the Golden Light began to spread. Other than the Dongluo clan itself, it was now the most powerful force in the region of Dongluo City. In this wartime situation, Meng Hao's force of nearly 1,000 men continued to grow. He was thoroughly in command in this area. Actually, Meng Hao wasn't really aware of a lot of the developments. The parrot and the meat jelly seemed incredibly interested in recruiting more cultivators. The meat jelly felt that converting 1,000 people at once was definitely something it had never done before, and would be an amazing accomplishment regardless of whether you were talking about past, present or future lives. As far as the parrot was concerned, when it heard the voices of roughly 1,000 people chanting the words regarding having faith in the Lord Fifth to gain eternal life, all of the feathers on its body would stand on end. It seemed to have already forgotten about how every few days lightning would fall from the sky and shoot toward Meng Hao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345. Chapter 345, Lotus Sword Formation. Boom! One early morning, a bolt of lightning appeared above the elegant basin, outside one of the buildings. The roof of this building was long since gone, apparently destroyed. Black ash was visible everywhere. There were roughly 1,000 cultivators here now, and all of them were more or less used to the lightning. As the parrot soared through the air, it looked up into the sky and gave a sympathetic sigh, then thought about how helpful it had been. After that, it wheeled off with determination to go train the cultivators in the use of the celestial spell formation. This formation uses people as its base. With hundreds, you can rock core formation. With thousands, you can strand nascent soul. With tens of thousands, spirit severing doesn't count for a fart. With millions, you can shake immortals. Back when Lord Fifth swept over the 9 great mountains and seas, no one refused to bow to him. A wistful look appeared in its eyes, and it sighed as it seemed to recall its past glory. Then, it redoubled its efforts to train the cultivators. Inside the building that had just been struck by lightning, Mang Hao's face was unsightly. Even more unsightly, however, was the face of the Li clan patriarch, who looked as if he were on his last legs. "You're my ancestor," he wailed, his soul embodiment trembling. He seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. "My ancestor, okay? Just let me go. I can't hold on much longer. Just let the lightning rend me in half, okay?" Mang Hao didn't say anything. He put the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment away, then looked back up at the sky. It seemed clear, completely devoid of any lightning. At this point, he wasn't quite numb to the situation, but had gotten used to it. After some practice, he had developed some methods to pull out the Li clan patriarch even more quickly. By now, it had developed into a sort of intuition: as soon as a bolt of lightning appeared, the Li clan patriarch would be called upon. Currently, Mang Hao didn't reach complete success at first. However, the dangerous training method worked, and soon he was able to use the technique almost perfectly each time. Under these circumstances, Mang Hao's intuition with the lightning gradually formed into a type of instinct. At the moment, Mang Hao couldn't quite keep his face completely calm. It still looked a bit pained, although not as much as the Li clan patriarch's. Mang Hao looked over at the middle-aged man who lay in front of him, body trembling, face pale, seemingly locked in place and unable to move. This man was even worse off than the Li clan patriarch. This cultivator was not from the Black Lands, but rather the Western Desert. This was the man Mang Hao had knocked out earlier, the one who had 3 totem tattoos. Mang Hao had taken him here, sealed him to prevent him from moving, and began to study him. Mang Hao loved studying. Back when he was a scholar, he would study books. After he entered the cultivation world, he would study magical techniques or contemplate alchemy. It didn't matter when, as long as he had some time on his hands, he would take time to study something. This always led to further understanding on his part. However, this was his first time studying a person. Mang Hao had already been studying him for 3 days, inside and out. Whenever he encountered some area he didn't understand, he would make some cuts and focus further until he understood. Mang Hao had learned a lot in these 3 days, which left him very excited. As for the middle-aged man, however, it was a nightmare, as if he were residing in the depths of hell. The feeling was hard to describe. His coldness had turned into misery, cursing and insanity. Eventually, he just began to wail, and to truly believe that Mang Hao was the most fearsome person in the entire cultivation world. At the moment, Mang Hao was studying the cultivator's blood. He reached out toward the man's arm, which was covered in wounds and scabs. Some of it was even missing pieces of flesh. Mang Hao made a long scratch and then collected some blood. He placed the blood into a pill furnace and began to refine it. The man's face was ashen, his eyes listless and filled with despair. He didn't know how much longer this treatment would go on, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. In fact, the previous night when Mang Hao was preparing to study his brain, the fear caused tears to leak out of his eyes. At that point, Mang Hao had hesitated and then decided not to proceed. Mang Hao had always been extremely interested in the totem tattoos of Western Desert cultivators. After much analysis, he had come to the conclusion that they contained a power similar to medicinal pills, a power that came from outside the body of the cultivator. For example, totems could be used to break through from chi condensation to foundation establishment, and then to core formation. This realization gave Mang Hao quite a bit of enlightenment. Mang Hao had long since had the feeling that he could break through from the mid-perfect core formation stage to the late stage. The feeling only grew more intense. Eventually, he realized that in order to break through to late core formation, he would need to allow the heavenly tribulation to bear down on him in full. After transcending it, he would then be able to enter late core formation. However, once that happened, he had little confidence regarding the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was a huge step that few cultivators were ever actually able to take. Throughout the years, many cultivators could reach the late core formation stage. However, few were able to break through to nascent soul. It might seem like there were a lot of nascent soul cultivators, but that had more to do with their vastly extended lifespan. Few members of any particular generation would ever actually break through. One of the most critical factors for Mang Hao was the fact that he was missing the section of the Sublime Spirit scripture that had to do with the gold core. Without the proper technique, it would be difficult to achieve a perfect nascent soul. It wasn't very likely that he would be able to acquire the manual, either. He had no idea where it was. However, Meng Hao had the strong feeling that the totems of these western desert cultivators would enable him to forge his own path toward the perfect nascent soul. Meng Hao focused on the blood in the pill furnace as it slowly transformed into a mist. Eventually it dissipated, whereupon a bright glow shone in his eyes. Interesting. There is no totemic aura within the blood. Skin, muscle, bone, and blood. Without exception, they are all completely ordinary. Meng Hao sat and thought for a while and then looked back up at the man in front of him. The man's heart trembled, and he was about to open his mouth to beg for his life when Meng Hao's right hand descended onto the totem tattoo on the man's arm. This totem has faint traces of demonic qi, which is also the so-called essence of the ninth mountain in sea. As Meng Hao lifted his hand back up, the man let out a shrill wail. The totem tattoo slowly separated from his skin, pulling up until Meng Hao held what looked almost like a patch of skin in his hand. After separating, it rapidly faded away until it was completely gone. So once it leaves the body of the cultivator, the totem vanishes. He frowned. Just what is a totem? The manifestation of some great demon of heaven and earth? Meng Hao looked outside. It was already evening, and the sky was filling with clouds. A variety of thoughts spun through his head, but no answers. After a while, Meng Hao waved his hand, the seals binding the middle-aged cultivator vanished. He rose to his feet, trembling. He immediately clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, continuing to shake violently. "You can go," said Meng Hao coolly. To the man, the words seemed like those of a celestial being. His heart was filled with so much appreciation that he wanted to weep. He immediately left, speeding away as fast as possible to leave this land of nightmares. More time passed. Meng Hao bowed his head and laughed. "I think I'm getting ahead of myself," he murmured. "I have the power to bestow demonic qi, but to understand totems will require a lot more time. Full enlightenment can't be gained in a short period of time." However, determination gleamed in his eyes. He would not give up on his desire to understand totems. He smacked his bag of holding to produce an earth-yellow band of soft, cloth-like paper with uneven edges. This was none other than the object which had led to the rise of Patriarch Golden Light, the flag which the parrot had helped Meng Hao to steal from the auction. After waking up, the parrot had helped him to refine it. A talisman used by an immortal, which can help me to gain enlightenment regarding the magical symbols in the Black Lands. This will definitely be a huge help. He rubbed the paper as he thought about the vastly expanded area within which his followers could search for the celestial soil now that he was Patriarch Golden Light. Obviously, it was much greater than before. Vast quantities of celestial soil were being delivered to him. Now, all he had to do was touch the soil to this talismanic paper, and it would immediately suck in the aura of the soil, leaving the soil completely ordinary in nature. After sucking in the aura, magical symbols would appear on the paper, which were gradually forming into the shape of a seal. Meng Hao was sure that after enough time had passed, and enough soil was collected, more magical symbols would appear on the paper. With further enlightenment of the symbols, he would definitely be able to employ some shocking divine ability. It was in this way that he planned to have completely unique celestial magic prepared for when he reached the nascent soul stage. The next day at dawn, Meng Hao put away the talismanic paper and then took out the wooden time sword and began to further refine it. He had consistently been working on this particular sword since arriving in the Black Lands, and as of now, it contained 360-year cycles of time. In addition, he had quite a quantity of spring and autumn trees in his bag of holding that contained 260-year cycles. It's not very difficult to forge a time treasure that contains a 60-year cycle, he thought. It only takes a bit of effort. As for 260-year cycles, I only have a 30% chance of success. Failure means complete loss of all the resources. That's not really a big deal, though. What's truly scary is the time treasures of 360-year cycles. There's only 0.5% chance of success. Without the copper mirror, I probably wouldn't be able to forge even one in my entire life. He looked at the sword in his hand, which emitted a blinding blue light. Its surface seemed to flow like flowing water, and waving the sword through the air caused ripples to spread out. The ripples caused the surrounding structures to immediately show signs of decay. Meng Hao was just about to put the sword away when suddenly, he lifted his head up and looked at something far off in the distance. He frowned. So, the Don Luo clan really just can't hold themselves back, he muttered. He sent his spiritual sense out to find the parrot and impart some instructions. Next, his body began to grow blurry, and ghost images sprang up. Moments later, a second Meng Hao appeared. One was sitting cross-legged, the other slowly sank down into the ground. Meng Hao waved his right hand, whereupon 10 wooden time swords flew out from his subterranean chamber to circulate about in the air overhead. The tips of the swords faced outward, and as they spun, they began to create a vortex in the shape of a lotus flower. The power emanated by the lotus-shaped sword formation caused the building Meng Hao was in to begin to decay. Soon, it was nothing more than ash. All of the aura in the area soon began to fill with ancientness and decay. The minds and hearts of the 1,000 cultivators trembled. They immediately dispersed, looking back wide-eyed at Meng Hao, who sat cross-legged, a giant lotus spinning above his head. Around him, everything in the basin was beginning to decay. It was at this moment that the moon rose. Moonlight cascaded downward onto the swords, causing them to gleam with a silver glow. They looked like a blooming lotus, bizarre and beautiful. Everyone who observed the spectacle would remember it for the rest of their lives. As the lotus rippled, the patriarch beneath it lifted his head and said in a cool, echoing voice, "This is my time sword formation." This chapter was sponsored by Esther Iwell, Keith Spencer, Amran Ul-Haq, and Anon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346. Chapter 346, Who the hell are you? Meng Hao gazed at the lotus sword formation. It came from the 3-page booklet he'd acquired when conning the hundreds of cultivators who were chasing him. As for who it had originally belonged to, he had no idea. However, the small booklet had given Meng Hao a sense of great enlightenment. Before, he'd never realized that swords could be organized into formations. His research in recent days hadn't been limited to totems and the small jar that was a legacy from the fourth mountain. He'd also spent significant time studying sword formations. The 3-page booklet had no text, only illustrations. If you understood it, you understood it. If you didn't, you never would. Meng Hao didn't understand very much, but based on what he did, he could form the lotus that he had just now. Even still, the sword formation was able to emanate shocking, explosive power. Creating a formation like a lotus enabled him to unleash the deadly power of time. He paid little attention to the surrounding 1,000 cultivators, but they had no choice other than to pay close attention to him. Meng Hao was their patriarch, the soul of the Church of Golden Light. The name of Patriarch Golden Light had long since been placed in the highest position in the area. Everyone's heart shook as they observed Meng Hao, the spinning lotus, and the decaying buildings in the basin. Big Head's face was pale and his breathing ragged. His eyes filled with intense fear. Before, he had assumed Meng Hao had used all the power he possessed to chase him. However, the sight of this sword formation caused him to tremble in terror. Who in the core formation stage could possibly stand up against a sword formation like that? He thought, his heart and mind trembling uncontrollably. The lotus spun and time danced. Heaven and earth were shaken, and everything in the area crumbled. It was impossible for Meng Hao not to be the center of attention. The parrot looked on in shock, its eyes filled with an expression that rarely existed there. It stared fixedly at the lotus sword formation, panting. Next to it, the meat jelly gaped with equally wide eyes. The two of them hadn't noticed the booklet, and had been focused on managing the 1,000 cultivators. They hadn't paid attention to Meng Hao and his research of sword formations. Without thinking about it, they exchanged a glance, whereupon they noticed the mutual look of shock in each other's eyes. "I've never heard of this lotus sword formation," said the parrot, blinking. "However, looking at it gives me the chills." "It's too wicked," said the meat jelly solemnly. "An evil sword formation like this is too domineering. The aura is too bizarre. It should be destroyed. Such a thing should not even exist." "Lord Fifth feels a certain lack of understanding regarding this particular master," murmured the parrot. Meanwhile, a group of a few dozen cultivators hovered in the air at the edge of the basin, looking at the lotus sword formation. One of their number was an old man. He watched on with a look of concentration, his eyes shining with a brilliant light. This was one of the 3 nascent soul patriarchs of the Dongluo clan who had infuriated the parrot back in Dongluo City. Behind him were none other than Dongluo Ling and Dongluo Han, as well as other Dongluo clan cultivators. All of them watched on in silence. The cultivators who were under the nascent soul stage saw the ripples emanating out from the sword formation, and were shaken. They saw the decaying power contained within, the mountains grew old and even the ground itself was becoming ancient. It was at this moment that Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. They gleamed brightly as he waved his right hand. The lotus sword formation streaked through the air toward the Dongluo clan cultivators. The nascent soul cultivator who floated in the lead position immediately waved his hand. A glowing shield appeared directly behind him and in front of the other Dongluo clan members. Meng Hao's expression never changed. His right hand flickered in an incantation gesture, and then he waved a finger toward the sword formation. A buzzing sound filled the air. The lotus no longer rotated, the 10 wooden time swords transformed into 10 beams of light that shot toward the old nascent soul cultivator. The man's eyes glittered as he raised his right fist up into the air. Then, he slowly opened it and said, "Stabilize, but..." As soon as the word left his mouth, the air seemed to collapse. A boom resonated out, and the land shook. The 10-time swords suddenly stopped moving, they seemed incapable of flying forward even a teeny bit. However, the nascent soul cultivator's face suddenly fell. The shield behind him began to fall into pieces, as if it had been in existence for a very long time. As it collapsed, the man's face suddenly seemed to grow older. It was as if his longevity were being sucked away. Even as his expression flickered, Meng Hao waved his right hand. The 10 swords immediately flew back toward him and then disappeared. Meng Hao rose to his feet. His black hair floated in the wind, and his long green robe gave him an elegant, erudite appearance. His refined features contained both the dignity of a scholar and the loftiness of a cultivator. "I was working on my spell formations just now," he said coolly, "and was a bit careless. Senior, I hope you can forgive me." It was only at this moment that the surrounding 1,000 cultivators realized that dozens of Dong Luo clan cultivators had appeared on the nearby mountain ridges. The eyes of the 1,000 cultivators began to glow, and their power merged together to form a crushing weight that emanated out in all directions. This land was their sect, a place that outsiders were not permitted to enter without permission. Any visitor should announce themselves and make a formal request to pay a visit. However, the Dong Luo clan had showed up without any of the formalities. Clearly, they came with ill intentions. This was even more apparent, because of the presence of the nascent soul cultivator leading the group. "Don't worry about it," said the nascent soul cultivator with a laugh. "There's no need to blame yourself, lad." He advanced forward into the basin, followed by the dozens of clan members. As he moved forward, his expression was normal, but his heart was filled with shock. The 1,000 cultivators present all had different cultivation bases, and yet the feeling they gave off was that they were integrated into a whole. The feeling caused the heart of the nascent soul cultivator to fill with amazement. Then he saw the decayed buildings in the area, and suddenly began to feel a bit of hesitation. What caused him to hesitate was not Meng Hao's cultivation base, but rather the sword formation that he had just employed. This sword formation can absorb longevity. The nascent soul cultivator couldn't shake the feeling that this place was completely bizarre. The two things that nascent soul cultivators valued most were their lives and their longevity. They had long lifespans, and because of that, any reduction to their longevity was very bothersome. The original plan had been to travel to this place and force Meng Hao and his followers to join the Dong Luo clan. Should he refuse, the Dong Luo clan would resort to certain methods of force. Meng Hao had grown a bit too powerful in the area, leading the Dong Luo clan to their current course of action. However, it only took a moment for hesitation to fill the heart of the nascent soul cultivator. He had just barely made contact with Meng Hao's lotus sword formation, but could tell that he had lost several months of longevity. The next thing that happened was that he saw the parrot flying through the air. Suddenly, he sighed inwardly. At this point, he was quite certain that the parrot was the same as the muscular man he had encountered back in Dong Luo City, transformed via some unknown technique. All of these things, however, merely made him hesitate. They by no means made him abandon the plan laid out by the Dong Luo clan. He continued to advance until he was a bit more than 30 meters away from Meng Hao, whereupon he stopped. His eyes suddenly blazed with an aggressive aura as he stared at Meng Hao. Hands clasped behind his back, he slowly said, "Unfortunately, lad, if word of your inadvertent action spread, then it would have an adverse effect on my reputation." He gave Meng Hao a meaningful look. "I assume you know why I've come here today. Please provide your response. What happens here today all depends on you." His words were filled with an air of authority. Behind him, the dozens of Dong Luo clan members glared out in all directions. It was only Dong Luo Han who had an apologetic aura to him. Next to him, Dong Luo Ling was the picture of loftiness. Her expression was one of scorn as she stared at the hated Meng Hao, just waiting for him to bow his head in acquiescence. As the old man's words rang out, one figure after another suddenly appeared in the region surrounding the basin. They simply stood there, not entering the basin, but slowly emanating crushing pressure which descended upon the 1,000 local cultivators. The parrot looked around proudly, even scornfully. The meat jelly was currently perched atop the head of Huang Daxian, who was trembling in fear. A look of dignity covered its face as it attempted to count how many people were surrounding them. However, no matter how it counted, there only seemed to be 3. As for the 1,000 cultivators, their faces were filled with anxiety. It was only Big Head who set his jaw and then muttered to himself, "These Dong Luo City people can mess with anyone they want, and they choose to mess with this inhuman villain." Meng Hao looked calmly at the nascent soul cultivator in front of him. His cultivation base was at the early nascent soul stage. He stood there like some kind of mountain, exerting powerful pressure. He held himself like the lord of this area, as if he were in charge of the 1,000 cultivators, as if their lives or deaths could be determined by a mere thought on his part. His expression the same as ever, Meng Hao asked, "How will joining the Dong Luo clan benefit me?" It was as if he hadn't even noticed the people standing on the surrounding mountain ridges. By becoming an auxiliary branch of the Don Luo clan, you will have the right to occupy this position, said the nascent soul cultivator, his voice calm. You can also receive financial support from the Don Luo clan. Of course, you will need to consume the clan's medicinal supplements. When the appropriate time comes, we will of course dispel them. He was convinced that Meng Hao would capitulate. There was really only one option available. Meng Hao wasn't powerful enough to make any other choice. Actually, considering the current crisis in the Black Lands, the Don Luo clan had little other choice than to do things in this way. Because of the chaos everywhere, few people would willingly join them. The results of their recruiting efforts lately had been abysmal. Meng Hao and his 1,000 followers looked like meek lambs. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation base was not high enough to cause them any concern. Even if his military might was strong at the moment, exterminating him wouldn't be very difficult. I shall give you 3 breaths of time to consider, said the old man with the flick of a sleeve. You're a smart fellow, you should be able to figure out what the right decision is. Even if you don't want to concede, you will. Who the hell are you again? Replied Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever. Is the Don Luo clan looking for a new boss? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347. Chapter 347, The Magical Fog Becomes a Sea. Meng Hao's words boomed out like thunder. It wasn't just the nascent soul cultivator who stared in shock after hearing them, all of the surrounding 1,000 cultivators gaped. When the words rang out, Big Head was off in the distance reveling in Meng Hao's misfortune. He gasped. In his opinion, Meng Hao's words were simply too pretentious. Don Luo Ling's eyes went wide. She had never imagined someone could be so wildly arrogant. Don Luo Han also stared in shock, along with all of the other Don Luo clan members, who looked on in disbelief. The nascent soul cultivator started to laugh. His laughter grew louder, and the look on his face became grimmer. His killing intent had long since begun to emanate out. You stripling, you really don't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Well, if you're looking to die, I can fulfill your wish. Even as he spoke, he began to stride toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, the Don Luo clan members on the ridges around the basin transformed into prismatic beams of light and shot downward. However, even as they sprang into action, the parrot, who was currently soaring through midair, suddenly cried out in its shrill voice, "Get into formation!" The screeching voice slammed into the ears of the 1,000 onlookers. Immediately, the more than 100 cultivators who had been with Meng Hao from the beginning began to run, almost out of instinct. Their action spurred on the other cultivators. They had been training for many days with the parrot, essentially developing this skill out of nothing. It was difficult, but they had already started to become familiar with the spell formation. Working in unison with others made things much simpler. At the same time that the cultivators began running, the nascent soul cultivator was closing in on Meng Hao. His right hand lifted up, forming a palm which he then closed into a fist. The air around Meng Hao collapsed, shrinking rapidly, crushing down onto Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered sharply. As the old man neared him, the lotus sword formation suddenly appeared and shot forward. A booming rang out, and as it did, Meng Hao struck out his right hand with incredible power. The old man frowned. He suddenly stopped moving forward and then disappeared, completely evading Meng Hao's sword formation. Then, he reappeared behind Meng Hao, a snide look on his face. He reached out his left hand and closed it into a fist. "Shatter," he said. Another boom filled the air as the air around Meng Hao shattered, along with him, slicing his body into infinite pieces. "Now you know the gap between the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage," said the old man. "It doesn't matter if you have an amazing sword formation or some bizarre power in your right fist." Even in the middle of his diatribe, the old man's face suddenly flickered and filled with shock. This was because Meng Hao's body had been shattered, not into pieces of bone and flesh, but rather, chi. A clone. How could a core formation cultivator have a clone? His face twisting, he spun around. Even as he did, he saw a vast fog, within which massive figures nearly 30 meters tall could be seen, running to and fro. The dozens of clan members who had accompanied him here were nowhere to be seen. The man's face was unsightly. If he didn't understand that he had been trapped, then he didn't deserve to be a nascent soul cultivator. "This trifling spell formation can't hold me," he said with a cold harumph. His body flickered, and he disappeared as he employed another minor teleportation. When he reappeared, his face was filled with thorough shock. This was because he had discovered that he was still surrounded by endless fog. So minor teleportation doesn't work. The old man slapped his bag of holding to produce a strip of bamboo. He rubbed its surface, causing it to ignite. A howl rang out from within the flames and smoke. It transformed into the phantom image of a vicious beast, which charged toward the fog. "Break!" cried the old man. As the boom resonated out, Dong Luo Ling and the others looked around with fear at the fog. They had all been separated, and occasionally, miserable shrieks could be heard. The Dong Luo clan members who had been charging down from the ridges above all looked shocked. Any of them who entered the fog instantly became lost. As for the cultivators who didn't enter the mist, they took deep breaths as they looked down at the basin. As of this moment, it looked as if it had become a lake of fog. Fog had filled the entirety of the basin. The fog roiled and churned with amazing power. Within could be seen tall phantom figures running back and forth. The figures seemed to be chanting something, although it wasn't clear. Their running caused the earth to quake. Up above, the sky turned pale and clouds began to amass. The Dong Luo clan members who had not been drawn into the fog were just about to retreat, when they suddenly found that, unbeknownst to them, a fog had appeared behind them. They were trapped. A fatal blow was about to be delivered. The only people who knew about this spell formation of Meng Hao's were the hundreds of cultivators who had tried to kill him. However, almost all of them were dead. Any of them who hadn't died were now part of Meng Hao's forces, and under the compulsion of poison. Of course, they wouldn't spread any information about it. Therefore, this spell formation was Meng Hao's greatest trump card. No one knew about it, and with 1,000 people to power it, it gave Meng Hao a shocking advantage. At the moment, he sat cross-legged in a secret underground chamber, his true secluded meditation zone. As he looked up, his vision passed through the ground to see everything that was happening up above. He saw the deaths of the Dong Luo clan members and other cultivators they had brought. He also saw the old nascent soul expert frantically trying to break through the spell formation. Unfortunately for him, the power of the spell formation had already been unleashed. When it was completely in play, even a nascent soul cultivator would be unable to break it. The Dong Luo clan came with vicious intent, fought Meng Hao. You can't blame me for responding in kind. He pushed his right index finger down the ground. Immediately, demonic chi coalesced to form an illusory body. In the blink of an eye, it assumed the appearance of Meng Hao, then passed through all the dirt and soil to join the events in the outside world. Meng Hao then stood up and left the secret chamber. When he appeared in the mist, a multicolored streak of light flew toward him. It was the parrot, who landed on his shoulder, its face filled with arrogance and complacency. It looked around with derision. Meng Hao, let's sack the city. Plunder that random clan, whatever it was called. What's theirs shall be ours. With Lord Fifth's spell formation, we can screw those no-good sons of B** cheese to death. Then I can go visit those cute birdies again. Ha ha ha. Lord Fifth is always the most badass. Birdies, just wait for Lord Fifth, alright? Lord Fifth has already decided that from now on, that Dong Luo City is going to change its name to Peacock Screwing City. Meng Hao ignored the parrot. His body flickered as he shot forward. Because of the parrot's help, the fog did absolutely nothing to Meng Hao. Traversing about within it was as easy as walking down a paved road. This chapter was sponsored by Meet Say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348. Chapter 348, Assault on Dong Luo City. Are you sure your spell formation can hold a nascent soul cultivator? Meng Hao asked coolly as he walked through the fog. Of course, no problem, replied the parrot. Slapping its chest with its wing, it said, Lord Fifth's human-powered celestial spell formation is unique in all the 9 mountains and seas. It draws its power from people. Since we have more than 1,000, well, we might not be able to kill a nascent soul cultivator, but we can definitely trap one inside. Child's play. Its tone was lofty, as if its actions were doubly efficient. Can the spell formation move? Asked Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. He stopped walking for a moment as he caught sight of a Dong Luo clan cultivator of the early core formation stage off in the fog. The man was frantically attacking the mist around him, an expression of terror and despair on his face. He couldn't see Meng Hao, but Meng Hao could make him out quite clearly. Meng Hao shifted into motion again, and within a moment was at the man's side. He waved his hand, and the fog coalesced, surrounding the Dong Luo clan cultivator, enveloping him. When it dissipated, Meng Hao walked off. Behind him, the Dong Luo clan cultivator had collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Of course it can move. As long as our men keep running, then Lord Fifth's spell formation can go anywhere, and take the people inside along with it. An expression of arrogant pride covered the parrot's face. Meng Hao nodded and continued to proceed forward. It wasn't long before he found Dong Luo Han. The man's face was pale and filled with vigilance. He peered around at the fog. His courtesy was in full play and he was on guard against any changes. Meng Hao looked at him thoughtfully for the space of a few breaths, then shot over. The fog began to seethe, and Don Luohan's face flickered. Before he could react, though, a hand shot out from the fog next to him and pushed down onto his back. A great power shot through him, sealing his cultivation base. He didn't even have the strength to turn his head now. Instead, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Meng Hao walked out from within the fog and looked down at Don Luohan. He didn't kill him, knocking him out was good enough for now. Meng Hao turned and continued to walk off into the distance. Whenever he ran into Don Luo clan members, he disabled them and rendered them unconscious. Some of them, however, ended up in the paths of the running figures. These ones could only perish with miserable shrieks under the power of the spell formation. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao found Don Luo Ling within the fog. Her hair was in disarray, and her beautiful features were filled with hopelessness and anxiety. She had used every method she had at her disposal, but was unable to escape. How could she not feel despair? She couldn't see her fellow clan members. It was as if the entire world had turned into fog, and she was the only person left. When the massive phantoms went running by, they emitted a great pressure which filled her heart with fear. How could she ever have imagined that the person who pissed her off so much would have such a fearsome spell formation? She didn't dare to approach the running phantoms. She had already seen a few of her fellow clan members run into them and instantly be trampled to death. In fact, she could smell the odor of fresh blood rising up in the air. Meng Hao looked at her, his eyes cold. He lifted up his right hand, causing the fog to roil and rush toward her. It immediately enveloped her, then slowly dissipated. She was now unconscious on the ground, completely still. In addition to the Don Luo clan nascent soul cultivator, there were over 70 clan members left in the fog. By now, Meng Hao had already incapacitated about half of them. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao slowly lifted his hand up from the middle of the back of yet another listless Don Luo clan member. The man spit up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed unconscious. "That's the last one," said Meng Hao. Turning, he looked off through the mist toward the stranded nascent soul expert. He was currently shooting divine abilities off constantly, as well as employing minor teleportation. In his mind, he was traveling forward slowly, but from Meng Hao's perspective, he was merely going in circles. Going in circles would not enable him to escape the fog. "The Don Luo clan came with malice," said Meng Hao, "so let's teach them a lesson. Move the spell formation." Immediately, the parrot on his shoulder lifted its head up and let out a powerful squawking howl. The fog around them immediately began to roil. The 1,000 running cultivators within no longer ran in a circuitous path. Their eyes were closed, as if their wills were fused with that of the parrot. According to the parrot's thoughts, the spell formation began to move toward Don Luo City. Looking at the fog from outside, it was like a roiling sea within the basin. As it churned and seethed, it slowly began to move, climbing out of the basin, growing at the same time. The fog sea was huge, tens of thousands of meters in diameter. As it passed along, it was as if an enormous beast made of fog consumed everything it touched. The fog sea moved forward, and as it did, giant figures slowly became visible. Their roaring voices slowly became clearer. "Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life." The sound of it rolled out, growing louder and clearer. Eventually, it shook heaven and earth, drawing the attention of the rogue cultivators who resided in the region surrounding Don Luo City. They stared fixedly with wide eyes at the unbelievable sight of the roiling fog. More and more people began to watch the mass of fog. It seemed to be moving slowly, but actually proceeded on with great speed. Some of the people flew along in midair to watch, panting, eyes wide. Currently, the fog was about 500 kilometers from Don Luo City, slowly moving forward. Onlookers had no idea what it was, but they could hear the indistinct voices emanating out from within. The sound of it left them shocked. What does it mean? What a huge swathe of fog. It looks like there are people inside running around. No, whatever things are inside are much bigger than people. It looks like they're more than 30 meters tall. Just what is this fog? By now, there were several hundred cultivators floating up in the air watching. These were all rogue cultivators who hadn't joined any of the local power forces. They stared on with wide eyes, fearfully keeping their distance so that the fog wouldn't envelop them. The fog moved along, drawing closer and closer to Don Luo City. 500 kilometers, 400 kilometers, 250 kilometers, 150 kilometers. The fog billowed up high into the sky, and as it moved along, it emitted a thunderous rumbling sound that shook the ground. Dust flew into the air, and an immense pressure emanated out. The cultivators who were following along in mid-air retreated further away in fear. Meanwhile, in Don Luo City everything was relatively desolate. Other than the Don Luo clan members, the only other cultivators in the city were a handful of rogue cultivators. As they all became aware of what was going on, their hearts began to fill with consternation. They had no idea what the fog was, all they knew was that Don Luo City clearly lay directly in its path. Given the speed with which the fog was moving, it would arrive in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As it neared, the people inside Don Luo City began to shrink back in fear, as if they wanted to flee. What happened? Is it the Black Lands Palace? Damn it, how come it's moving so fast? Just what Black Lands Palace technique is this? This fog is so immense it's frightening. Most of the Don Luo clan members were gathered up in the second layer of the city. There were roughly 500 of them, and all of their faces were filled with unsightly expressions. Standing in front of all of them were two old men with grim faces. These two old men were the other of the three nascent soul cultivators of the Don Luo clan. Standing next to them was the current Don Luo clan chief. He was frowning, and his expression was one of anxiety. Up above them, 3 scarlet peacocks circled about in the air looking uneasy. They emitted plaintive wails as they eyed the incoming fog. An oppressive aura had come to rest over the entirety of Don Luo City. One of the nascent soul cultivators standing next to the clan chief, a middle-aged man, said, "According to my investigation, all of the forces that Third Elder took with him to the Church of the Golden Light have gone missing." After that, the Church of the Golden Light was completely empty. That's when this bizarre fog appeared. Its target is clear, Don Luo City. He paused for a moment, a look of bitterness, fear, and reverence on his face. I arranged for 7 men to investigate the mist from various directions as it approached, but regardless of the level of their cultivation base, as soon as they touched the fog, they were sucked in. After that, we lost all contact. The clan chief sighed inwardly. He might be the clan chief, but even if his opinion differed from that of the elders, he still had to comply with their wishes. His opinion regarding the Church of the Golden Light had been to cooperate with it and form an alliance. However, the 3 elders viewed the Church of the Golden Light as nothing more than a group of rogue cultivators. The church's founder, Patriarch Golden Light, was only a core formation cultivator, and therefore not qualified to enter an alliance with the Don Luo clan. He could either capitulate or be enslaved, those were his only options. It was under these suppositions that Third Elder had set out. Now, the Church of the Golden Light was obviously striking back at them, in a way that far surpassed the predictions of the Don Luo clan. The Black Lands Palace hadn't even come their way yet, but they were already facing a crisis. The other nascent soul elder coolly said, "Does a firefly dare to compete with the full moon? Employ the clan's grand spell formation. If the Church of the Golden Light wants to attack us with fog, then the Don Luo clan will break them with our spell formation." At this point, the fog was now about 25 kilometers away from the city. Green beams of light began to emanate out from Don Luo City, transforming into sheets of leaves which covered over the city. Within the fog, Meng Hao looked out at Don Luo City. His eyes glowed with coldness. Above his head spun the lotus sword formation. Surrounding him were more than 70 Don Luo clan cultivators who had previously been unconscious. They were awake now, although their eyes were filled with blankness. They seemed to have lost their senses, as if their bodies weren't even under their own control. Meng Hao had used the art of righteous bestowal to take control of them. "Demon sealers don't usually exchange blows with others," Meng Hao murmured. "The blows are delivered by means of righteous bestowal." He lifted up his right hand and waved it out in front of him. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 349. Chapter 349, Killing with Poison of Time. The hundreds of rogue cultivators floating in midair didn't leave, they wanted to stay and watch the battle. Each and everyone could tell that this fog was not the work of the Black Lands Palace. Many of these people had lived in the area for a long time. After making some inquiries, they came to find out that the fog belonged to none other than the burgeoning Church of the Golden Light. They gazed with intense looks as the speed of the fog increased, drawing it ever closer to the defenses of Don Luo City. 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers. All the way until a massive explosion shook the land and sent vibrations out through the air. When the fog slammed into Don Luo City, sky and earth turned pale. Don Luo City shook as the leaves surrounding it began to glow. The fog churned violently, and an intense rumbling emanated out from it. Next, the onlookers stared raptly as the fog began to cover over the leaves, slowly enveloping the entirety of Don Luo City. As of this moment, Don Luo City was no longer visible, the only thing that could be seen was an all-encompassing fog. However, those who looked closely could see that even though the Don Luo City defensive spell formation was covered by the fog, it hadn't been broken yet, and wouldn't anytime soon. This was not a battle between cultivators but a struggle between spell formations. Booming sounds rang out one after another. Suddenly, 1,000 enormous phantoms appeared within the fog, causing the hundreds of cultivators watching on from midair to gasp. These phantoms were roughly 30 meters in height, and they ran with incredible speed, black smoke streaming off of their forms. As they ran, the fog grew thicker, and rumbling booms filled the air. Furthermore, the top of the fog layer began to churn, and a figure rose up. He wore a long green robe, and his black hair whipped about in the wind. Golden light emanated out from his body. This was none other than Meng Hao. Patriarch Golden Light. So this fog is the work of Patriarch Golden Light. Is he crazy? He's only at the core formation stage, but he dares to pick a fight with the Don Luo clan. That spell formation might be strong, and the Don Luo clan doesn't have a spirit-severing patriarch. However, they do have 3 nascent soul elders. That's more than enough to hold a solid position in the entire area. Nobody around here dares to provoke the Don Luo clan. Meanwhile, the fog-covered Don Luo city showed no signs of weakening. The countless leaves surrounded the city, within which were about 100 rogue cultivators who had chosen to side with the Don Luo clan. They were nervous, but having seen the effectiveness of the Don Luo city defenses, they were confident in their decision. In the second level of the city, the Don Luo clan cultivators were breathing sighs of relief. The 2 nascent soul elders' eyes shone with cold light, and they let out cold harumphs. The fact that the city's spell formation could resist this bizarre mist put them in an unassailable position. Even the Don Luo clan chief was feeling a bit more at ease. One of the nascent soul elders pulled out a jade slip. "I'm interested to see how formidable this guy's spell formation really is," he said, smashing the jade slip between his fingers. A green aura swirled up to form a light that shot out toward the city's leaf defense. In the blink of an eye, the leaf spell formation began to emit a buzzing sound as hundreds of toxic wasps flew out from within. Each toxic wasp emitted a dangerous aura as it flew out from within the spell formation. However, even as they charged forward, the more than 70 Don Luo clan members in the fog who were under the control of Meng Hao's righteous bestowal shot forward to meet them, their eyes glowing with a mysterious light. "Damn it!" said the Don Luo clan nascent soul elder, his face falling. Obviously, he was observing the scene outside through the eyes of the toxic wasps. His right hand flickered with an incantation, causing the toxic wasps outside to veer away from the clan members and search for cultivators of the Church of the Golden Light. Within the fog, the parrot let out a sharp squawk. Immediately the running phantoms around him changed directions. Instantly, the fog transformed into a vortex, within which danced countless lightning bolts. The parrot's colorful feathers all stood on end and its eyes filled with a feverish look. It pushed the spell formation to the limits of its power in order to break the city's defenses. Lord Fifth swore an oath to screw this city. It screeched, controlling the movements of the spell formation as if it were bewitched. "You just wait, Lord Fifth is coming." The phantoms ran back and forth, trampling above the city, causing booms to fill the air, and the leaves to tremble. As the 2 spell formations fought back and forth, Meng Hao floated in midair, looking down through the fog at Don Luo City within. He lifted his right hand, flashed an incantation, and then pointed down toward the ground. "Righteous bestowal," he said coolly. As his voice rang out, Meng Hao saw ghost images spring up everywhere. At the same time, strands of qi rose up from all directions to circulate around him. He made a gesture toward the fog, and the demonic qi instantly began to coalesce and shoot toward it. It passed directly through the fog and then into Don Luo City's spell formation. A boom rang out, causing everything to shake violently. Meng Hao continued to make incantation gestures with his right hand. More demonic qi surged forth, passing through the fog to slam into the other spell formation. Everything that was happening caused the observing rogue cultivators to shake in their boots. They suddenly realized that Patriarch Golden Light was not someone to be looked down upon in the slightest. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from beneath the fog, filled with pride and scorn. "Paltry Church of the Golden Light. Piddling core formation child. You dare to use some bizarre fog spell formation to trap my Don Luo clan members." The voice caused the air to shudder, echoing out far beyond the region of the fog. Another voice rang out, that of an old man. "You don't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth, you little punk." Suddenly, Don Luo City's leaf defenses began to emanate a bright green glow, within which the images of leaves could be seen. It swirled around, emanating a booming sound that caused the fog to vibrate. The running figures inside suddenly began to show signs of weakening. The parrot let out a squawk, and the fog suddenly began to churn. Rumbling sounds emanated out as the attack on the Don Luo City defenses redoubled. A proud voice rang out, the Donluo City spell formation has been at the top for years. It has never been broken. Even the Black Lands Palace would have to pay a heavy price to get through it, let alone some piddling Church of the Golden Light. Your spell formation might be incredible, but how long will it last? Once you can't hold out any longer, I'll personally rip the skin off your body and hang it in my bedroom. The echoing voice rang out to be heard by the hundreds of observing cultivators, causing their hearts and minds to tremble. A coldness glittered in Meng Hao's eyes. The reason he had chosen to use the spell formation to isolate Donluo City and then use the Donluo clan members to attack, was because he knew that the general chaos in the Black Lands would prevent the Donluo clan from going all out. He wanted to send a warning to the Donluo clan to not trifle with him. He and they were separate entities, and although blood had been spilled, not all issues needed to be solved with a massacre. However, the arrogance of the Donluo clan showed no signs of lessening. In fact, it seemed to be growing more intense. A cold smile touched the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. Well, in that case, Meng Hao understands, he thought. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a black-colored medicinal pill. As soon as it appeared, it began to emanate a mysterious glow that seemed capable of sucking in one's consciousness. This was a poison pill personally concocted by Meng Hao, one of the more powerful varieties. With the wave of a hand, crushing the pill into ashy powder, it flew down to be sucked into the spinning fog vortex. After a moment, it began to descend onto Donluo City's leaf defenses. As the powder descended, the leaves began to contract and show signs of decay. They even emitted squealing sounds. At the same time, Meng Hao pulled out another medicinal pill. He crushed this one as well, and as he sprinkled the resulting powder down, a flame sea sprang into being. The flames were mysterious and bizarre as they passed through the fog and down toward Donluo City. Next, Meng Hao produced a third pill, then a fourth and a fifth. He crushed them all into powder and sent them floating down, 3 deadly poisons that merged with the flame sea to become a 5-colored hypertoxic poison. The hypertoxic poison was something specially designed by Meng Hao using his skill in the Tao of alchemy. Poison pills that he created were not necessarily things that nascent soul cultivators would fear, but anyone under that stage who were infected by them would be incapable of dispelling the poison without Meng Hao's assistance. This fog was now a poison fog. Multitudinous hissing noises rose up, and the fog seethed. In the space of an instant, Donluo City went completely quiet. Everyone inside was looking up at the leash shield, their faces flickering with various emotions. The Donluo clan cultivators all looked on with unsightly expressions. Even the 2 nascent soul elders had looks of shock on their faces. This guy's also a poison expert. Damn it! How come no one uncovered such an important piece of information? Poison cultivators are usually less powerful in direct combat, but in large-scale conflicts, their abilities can determine victory or defeat. But the Donluo clan members were shocked, but the hundreds of observing cultivators could do nothing more than gasp and looked at Meng Hao, their eyes filling with dread. Poison is only part 1, said Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He waved his right hand, and the lotus sword formation flew out toward the fog. Within the fog, it began to spin rapidly, sending out vast ripples containing the power of time. As the ripples spread out, it carried fog with them, which in turn contained time power. The combination of the 10 swords was equal to the power of more than 10 60-year cycles of time. The poison alone could cause extreme damage. However, combined with the power of time, it transformed into a sort of terrifying baptism. The ripples spread out, bolstered by the unimaginable power of the fog spell formation. Poison, the power of time, the imprisoning power of the spell formation, all of these things caused the spell formation to surge with boundless power. As the time ripples spread out, a handful of observing cultivators who were relatively close by could see the vegetation on the ground withering up. Even the soil itself seemed to fill with signs of decay, signs of it could even be seen in the air. Before the cultivators who saw this could flee, the ripples hit them, and their faces flickered. They then employed every method possible to get away as quickly as they could. Even still, they weren't fast enough. All of them suddenly transformed from being middle-aged to being old. One of them even began to emanate a faint aura of death. All of the observers gasped when they saw this, their faces filled with looks of unprecedented shock. Immediately, they began to fall back, fearful of coming into contact with the ripples. What magic is that? Time. That's time, the power of time. It's a divine ability that can cause you to age almost a whole lifetime in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Golden Light is so powerful. No wonder he dared to provoke the Donluo clan. This chapter was sponsored by Hong Nguyen, Bobby Egan, Lim Derrick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350. Chapter 350, The Indomitability of Time. What is time? Many years later, Don Luohan would never be able to forget what he saw that day as he stood atop that bright green leaf. His eyes were blank, but his mind was awake. He saw his body beginning to grow old. He saw the green leaves around him growing decrepit and old. He saw the land around him becoming ancient. As the lotus sword formation spun, and its power emanated out, Meng Hao hovered above the fog looking down inside, observing the effects of the power of time which he wielded. On the one hand, it was something of ultimate flexibility within heaven and earth. On the other hand, it contained paramount indomitability. No person, no living thing, no creature could stand up to that gentle onslaught which is time. It didn't matter if you used spell formations or divine abilities, illusory or tangible items. All of it would deteriorate under indomitable, smashing time. And this was a single lotus sword formation formed with time swords. Only one of them contained 360-year cycles, the others were incomplete. If all the time swords contained 360-year cycles, then that combination would be a power of time equal to 1,800 years. That was enough to shock the heavens and rock the earth. This is time. In this moment, all of the surrounding rogue cultivators had lost the power to even breathe. They stared in shock at the land. It looked somewhat yellow, like an old painting which was slowly fading away into dust. Within the fog, the Dong Luo clan members who were under Meng Hao's control were coming to their senses. However, even as they did, they wished they hadn't. This was because as they recovered, they found themselves on the verge of becoming ancient. Dong Luo Ling looked down at her hands, they were covered with wrinkles. Her body was withered. All she could do was stare out blankly. The green shield of leaves surrounding Dong Luo City was in the process of rotting. It started to show signs of breakage, and there were some areas where the shield couldn't even cover the city. Fog started to pour inside, along with the power of time and the hypertoxic poison. This all gave birth to intense dread within the city. All of the Dong Luo clan cultivators felt their hearts and minds trembling. Before they could even take any countermeasures, the fog began to seethe violently. The parrot suddenly shot out from within, flying up into the air and giving out a piercing cry. Beneath it, the fog began to transform into columns of black smoke. The boundless fog, which was nearly 5,000 meters in diameter, congealed into hundreds of bands of black smoke, which shot up to circulate around the parrot. Within them were the more than 1,000 cultivators of the Church of the Golden Light. Their eyes were closed, and they were surrounded by black smoke, as if they were part of the spell formation itself. The trembling onlookers watched as the black smoke congealed rapidly to form into the shape of an enormous black raven. The raven's body emanated a black aura. It let out a piercing cry which seemed capable of causing the living to close their eyes and the dead to open theirs. It echoed out throughout heaven and earth, then slammed down onto Dong Luo City like a meteor falling from the heavens. This spectacle was a familiar sight to some of the audience. They had seen something very similar that night some time ago in Dong Luo City. Here it was again, however, the amount of power they could sense was far, far greater than that from before. They watched on in awe as the black raven screamed through the air directly toward the green leaf shield of Dong Luo City. An enormous, deafening boom filled the air. The defense shield had already been weakened. Now, it trembled, unable to stand up to the force which assailed it. It suddenly began to collapse. As it exploded, vast quantities of trees within Dong Luo City also began to fall apart. The leaves shattered. The shield was completely gone. At the same time, the black raven began to disperse. It transformed into vast quantities of fog, which once again dispersed out to cover Dong Luo City. Miserable shrieks filled the air, along with explosions. The hypertoxic poison, along with the power of time, swept through the city. Outside the fog, everything was quiet. No one spoke. The hundreds of observing cultivators watched on blankly, their minds spinning. Everything that was happening was being sealed onto their minds, never to be forgotten. Within Dong Luo City, the two nascent soul elders stood pale-faced. The vast fog which surrounded them made it impossible to see their fellow clan members. All they could hear were blood-curdling screams echoing about. They were nascent soul cultivators. Compared to everyone else around them, they were at the pinnacle of power. However, within this spell formation, they weren't even able to move. No matter what divine abilities they utilized, they could not escape, nor break through the fog. Rage sprang into being in their minds, but even their rage was useless against the spell formation. On the first day, they were still able to come up with ideas about how to break out. On the second day, it was the same. In fact, they maintained this optimism until the fifth day. After that, though, they no longer heard any blood-curdling cries from their fellow clan members. Hopelessness filled them, and their expressions filled with complete frenzy. Their features had been assaulted by the power of time for over 5 days. They were nascent soul cultivators, but they were unable to fight the changes that resulted from such an onslaught. On the sixth day, the fog covering Dong Luo City suddenly began to lift. It left the city, no longer filling it, but surrounding it. Not a scrap of fog was left to be seen inside. What was clearly visible inside of Dong Luo City was decay. Trees, leaves, everything looked as if it had been rotting there for hundreds of years. There were only 3 people left inside of the city. They were none other than the Dong Luo clan's nascent soul elders. The one who had been trapped inside the fog for the longest looked around in surprise as soon as it lifted. Immediately, his breathing grew ragged, and astonishment filled his eyes. From beginning to end, he had assumed he was still in the basin of the Church of the Golden Light. Only now did he find out where the battle had actually been fought. At the same time, he caught sight of the other 2 nascent soul elders. They all exchanged glances, then looked up silently as Meng Hao strode out from within the fog. The instant they saw him, the 3 of them began to grow blurry, as they prepared to use minor teleportation if necessary. Now that Meng Hao had made an appearance, they were determined to be prepared for anything. Meng Hao looked at the 3 old men, then lifted his right hand. Immediately, hundreds of figures began to emerge from the surrounding fog. They were none other than all the other members of the Dong Luo clan, unconscious, dragged out by the fog itself. The appearance of these people caused the 3 old men to give up any notions of using minor teleportation. With all of their clan members here, they wouldn't take the risk. They stood there silently. "Enough," said Meng Hao. "You know, the fault is yours. If I hadn't fought back, you would have assimilated me. Joining you wouldn't be that bad, I guess, except you lack a bit in the sincerity department. I didn't kill very many of your clan members. They're all here. I'll trade them back to you for this broken down city of yours." He looked at them, awaiting their answer. The hearts of the 3 nascent soul cultivators filled with bitterness. They exchanged glances, and then second elder gritted his teeth and nodded. "Things being the way they are," he said, "we agree with everything you said. Except..." Before he finished speaking, he locked gazes with Meng Hao. It seemed as if he were engaged in a respectful interchange, but suddenly, the bodies of the 3 elders vanished. Using minor teleportation, they reappeared off to the side, looking as if they were going to make a run for it. Even as Meng Hao looked over at them, first elder, who hadn't spoken the entire time, suddenly grew blurry. As he did, killing intent filled his eyes. When he reappeared, he was standing behind Meng Hao. His hand shot out hatefully, slamming into Meng Hao. A boom filled the air as the Meng Hao in front of first elder exploded into pieces. However, what dissipated out was nothing more than vast quantities of qi. Next, third elder shot toward the mist. He wasn't fleeing, no, his right hand flickered in incantation. His body began to emit a buzzing sound, and an enormous hand appeared behind him. It shot into the mist, where it grabbed someone. The person it grabbed was none other than Meng Hao. "Die!" cried third elder. A boom rang out as the man clenched his fist. However, even as the boom filled the air, the Meng Hao within the fist suddenly dissipated into qi. The 3 elders' faces fell. First elder, second elder, who had been speaking just now, and third elder, all felt their hearts begin to pound. They had come up with their plan based on a few mutual glances. However, their plan had been defeated in an instant. Suddenly, roughly a dozen people walked out from within the fog. All of them were Meng Hao. Their appearances were completely identical, and all of them glared coldly at the 3 elders. "Patriarch of the Church of the Golden Light," said third elder of the Dong Luo clan, shamed into rage, "will you only rely on your spell formation? Or do you dare to fight one-on-one with any of us?" The frustration he had felt over the past days exploded out. The power of his nascent soul cultivation base also emanated out, his entire body brimmed with power. One among the dozen of Meng Hao's cleared his throat and said, "No, I don't." He looked a bit embarrassed. Even as the words came out of his mouth, second elder appeared in front of him and launched an attack. Meng Hao's body dissipated into black mist. But then, 10 more Meng Haos walked out from the fog. The 3 old cultivators were now starting to be inundated with a feeling of helplessness. "Elders, don't you think your acting this way is a bit improper?" said one of the Meng Haos, looking a bit bashful. "I'm sincerely trying to discuss a way to resolve the situation. The Dong Luo clan is quite well known in the Black Lands. Your position in the United Nine might be weakening as of late, but if your entire clan dies overnight, that would be really embarrassing for you. I would once again like to request that you 3 elders agree to hand over the city to me. What do you say?" Even as he spoke, the hundreds of Dong Luo clan cultivators wrapped up in the fog started quivering as the fog began to wrap tightly around their necks. 1. This is referring to when Lord Fifth fought the Dong Luo clan for the first time in chapter 329. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.